Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate convince Ace to join Navy A. The Start 1CA Chapter 1 Shawn. In the year 1512 of the Hyuan calendar, the East Daxia Sea. A small warship sails on the sea. Standing on the deck was a young man wearing a black kimono and a white haori, with silver white hair and deep black eyes, giving people a feeling that strangers should not approach him. At this time, a marine soldier trotted over and stood up to salute. Major Shawn, we will reach the kingdom of Goa in about half a day. I know, pour me a coke, thank you. Yes. The soldier poured the coke with a flattered look on his face. Shawn was lying on the beach chair looking at the endless sea with a melancholy look on his face, drinking a freshly poured ice coke. Only in this way can he bring some comfort to his soul. After all, in this world full of dangers, only coke can remind him of the beauty of the past. Hey, why is it so boring on a ship in the real world? Yes, Shawn, 20 years old, is a time traveler. Like ordinary time travelers, there are also plugins and it is a somewhat ordinary system. Before time travel, I participated in club activities, cosplayed with second Mizukage Tobarama, and dyed the stuff on my head white in the dormitory. As a result, when he was washing his hair, the water heater leaked and he was electrocuted to the pirate world. He was turned into a baby and abandoned in Shimotsuki village, and was adopted by the Koshiro family. That's right, he doesn't understand the principle. His hair color can be changed after time travel, and it doesn't mean he has traveled to the Hokage. So Shawn, who was familiar with the plot, became a disciple of Koshiro and dreamed of becoming a pirate. He was very excited at the beginning. But gradually, after understanding the true side of pirates in this world, all that is left is fear. One Piece may be a hot-blooded series, but it is definitely a disordered world. There may be pure adventurers who become pirates. But burning, killing and looting is the norm in this world, which also extinguished his desire to be a pirate. A child who grew up under the red flag really couldn't do such a thing. So in addition to practicing with Koshiro, Shawn practiced hypnosis every day. He wanted to become the Marine King and hoped to have conqueror's Haki. After all, this thing is courage, a kind of spiritual power, and the Emperor will pay off. Advertisement: when he was 8 years old, he was almost bitten by a dog when he was jogging in the morning. In this way, Conqueror's domineering power suddenly awakened. His swordsmanship talent gradually emerged after that. Koshiro and his wife had treated him like their own son, but now they spared no effort in teaching him. At the age of 13, he reached the state of cutting steel and became a swordsman. At the age of 15, he learned the two-color domineering force. At the age of 17, he applied his armed domineering energy to slashing and became a great swordsman. I originally planned to go to sea, but suddenly I thought that my junior sister would fall to death at the age of 11, so I waited for a year. After all, Kuina has been Shawn's little tail since she was a child, and she has a good relationship with Shawn, so he decided to change Kuina's fate without intending to affect the original work. The turning point was saving Kuina, and the voice of the system rang in his mind. The system is called Auxiliary System, and allows Shawn to change the original fate of the characters in this world to gain plot points. In addition to getting a lot of plot points at the moment of change, a few plot points will be earned every day. Plot points can be used to purchase skills or draw draws, but according to the system, abilities that exceed the will of this plane cannot be purchased. The remaining gadgets are all auxiliary abilities and cannot directly improve strength. They can only rely on other functions of the system to assist in practice. That's why Shawn feels that this system is a bit useless. In 2 years, he will become one of the strongest people. The system also has gift packs for beginners, which are multiple fruit modifications, Children of Stars skill prayers, and A-level genetic potions. The heavy fruit modification is to remove the side effects, the prayer is to use physical strength to help people heal, and even regenerate amputated limbs, and the A-level genetic medicine can change the physique and become the current ceiling of this world. For example, the Four Emperors Ant has the title of Steel Balloon, and any ability is inseparable from physical strength. So Shawn said that he ate a devil fruit, helped his wife Lyman heal the hidden injuries on his body, and then went to sea to become a marine. In this way, their family lived happily in Shimotsuki village. Before going to sea, Lyman also gave Shawn his knife. But he also gained a lot of plot points, but it was still useless, because at that time, Shawn had already upgraded his two-color domineering to the highest level. Swordsmanship is also at the top of the world, but Conqueror's Haki is still at the intermediate level of directional release. Gravity is acting on yourself every moment, and you are always exercising your body. Shawn went to the 16th branch and reported it. Major Mouse and his uncle Colonel Squirrel were both arrested for breaking the law. Advertisement: Shawn was also promoted to ensign. He spent the past 2 years catching little pirates and was promoted to major. I originally thought about waiting for the evil dragon, but suddenly I thought that maybe I could play something big, so I decided to go to the kingdom of Goa to find Ace. Of course, he must have said to the outside world that he went to catch pirates. After all, that was Garp's hometown. Just when he was planning in his mind how to fool Ace, he saw the island approaching in the distance. At this time, a sailor trotted over. Major Shawn, we are about to land. Please make a capture plan. Shawn pondered for a moment and said, they didn't land here. Just go to the other side of the island and search the nearby villages. Yes. After saluting, the marine soldier went down to give orders. After all, in his heart, his commander was very strong. So, Shawn landed on the island wearing a coat of justice and holding a marine hat. I asked local residents along the way and found the direction of Gorbo Mountain. Gorbo Mountain is where the Dayton family is. It's a pity that Sabo has been picked up, otherwise he can still operate it. After entering the forest, Shawn's vision was fully activated, covering the entire forest, and he could sense two figures jumping back and forth between the forests. Got you. So Shawn kept observing secretly, waiting for Ace to be alone. After all, Luffy had already been deceived by Shanks, and it would be difficult to deceive him again. Waiting until midnight, I sensed that Luffy was asleep in the treehouse, and Ace was sitting at the campfire under the tree, as if thinking about something. Shawn took Marine's coat of justice and the knife given by his master's wife and returned them to the system space. Just like that, he walked leisurely in the direction of Ace. Ace, who was sitting and thinking, suddenly spotted a dark figure not far away, a figure close to 2 meters high, which made him instantly vigilant.
Who? Oh, kid, I got lost and I ended up here while walking. What are you doing here? Ace still did not let down his guard, and then he saw the person clearly. He had silver white hair, wearing a black kimono and a white haori. With an arrogant look on his face, he looked like he was not easy to mess with. He silently grasped the water pipe beside him, thinking about how to lead Luffy to escape if the visitor was unkind. Chapter 2 Ace. Oh, don't be too nervous. I'm not a bad person, I'm just an ordinary lost marine. Shawn said, trying his best to sound polite and easygoing. But from Ace's point of view, the man in front of him was full of mischief and looked like a villain, which made him even more nervous, because his intuition told him that this man was very strong. What's the matter with you? First, don't believe Marine will come to this mountain to catch pirates. Shawn was helpless. With his face, he was a beauty harvester in his previous life. Even if he came here, it would be difficult to get close to the common people. He had no choice but to say, I'm really a Marine. I just heard that Lieutenant General Garp's hometown is here, and I want to see the hometown of the Marine hero.
Ace still looked at him nervously. So what do you want to do now?
Seeing this, Shawn stared at the meat placed next to Ace and said, can you help me make something to eat? I've been hungry all day and came over when I saw the fire here. Don't worry, I'm a good person.
After saying that, Shawn appeared next to Ace in an instant. Yu sat down and continued. Look, what do I want to do? You have no power to fight back.
So fast. The pressure Ace felt at that moment made his hair stand on end and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It felt like he was facing Garp. Ace thought about it, such a strong man would not embarrass a child like himself, so he grilled the meat next to him silently, thinking of getting rid of this unknown strong man as soon as possible.
Not long after, the aroma of cooked barbecue emitted, and Shawn took out a few bottles of cold beer from the system. Looking at the dumbfounded Ace, he asked, would you like some beer? Barbecue beer. The more you eat, the more you get. Ace took the beer stupidly. He couldn't figure out where the man took out the beer. Shawn said while eating, hey, my name is Shawn, what's your name? Ace. Ace came back to his senses and took a sip of beer and looked at Shawn. You are very strong, right? Just average, third in the world. After that, he continued to chew on the big meat. At this moment, Ace realized that the man in front of him only looked cold, but actually had no ill intentions toward him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, you are very strong. Do you want to be a Marine in the future? Shawn asked abruptly. Puff, Ace was so frightened that he took a sip of wine and stammered. I just want to live a good life. After all, Luffy is not like Luffy, who always says he wants to be One Piece when meeting people. This person in front of him is a genuine Marine.
Advertisement. Shawn sighed and said, really? It's such a pity. Let's do this. I'll be here on vacation for a few days and teach you how to practice. Do you want to wake up if you're sleeping in the tree?
Ace was shocked. How did he know? What if Luffy said that One Piece was caught when they met? So he said, no need, my brother and I are living quite well here. It doesn't matter. Shawn patted Ace's head. Just think of it as payment for the barbecue you gave me. Go to the lake in front and wait for me at 7 in the morning. After saying that, without waiting for Ace's reply, he disappeared in front of his eyes in an instant. This makes Ace very worried. No, we can't let him see Luffy. So Ace, who was determined, pulled Luffy up overnight and dragged him towards Dayton. Ace, what are you doing, staying up so late at night? Luffy said sleepily. Luffy, you go to Dayton's house to stay for a few days. I will pick you up in a few days. What, Ace, are you meeting someone interesting and want to go without me? Ace turned his head and looked at Luffy with a serious face. Will you be obedient this time? Marine is coming from the mountains. You are shouting everywhere that you want to be One Piece. Aren't you afraid of being caught? Then Ace, don't you also want to become One Piece? Aren't you afraid? Ace said helplessly. But I didn't tell anyone I wanted to be a pirate when I met him. Just wait, it will be fine if that person leaves in a few days. All right. Luffy could only be taken away by Ace with a look of reluctance. Early in the morning, beside the lake, Shawn sat leisurely on the grass, leaning against the tree, waiting for Ace to appear. As for whether Ace will show up, just kidding, I already know their secret base. Next, I only need to teach him carefully for a few days, have a shallow heart-to-heart talk, and then cause an accident, break his leg, give him a hat or something. After all, Ace is just a somewhat anxious and confused teenager now. Advertisement. It's just that a broken leg is a bit difficult to do. After thinking about it, I still kept doing it. Not to mention the pain. What if the skills can't be restored? Plus, self-mutilation seems like an idiot. Let's learn from the fake beggars in previous lives and bend their calves and fold them on their thighs to make a fake broken leg. Success is the best, but if you don't succeed, you can have a plan B. Not long after, Ace came over reluctantly. Huh, where's your brother? He's not here. Actually, I don't need to practice. I can do it myself, Ace said vaguely. When Shawn saw Ace's appearance, he knew what he was thinking. He was probably afraid of his marine identity. Okay, let's get started. So Shawn began to teach Ace how to strengthen his body. For example, I ran a circle around the lake while standing on my head. If I couldn't run 30 laps before noon, I would carry weights for 40 laps in the afternoon. When the sun was setting, he was given another treatment, which made Ace exclaim that it was amazing. Ace just wanted to get over it quickly and let this inexplicable person leave quickly, so he gritted his teeth and persisted. It wasn't until the next day when they were actually fighting that Ace took out a dagger and stabbed Shawn. He was startled when he saw Shawn taking the dagger with his bare hands and covering it with a dark substance. He stammered. This? What is this? Why your hand won't be hurt? Shawn thought to himself, I'm just waiting for you to say this. Aren't you just trying to arouse Ace's interest by doing so many things? Then he said, this is domineering, a kind of energy hidden in the body that everyone has. Only a strong body can use it. What is domineering, and can I learn it? Ace was a little excited. Of course you can, but your current physique is still far from enough, ha ha ha. Shawn continued. There are 3 types of Haki, the Haki of arms, the Haki of knowledge, and the Conqueror's Haki, which is only one among a million. If you want to learn Haki, you must first train your body to become stronger, and Haki has a very good restraint effect on devil fruit users. Ace thought for a while and thought that if he hit Luffy, it wouldn't hurt him, but Luffy cried for a long time as soon as his grandfather punched him. Could this be domineering? Seeing Ace's eyes gradually brightening, Shawn nodded with satisfaction. Just like that, he first aroused his interest and then made a brief heart-to-heart. In the end, he was tricked into becoming the Marine King. I guess changing Ace can gain more plot points. Chapter 3 Domineering. Please guide me in my practice, please. Ace shouted loudly and bowed. Shawn nodded with satisfaction. To practice domineering, you must first understand domineering. Armed Haki is divided into the following stages: hardening, entangling, external release and internal destruction. Look at my arm. As he spoke, Shawn stretched out his arm, which was covered with a layer of black military color. He held the dagger in his hand and cut it, making a creak, creak sound. Ace was stunned that he could still do this. Shawn continued. This is hardening, covering the body with armed colors to improve the body's hardness, attack power and defense. The next step is to wrap and release. Then Shawn covered his arm with a layer of cherry blossom colored energy halo, and without making any movement towards a stone not far away, the stone exploded with a boom. You see, it can be wrapped around bullets or weapons, or it can send out a shockwave like attack like me, and finally it will be destroyed internally. This is the most advanced use. Looking at it, Ace repeatedly exclaimed, wow, are there many people attending this meeting? Shawn pondered for a moment and said, there are many people who know how to harden at the elementary level, but there are almost no people who can do this in Donghai. In New World, they basically all know this skill. Okay, this is not what you should care about. Next, let's see how to penetrate the energy into the stone. I saw Shawn's arm wrapped around Bachi, gently stroking a stone, and the stone made a bang sound from the inside. Then dense cracks appeared on the entire stone and it shattered into pieces. Ace's eyes were full of stars. So you are the top strong person? Advertisement. Well, let's put it this way, there may be people in the sea who can defeat me one-on-one, but there is no one who can kill me alone. Shawn looked proud. After all, this thing came out gradually before there was a system, and he was right. Apart from the ignorant I am, no one can kill him now. So Shawn continued to popularize science for Ace. Seeing and hearing Haki is an application of spiritual power. It can make your 5 senses sharp and detect the breath of living things. Emotional changes and domineering can also be used to predict and avoid danger. That's why you can still notice my brother sleeping while sitting under the tree. Ace looked suddenly enlightened. Shawn nodded and said, yes, that is the most basic way of use. Everyone's final development direction is different. At the beginning, it is just primary perception. Later, I developed Wuha 8 Gates, which has clairvoyance, perception of emotions, perception of good and evil, and even a brief glimpse of the future. I developed it haphazardly to the level of briefly seeing the future. At the end of the sentence, Shawn scratched his head with a happy face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help turning up. After all, the working people are the most glorious. Ace looked at this with a speechless expression. He looked cold but was actually a familiar man. He was obviously very proud but he still said he was careless. It was enough. Ace hesitated for a while, but finally plucked up the courage to ask, who is better, you or One Piece? Shawn suppressed the smug look on his face, and after thinking for a moment, he said, maybe I'm not even close, because what I'm going to say next is Conqueror's domineering, and my body is not strong enough. I just said that Conqueror's Haki has a 1 in a million chance of awakening. To be honest, I know quite a few people who have it. In the entire Marine Corps, only me and Sengoku Fleet Admiral have it. Those with Conqueror's Haki may not necessarily become the top powerhouse, but Conqueror's Haki is definitely the key to breaking the ceiling. Ace looked forward and said, then I have Conqueror's domineering power? Shawn thought to himself, you are already the son of One Piece, of course you do, but you didn't say it out loud. He continued. It depends on your talent. You can't see it yet, but I think it might be possible, as long as you silently say that you want to be the Marine King every day. The expectation on Ace's face gradually stiffened, and he complained wildly in his heart, what the hell is King Marine? There's King Marine. Advertisement ignoring Ace's psychological activities, he continued to popularize science. For example, Conqueror's elementary level unconsciously releases pressure to intimidate the opponent, while the intermediate level can independently control the degree and scope of the pressure. I am currently at this level, and most of the Conqueror's domineering owners on the sea are also at this level. The advanced ones are the true hegemons with both mind and body skills. Just increasing the aura can allow Conquerors to be diffused in all directions. It can be said that Conqueror's Haki is activated at any time, and its oppressive force is even substantial. Walls and land passing by will be crushed, and veterans who have experienced many battles cannot resist it, but this is the key to whether they can become the strongest. Because when Conqueror's domineering reaches this level, the technique of Conqueror's entanglement will be stronger. The energy emitted by this technique is a higher level of energy than the weapon color. This is why One Piece is the top powerhouse without eating devil fruit. Ace was dumbfounded when he heard this. He felt like he had opened the door to the new world. He also secretly made up his mind to never eat devil fruits and to reach Roger's level. But then he lost his temper and asked, why can't you only think about being the king of Marine? One Piece can't do it? Shawn continued to lie. Yes, but is becoming a pirate really what you want? I see that you are a good boy. Ace really wavered for a moment, but quickly became firm again. Looking at Ace's expression, I sighed in my heart. For people in this world, faith is really more important than life. Perhaps you can choose the goal of One Piece, but, is other people's lives what you want? You think you are very determined, but in fact you are very confused, young man. Ace remained silent and did not speak. Shawn ignored him and continued to talk to himself. No one is born evil, even One Piece Roger. What he did may be right, but the process is it seems wrong to me. Ace suddenly raised his head and looked at Shawn with a horrified expression. You. Shawn waved his hands indifferently. Stop you, aren't you just Roger's son? What's the big deal? Like I said, no one is born evil. There are many things in this world that are not what you see on the surface. There is no need to deny the value of your life. You may be confused about the meaning of your birth into this world. Although Ace was horrified as to why this man knew his true identity, he still said, don't you want to kill me? After all, I am of sinful blood. Because Ace has heard people everywhere hate his father since he was a child, so he has never known whether his birth was good or bad, and what its meaning was. Chapter 4 Marine King. Shawn punched Ace on the head, and he grimaced in pain.
You are obviously a good young man, why are you so sad? Your confusion is actually insignificant. In other words, you should have the answer. Think about your brother and your own friends. Only then did Ace realize that he was also bound to the Dayton family, Grandpa Garp, Luffy, and the dead Sabo.
But he still frowned and said, because no one knows my identity except Grandpa. Quang. Seeing Ace covering his head with tears in his eyes, Shawn just felt physically and mentally comfortable. You are you have your position and your thoughts. Maybe the process of what your father did was too bloody, but the result is good or bad. Don't you want to witness it with your own eyes? Ace said with disbelief. You must be no ordinary Marine. You must know something if you say that. Shawn nodded and said with a smile. I know, but it's all my guesses, so there's no need to say anything. But you can rest assured that I'm not here to harm you. I just heard the news occasionally, so don't worry. Ace wasn't that easy to fool either. He looked at him suspiciously but said nothing. Seeing this, Shawn had no choice but to say, I inferred it by myself after seeing the information about Roger's children in the archives by chance and hearing Lieutenant General Garp making a phone call. Ace understood that this was really something Garp could do, so there was silence again. After a moment, he still looked directly into Shawn's eyes and asked, so, do I really have the qualifications to live, and what exactly did he do? It doesn't matter what he did. What matters is, don't you want to witness with your own eyes what your father did, whether the result is good or bad? You can even change it. Grabbing Ace, he rubbed the dog's head angrily and continued. Moreover, only you can give yourself the qualifications, but this ocean is very tolerant, and everyone has the right to work hard to live, even though there are many sins. I need to think about it carefully. Although it doesn't matter if I am a pirate or not, I promised my dead brother and younger brother that I would go to sea at the age of 17. Looking at Ace's mature look, he sighed and said, he's not dead. Your brother is still alive. As long as you go to sea in the future, you will have a chance to see him. Seeing Ace's expression of disbelief and wanting to ask questions, Shawn quickly interrupted and continued. Don't ask anything. The sea is mysterious and dangerous. When you are strong enough, you will know everything you want to know. Think about it carefully. After saying that, he disappeared from Ace's sight in a blink of an eye, leaving Ace with a confused look on his face, leaving only the words, see you at 5 o'clock tomorrow. Advertisement. Just like that, Ace never asked Shawn any questions from the next day on. He silently gritted his teeth and persisted in the special training. He also covered his eyes with cloth strips and beat them with wooden sticks, hoping to bring out the appearance of armed force. But he obviously thinks too much. After all, not everyone is as cool as him. He practices seeing and hearing, and when he is beaten, he inexplicably awakens his armed color. Just like that, I trained with Ace for a few days. Seeing that it was almost time to leave, this boy still hadn't wavered in his idea of becoming a pirate, so he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. It seems like that plan is going to be used. That evening, Ace and Shawn were still sitting by the campfire eating barbecue. Taking advantage of Ace's invisible angle, Shawn pointed his fingers at the sky, and a white tornado-shaped halo flashed past. In the afternoon, I had already put on a prosthetic limb, using Poseidon-type meat and bones, compressed into a shape using gravity, and then tied the calf to the thigh. Just pretending not to know anything and eating barbecue. As for Ace knowing about his fruit ability in the future? That's not a big deal. At least there are very few people who can use his fruit ability now, and they haven't been exposed, so it's not a big problem. As for the broken leg, it will be said that it has been cured in the future. Anyway, my healing ability can even regenerate the broken limb. After a while, Shawn was still eating the meat calmly, but Ace dropped the meat in his mouth. He patted Shawn and pointed to the sky, looking panicked. Heaven! Heaven! A meteor is coming towards us, it's too late. Shawn slowly turned around, looked at the meteorite, pretended to be frightened, then grabbed Ace by the collar and threw it forward. Call out! With a sound that broke through the air, Ace was thrown out for an unknown distance. Boom! Ace turned around with difficulty and saw that where he had just eaten, there was only a huge meteorite left, with dense cracks all around. Advertisement, Shawn. Ace knelt on the ground, shouted heartbreakingly, then struggled to get up and ran towards the meteorite. Not long after, Shawn, who was sitting by a tree next to the meteorite, saw Ace staggering towards him. He quickly took out some flour from the space and spread it evenly on his face, showing a forced, relaxed look. Hey Ace, I'm glad you're okay. After a while, Shawn pretended to be relaxed and waved hello to Ace, who came up to him. Ace saw that he seemed fine, and just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he saw that his face was pale, as if he had been smeared with flour. The most important thing is that one of his calves is gone, and there is nothing under his thighs. Immediately his eyes turned red, his mouth tightened, as if he was about to cry, and he asked, "Why save me? You can obviously escape by yourself." Shawn stretched out his palm and rubbed Ace's head, and said, "Even if you may become a pirate in the future, you are just a child now, and Marine's profession is to protect civilians who have not yet chosen a side. But your legs are gone. Is it worth it for my sinful bloodline? Wow." In the end, Ace couldn't help crying, threw himself at Shawn, hugged Shawn's neck and cried loudly. "It's okay." He patted Ace's back and said softly, "As long as Ace doesn't hurt civilians when he becomes a pirate in the future, it will be worth it. Promise me, please." Ace hugged him tighter and said with choked sobs, "Well, I won't become a pirate. I want to be the king of Marine, just like you. I want to see with my own eyes that man's legacy. What will be the final outcome of the next era?" Ding! Congratulations to host for getting plot points plus 1000, plus 1000, plus 1000. Damn, there are so many, even more than Kuina's time. Kuina's family only gave themselves 2000, and now it's only at a few o'clock every day, but Ace gave so much all at once, and it hasn't stopped. If Ace were not still there, Shawn would probably want to jump up. The system is useless, but some skills are still very good. Suppressing his excitement, he held Ace's shoulders with trembling hands and looked at him and said, "Then we have an agreement." Ace didn't see much difference, he just thought it was excitement, so he nodded firmly in response.
Chapter 5 Return. After struggling all night, Ace originally offered to take him to Dayton's house, but Shawn refused because he didn't want to catch the bandit. He also called his subordinates to pick him up at the port, saying that the ship's doctor on the ship was very capable.
Ace knew that Shawn was leaving, and although he was reluctant to leave, there was nothing he could do. After all, his leg was broken and he had to go back for treatment.
So he agreed to go out to sea and become a Marine at the age of 17, and asked Shawn to guide him in his practice when he met Garp.
Of course, Shawn happily agreed. Garp, who is not at the peak of conquerors, can teach Ace properly. You no longer have to worry about Ace being ed by Akainu Blackbeard, although it is a bit dirty to fool a young boy. But at least it can save his life. The reward is another matter. After all, Ace is very gentle when he grows up. It would be a pity to die as a pirate.
So the two of them rested under a big tree and waited for Marine to pick them up at dawn. Booloo booloo booloo. When it was almost dawn, the phone in Shawn's arms rang, and Ace woke up.
"I'm Shawn. Have you arrived at the port of Windmill Village? Okay, I'll go there now."
Haki. After hanging up the phone, the insect looked at Ace with a look of reluctance and said, "Let's go. Take me to the port of Windmill Village. I don't know where it is." Good. In this way, Shawn acted out the whole scene, finding a random wooden stick and using it as a crutch, following Ace step by step. Ace wanted to come over and help him, but was rejected. According to Shawn, he wanted to adapt to life with a broken leg as soon as possible. In fact, you are afraid of being discovered with your calf tied to your thigh, so you show the image of a physically disabled Marine.
Ace was deeply moved, and he became more determined to become a Marine. As for Luffy, the worst he could do was let him go.
Not long after we arrived at Windmill Village, the villagers also got up early to work. The village chief was shocked when he saw Ace leading a man towards the dock, and hurriedly went to find Maginot.
After all, he is Garp's grandson, so he knows a lot of people, but Ace used to have a bad personality and didn't want to interact with people. Advertisement he's doing better now. He's also learning etiquette from Machina and asking Machina what's the best situation. He's worried that Ace will be abducted by bad guys. Not long after, I finally saw the small warship at the pier, and the village chief came with Machina. Seeing that they seemed to have something to say, Shawn said hello to Ace and walked slowly towards the ship. Machina knelt down, looked at Ace with a gentle smile and said, "Ace, why did you go to the pier? Was that your friend just now?" Ace thought for a while and then said, "He is Marine, a lost Marine who came here to catch pirates." At this time, the village chief and others also noticed that Shawn's left leg was empty, and there was a looming smell of blood. Noticing their looks, Ace continued, "There was an accident in the mountains last night, and a meteorite fell from the sky." Then Ace slowly explained to them what had happened in the past few days, telling them everything except his own life experience. After all, it was nothing shameful, so the village chief and others knew about it. This is a Marine who came to catch pirates and got lost. Then he met a boy, taught him for a few days, and established a bond. But an accident happened before leaving. Marine broke his leg trying to save the boy, but his perseverance made him get here step by step. Thinking of this, the village chief's eyes became wet. "Ace, I also want to send off such a great Marine, let's go." Machina always felt that something was not right, but she couldn't say what was wrong, so she simply stopped thinking and followed the steps of the village chief. At the dock, Shawn walked over with a wooden stick. When his subordinates saw that their commander had broken his leg, they hurriedly came down to help.
"Stay on the boat, don't ask, don't get off." After scolding, Shawn waited for Ace with a wooden stick.
The sailors were immediately moved when they saw that their parents didn't want them to worry even if they broke their legs.
"I am really too strong, but I don't know who the officer is waiting for. I want to ask, but I dare not because the officer looks too fierce." Not long after, Ace appeared in the sight of all the sailors. Shawn walked up to Ace and looked at Ace's red eyes. He bent down and said, "A man's farewell does not require tears, because the farewell now is for a better encounter in the future." As he spoke, he took out a white cowboy hat with the Marine logo from his arms and put it on Ace's head, covering half of his face. "This is a hat that I have always cherished. I will leave it to you for safekeeping now. Return it to me when you become a general. I believe you can do it." Advertisement. As he spoke, Shawn showed a reluctant and free expression. Ace could no longer hold back his emotions and rushed forward to hug Shawn, crying loudly, "I will. I will definitely go to you, wait for me. I want it to become the king of Marine." Machina on the side finally knew something was wrong. Isn't this similar to what Shanks said to Luffy 2 years ago? One has a broken arm, one has a broken leg, one has a straw hat, and one has a cowboy hat. One wants to be One Piece, and the other wants to be the king of Marine. Does Marine have a king? Isn't the highest one the fleet admiral? Thinking of this, Machina's whole body felt bad, and she seriously suspected that Ace had been deceived. But when he looked at Shawn's legs, he saw that they were empty, and he had indeed saved Ace. Maybe he was overthinking it. And it's not like Ace has agreed to do anything, he's just being Marine, so he should be fine. After all, his grandfather is Garp, Machina thought. Just like that, Shawn boarded the boat, waved goodbye to Ace, and walked into the cabin without looking back. Return. As the voice fell, the ship slowly sailed towards the sea. Ace stared blankly at the increasingly smaller ships in his sight, and finally made up his mind. He looked at the village chief seriously and said, "Grandpa Village Chief, I would like to ask you to help me contact my grandpa and tell him that I want to be a Marine and I want to ask him to guide me in practicing Haki." The village chief suddenly burst into tears. "Great Ace, you finally figured it out. We finally have one less villain here. Okay, I'll contact your grandpa right now." After saying that, he ran towards the village in a hurry. His legs were out of shape, as if he was afraid that Ace would regret it, leaving Ace stunned. Machina looked at Ace with a bitter look on his face, covered his mouth and smiled and asked, "Hey, Ace, what will Luffy do if you become a Marine?" "It doesn't matter, our position won't change the fact that we are brothers." Ace waved his hand. "And if I meet him on the sea in the future, I will quietly let him go, hee." After saying that, he ran in the direction the village chief left. Machina looked at the direction Ace was leaving, thought about Luffy, then smiled and murmured, "That's right, Ace is a gentle brother." Chapter 6 System Lottery. Don't bother me, I can heal my legs myself. After getting on the ship, Shawn quickly shut himself into the cabin, leaving behind a confused ship's doctor and a group of sailors looking at each other. He quickly sat on the bed and took off the rope binding his legs. Hiss, after putting his calf down, a numb feeling came over him, causing Shawn to take a breath and contribute to the warming of the world. Damn it, how do those people who pretend to be beggars persist? They are not afraid of paralyzed muscles and necrosis, FK. So Shawn was cursing and massaging his legs. After all, he was just pretending to be cool. But thinking of so many plot points, I couldn't help but have fun, and quickly opened the system panel with my mind. A translucent blue panel appeared, divided into 4 sections. They are the shopping section, the lottery section, the character section and the training section. First, open your character section to view plot points. Open black lens bracket host. Shawn. S*X. Male. Age. 20. Combat strength. 10,100 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonel, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant general level, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Heavy fruit. Change. Armed color Haki max, knowledge color Haki max, conqueror's Haki, intermediate. Skills. Prayer, swordsmanship. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munekika, a box of beer, a change of clothes. Plot point. 30,239. Looking at his gorgeous faceplate, Shawn nodded with satisfaction. He would work harder to improve his physique and conqueror's domineering power, and he would be ready to go wild. Lottery. Ding. Spend 10,000 plot points. Close black lens bracket. Then he looked at the lottery module and muttered silently. I saw a round roulette wheel appearing in front of me, full of question marks, which made people want to see what was wrong. The pointer rotated slowly, and after a while it stopped at a grid, bursting out with a blue halo. Ding, congratulations to host, you have obtained the skill, Purification. Shawn quickly clicked to check. Purification. Consuming physical strength can remove all negative effects, including weird abilities. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Shawn almost jumped up with joy when he saw this, if it weren't for the fear of all kinds of weird bug abilities in the sea. Lousy has gone out to swim a long time ago, why should he stay in the East Daxia Sea? He fired one at himself, and a faint blue light burst out from the surface of his body. The fatigue and leg numbness from the night disappeared, and I felt as if I had just woken up. This system seems to be somewhat useful. It's not in vain that Lousy has saved plot points for so long. This skill in the mall costs 200,000, which is a lot of money. If you win, rush forward, if you lose, shrink. Lottery. Just when Shawn was satisfied, the roulette wheel started. Ding, congratulations to host, you got a box of expired milk from Naruto Uzumaki. Close black lens bracket. Shawn's excited heart and trembling hands froze at this moment. But I didn't care, it would be great if I could get a purification, and I didn't ask for too much. Looking at the remaining 10,000 worship points, Shawn just wanted to keep it and use it to practice when he returned to Marine Fortress. The systematic cultivation system is completely about pulling one's consciousness into a space. You can create your own environment, enemies, pressure, and even slow down the flow of time, but it's a bit expensive, 1,000 plot points per hour. But the effect is amazing. After Shawn used it once, his development of the fruit has been improved to an infinitely close conceptual level. That is to say, although only repulsion, gravity, etc. can be used. But I can already use my ability on myself and fly like a fluttering fruit. It seems simple, but it requires the interweaving of several forces, and the calculations inside are complicated and scalp-numbing. It can already be made to the same level as Piao fruit. After gathering his thoughts, Shawn walked out of the cabin. Under the stunned expressions of all the sailors, he walked to the deck and lay down on the beach chair. He ignored the whispers of the sailors. Look, Major Shawn's legs have grown. Yes, how did he do it? Could it be the legendary devil fruit ability? Don't guess. Anyway, the Major is awesome. ... Advertisement. Shawn wasn't sleeping, he was just thinking about things. Soon the dragon pirates will go to Coco West Village to harm the villagers there. It requires careful planning. The first thing is to have Marine stationed there. Eren called himself as soon as he arrived. At his own speed, he would probably arrive soon. Then there's Nami. I couldn't figure out how to fool him for a long time. Forget it, the boat will straighten out when it reaches the bridge, let's talk about it later. 2 days later, we finally arrived at the fortress of Marine Donghai Branch 16. After getting off the boat, Shawn put on his justice coat and went to the office. The commander of this base is called Badno. He is a big man nearly 4 meters tall, with a braised egg head on his head, and he looks quite happy. Before reporting Uncle Mouse and Nephew, Badno was a lieutenant colonel. He didn't even bother to collude with Mouse and the others. The design allowed the pirates under the umbrella to ambush Badno, and he almost died, but Shawn saved him. So the two reported it and were promoted. Bald, help me send a team of sailors to Coco West Village. The person arrived before he arrived, startling Badno who was drinking milk tea in the office, and his pants were wet. When Shawn entered the door, he saw Badno wiping his pants with a tissue, looking embarrassed. Did I disturb you? Badno looked at Shawn's strange eyes, and then looked at his actions of wiping his crotch. Knowing that he had been misunderstood, he blushed and roared. You are AB***************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** This is milk tea. Milk tea. It's the milk tea you scared me with. Shawn smiled and said, how do I know what you are doing? Let's talk about business. Have you read the news? The Fishman pirates have been released, and those minions will probably come to the East Daxia Sea. When it comes to serious matters, Badno is still reliable. Although Shawn is sometimes inconsistent, his strength is unparalleled, so he has always taken Shawn's words seriously. Ning Shen asked. What are they doing in the East Daxia Sea? How do you know they will go to Kokoyasi village? Hey, just in case, Shawn waved his hand, sat down and continued. The sea area under our jurisdiction is the most difficult to take care of in Koko West village. Send someone over there. If there is any movement, I can get there as quickly as possible. By the way, I have gained the power of the devil fruit, and my mobility has been greatly improved. Badno's eyes widened like bells. What are you talking about? Didn't you go after the pirates? Why did you eat the devil fruit? It's not some weird ability. Seeing the worried look on Badno's face, Shawn also lamented that this big man was indeed his good friend, but he was immediately worried that he had eaten a weird devil fruit. Chapter 7 Seafood is coming. Shawn also thought about it for a while before deciding to make his ability public. After all, in 2 years' time, New World structure will be stable. At that time, the 4 emperors will stand side by side, and the world government will also take measures to announce Shichibukai checks and balances. Now Eren and the others can come back because Jinbei has accepted his recruitment. These 2 years are the last leisure time, and after that, various major events will happen one after another. If you want to participate, you must have a high enough military rank so that you can have enough freedom. Shawn also thought about becoming a pirate, but then gave up the idea. Because he really couldn't stand sailing on the sea every day and was bored to death. We need to start drawing the headquarters, attention now. After coming back to his senses, he said to Badno, it's a heavy fruit. It's a great fruit. It goes well with my swordsmanship. I can also fly. So why do you still eat devil fruit when you are so strong? What if it is a strange ability? Shawn waved his hand. Don't worry about such details, just report it for me. Also, remember to send some soldiers to station in Koko West Village. The bald man looked at Shawn speechlessly. So are you going to the Grand Line? Although it is inappropriate for a Marine to say this, as a friend, I still want to remind you that the Grand Line is really too dangerous. Okay, I know what you're worried about, but I'm really strong. At this point, Shawn slapped his forehead and thought of something, and then said, by the way, help me contact Lieutenant General Garp. Badno looked suspicious. Huh. Why contact him? Didn't you even want to see Lieutenant General Garp before? What Badno was talking about was that when Garp came to escort Mouse Squirrel, Shawn's combat power was not up to standard at that time. So I didn't want to get into trouble, so I excused myself from being injured and didn't see Garp. After all, among the strong, one can roughly know the strength and weakness of the other party by just looking around. When did I no longer want to see you? I was hurt before. Seeing what Badno wanted to say, he quickly interrupted him and continued, just say that I saved a young man in the kingdom of Goa and I want to talk to him. Badno stared at Shawn for a while, and could only sigh and agree. Although I always thought he was very mysterious and powerful, I couldn't tell what was mysterious about him. After all, Shawn has been in Shimotsuki village since he was born, and you can find it out just by searching. But he knew one thing, Shawn was a kind person and his friend, and that was enough. Advertisement. That's it. Shawn stood up, and as soon as he walked to the door, he turned back and said, remember to send someone to Koko West Village. Badno waved his hand impatiently, get out of here, you just know how to order me. Shawn turned around and left, going to the deepest forest on the island for physical training. After all, no matter how good your abilities are, they are useless if you don't work hard. The Grand Line, a certain island. A group of seafood of different colors seems to be resting. Boss Eren, do we really want to go to the East Daxia Sea? Eren looked at Octopus Xiaoba and said with a ferocious expression, that's right. That's known as the weakest sea area. We are strong enough to do whatever we want there, and let those weak humans have a taste of the suffering we have suffered. But for some reason, Xiaoba felt uneasy, because he had the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune since he was a child. He has escaped dangerous situations many times because of his intuition, so he trusts his intuition. So he said to Eren, but, I suddenly feel uneasy now. Eren snorted coldly. Think about Captain Tiger, he was set up by despicable humans. Don't you want revenge? Seeing this, other seafood also made noises. It's just that you are still a cadre and are so timid. This time it's our turn to rule them. Human beings must know the nobility of our fish men. Seeing this, Eren nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoba sighed helplessly, thinking, in the worst case if something happens, I will just run away. Little ones, get ready to sail, for our bright future. Ho, long live Boss Eren, seafood times N. In this way, the dragon pirates embarked on the road to find a sense of superiority. Marine Headquarters, Warring States Office. Advertisement. Boom. There was a sound of B***************** G on the door, and Zhongguo almost jumped up in fright, and then looked at the person. It was that B*********** D Garp whose liver ached all day long, so he said angrily, what are you doing here? Seeing that Garp ignored him and kept rummaging around, veins popped up on his forehead, and he roared, you don't have to look for it. You can't find it. Finally, Garp found the senbei in the cabinet next to the lamb raised in the Sengoku period. PFF ha 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 ha. Warring states, even if you can't do it, I still found it. Seeing Sengoku's angry expression, Garp was overjoyed while eating and drinking tea. Warring states waved his hand feebly, just tell me if you have anything to say. You probably don't want to come to me for tea. Ah, I want to take a vacation and go back to teach my grandson. My grandson finally got the idea and wants to be a Marine. Garp is really happy when talking about this, because he has always been afraid that Ace will become a pirate like his father. After all, he promised Roger to take good care of Ace, so he would rather he be a Marine than a pirate. It's a pity that this little B*********** D is determined to become a pirate, just like Luffy, which also makes Garp feel tired. So when I heard from the village chief that Ace wanted to be a Marine and hoped that Garp could take time to teach him, he immediately agreed. Later, the village chief explained that it was a silver-haired Marine who saved Ace and changed Ace's belief. This made Ace want to be a Marine, which was a bit unbelievable when he thought about it, so he asked his lieutenant to check to see who it was. Although Garp is naive, he is not stupid, and he keenly senses that this matter is not that simple. It's just that I haven't investigated it yet, after all, it just happened not long ago. But Garp made up his mind to make the other party pay the price if he came with bad intentions. Sengoku looked at Garp with suspicion. Your grandson. Isn't he clamoring to be a pirate every day? Garp's face turned green when he heard this. I have such a great reputation for a long time, so why do my descendants come up with all these things? So he glared at Warring States angrily. It's another grandson, not this one. It just so happens that I can go back and teach him and let him taste my loving fist. Warring States looked incredulous. What? Do you still have a grandson? Dorag is back. Hearing this, Garp choked and hesitated. It's not that B********* D who's back, it's a child I adopted before, who is 2 years older than Luffy. It can only be said that Sengoku is indeed a wise general, 2 years older than Luffy, combined with Garp's hesitant attitude. A possibility came to mind for a moment. So he asked, is he Roger's child? Chapter 8 Warring States and Garp. Is he Roger's child? Before Garp could answer, Warring States continued to talk to himself. No wonder you were particularly active in the search at that time. After all, according to your thoughts, you would not take action against Roger's child, so at that time you were just showing off, and you had already hidden Roger's child. Quote. Sengoku looked at Garp with sharp eyes like a falcon. So, can you explain to me why he is only 2 years older than Luffy? Garp looked at Sengoku and sighed. He knew what his old buddy was like. Rather than asking him to investigate, he might as well tell the truth honestly. The Warring States period would be on his side anyway, he firmly believed. So he talked about the Warring States period. Ace's mother is a great mother, caring for the children in her belly. After being pregnant for 20 months, Ace was born 1 year and 3 months after Roger died. He was handed over to Garp, who fostered him in the bandit Dayton's home. After all, he was too busy, so Ace became crooked and so did Luffy. Now that Ace is finally going to be a Marine, of course he has to go back and teach him. After listening, Warring States clenched his fists and his face turned red. Roared. So why did you hide it from me? Also, if you gave 2 children to bandits to raise, it would be strange that they would become Marines. After hearing what Sengoku said, Garp was dumbfounded. Can't you raise it for bandits? But they are all good people. Don't pretend to be stupid for me, now it's time to talk about the ownership of this child. Hearing this, Garp became rarely serious. I promised that I would raise him, although it is difficult for me to discipline him. But hasn't he already decided to become a Marine? He's obviously just a child, so why should he be so reluctant? Warring States is also a leader, he knows the character of his partner well. If Ace is now a pirate, maybe Garp won't say anything. But now that kid wants to be a Marine, that's a different story. It's just hard to explain from the world government. Just when the two were in a stalemate, there was a knock on the door. Advertisement. Please come in. I saw Garp's adjutant, Bogart, coming in from the door. After entering the door, Bogart gave a military salute to the two of them, and then said, Lieutenant General Garp, there is a major in the East Daxia Sea 16th Division who wants to talk to you. Department 16. I don't seem to know anyone. Did he say anything? Garp said indifferently. Yes, he said he rescued a young man in the kingdom of Goa. Upon hearing this, Garp and Sengoku's expressions changed, and they asked in unison, who is he? Although Bogart was a little curious about the two people's reactions, he continued. 2 years ago, he was one of the 2 people who reported Colonel Squirrel, but he still recruited. Later he heard that he was sick, so Lieutenant General Garp did not see him. Bring the phone bug here, I want to talk to him now. Yes, Bogart said and turned around and went out. Garp, what is his purpose? It seems that this person knows Ace's identity. Warring States said with a solemn expression. Garp also changed his usual playful expression and said seriously. No matter who it is, anyone who dares to hurt my grandson before he has chosen a side, I will not let him go. Not long after, Bogart came back with the phone bug. Call the base director of Division 16 directly. In Branch 16, Badno heard the call from Garp and knew he was looking for Shawn, so he quickly asked the soldiers to find him. Not long after, Shawn came and said, Bald guy, what's wrong? The call you want belongs to Lieutenant General Garp. With that, Bardno turned and left because he heard the serious tone of Garp, the marine hero. They probably have some secrets, so they don't dare to stay for a long time. Shawn picked up the phone and said with a relaxed look, Moses, I'm Shawn, am I Lieutenant General Garp? I'm Garp, kid, what do you want to tell me? What do you know? Do you want to threaten me? Ah, don't get excited yet. My position has always been on the side of justice. Let me think about it, you should be very troubled now, right? You don't know how to bring Ace into Marine. After hearing this, Sengoku suddenly felt bad. Has this person figured out everything about Marine? He is obviously just a small officer in the East Daxia Sea. Advertisement. And from his words, it can be confirmed that the other party does know Ace's identity. He quickly winked at Garp and whispered, I will have someone check his background. You first stabilize him and ask him about his purpose. Garp understood and continued, so what is your purpose? Don't guess riddles with me. I am very busy now. Shawn's words continued to come out of the phone bug. I don't have any purpose, and my identity and background are very clean. Don't worry, I just don't want a sunny boy to go into darkness. That's all. If you have to talk about the motive for saving him, well, maybe I'm just a hero out of interest. You can't rush Ace to join Marine. Let's wait until you come to Donghai and let's meet. Quote. After saying that, Shawn hung up the phone, and Garp and Sengoku looked at each other in the office. Warring States, I'm applying for leave. I'm going to the East Daxia Sea. Warring States pondered for a moment and then said, then be careful. His tone seems to be confident in what he knows. Either he is very confident in his own strength, or he has mastered your weaknesses. Don't act rashly before you have investigated him clearly. Quote. Garp turned and walked towards the door, waved his hand and said, I am Garp, Marine Hero Garp. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from Sengwo's sight. Sengwo stared at the door in a daze and murmured, I hope it's not an enemy. Back to Shawn, he hung up the phone and walked to his dormitory. Choosing such a provocative way to provoke Garp was also to attract the attention of senior officials. Because I have had enough, when Garp comes, I can also play against Garp to see my current upper limit. Only by letting people know that they are strong enough can they avoid some troubles. Shawn also didn't know the psychology of some of the protagonists in the novel, who pretended to be weak despite being strong enough and were bullied every day. Anyway, he doesn't know how to do it. He can only be a little bit stubborn at most. If he is strong enough, of course he has to be lazy. It is estimated that it will take some time for Garp to arrive. During this time, he can just use the remaining 10,000 plot points to practice. Try to raise your combat power to a higher level before Garp comes. It's impossible to beat him. After all, Garp is on the same level as Roger. And in this world, under Oda's god tier setting, the strength of the elderly will not decline with age. You may be physically exhausted, but your strength won't drop too much. P.S. Don't mess with me, these are Oda's settings. He said that there are young people in society who don't respect the elderly, so the old people in One Piece are set to be powerful old people. All my settings here are written on the basis of the original work, there will be no situation like General YY being instantly killed by the four emperors. The protagonist will definitely not be able to defeat Garp at the moment, not because of lack of ability, but because of physical defense, but it will not be so easy to win or lose, similar to a duel between a red dog and a green chicken. Chapter 9 Shawn 1 against 7, Practicing Conquerors. When Shawn returned to the dormitory, he did as he was told. He sat cross-legged on the bed and clicked on the system training ground. Then Shawn felt his body being pulled, as if his whole body was being sucked into a whirlpool. A small black dot appeared in front of him, and slowly sucked Shawn's entire body in. After a while, there was only an insignificant speck of dust left on the bed. Yes, the training ground is to provide any training for the body. You will not be injured or die in the training ground. When he opened his eyes, Shawn was in a starry sky. Click on the control panel, and after some operations, a continent appears. A group of light appeared in front of him. After a while, the group of light dispersed, revealing a figure. Whitebeard, Big Mom, Red Hair, Roger, Rayleigh, Sengoku, Kaido. Yes, the way Shawn chose to train was to summon all the strong men with Conqueror's Haki, and he could only fight with Conqueror's Haki. These people are all in their prime, but the plot points are moved a little too fast because he also changed the flow of time. His current plot points are only enough to stay here for a month, but it's not a big problem. He won't be hurt here, but he can feel the pressure. After all, it is too difficult to upgrade Conqueror's Haki to a high level. Perhaps the intermediate level can learn the difficult skill of entangling. But it is not enough. Only by rising to the level of a true hegemon with both mind, skill and body, can one be absolutely strong. Not mentioning Roger at the moment, only Shanks in the entire ocean has reached this level. Don't fight. If you want to fight, just fight Oda. That's how he set it up. Shawn exhaled slowly and then chose to start. Buzz. I saw everyone present, their eyes flashed with scarlet light, and a surge of substantive pressure burst out from their bodies, sweeping towards Shawn. Boom. Shawn also burst out with a terrifying aura, colliding with the 7 conquerors' domineering energies from the opposite side. Including Shawn, the 8 people were surrounded by black and red arcs of electricity. The sky was also shaken in half in an instant, and soon the clouds in the sky were completely shaken and dissipated. After a while, Shawn couldn't hold on anymore. These 7 people were at least as strong as him, and some were even stronger than him now. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and the ground beneath his feet was trampled into spiderweb-like ravines. Then a cherry blossom-colored energy circulated in Shawn's arm. It was an armed and domineering Lu Ying. The fists of the 7 people on the opposite side are also covered with red, orange, cherry blossom-colored domineering energy. Boom. Advertisement. Shawn kicked off his right leg and rushed straight towards Roger with a ghostly speed, and struck directly in the face with his domineering fist. Roger clenched his fist and waved it out, and black and red energy light bars burst out from Roger's body. Then he collided with Shawn's fist, but there was still a little gap between the fists, so he was stopped, and he was slightly distracted. When Shawn was slightly distracted, the fists of the other 6 people followed one after another. Boom. Boom. Shawn was sent flying several thousand meters, leaving a ravine several meters wide along the way. Shawn struggled to get up slowly, and there was a flash of white light. There was no injury at all on his body. Looking at the position opposite where the 7 people were standing, it was only then that I felt a huge pressure coming on my face. Shawn murmured. So strong. After experiencing this fist, I finally realized the horror of Conqueror's entanglement. It is a higher level of energy than the armed color. It is more penetrating, as if it goes straight to the soul. If it is not strong enough, it will not be able to stand firmly, let alone fight back. Although the swollen heart was slightly cooled down, an indescribable excitement followed. Bring it on. Shawn was full of fighting spirit and ran straight towards Whitebeard. Compared to Whitebeard's height, Shawn looked like a child. He rushed in front of Whitebeard and whipped his leg. Whitebeard also bent his leg. Whitebeard could use conquerors to wrap around, which still opened some gaps. But it's not as domineering as Roger, so Shawn can react when others attack. Boom. Before others could attack, Shawn used his strength to make a backward jump and jumped up. The ground finally couldn't bear the pressure and sank into a big pit. Immediately, the 6 of them attacked Shawn in the air. They failed to resist 2 attacks and were knocked away again. Another familiar white light flashed by, and Shawn looked at the opposite side with excitement. Although he was still crushed, he definitely felt that his conqueror's dominance was getting stronger. On the sea, no one can use this kind of training method, not to mention gathering so many top experts. Even if you take a hit, you will be seriously injured, but it is not a problem here at all, and your physical strength has even been greatly strengthened. Keep going. Then, Shawn started a cycle of rushing up, being knocked away, rushing up again, and finally being knocked away. ... Advertisement. There is no time to practice. Shawn has been practicing at the training ground for nearly a month. I saw that the whole person's energy and spirit had undergone tremendous changes, without deliberately restraining the momentum. The land on the ground is also cracked with small ravines, which is a sign of becoming a true overlord. He exudes powerful aura all the time. He doesn't need to deliberately explode Conqueror's domineering energy, but it has already reached the intensity that others deliberately erupt. Looking at the 7 people opposite him, only Roger and the red-haired conquerors could compare with him. This is also true. After all, everyone else is a devil fruit user. The war is about to break out. Both sides started with Conqueror's dominance, although Shawn was still at a disadvantage. But the embarrassment he had before was gone. The figure flashed and appeared in front of Roger. In addition to the Reuniting Haki, his fist was also wrapped with Conqueror's Haki. Their fists collided with Roger's, and red and black lightning burst out from their fists and spread out in all directions. The attacks from the other 6 people came soon after, but this time he was not knocked away. Instead, he was surrounded by Lu Ying's domineering energy and resisted. After using his strength to push Roger away, Shawn jumped back and jumped out of the range of the attack. Panting slightly, he felt the injuries on his body. It's okay. It's not as serious as I thought. It's time to go out. Shawn twisted his wrist and said to himself. During this time, he learned to wrap his body with flowing cherry blossoms like Odin. Although this move consumes a lot of domineering energy, it is not a big problem for him. It is the best choice when being beaten. Conquerors is already on the same level as Roger and Shanks. A flash of white light flashed, and Shawn's injuries recovered. Looking at the time, nearly 3 days have passed since the outside world, even though I had greeted Badno before. But the inexplicable disappearance still made people feel frightened, so they decisively quit the training ground. A vortex appeared and sucked Shawn in. When he opened his eyes, he returned to his room. The soldier outside the door heard the sound and pushed the door open. He was a little surprised. Although he was curious about why he came in through the window, he still looked at Shawn and said, Major Shawn, Colonel Badno has been looking for you all day. It seems that he has something urgent to do with you. Quote. I know, I'll go right away. Shawn then put on his coat of justice and walked out. Chapter 10 The Dragon Pirates. Boom. Badno's office door was violently pushed open by Shawn. Bald guy, what's wrong? I've been practicing these days. Badno looked at Shawn speechlessly. Lousy is also your boss after all, right? What about the courtesy of knocking before entering? Do you know that if you were not strong, you would be beaten? I cursed a few words in my heart, but still put on a smile. There is news that a group of fishmen really came to the East Daxia Sea. You are really good at predicting what's going on, but we don't know where their destination is yet. Shawn was shocked. Damn, it's so fast. Did they appear in the area under our jurisdiction? Bulu Bulu. Just as Bardno was about to respond, he heard the phone buzzing and quickly answered it. This is Marine Donghai Branch 16, and I am the base commander, Colonel Badno. Shawn also listened attentively, fearing that he would miss the dragon pirates. I've been waiting to deal with him for 2 years in the East Daxia Sea. What if I still haven't had time to save the people in Coco West Village? That would be a waste of 2 years. At this moment, Shawn regretted running away to practice. It was expected that it would take at least a week for them to arrive, but we did not expect that they would swim over directly. Colonel Badno, this is the team stationed in Coco West Village, and a group of fishmen have landed on the island. The first direction they went was to Coco West Village, to request reinforcements. Hearing this, Shawn couldn't hold it in any longer and growled angrily, damn you be asterisk 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 D. Crunch. Crunch. The walls and floors in the office were cracked with traces, which made Badno's hands and feet feel cold. Even if it wasn't for the Conqueror's Haki released, the aura alone was more than a colonel could endure. Badno, who almost fainted, was about to say something when a big hole suddenly broke in the roof. Looking again at the place where Shawn originally stood, there was no one there. The voice of the phone bug also called him back to his mind, and he quickly said, Major Shawn has already gone over for reinforcements, you don't have to worry. After hanging up the phone, I looked at the messy office. Apart from being a little angry, I was also a little frightened. It's so scary. How far has he reached now? Tisk tisk tisk. ... Advertisement. And just as Shawn went to support Kokoyashi Village. The first target of the dragon pirates that landed was a village not far away. As soon as he entered the village, Eren ordered his men to destroy it and try not to kill anyone. It's not mercy, it's because each of these people pay him 50,000 baileys in protection fees every month. To him, these people are money, and suppressing them is enough. If you can't pay, you'll be killed. It's of little value anyway. There are always poor people in the village who cannot pay. It is enough to kill them to establish their authority, which will also facilitate the subsequent rule. Unfortunately, Eren took a few cadres around to inspect his territory when his men went to destroy it. We came to an orange grove, which belonged to a woman and 2 little girls. When she explained her intention, the woman still wanted to resist, but was unable to fight back and was beaten with scars all over her body. Eren became excited when he found out that they only had 100,000 belly, not enough for 3 people. His perverted desire to dominate wanted to see which child the adult woman would give up, or all of them. I want her to live in her painful choice for the rest of her life. Just let them think about it for themselves and turn around to leave. Nakigao saw Belmire leaning against the door, covering his wound and remaining silent. I thought Belmire was considering choosing between her and Nami. With a heartbroken look on his face, he said, I know, I'll leave the village right now, so that Nami and Belmire can be rescued. Wait a moment. At this moment, Belmire called to stop Eren and others. Who said that 100,000 baileys is my share? That 100,000 baileys is my 2 daughters' share. Mine is not enough. When he said this, the corners of Belmire's mouth slightly raised, with a look of determination on his face. Next to him, Jien, Nami and Nokigao looked at Belmire with dumbfounded expressions. Belmire, I'm sorry, Mr. Jien, I can't say that I don't have a family, even if I die because of it. Although we are indeed not related by blood, we are still a family. Even if we just talk about it, I want to be their mother. They are my children, right? Little Nami, who was following the village chief, and Nokigao, who had just taken a few steps, turned around and pounced on Belmire. Belmire, woo. The 2 sisters hugged Belmire tightly and cried loudly. Advertisement. It's a lie. All my words were lies to you. It turns out that Nami said when she was being taught a lesson not long ago that she hoped to be picked up and adopted by a rich person. Belmire quickly squatted down and hugged the 2 little ones with his uninjured arm. Gradually her eyes filled with tears and she said, I wanted to buy you more books and clothes. I'm sorry, I didn't do anything for you that a mother should do. Nuo Chigao pushed away and choked with sobs. That's not the case. Nami also shouted loudly at the right time. I don't want anything, please don't die, stay with us forever. You haven't seen the world map I drew yet. Belmire looked at Nami, raised his injured arm tremblingly, and gently rubbed Nami's hair. Map, yes, you have to realize your dream and survive. Then she hugged Nuauchi tightly and said softly, don't lose to anyone, even girls must be strong. It doesn't matter if no one praises you. Don't hate the era you were born in. Don't forget to keep smiling at all times. After that, he shouted loudly, Mr. Aegean, pull them away. Bermere. Aegean came over with a sad face and mentioned the 2 little ones that kept flapping. Eren was a little surprised when he saw that she actually chose to die on her own, but it didn't matter, just let those 2 brats suffer. With a ferocious smile on his face, he watched Belmire slowly walk up to him. It seems you have made your decision, you inferior races. Belmire looked at Eren with an indifferent expression. Kill me and let my 2 daughters go. Ha 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 ha, humble humans should be ruled by the noble fish men. After saying that, he raised his gun, pulled the safety, and prepared to kill this woman with one shot. Nagio, Nami. At this time, Bellmeyer had a gentle smile on his face, turned to look at the two people who were crying and out of breath, and said softly, I love you all. Boom. Eren pulled the trigger and the bullet hit Bellmeyer's chest. Bellmeyer slowly fell to the ground with a smile on his face. The two little ones also stopped crying, struggled to free themselves from Aegean's restraints, and ran towards Bellmeyer. He threw himself to the ground and shouted, Bellmeyer. Chapter 11 The Dragon Pirates are finished. Ahahaha. Your expressions are so awesome. Remember to prepare the protection money in advance next month. Just when Eren and the others were looking up to the sky and laughing. Boom. In the open space next to Eren, there was a thunderous sound on the ground, accompanied by billowing smoke and dust. Eren and his gang looked in that direction with bewildered expressions. Nami and the others were also frightened by the sudden change. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a young man with silver white hair, wearing a black training suit, white wings, and a coat of justice walked out slowly. Is it too late? Huh. Everyone listened to his murmurings and saw him quickly walking towards Bellmeyer and squatting down. Eren finally realized that this guy was Marine, although he didn't know why he suddenly appeared. But absolutely no one is allowed to challenge his ruling authority. Boy, have you figured out how to get killed by the noble fishmen? Originally, when Shawn arrived, he saw Bellmeyer lying on the ground, thought she was dead, and already hated these scum. But after a while, I noticed that she was still breathing weakly. So the thought of torturing Eren became less intense, and he just wanted to save her quickly. Now this dirty seafood dared to jump out, which immediately angered Shawn. He released some momentum, looked at a group of fishmen, and softly said one word, get out. In an instant, the coat of justice automatically moved without any wind, and an aura as strong as substance pressed away. They were so oppressed that they froze in place, with cold sweat covering their faces, even though they could be stunned to death. But Shawn wanted them to experience fear and the insurmountable gap, so they barely managed to keep from fainting. Ignoring them, Shawn turned to look at the stunned Nami and others. Wen said, there is still hope. Can you make room for me? After that, he picked up the collars of the two little ones and put them aside. Then he whispered softly, pray. I saw a faint yellow light glowing on Bellmeyer's body, and there were a few starlight embellishments around it. The wounds on the body also healed quickly visible to the naked eye. Bellmeyer also opened his eyes slightly, struggling to get up and look around. But as soon as he struggled, he vomited out a mouthful of blood and lay down again. Advertisement. Shawn said quickly. There is still a bullet in your body. Don't move yet. I was just afraid that you wouldn't be able to withstand the damage of taking out the bullet, so I treated you first. Now you can take out the bullet. Just bear with it. Without waiting for Bellmeyer's response, Shawn held his palms empty and used gravity at the place where the bullet hole had just been punched. PFF'd. I saw a bloody bullet fall into Shawn's hand, and Bellmeyer's face turned visibly pale. He quickly raised his hand and prayed again. Nami and Nuo Chigao watched their mother's face gradually turn rosy and rushed towards her. Bellmeyer looked at his two daughters with a confused expression. She remembered that she should have been beaten to death, and what happened now? He quickly asked his two daughters, what is going on? Nami came out of Bellmeyer's arms, raised her little hands and said, I know, it was that big brother Marine who saved you. Only then did Bellmeyer realize that it was Marine who saved him. Excuse me, are you here to catch them? After saying that, he pointed at the fishmen who seemed to be under a restraining spell. Ah, sorry, I was almost late. Before Bellmeyer could speak, Nashigao said loudly, no, you came just in time. Nami nodded in agreement. That's right. Shawn shrugged. Although justice may be late, it will never be absent. This is a great saying, but in this world, it seems that there is no need for late justice. Okay, you guys stay here while I handle the seafood first. As soon as he stood up, Shawn heard loud shouts in his ears. Careful, it turned out to be Eren. After seeing this man's methods, he guessed that he and others might be in trouble. The only chance is to sneak attack while he is relaxed. So he bit his tongue and used the pain to numb his fear. Seeing Shawn standing up, he raised the serrated knife in his hand and swung it hard. As if Shawn didn't see it, he gently raised a finger. Holding the serrated knife, he tilted his head and asked, with your level, who gave you the courage to swing the knife at me? Huh. Everyone around looked at the young Marine with stunned expressions, and the fishman almost peed in fear. Eren saw that his full blow was blocked so easily. Some of them yelled, Iron Teeth Kung, in embarrassment. The other palm opened, and there were rows of sharp teeth in the palm, attacking Shawn. Advertisement. Shawn held his palm empty and pressed it down. Eren suddenly felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Boom. The Murlocs looked at their boss, who was pressed to the ground in such an embarrassing state, with a big hole made. My heart suddenly became cold. Eren raised his head with difficulty, looked at the condescending Shawn and said, human resistance to mermaids is tantamount to defying the laws of nature. Shawn sneered disdainfully, you are just a group of slaves who are tired of being played by the celestial dragons. How can you talk about being noble? The fishmen around looked at Shawn with horrified faces. You, what do you know? If after you are liberated, you have a reverence for life, just like your boss Tiger, maybe I will still respect you. Any life deserves fair treatment, this is the thought of your boss. But the way you look now is even more disgusting than the celestial dragons. They do whatever they want. I'm sorry, I really don't want to laugh. You will only find a sense of superiority in the weak civilians. It's like being bullied and finding a child to bully you back. Do you think you are the best in the world? Tell me about it. How noble are you? Eren yelled with a crazy look on his face. You're talking nonsense. Murlocs are the noblest race. Nami looked at the dragon pirates, who were arrogant not long ago, and suddenly became so embarrassed. First immediately thought Marine was so handsome. By the way, Bellemare is also a Marine, right? Shawn looked at Eren with a playful expression. Don't bluff, that will only show your weakness. After that, he ignored Eren, raised a stone slab under his feet, and flew up with Shawn. Shawn spread the domineering energy of his knowledge to the whole village and felt it. Fortunately, no one died. This can be regarded as catching up. Then hold the 5 fingers emptily and press down. Boom, boom. There were constant roars throughout the village, just as everyone below looked puzzled. Shawn came down and said directly to the village chief. Aha, Mr. Village Chief, I am the only one here to support this time. There are not enough manpower. I hope to get your help. Before the village chief could speak, he continued. Well, the pirates causing trouble in the village have lost their ability to resist. I want you to help bring them over. By the way, there is also a group of injured marines. Bring the injured villagers and marines here, and I will treat them. Quote. Just as the village chief was stunned for a moment, Jien turned around and ran towards the village. While running, he shouted. A powerful marine is coming to help us. Everyone, come and help catch the pirates. Chapter 12 Banquet. Not long after, with the help of a group of villagers, a group of fresh seafood and marine were brought. The marine reconnaissance team struggled to get up when they saw Shawn. Okay, let's talk about it after the treatment. After Shawn said that, he used prayer. I saw the injured villagers and marines' body glowing with a light yellow light, surrounded by a little starlight, which was really beautiful. The villagers who had never seen it were all amazed. As this master marine who was helping us. He looks so powerful. He is obviously not as strong as those pirates. Mr. Marine, you are so young. He looks so cool. I didn't expect that someone who looks so hard to get along with could be so gentle. Listening to the whispers in his ears, Shawn had a dark look on his face. Only he knows that he is actually a passionate and talkative person. It's just that my face looks like this, there's nothing I can do about it. Not long after, the marine team who had been treated quickly stood up straight and saluted Shawn. Major Shawn. Sorry, we are arrogant. We are obviously a reconnaissance team, but we are trying to catch pirates. When they said this, they looked a little disappointed. They didn't expect that they were so vulnerable. Shawn waved his hand when he saw this. Don't be like this. No matter what team it is, you must first understand that you are Marine. And you have done a great job, and you have the attitude of a strong person. The scum of the sea like this group only bullies the weak. You dare to swing your sword at the evil dragon, then you are stronger than him. Only those who have the belief to protect are qualified to become strong. No matter what you are protecting, come on. With tears in their eyes, the Marine team shouted loudly, we will work hard. Shawn nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Nami, who was nestled in Bellemere's arms. I was in some trouble, even though I saved Bellemere. But you can't use this to ask Nami to join Marine, not to mention she is so young. If you join the Marine Corps and start as an ordinary soldier, you will probably become cannon fodder soon. After all, by the time Ace joins Marine, he will be strong enough to protect himself. Although Ace was cheating on his own, it was because he wanted to save him. He may not be a good person, but he is definitely not a pure bad person. While Shawn was deep in thought, the village chief stood up. Advertisement. He said to the villagers. Everyone, why don't we have a banquet to celebrate, and we can also express our gratitude to Marine. After talking, the villagers started to make a noise. Oh, great, we haven't had a party in a long time. The figures of those Marine boys standing stubbornly in front of me just now were really touching. Yes, and their commander is also very powerful. They went to prepare for the banquet in a hurry. When Shawn saw this, his mouth opened slightly and he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. Seeing this, Bellemere lit a cigarette and came over. Don't worry, they are just venting the uneasiness they just experienced in the name of the party, and they also really want to thank you. Without you, I can't even imagine how terrible the days would be, living under the rule of these pirates. Shawn nodded when he heard this and said nothing more. He just turned around and ordered Marine to tie up these half-dead pirates and wait for the Marine warship to arrive. As for why not kill them? It would be too easy to die. It would be better to let them live in the Impel City. The so-called banquet is actually not complicated, just each household brings out the ingredients. Those who are confident in their cooking skills will set up pots in front of their homes and cook a lot. It's like a competition, it's quite fun. Perhaps due to his physical condition, Shawn ate a lot and sat cross-legged in a corner. While eating, he watched the interaction between the Marine team and the villagers, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Hey, Brother Marine looks so pretty when he smiles. Don't you think so, Nogi? Just when Shawn was lost in thought, Nami's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, almost startling him. Turning around, I saw two little heads leaning against a window. Seeing that she was caught peeking, Nami stopped hiding and pulled Nokigao towards Shawn. With a familiar look, he pulled Shawn and said, "Brother Marine, have you been to the Grand Line?" After saying that, he blinked his big bright eyes and looked at Shawn. Shawn said in his heart that he couldn't stand it, it was too cute. Seeing that Shawn didn't reply, Nuochi thought that Nami had offended Shawn and apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Marine, my sister is not very sensible." But Nami is still acting cute and quirky. Shawn could only cough lightly and said with a slight blush on his face, "Ahem, what about that? My name is Shawn, you can just call me Shawn. P.S. There are very few names for brother and sister in One Piece. Except for relatives, they usually call each other by their first names. Just look at Shanks and you will know it. Also, it feels weird to call brother and sister in One Piece, so don't say it is rude." Closing parenthesis. Advertisement. Nami's eyes lit up, thinking that Shawn must be unable to resist his cute strategy. "Hey, Shawn, have you been to the Grand Line? What's it like there?" Noticing that Shawn was not displeased, but rather shy, she immediately felt that this Marine was not aloof at all, which was really interesting. "I won't stop Nami anymore." Shawn pondered for a moment and said, "I haven't been there, but I probably know something about it. For example, in some sea areas there is no wind at all, and only Marines and a very small number of pirates can pass through with power systems on their ships. The weather is also unpredictable. When the sky is clear, countless waterspouts will suddenly roll up, and if you are not careful, the ship will sink in minutes. For example, in the second half of the Grand Line, the weather on the islands is even weirder. There are islands divided into several seasons, or islands that are constantly flashing with thunder and lightning. There are so many strange creatures and so on. I heard that your dream is to draw a sea map of the world." Nami nodded quickly and said, "Yeah, I want to draw my own perfect sea chart." Shawn touched Nami's head. "Then you have to work hard. In addition to learning navigation knowledge, you also need to exercise, otherwise the unpredictable weather and strange creatures on those islands will hurt you." Quote. Nami looked embarrassed, "But I don't know how to exercise." Then he looked at Shawn, his eyes lit up, and he suddenly jumped into Shawn's arms, hugged Shawn's neck and said, "Hey, why don't you teach me how to practice? It'll be paid." Shawn pulled away from Nami and blurted out, "How to pay for it?" Nami's smart eyes rolled. "I'll repay with my body, if not, I can add my sister too." Nami. Upon seeing this, Nuo Chigao quickly covered Nami's mouth, fearing that she would say something shocking again. Several tic-tac-toes suddenly appeared on Shawn's forehead, and he hit Nami's little head with his fist. I saw Nami covering her head with both hands, her eyes filled with mist, and looking at Shawn aggrievedly, as if she was saying, "I will cry if you don't give me an explanation." Shawn had no choice but to scold. "You don't want to be a brat, and I'm not interested in brats at all." But seeing Nuo Chigao's uneasy look on his face and his little hands that kept stirring, his tone softened and he said, "Girls can be naughty, but they are not allowed to say such vulgar words. Only their husbands can see a girl's body. Promise me to get rid of this problem, and I will teach you how to practice before the Marine warship comes." Quote. Hearing this, Nami swept away her aggrieved expression and burst out laughing. "Yeah, I promise you." Chapter 13. It's fair to say, don't be strict, and fight against the warring states period. Early morning a few days later. Shawn placed a beach chair on the shore, next to a small table with cola fruits on the table. Crossing her legs and looking at little Nami not far away. Little Nami gritted her teeth and was doing leapfrog training. She was sweating profusely. But she didn't give up, because Shawn told her that even a navigator must be strong enough to survive on this sea. Although Nami will not be in any danger if she follows the original plot. But Shawn still hopes that she can become stronger because there is no longer the Dragon Pirates. It is uncertain whether she will join Luffy's pirate group in the future. And in his mind, he has always adhered to the principle of, giving is better than giving. Only when you are strong can you avoid causing trouble to others. It is better to help others than to be helped. So I decided to take Nami for a good training, but Belmir, Noki and others who came to see her occasionally looked heartbroken. But I also know that this is for Nami's dream, so I can only not watch it. At this moment, there was a sound of trotting footsteps. Shawn turned around and saw that it was Nokigao coming over with a Marine soldier. "Major Shawn, this is a phone bug from Marine headquarters." After the Marine soldier saluted, he handed over a phone bug, turned around and left, because if he stayed, he might hear some secrets that he shouldn't hear. "Thank you." Shawn didn't pay much attention and picked up the phone. Moses. "Major Shawn, I am Sengoku, and Garp is already on his way to find you." Shawn picked his ears and said indifferently, This matter has been decided for a long time. You can't be so boring to tell me this." The person on the other side pondered for a moment and said, "The pirates you captured this time may have to be released, but Marine will compensate you." Upon hearing this, Shawn suddenly became serious, and Nokigao next to him covered his mouth in surprise. These pirates obviously almost destroyed their hometown, why should they be let go? Seeing the serious aura here, Nami also quietly came over to eavesdrop. I saw that Shawn couldn't hold it in the end, and several blue veins protruded from his forehead. Trying his best to suppress his anger, he asked, "So, can you give me a reasonable explanation?" Advertisement. A voice then came from the dialogue box. "I can't tell you the specifics, but the situation in New World has gradually become clear. This is a joint layout of world government and Marine, so you can't arrest them during this sensitive period." After hearing this, Shawn suddenly realized that his feelings were because of Jinbei. Because the four emperors will divide the New World in 2 years, and the world government will roughly predict it. So we started looking for candidates for Shichibukai early, and Jinbei had just accepted the recruitment, and he was also the first one to accept the recruitment. So the original pirates of the Sun Pirates were released, but Eren and the others were captured as soon as they arrived. They probably thought that face was more important, so they asked to be released. But is Shawn a good-natured person? Shawn gritted his teeth and said, "So what if I don't let them go? Not only will I not let them go, I will kill them later. What can you do?" Sengoku on the opposite side reprimanded, "Do you want to go to a military court? You are disobeying your superiors' orders. And Garp is almost here." Shawn laughed angrily, "Order. You can't let Lousy realize the justice in his heart, so why should Lousy listen to you? I will give you another chance. I would ideally lock them up for life. If you ignore my request, I will kill a few trash fish immediately, and then go to the Grand Line to kill Jinbei. As for the Garp you mentioned, I'm not sure I can kill him, but it's impossible for anyone to catch Lousy in this sea. If you don't believe it, you can try it." After a moment of silence from the phone bug, a furious voice came, "Are you threatening me? I am still Fleet Admiral." Shawn also roared back, "This is a threat. Either let Lousy be a Marine and carry out justice, or Lousy will run to your headquarters every day and pull down 180 meteorites a day to hit you. Don't doubt, I can do it. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it now. Either Lousy becomes a Marine, or Lousy kills those seafood and enters the New World to become a pirate, breaking the upcoming balance." There was a period of silence next, although Senguo was not sure what Shawn's current combat strength was. But listening to his confident tone, it was probably true. If it was true, it would be troublesome. One bad decision, and another Emperor-level pirate appeared. And Shawn actually knows the difficulties of the Warring States period. After all, Marine is just a subsidiary of the world government. But what does it have to do with him? If he makes a mistake and doesn't want to take responsibility, he wants to take the blame. Lousy is so strong but he is not a well-behaved major. Young people who grew up under the red flag always have a heartfelt disgust for such injustices. Wouldn't it be nice for everyone to live in harmony? And the reason why he dared to criticize the Warring States period so much. I am also confident, because I got a plot point after rescuing Bellemare just yesterday. Shawn couldn't hold it anymore, so he opened the lottery and got a skill that he could use freely. Open black lens bracket host, Shawn. Advertisement. S*X. Male. Age. 20. Combat strength. 16,080 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Heavy Fruit. Change. Armed Color Haki Max, Wisdom Color Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max. Skills. Prayer, Swordsmanship, Purification, Teleportation, Change. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munekika, a box of beer, a change of clothes. Plot points. 239. That's right, that's the teleportation skill. Teleportation. Modification. You can leave a mark under any building. After marking, you can teleport anytime and anywhere. The farther you go, the greater the physical consumption. P.S. The magical skills of a time management master. Close black lens bracket. As for the last sentence, although I felt something was wrong, I ignored it. This is Shawn's capital that dares to challenge warring states, except for the ignorant I am. There will no longer be any threats to you on the sea, just immune to death. He can immediately teleport away and receive treatment. Even if he has a bug ability like sugar, he will not panic if he turns himself into a toy. Learn more about purification. Doesn't go mean that you are afraid of trouble. How can you live up to your own sense of justice if you can let go of this group of rubbish pirates? Being poor cares themselves, being wealthy cares the world. This is a saying in the world of the past. When I have no ability, I will be stubborn. When I have the ability, I will wander around the world. The two little ones, feeling Shawn's low-pressure aura, were trembling a little. Nami was thinking in her little mind, Shawn is so powerful that he dares to threaten Fleet Admiral. He seems to only have the rank of Major. Just as the time was approaching, Shawn was about to hang up the phone. A burst of hearty laughter came from not far away. PFF ha 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 ha. Turning around, he saw an elderly Marine wearing a dog head hat, a white suit, and a coat of justice. In an instant, Shawn recognized who the other party was. He turned to the two little ones and said, "You go back first and tell the villagers not to come out no matter what they hear." Seeing Shawn's serious instructions, the two children didn't dare to be shy, so they quickly turned around and ran back to the village to inform the adults. It turns out that warring states had just quietly informed Garp and asked Garp to test Shawn's strength. An old man and a young man looked at each other, and the war might be about to break out. Chapter 14 Shawn vs Garp. Kid, warring states asked me to test your strength. What do you think? Do you really have the strength? Garp looked at the lazy young man across from him with a relaxed expression. He didn't have much respect for the world government. So he was in favor of Shawn resolutely dealing with the pirates. It's just that he is in a high position in Marine, so there are some things that are inconvenient for him to do. Moreover, the water between the factions in Marine and the world government is too deep for him, an old comrade, to grasp. At this time, Sengoku's roar came from the phone. Garp. You be **********************, didn't I tell you not to say that I asked you to go? Shawn stood up lazily and threw the phone bug to Bogart, who was following Garp not far away. Said. You'd better stay away. After all, few people can stay awake without me suppressing them. Garp waved his hand and said. Don't underestimate him, he is very strong. Come on, let me see what you are capable of. Hearing this, Shawn no longer had a lazy look on his face, and immediately stopped suppressing his momentum. Crunch. I saw that Shawn's energy and spirit had undergone tremendous changes, and the ground around him also cracked with spiderweb-like cracks. Hey, are you kidding me? Only then did Bogart understand the meaning of what Shawn just said. Bogart gradually started to tremble a little, and big beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he quickly retreated. It seemed that an earth-shattering battle was going to happen here. Garp only felt that this momentum was very familiar, just like when he faced Roger. Kid, it seems that you are the real overlord. Why would someone like you come to join Marine? What kind of plans do you have for Ace? Let's have a fight. I don't want to be underestimated. I'll tell you after the fight. After Shawn finished speaking, he raised his hand towards Garp and pressed it slightly. Hell Brigade. Boom. A huge sinkhole with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly appeared where Garp was standing. And Garp also noticed it when Shawn took action and jumped away in advance. He clenched his fist and rushed straight towards Shawn, yelling, Iron Fist. Shawn was completely honest, and he stepped forward with cherry blossom-colored domineering energy wrapped around his hand. Boom. Advertisement. They saw the ground cracking inch by inch, and then there was a loud noise and the ground sank several meters. And Shawn sighed secretly, because he was forced to sink slowly by Garp's fist. Immediately, he no longer hid his clumsiness, and saw red and black arcs wrapped around him. A whip kick was thrown with his right leg, and Garp's left hand wrapped around an orange domineering block. Boom. There was another thunderous noise, and the land around the two people for several hundred meters was cracked and suspended in the air by the shock wave. Garp's eyes lit up after taking the kick. Hey kid, your Conqueror's entanglement is amazing. Aren't you a devil fruit user? Because on the sea, there is a consensus among the top experts, the possessor of Conqueror's domineering power may be able to use the entanglement technique. But after eating the devil fruit, it will be very difficult to become a master with both mind and body skills. Only Shanks has reached this level in the original work. The most important thing is the heart. Only by believing in oneself, not relying on external objects, and with strong physique and skills can one achieve the state of dominance. The Conqueror's entanglement is more than 10 times stronger than the others. Returning to the battle, Shawn replied calmly, let's talk about it after the fight. Repulsion. After saying that, he quickly bullied himself forward. Under the effect of the repulsive force, Shawn's explosive power was greatly improved. It was so fast that Garp almost didn't react. He received another whip from the front and flew nearly a kilometer away. Not long after, Garp came back, his fists more domineering, and he also punched Shawn away. So he wrapped around Haki and rushed forward, and Garp hard steel. After all, he is also a person who has been injected with genetic medicine. After so many years of training, his physique has become extremely strong. But Garp deserves to be a 50-50 rival to Roger. The color of the weapon is hard and seems to have a sharp edge. Shawn was at a disadvantage after the fight. Both of them knew that this battle was just an ordinary sparring match. So I didn't even make a move, but I was able to get a glimpse of Madara's full view, and probably knew the opponent's strength. The reason why Shawn used his ability a little bit from the beginning and then stopped using it was because it was too buggy. If he drew his sword and used his power unscrupulously, the island would be gone, so the two started fighting with fists and feet. This hand-to-hand fight between fists and kicks lasted all day and night, with both sides restraining themselves in that area. Advertisement. Although there would be thunderous roars from time to time, the villagers were quite worried at first. It was only after Bogart explained it to the villagers that they found out that the marine guy was competing with the marine hero, Garp. I no longer pay attention to it. After all, if you are far away, you can't see it, and if you are close, you will be affected. In a fist fight, both of them were knocked back by each other. Garp panted slightly. Although his strength has not declined, his physical strength is not as good as before. Shawn was also panting, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, old man, you can't do it anymore, I didn't even pull out the knife. After hearing this, Garp was not annoyed, but said happily, yes, I am getting older and my physical strength is a little bit behind me. Seeing this, Shawn cursed secretly that he was ignorant, no matter what the old man's descendants did. But he is a hero who has devoted his life to Marine. He is a simple marine who refuses high status. This is not something I can ridicule. This comparison makes me look petty. So he took a deep breath and bowed slightly. Sorry, I didn't mean to mock you, it's just that Sengoku's request made me too angry. PFF'd. Garp smiled heartily, walked over and put his arm on Shawn's shoulder. You and I can't show our strength here, so we can just fight for a while. There is no need to win or lose between us. Quote. You are a good kid. I will tell you about it during the Warring States period. Hearing this, Shawn also knew that the story had changed, so he said, let's go to eat. I've been hungry all day, and the food here is also delicious. So the two left Bogart, who was dozing nearby, and walked towards the village. It was evening at this time, and the two of them walked into the village. The villagers saw that the upper body clothes of the old man and the young man were all in tatters, as if they had been bitten by a dog. He was also a little surprised, but he didn't ask anything. Both of them were powerful marines. Isn't it normal to smash your clothes? So I quickly stepped forward to say hello. Finally they bought a lot of food and headed to the Belmer family's orange grove. As soon as they put down the food, the two started eating with great enthusiasm. Nami and others looked on with shocked expressions. This is too delicious. After all, it is said in the sea that those who can eat are not necessarily strong, but those who are strong can certainly eat. P.S. Like Garp, they may be physically weaker, but their strength will not drop too much. This is said by Oda. It seems to mean that there are young people in society who do not respect the elderly, so they put the old people in peace or set to be strong old people, so in the future, these old people will be strong, so don't fight me. Chapter 15 Conversation. After a long time, after having enough wine and food, Garp looked at Shawn and said, then let's talk about the previous problem. As he said this, he looked at the two little ones that Nami and Nokigao were still eating. Shawn waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I didn't do anything shameful. The two little ones, who were originally prepared to be driven away, did not leave after hearing this, and quietly raised their ears to listen to the conversation between the two. So, why would a man like you join Marine, and you're just a major in Donghai? And Ace. Before Garp could finish speaking, Shawn interrupted. Stop, let's ask questions one at a time. First of all, I don't want to be a man like this man. I am just an ordinary person. I hate people who ignore life and people who do not follow order. Furthermore, I hate the garbage in the sea that kills innocent people and oppresses civilians. Maybe there are pure adventurers in this sea, but I know that they are only as many as Conqueror's owners. First joined Marine for no other reason than to feel unhappy. As for why I came out now, it's because I was afraid of death before. I felt like I wasn't strong enough, so I kept developing. Now I'm almost strong enough, and I also have life-saving skills, so I decided to show my cards and stop pretending. I can say with certainty that no one in this sea can catch me, not even sea towers or rocks. Are you satisfied with this answer? The two little ones and Garp on the side looked dumbfounded when they heard this answer. Shouldn't the strong be tempered in times of crisis? And why can this person say that he is afraid of death without any psychological burden? I originally thought it was for some noble reason, such as clearing the East Daxia Sea. Seeing the expressions of several people, Shawn understood what they were thinking and said, why do you think fear of death is a bad thing? Garp hesitated and said, the possessor of Conqueror's domineering spirit has the courage, it shouldn't be like this. Shawn sneered and said, then what do you think? Is it better to think about fighting for the king and hegemony every day? Those who ignore life and don't respect life, do you think you can reach the top? Stop joking. Not to mention the past, as far as my domineering body is concerned, only Shanks in the entire sea can match it. Do you think people just want to be one piece? Don't be ridiculous, he just inherited his captain's will. What he wants to do is the same as Roger. I'm afraid of death, but I'm not afraid of trouble, so whenever I encounter a scumbag in the past 2 years, I won't hesitate to take action. Advertisement. I'm just rational. I know I'm not strong enough to go to the new world. I want to live longer. But if I go to sea early in the morning and encounter an accident, do you think what will happen to this village under the dragon pirates? The best outcome is that they have been doing evil for many years and other pirates come and defeat them. Then will anyone in this village still believe Marine? After saying that, he looked at Nami, who shook his head and then looked at Garp. Look, do you still think that fear of death is a bad thing? I respect life. Garp's mind was already buzzing when Shawn mentioned Shanks and Roger. Seeing Shawn stop talking, he quickly said, do you know Roger's purpose? Shawn stretched out his hand noncommittally and pointed to the sky. Just when the two little ones were confused, Garp's expression changed drastically. So, joining Marine is the way for you. Ha, I'm not that great. I just want to do what I can, marry a wife and have 2 children in the future, but this requires the strength to protect myself, that's all. Garp pondered for a moment, then that's the end of the story, and Ace, what is your purpose for him? Shawn knew that this was Garp's biggest concern. He touched his chin and said, whether you believe it or not, I only know Ace by chance. You can rest assured that I have no ill intentions towards him. I just want him to join Marine. Alas, you don't understand the inner world of a rebellious boy at all. He is withdrawn and confused. I just provided him with a direction. Garp thought about it, and it seemed like this was the case. This person just wanted Ace to be a Marine, and Ace even asked him to teach him. Then he said with a confused look on his face, then why would a strong man like you hear that a leg was broken, but now you are fine at all? Shawn was happy. Of course, it was impossible to tell Garp that he was just faking it. After all, Garp had no clue. If Ace found out that he was fooling him by pretending to be lame, he would probably hate himself to death for deceiving him into so many tears. So he said earnestly, I just awakened an ability later, the ability to heal. After speaking, he raised his hand and waved to Garp, and a light yellow light burst out from his body, accompanied by a few starlights. Garp recovered from the minor injuries he sustained in the previous battle in the blink of an eye. Garp was dumbfounded. Didn't this kid have multiple fruits? How could he still be cured? Seeing Garp's question, Shawn quickly said, don't look at me, I don't know. Maybe this is my innate ability, just like the fishman can control water. Advertisement. Garp obviously felt that Shawn was talking nonsense, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was too young and too strong. So you deliberately caused an accident. Shawn waved his hand. Hey, you are thinking too much, I just want to see Roger's descendants. The accident is real, but I bet my legs on the new era, well, just like Shanks. Shanks broke his arm, but it's not too much for me to break my leg, right? You said that you, the dignified Lieutenant General, actually made your grandson want to be a pirate. It would be great to go over and break my arm early. Tisk, what a pity. Later, I felt that my lack of legs might not be enough for combat, so I ate the devil fruit, and then I awakened my healing ability. Garp's face turned green when he heard this. Why would it be better to go there and cut off his arm as soon as possible? I bet you just copied Shanks in the past. After thinking about this, I thought about why this kid knew so many things, so I asked Shawn what else he knew about Shanks. Shawn looked at Garp like a fool, until Garp felt uncomfortable and said, I know about your grandson from the villagers' mouths. As for Shanks, words. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, don't look at it, he is just a relatively powerful pirate now, after 2 years. In 2 years, he will be like the 3 monsters in New World. He will dominate the New World and form a 4-cornered opposition. There will not be many people or things on his ship, but he will sail in Roger's way. They are all elites. Quote. Garp also looked pensive when he heard this, thinking about the purpose of the man who led Luffy to become a pirate. Although Garp doesn't like to use his brain, he is definitely not stupid. Since Shanks is inheriting Roger's legacy, maybe he wants to do the same thing as Roger. So in the end, he wanted to bring Luffy into his camp. But now Luffy is clearly just a brat who knows nothing and can't see his potential. Then he asked Shawn the question. Shawn could only say, don't worry, Shanks is a rare hero on the sea. He fears and respects life. Otherwise, they might have died when they were first provoked by the bandits. He won't hurt your grandson. Luffy's big nerves are very consistent with the ability to awaken, the same ability as Roger. Maybe this is the reason why Shanks bet his arm. Hearing this, Garp asked curiously, what ability? Chapter 16 Farewell. Garp looked curious and asked, what ability? I saw Shawn slowly spit out, listen to the sound of all things. Garp quickly denied, it's impossible. Even Roger didn't know what the triggering conditions for this ability were. Who knows? Shawn shrugged and continued, why else would Shanks bet? Oops, I'm sleepy. I'm going to rest. Remember to report to the old man from the Warring States period. Those who keep the fish will not keep me. After saying that, he turned to look at Nami, you should go to bed quickly. There will be a lot of special training tomorrow. You had a day of rest yesterday. When Nami saw this, she could only respond with a sullen face, I know. Seeing this, Nuo Chigao covered her mouth and snickered. This sister has been weird since she was a child, and finally someone can cure her. Seeing Shawn's leaving figure, the 2 little ones quickly followed. They would definitely not be happy to be left alone with this old man who didn't seem very smart, because they also understood that some Marines wanted Shawn to be released. Shawn refused to let go, so the 2 had a fight. So in their hearts, Shawn is so different. Watching them leave, Garp could only sigh and took out his phone to call Sengoku. As soon as the connection was connected, Sengoku's voice came from the other side. Garp, are you getting the results? Ah, I have been fighting with him for a day. This kid is very mysterious and powerful, but he should have a good impression of Marine. The premise is not to push him into the pirate camp, otherwise. Warring States pondered for a moment and said, so what he said is true. It's really a headache. The sea has been too turbulent in the past 2 years. Forget it. You can send those fishmen to the city. I will go back to Jinbei to tell you. Quote. No problem, but I have to go home after delivery, and Ace is still waiting. Warring States on the other side raised his forehead and said, do as you like, but don't stay too long. You still need to be intimidated before the new pattern comes out. I'll give you a long vacation after those monsters are finished. Then Sengoku and Garp discussed the issue of Shawn's ownership. Garp advocated letting things go, and Warring States felt that this kind of combat power should not be nestled in the East Daxia Sea, but should stay at home. Neither of them could convince the other. We can only ask Shawn himself the next day. Early in the morning, Garp found Shawn and decisively sold Warring States. He said that warring states wanted him to go to the headquarters, but he didn't dare to push too hard, so he asked Garp to find out. Advertisement. Shawn was also happy to hear this, feeling that in a high position he really couldn't help himself. So I agreed. If I want to wander around, and when I don't have the strength to transcend everything, the choice of camp is very important. Garp has to send everyone from the Dragon Pirates to Impel Down, and he has to take a vacation to teach Ace. So I made an agreement with Shawn that Ace would come here to pick him up after he finished teaching him. During this time, Shawn would teach Nami. Time flies by like a flash, and 2 months fly by. Garp also came to Cocoa West Village again. Shawn also said goodbye to Badno. He was staying here on his own vacation. During this period, I also went back to Shimotsuki Village. Kuina and Zoro also grew up a bit and became a little stronger. After saying goodbye to all his relatives and friends, Shawn devoted himself to teaching Nami for 2 months, and Noki also joined in during high school. According to her, Nami will definitely go to sea to realize her dream in the future, so she will protect this village. On the day of separation, it was rare for Shawn not to call the 2 little ones to get up. He only left a note, a bundle of navigation knowledge books brought by Garp, and a little Bailey. Although he didn't trick Nami into joining Marine like he tricked Ace, he didn't get many plot points. But Shawn wants to understand one thing in his heart. The auxiliary system is auxiliary after all. If the little girl who lives a good life is forced to join Marine for the sake of plot points, that means he is not taking advantage of the system, but becoming a puppet of the system. Besides, he doesn't get many plot points this time, but it's still a gain, right? Just like this, he quietly stepped onto Garp's warship. Not long after Shawn left, Belmire, who came back from the Orange Grove, saw what Shawn left behind and quickly woke up the 2 little ones. Nami climbed out of bed sleepily. When she saw the things placed in the living room, but Shawn was not there, she immediately became nervous. Belmire, where is Shawn? Let's go. Belmire lit a cigarette and said slowly, I thought he would take you to Marine, so he taught you. It seems that he wants to leave the choice to you. Although Nokigao was a little sad, he also said, he may think that Nami will not be a Marine, after all, Nami is so rebellious. Seeing Nami's mouth pursed and her eyes slightly misty, as if she was about to cry, Belmire quickly handed her the note left by Shawn. Every encounter in the journey of life may not have an ending, but it has its meaning. Parting is not a forever farewell. Every parting is for a better encounter next time. After reading, you should exercise well and do what you want to do. I look forward to seeing you grow at sea in the future. Remember what I taught you, don't wear revealing clothes when you grow up. Quote. After reading it, Nami cried, wow, and threw herself into Belmire's arms and cried loudly. For a long time, under the comfort of Nochigao and Belmire, Nami gradually stopped crying and said, Shawn is so annoying. Why do you think First won't join Marine? I have decided that when I grow up, First will join Marine. Belmire smiled happily when he saw this, but he still tried to keep a straight face and said, oh. Little Nami wants to be a Marine. It's not that easy. You have to work hard. Advertisement. Yeah, Najigao, let's go exercise. ... On the other side, Shawn was lying on the deck taking a nap with Garp when he suddenly heard a voice in his head. Congratulations to host, you got 1000 plot points. Congratulations to host, you got 1000 plot points. ... Shawn, who was awakened by the dense noise, opened the panel. Open black lens bracket host, Shawn. S**X, male. Age, 20. Combat strength, 16,080 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Heavy Fruit. Change. Armed Color Haki Max. Wisdom Color Haki Max. Conqueror's Haki Max. Skills. Prayer, Swordsmanship, Teleportation, Change. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munekika. A box of beer, a change of clothes. Plot point. 70,428. Shawn was shocked to see so many plot points. What the hell, why do so many plot points suddenly appear, and there are still 1 or 2 more points in my mind. Thinking about the ways to obtain it, Zoro himself has not changed it, and he doesn't know how to change it. Ace has changed. He always earns a small amount of money every day. Perhaps it is only because he has grown up and experienced so much that he earns more money. Now these are obviously not provided by Ace, and the answer is ready to come out, Nami. Shawn almost jumped up in surprise when he thought of this. Unexpectedly, after he left, Nami decided to change her original trajectory. Although I don't know what she wants to do, she definitely doesn't want to be a pirate. I can only visit her next time I go back to the East Daxia Sea. Then I thought that maybe it was because of the protagonist group that there were so many plot points. Suddenly, I felt a pity that my younger brother didn't have a tragic fate either, so I didn't know how to change it. Misstep. Chapter 17 Marine Headquarters. ... After several days of sailing, we finally arrived at Marine's headquarters, Marineland. Although there are more than 70,000 plot points, Shawn decided to save 100,000 before using them. After all, there is a guarantee for 10 draws in a row, which is the consensus. When I actually saw Malinfando, I was truly shocked. It looks like a small building in the anime, but here you can see the huge city wall towering like a shield. There are warships parked in the inner bay and the pier as far as the eye can see. Damn it, Aokiji was able to freeze such an exaggerated area of the sea, but he couldn't defeat the Red Dog. It was outrageous. On the way to Sengoku's office by Garp, I saw many Marines walking in a hurry along the way. He sighed and said, "The guys here are much more diligent than ours." "It's not bad," Garp turned his head and said seriously, "try not to conflict with Sengoku later, he also has his difficulties." Shawn waved his hands indifferently. After a while, I arrived at Zongguo's office and opened the door. There are 4 people in the office, Sengoku, he, Sakazuki and Kuzan. As soon as they entered the door, the 4 of them looked at Shawn. To his surprise, Sakazuki actually smiled at him. If you think about it, you'll know what's going on. Although this person is not very likable in anime. This is the real iron-blooded soldier. Reality is not an anime, and Shawn can't hate such a person. Crack. It was Garp who dug out the senbei from the Warring States period, and then broke the brief silence. Seeing Sengoku's face darken, Garp was amused. "Sengoku, don't be so stingy, this white-haired brat is much more powerful than Jinbei." Warring States still had a bad look on his face. "I know, but he disrespects me very much." At this time, he also stood up. Strong people have strong tempers, not to mention their own ideas of justice. After that, he looked at Kuzan and Sakazuki, and they just pretended not to see it. Xiao En felt enlightened. It seemed that the factional war between the two people was already starting to take shape. "Hey kid, which general do you want to join? I believe you know all the current generals." The remaining one, Porsalino, who is not here, went to New World to support the G1 branch. Let me think. Advertisement. Several people didn't bother him, they just looked at him quietly. In fact, Shawn was already prepared in his heart. If he wanted to be more free, of course he would join the Yellow Monkey. His ambiguous justice suited him best. Because now Kuzan and Sakazuki's subordinates must have various secret fights, which is a conflict of justice concepts. Although the problem was not big, he was still afraid of trouble. After thinking for a long time, he said, "I want to join General Porsalino's command." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was a little surprised. They thought that Shawn had to punish the pirates, and he would more or less have the same bad taste as Sakazuki. Or Kuzan, who gets along well with civilians, but the choice of Porsalino was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. "Kid, can you explain this?" After hearing Sengoku's question, Shawn slowly said, "There is no special reason. Because the world is so big, I want to go for a walk, and my mobility is good, so that's why." HMPH. Sakazuki lit a cigar in his mouth and said with an unhappy face, "That guy is too lazy, you just want to be lazy. If you have the strength, you should follow me to kill pirates." Shawn was not embarrassed when his secret was exposed. "That's what you think, but it's also my freedom to be with Porsalino." HMPH, I'm not Sengoku. You should be respectful when you speak to your superiors, otherwise I don't mind teaching the disobedient Marine a lesson. The remaining people watched the conflict between the two with great interest, as if they were not worried at all about the two fighting. Shawn also discovered this situation and probably knew what was going on. He just wanted to see his general's strength. However, you can't be criticized for no reason. Shawn, super strong. What? I want to take a black and white photo of you and take it out to look at from time to time to show respect for your superiors. Veins popped up on Sakazuki's forehead, and the temperature on his body gradually increased. "Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize." Shawn also lost his lazy look, and his momentum was released. Irregular cracks appeared on the walls and furniture of the entire office due to a pressure. "What? Can't afford to play. Lousy, put it down here. Everyone here, no one can catch Lousy. Don't play such boring tricks, just fight if you want. Lousy, how can a major like him let so many people block him?" Everyone present was shocked. This momentum was clearly that of the highest-end conquerors, on the same level as Roger. There was a slight drop of sweat on Kuzan's forehead. "Hey. Are you kidding me?" Seeing this, Sakazuki could no longer bear it. "Kid. You are too arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, his fists were filled with lava and he rushed towards Shawn. Advertisement. Shawn didn't hide when he saw this, smiled slightly, and waved to Sakazuki, "Spread the oil." I saw a burst of blue light emerging from Shawn's body, and with a whoosh sound, he disappeared completely. Everyone present looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Garp. Garp bit the senbei and said, "Don't look at me, I don't know. I only know that he has a talent for healing." It seems that what he said no one caught him as true. Sengoku frowned and said, "This is really troublesome. He is strong and cannot be caught. If he goes against Marine." Garp interrupted Sengoku and said, "Don't worry, that kid is not a bad person. I can guarantee this. You can't become suspicious just because someone else is strong." He also added, "Besides, there are not many problem teenagers in Marine. Which of the 3 generals doesn't have a weird personality?" The mentioned problem boys Sakazuki and Kuzan had strange expressions on their faces. At this moment, another flash of blue light flashed where Shawn had just been standing. I saw Shawn holding a bag in his hand and biting a donut. Seeing Garp's stunned look, he spoke in advance when he saw that he wanted to speak. That's right, it's what you thought, I touched it on your warship. Ah, how dare you steal my donuts. After saying that, he wanted to rush forward, but was stopped by he. Don't you also have the Sengoku Senbei in your hand? Hearing this, Garp felt embarrassed for a moment, but after a moment he felt confident. He is Fleet Admiral, and I am a Lieutenant General. What's wrong with eating him a senbei? Sengoku quickly interrupted Garp's quibbling. Okay, let's get down to business. After saying that, he looked at Shawn. So did you go to Garp's warship just now? Shawn regained his laziness and walked to sit down not far from Sakazuki. He casually took a cigar from Sakazuki's breast pocket, took out a lighter from the system space and lit it. Ignoring Sakazuki's low-pressure mood throughout. Let you be fierce lousy. Then he looked at Warring States. That's why I said, no one can catch me. Don't think about Halushi, that won't work either, I can go anywhere I've been at any time. Don't tempt me, Lousy just wants to be an ordinary marine. You can do whatever you want. I am also a righteous person. Maybe my ideas are different, but aren't they all righteous? That's it, let's wait until General Porcelino comes back to talk about anything else. Quote. After that, he walked to the door, opened the gate of opening, looked at a soldier and said, take me to the dormitory, I'm sleepy. The soldier looked at Warring States, who nodded, and then left with Shawn. Chapter 18 Zephyr. The reason why Shawn is so promiscuous is not only because he is confident in his own strength, but also because he does not want to get involved in the disputes between factions. He knew that Aokiji and Akainu would have a battle in the future, but it was okay now. After all, the Warring States period was still there, and they also checked and balanced each other. They all want to realize the justice in their hearts, and once he joins any party, their battle will be advanced. Because without a fight in advance, the faction with Shawn will only grow stronger. But because he knew about their conflict of ideas, Shawn didn't want to destroy the balance between them. What if there is a fight and someone quits Marine? It will be Marine's loss. So I can only use this attitude to show that I don't want to get involved. On the way to the dormitory with Shawn, the Marine passed by a training ground and Shawn stopped to watch. There are about 50 recruits running circles in the training ground. Their instructor is an old man with purple hair, wearing glasses, and a gentle face. He looks like a scholar. Shawn slapped his forehead and remembered who this person was. Zephyr, the never-kill general, is a legendary and tragic man. He became a Marine general in his 30s, but he never killed any enemy. When he was in his 40s, he was retaliated by pirates and his family was killed by pirates. Although he began to hate pirates, he did not defeat him. He was still a person full of hope. Later, he turned around and surrendered to the education industry, cultivating talents one after another for Marine. The 3 current generals, including most of the current lieutenant generals, are his students. Later, he once took the recruit to the sea for internship, but was attacked by the pirates Weevil and Miss Bajan. Only 2 of his beloved students survived, and he also lost an arm. But although he was sad, he still believed that Marine would help him arrest the pirates who hurt his students. 5 years later, with the help of scientists, Halushi's robotic arm, Crusher, was built. Not long after, a pirate guerrilla was even formed to capture pirates and make their final contribution to Marine. The turning point happened a few years later, when Zephyr, who was already in his 70s, learned that the pirate who killed his student and broke his arm was invited by the world government to join the 7 warlords of the sea. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. At this point, Zephyr was full of strong doubts and distrust of Marine, and resolutely quit Marine to establish Neo Marine. With the goal of annihilating all pirates, he even took away the Dinah Rock advertisement. But in the end, he was stopped by Luffy. Even at the last moment of his life, Zephyr, who was attacked, still did not forget to teach his lieutenant general and general student. Thinking of this, Shawn sighed, would it be stupid not to kill the pirates? Perhaps only Zephyr himself knows this question. In this pirate world, faith is something more precious than life. Once belief collapses, it will become extremely scary. Zephyr is an example. Step by step, the senior leaders of the world government destroyed the faith of the kind old man in front of him. When Shawn saw Ain and Bins, he knew it was this one. He made up his mind to change the old man's original fate, regardless of whether there was a plot point reward or not. Having grown up under a red flag, he simply could not watch such a sunny and kind old sailor fall into darkness. Shawn, who was thinking about how to participate in this incident, was also discovered by Zephyr. Zephyr felt it slightly and knew that this young man was very powerful, no weaker than himself. What's wrong with him just looking at me with pity? Upon seeing this, the sailor in charge of leading Shawn immediately stepped forward to salute, and then pulled Shawn. Major Shawn, this is the chief instructor of our headquarters, former General Mr. Zephyr. Shawn came back to his senses. Mr. Zephyr, I'm sorry, I just saw that you were a little distracted. Ha, funny little kid, why, you are so strong, can the training here impress you? Don't be kidding, who doesn't know that your students are all over the top of Marine? There must be something worth learning from your training methods. Shawn thought this might be an opportunity, so he continued. I heard that every class of students will go overseas for internship, so I have a humble request, that is, can you take me with you next time you take them overseas? I'd like to visit too. Zephyr raised his eyebrows and said, it's just a group of brats catching little pirates. What's there to see? Hey, that's not right. After all, first joined Marine half-heartedly. I don't know much about Marine's abilities yet, so I just wanted to come and have a look, okay. Zephyr pondered for a moment and then said, okay, let's take you with me. If you don't have a mission then, you will go to sea in about a week. You can ask your boss for leave. Zephyr agreed that he actually had his own plans in mind. He knew that Shawn was the super rookie who could play inextricably with Garp. I also know that he has a conflict of ideas with Sengoku and other Marine senior leaders, so I brought him along so that I can get to know him well. With his ability, he will definitely be promoted soon after he comes to the headquarters. If he is a good person, he can recommend a few students to join him. Well, it should be fine. It's strong but not too shaky. Shawn's face lit up when he heard this. Well, Mr. Zephyr, I'll go back first. I just came to the headquarters and I didn't even find the dormitory. I'll come find you early tomorrow morning. Okay, you go. In this way, Shawn ended his first conversation with Zephyr hastily. After returning to the dormitory, Shawn immediately lay down on the bed and went to sleep. After all, sleeping on the sea is not as comfortable as on land. Advertisement. Headquarters Fleet Admiral Office. The atmosphere at this time was a bit subtle, and the faces of several big bosses were a bit ugly. Because they had contacted Porcelino just now, Sakas basically thought that Porcelino would not be interested in Shawn and would not let him join his staff. After all, Porcelino's character is eccentric. You could call him lazy, but he also completes every task very well. Let's say he is motivated, and he would rather lead his subordinates to be Vegapunk bodyguards, so I really can't understand what Porcelino is thinking. Although Shawn is a thorn in the side, there is no doubt that he is Marine's top combat power. When he comes to the Grand Line, he will definitely be promoted with his strength. Even Sakazuki has to admit this. The conflict between Sakazuki and Aokiji has intensified over the years, and Sengoku has grown older. If Shawn joins his faction, it will be much easier to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral in the future. Kuzan thought so too, and Warring States was wondering why Porcelino was uncharacteristically willing to get this thorn in his head. So the three people with their own thoughts are thinking about it. After all, Shawn's potential is too great, and he can become so strong just in the East Daxia Sea. Think about Luffy's protagonist group. If they don't fight with strong men to hone their skills and upgrade, their combat power when they first go to sea is simply eye-catching. That's why I pay so much attention to Shawn, who has only stayed in the East Daxia Sea, but has unparalleled strength and strange abilities. Garp and he sat aside and watched the three of them. After a long time, the great consultant Crane broke the silence. I think it's better to just let nature take its course. He is still a young man, so don't rush him. Judging from the information I know, he is just a lazy person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed in Donghaiwo for so long. As for Porcelino, he probably just thought he had met someone of the same kind, and that would be the end of it. Quote. When Warring States heard this, he didn't think much about it and could only sigh. Although he was a fleet admiral, it was really difficult to interfere in these matters. Originally, he wanted Shawn to join the Kuzan camp. But there is no need to plan now. Shawn has no intention of joining the faction fight. This already involves the four top combat powers of the three generals and Shawn, and they really can't be moved casually. Only when I thought of this did I understand what he meant by letting nature take its course. Akainu and Aokiji had different ideas, but they were always colleagues. If either side has Shawn, the balance between them will be destroyed. After thinking about it, Sengoku immediately said, that's it, Sakazuki, you go to New World and exchange Porcelino back. Chapter 19 Shawn started to fill the cup from this chapter. Early the next morning, Shawn had a good sleep. When he woke up, he asked about the location of the canteen and went to the canteen. After arriving at the cafeteria, Shawn met two acquaintances. A woman wearing a dark red women's suit with pink hair. Although beautiful, Shawn took a glance and was no longer here. A man wearing an open vest, white hair, and a cigar in his mouth, looking like a street kid. Astonishingly, it's Black Hina and White Hunter Smoker. The two of them looked at Shawn with a feeling, and had no intention of going there. After all, they didn't know each other yet. The cafeteria was overcrowded early in the morning, and after finishing his meal, Shawn couldn't find a seat for a while. Come here, there's still room here. Hearing the sound, he turned his head and saw that it was Smoker's table. Shawn didn't have any ink left, so he went directly over and sat next to Hina. Although Shawn looks a little aloof and avoids strangers, he is also a good young man of the new era. Who wants to sit with this street kid? After sitting down and saying hello and saying each other's names, Shawn, who didn't know what to say, buried his head in eating. Just when Shawn was halfway through eating, Smoker across from him spoke. Are you the Shawn from Donghai? I heard that you are very strong. Do you want to spar? Hina also tilted her head and looked at Shawn. Hina also heard Grandma he say about you, saying that you have a difficult temper, is that true? Hearing this, Shawn looked at Hina with a dark look on his face. Don't listen to her nonsense. It was them who provoked me, otherwise I would have a very good temper. Hina wants to see how strong you are. Can you fight Hina too? Forget it, you two are too weak. In my normal state, you can't even stand firmly. This is not a boast, because Shawn is deliberately restraining his aura now, and his normal state after relaxing is that his domineering energy is exuded anytime and anywhere. After hearing this, Smoker became uneasy. How come Lousy is also a person with Logia's ability, so he won't be able to stand? You're kidding. Advertisement. And what do you mean by not answering my question and ignoring me just now? So he stood up and said loudly, don't be ridiculous, we all have the rank of major, and you are a few years younger than us. Don't look down on us. Hina is also a little angry. Although you may be strong, brother, Hina is not weak either. After saying that, Hina also stood up. Shawn didn't reply and just ate his breakfast quietly. There was silence in the cafeteria, because they were all marine supernovas, so their words were heard. At this time, there was only the sound of Shawn chewing food. Just when Smoker was about to get angry, Shawn put down the plate. He took a tissue and wiped his mouth. Let's go, I want to go to Mr. Zephyr's place. After that, he turned around and walked out of the cafeteria. Hina and Smoker looked at each other and quickly followed. Only a group of sailors were left looking at each other, and then a burst of noise broke out. Did you hear that the silver-haired major is so cool? Yes, I heard it. He said that Major Smoker and Major Hina couldn't stand in front of him. They seem to have gone to the recruiting training ground. Do you want to go and see it together? Let's go together. Anyway, we don't have any missions yet. ... Just like that, a large group of soldiers from the Marine headquarters followed and marched to the recruit training ground. When Shawn came to the recruiting training ground, he saw that the recruits were still doing physical training, and Zephyr was watching from the side. As he walked forward to say hello, Zephyr saw the people following him and asked, what's wrong with them? Before Shawn could answer, Smoker responded with a bad temper. Teacher Zephyr, he said that Hina and I are too weak and can't stand firmly in front of him. That's right, Hina is angry now. The gap can't be that big. Zephyr understood. The two of them probably heard about Shawn somewhere. The two proud and arrogant people wanted to test each other's level, because they are both the best in Marine. Of course, they are only below the rank of Major General. Advertisement. During the recruiting training camp, both of them relied on their Devil Fruit abilities to win the top spot in that class. They probably thought that Shawn relied on Devil Fruit abilities just like them. Thinking of this, Zephyr was happy. He looked at Shawn and said, be gentle later. You see, there are so many colleagues here. If it is too simple, they will be laughed at. Hearing his teacher's words, Smoker, a street kid, became angry. Don't be merciful, use all your strength to attack me. Hina looked at Smoker like an idiot. Zephyr said like this, there is no doubt about Shawn's strength. She came over and was just a little annoyed by what Shawn said, saying that they were weak and couldn't stand firmly in front of Shawn, so she wanted to come over and have a look. Shawn touched his chin. Okay, it won't waste much time anyway, get ready, it will be embarrassing if you can't stand still. After the words fell, Shawn no longer restrained his momentum, and his whole aura changed. One moment he may have been just a difficult person to get along with, but at this moment, in the eyes of everyone, Shawn seemed to have become a cold-blooded king who eats people without spitting out their bones. Except for the people closest to Shawn, the recruits not far away and the veterans who came to watch the excitement suddenly felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that he seemed to have forgotten to breathe. In the end, his eyes turned white, like harvesting wheat, and he fainted backwards. The milder ones will just turn your eyes white and faint, while the more severe ones will foam at the mouth. Apart from Shawn, only Zephyr was still standing. Although Hina and Smoker did not faint, they collapsed on the ground and struggled to get up tremblingly. Smoker's whole body was even smoking, but there was nothing he could do. Seeing so many people fainting, Shawn was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, I was just trying to shock the people who came down to watch the fun, and I didn't notice the recruit. Ha 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 ha. Zephyr smiled heartily and said, it doesn't matter, these brats should accept the baptism of Conqueror's domineering spirit to make them realize the gap between themselves and the strong ones. Although I am also very strong, the cost of letting them see it is too high. Conquerors like you are more useful. Oh, no, this is probably just your momentum, and you haven't released conquerors yet. Quote. Shawn understood, it was because he wanted them to see the difference. Either they find an island to destroy, or they were beaten severely, and Zephyr hit him with all his strength. No one like them, the recruits, could survive. Like him, with just a little bit of momentum, they would know how big the gap was without taking action. Seeing Smoker and Hina's distracted expressions, Zephyr struck while the iron was hot and said, you see, this is the gap. Let's see if you are still complacent about having devil fruit abilities. Shawn looked at the cheerful Zephyr, feeling a little helpless, but also admired his mentality, so he became more determined and killed the sneak attack pig. Such a hero should not be miserable in his old age. Chapter 20 Going to Sea to Kill Pigs. The faces of the two people on the ground were blushing from embarrassment. When I was training before, although I thought the teacher was very strong, I didn't have a concrete idea. I always think that by developing my own abilities, one day I can be like the three generals and develop my abilities to the extreme. Then he will not lose to the domineering practitioners. But now I know, because they can't stand in front of a strong man of this level. Although Zephyr doesn't have conquerors, he is a strong man of the same era as Garp and Sengoku. Shawn nodded with satisfaction. I didn't lie to you, although I don't know why you are training under Mr. Zephyr and you don't even know how to be domineering. But you have to understand one thing. Only with strong personal abilities can you gain stronger devil fruit abilities. For example, Smoker, the 10 hands of Sea Tower Stone on your back, with all due respect, are just for the use of toys. After saying that, he squatted down and just picked it up, without covering his domineering energy. Although Shawn himself was not affected by the Halu Stone and could still use his abilities. But he can't really show it. Like the strong men in New World, even if they are trapped by the Sea Tower Stone, they can still break free with their own brute force. Shawn gave it a firm squeeze. Snapped. Smoker's 10 hands broke in response, making him look confused. Look, I'm also a devil fruit user. I'm a physically powerful person and I'm not afraid of you at all. Whenever you can break the Sea Tower Stone with your bare hands, then you can challenge me again. Seeing his two students looking thoughtful, Zephyr also felt happy. Hurry up and find other soldiers to help deal with this place. Tell the recruits to take a day off. I'm going to have a drink and chat with Shawn. Just like that, Hina and Smoker watched Zephyr pull Shawn away. He didn't care about the two people whose legs were still shaking. Hina has decided to work hard to train her body, strive to develop domineering power as soon as possible, and then go find that annoying Shawn. Smoker looked hesitant to speak. He really wanted to say that he would be beaten if he found someone. He was a very smart person just now, why now? But Smoker also realized his problem, maybe for people who are not strong or not domineering. His Logia is invincible, but as long as he meets someone who knows domineering and has strength, thinking about his own abilities, he is just like a target, and he will work hard to practice domineering after making up his mind. In this way, during the remaining time, Shawn also asked Warring States for 2 weeks of leave. Because the yellow monkey has to hand over work to the red dog, it takes almost 2 weeks to go back and forth. So Warring States approved Shawn's vacation. Although Shawn wanted to enter the system's training ground to continue practicing, he still restrained his impulse. Advertisement. He wants to lash out 10 times in a row. But even though he couldn't go, Shawn didn't miss the training. After breakfast every day, he went to the recruiting training camp to chat with Zephyr. But he will add gravity to himself, so the two of them will not make too much noise when fighting. After all, they are fighting with fists. And Shawn's name swept through the entire Marine headquarters like a hurricane. Both the senior management and the recruits knew that there was a monster in the headquarters, a real monster. At the age of 20, he is already the top combat force in the Marine headquarters. Some people wanted to say hello, but they stopped when they saw his expression of not being near strangers. This makes Shawn very helpless. He also likes to make friends, but others think that he will be a strict commander and dare not approach him. Except for Hina and Smoker, they are also on vacation during this time. They went to find Shawn at dawn and asked Shawn to add weight training to them. Zephyr was also happy to see that he was also thinking about making progress during his student vacation. 1 week will pass soon. It's also time for this recruiting training camp to go out for internships. Shawn came to the training ship early in the morning after washing up. Seeing Zephyr instructing the recruiter on many matters, he didn't bother him and moved a beach chair to the deck to bask in the sun. This time Shawn took out his knife, because Weevil must be really strong. Even though there was an attack and Zephyr's reason to protect the students, Zephyr was still defeated. Therefore, his strength should not be underestimated. Lang Guilong should be cautious. Not long after, Zephyr finished his training and the recruit came over. Aren't you just here to watch recruit? Why are you lazy here? Shawn raised his eyelids. Okay, I just want to be lazy. Zephyr smiled and didn't care. In this way, under the leadership of Zephyr, the training ship sailed on the sea. Looking for their target, a pirate group. Although these recruits suffered a lot of injuries during this process, they all completed the assessment indicators. Shawn also helped them recover from their injuries. Seeing Shawn's ability, Zephyr was also shocked. Although I already knew from Warring States that this boy's healing ability was similar to a talent, I still felt shocked. Because I have never seen such a powerful healing ability. Advertisement. As for the reasons given by Shawn, the senior executives could only choose to believe them. What can I do if I don't believe it? How can I force you? Stop joking. Although Shawn was confused, he was already about to return home. Why didn't the pig show up yet? But he didn't relax his vigilance, and he also opened up his eyesight. At this moment, a small sailboat slowly approached. Shawn squinted and looked at the boat. It was an ordinary little merchant ship. Turning his head to look at Zephyr, he saw a relaxed look on his face, as if he didn't care at all. Damn it, if you don't get beaten, who will get beaten? So Shawn quickly walked over and whispered, there is a very strong guy on the boat, and there is an old woman. Before he finished speaking, he saw a black slash flying towards him. Shawn quickly pulled out his knife and swung out a slash of the same red and black color. Boom. The slash exploded, and the sea sank into a big pit out of thin air. The sea water poured in, and it was not full for a while. Just by looking at this, you can already see how terrible the strength of both sides is. Those who can integrate domineering into slashing are the realm of great swordsmen. This scene caught Zephyr and the recruits by surprise. They all thought in their hearts that if it weren't for Shawn, the ship would probably have been split into two. Everyone who came back to their senses put on a defensive posture, because since the other party dared to attack the warship, it would definitely not be weak. Zephyr was sweating in his heart. If that kid hadn't been there, he might have been in trouble. Judging from the slashes swung by the opponent, he is not a weakling, and he has already taken care of so many recruits. I felt scared just thinking about it, so I quickly stepped forward to join Shawn. I was careless just now. I didn't tell you immediately. It's all thanks to you this time. Shawn still stared at the small merchant ship and said, Mr. Zephyr, let the recruits on the ship take a small boat to stay away. If the small boat is not enough, just swim. This trainee ship may not be saved. Zephyr also looked solemn, because he also sensed that the two people opposite him were tall and strong, and the small one was small. He felt that although his strength was not as strong as the tall one, he still had some strength. So he turned back to Ain and said, Ain, you are a person with abilities. Take those with poor swimming ability and physical strength and get on the boat and leave. The rest will swim away. The opponent is very strong this time. If you don't want to participate, please inform the headquarters and ask the headquarters to send a warship to pick it up. You should move in one direction, swim farther away, and carry out the plan. Quote. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Ain understood and quickly gave instructions. Marine's mobility was still very strong. After a while, under the organization, they left in the distance, but they didn't go too far. They just waited at a relatively safe distance. Chapter 21 Weevil. Although the recruits knew that they would be held back if they stayed, so the teacher told them to stay away. But when they reached a relatively safe distance, they still stopped and watched silently so that they could be supported at any time. Because they are all Marines. After a while, Shawn and Zephyr, who were standing on the deck, saw a fat blonde man nearly 7 meters tall. There was a circle of hideous stitching scars on his neck and face, and he was holding a child's knife, which looked quite oppressive. Standing next to her was a little old woman over 1 meter tall, leaning on a cane and dressed in jewels, like a nouveau riche. This is Weevil and Miss Bajan. At this time Miss Bajin let out a harsh laugh. Ha 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 ha, good son, grab the boat on the opposite side for me, I still want to gamble. Weevil's expression was slightly dull, and Nana responded. I know mom, can I kill them? Of course, you are my mother's good son, ha ha ha. After hearing the other party's arrogant words, Shawn was about to step forward to take action, but was stopped by Zephyr. Let me go first to see what the opponent is capable of. You can watch from the sidelines and prevent that old woman from sneaking up on you. She is quite capable. Okay, you can go up first later, but be careful, I feel his power is really strong. Okay, I haven't seen any big winds or waves. Of course Shawn knew what Zephyr meant, but he was afraid that the opponent would have some weird abilities. Anyone who has trained his body to be so strong will gain the ability if he eats a devil fruit. No matter what the ability is, it should not be underestimated, so Zephyr wanted to go up and try the moves himself, so that he would not be afraid of the two of them falling into trouble together. This is the combat thinking of an old Navy soldier. But Shawn knew that Weevil was very powerful, and was evaluated by Yellow Monkey as having the same power as Whitebeard when he was young. One can imagine how strong Weevil is. Although that evaluation was made 7 years later, Weevil is at his peak now, at the age of 27 or 80 years old. His physical strength is at its strongest, but Shawn is not worried about what Weevil can do to Zephyr. In this world, one-on-one battles between top combat forces cannot kill people unless there is a protracted 2-on-1 fight. Don't be afraid even if Zephyr is injured, after all, he is there. The atmosphere on the field became more and more anxious. Miss Ba-jin was standing on the deck of the small merchant ship. Advertisement. Boom. I saw Weevil leaping towards the training ship with both legs. He raised his childish sword high and slashed at the two of them. The sword was covered with flowing domineering energy. The muscles of Zephyr's right arm swelled, covered with armed domineering force, and he stepped forward. Shawn stepped back some distance. There was another loud noise, and the entire trainee ship was shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the two men's attack. Zephyr retreated a little distance, and Weevil took advantage of this opportunity to bully him. Although Zephyr was prepared this time, his strength was still slightly inferior. After all, this was an encounter at sea, and Zephyr was not very willing to let go, and his domineering energy was also consumed very quickly. Unlike Weevil, he is basically like an animal fighting on instinct. At this time, Zephyr used moonwalk and jumped into the air, using the speed of falling to give Weevil a hard blow. Weevil held the child's knife in both hands and swung it upward without any fear. Boom. There was another thunderous noise, and the already dilapidated training ship was completely turned into pieces of wood floating in the sea. Zephyr was beaten away again. Zephyr is worthy of being a former general and the chief instructor of the headquarters. Maybe his physical strength is slightly inferior, but his skills are first rate. Every time Weevil uses brute force to knock him away, he will change his moves or whip his legs or hook with the other arm, trying to inflict damage. Just when the two were fighting in full swing, something unexpected happened. Miss Ba-jin thought this was just an ordinary attack on a warship, but she didn't expect that Zephyr was also on board. But Miss Ba-jin didn't care too much. After all, his son was strong enough and he himself was not weak either. But he found that the young man on the other side of the formation was watching the two fighting with a calm expression. It made her feel a little uneasy, and her intuition told her that the young Marine was not simple. She once stayed on the same boat as Whitebeard, although she was greedy for money, selfish and cruel. But as pirates like them who only care about money, the most important thing is to be cautious. So I decided to take advantage of the opportunity and get rid of one first. After seeing Zephyr being beaten back, he pulled out the crutch from his hand, and it turned out to be a knife. Advertisement. With domineering energy wrapped around him in extremely fast speed, he arrived behind Zephyr in the blink of an eye and stabbed Zephyr in the back. Zephyr was worthy of being a veteran of many battles. He twisted his body forcefully and blocked his arms in front, trying to bear it down. However, Shawn knew that this well-prepared sword could not be blocked by Zephyr's temporary change of moves. And Shawn didn't look at it, because he had been paying attention to Miss Ba Jin from the beginning. She wanted to sneak attack Nong Zephyr, why didn't Shawn want to sneak attack this old woman? He wouldn't believe that she, who was once on a boat with Whitebeard, would be a weakling now. Not to mention teaching Weevil to be so strong. Shawn also moved when she appeared behind Zephyr and raised the knife. She pursues a one-hit kill, and Shawn is the same. She must strike first, otherwise there is no telling what the old woman will do next. The repulsive force acted on his back, and with a sudden step, he appeared behind Miss Ba Jin in an instant with a swish sound. He suddenly pulled out the knife and slashed Miss Ba Jin's neck, which shocked her to the point of death. He let out a sharp scream. Son, save mom. UB***************. D. At the stage where her old strength has not been discharged and new strength has not yet been generated, she cannot dodge at all, and at best she can only cut Zephyr. Repulsion knife one line of sky. With Shawn's soft murmur, Miss Ba Jin's piercing shout suddenly stopped. A subtle red-black slash that you wouldn't even notice if you weren't paying attention, crossed Miss Ba Jin's neck at extremely high speed and flew towards the distance. The horizon in the distance looks like it is dyed red and black. She could only make ho-ho sounds intermittently, and gradually, blood seeped out from the tiny wounds on her neck. Mother. Weevil rushed over like a crazy lion. Shawn grabbed Zephyr with his left hand and swept back. By the way, I gave Zephyr a prayer, and healed all his injuries, and some of the hidden injuries disappeared. This shocked him immediately. When he saw that he wanted to ask questions, Shawn quickly interrupted. Deal with it here first, and then talk about it when we get back. This person is going to go on a rampage. When Weevil rushed over and hugged Miss Ba Jin, the slight vibration caused Miss Ba Jin's head to roll down to the ground like a balloon. Weevil stared blankly at the head that rolled down to his feet, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. He whispered softly. I want you to die, I want you all to die. The voice behind him was already shouting, and he raised his head to look at Zephyr and Shawn. Chapter 22 The pig is gone. Zephyr looked at Weevil, whose momentum had once again increased, as if facing a formidable enemy. Although he feels that his opponents have become more difficult, he will not be pedantic and think that Shawn's killing of Miss Ba Jin is a bad thing. Although he doesn't kill people because of his childhood influence, he is also a Marine, a real Marine. Boy Shawn, let's come together. He probably doesn't have any other abilities. He's just too strong. Well, it's just what I wanted. I've been waiting for the old woman to take action. Shawn will definitely not be ashamed of his counterattack. There is no way to kill the scum on the sea too much. In recent years, we have seen too many civilians have their homes destroyed by pirates. He is not a hero, he is just an ordinary person who was reborn, and his mentality is still the traditional idea of having a wife and children on the bed. Maybe he can't save everyone, but as long as he sees it, he will definitely take care of the injustice within his power. What's more, with this brutal killing combination, 10,000 kills are not too many. When Weevil saw the two of them whispering, he could no longer hold back the overwhelming anger in his heart. I'm going to kill you. He suddenly stepped on the ground and rushed towards the two of them, and the board under his feet sank into the sea. Shawn's knife was wrapped in cherry blossom-colored domineering energy, and then red arcs of electricity traveled around the blade. After applying gravity, he swung his sword and faced it. Boom. Where the two people's blades came into contact, a red energy group emitted streaks of lightning. Shawn shouted. Are you very strong? Lousy is bigger than you. After saying that, Shawn added another 3 points of force and slashed him towards Zephyr's direction. This preliminary battle has already given him a general understanding, and he is still a little short of the strength that Whitebeard had when he was young. But Shawn's physical fitness is not a vegetarian, it is comparable to that of a steel balloon. Upon seeing this, Zephyr was also covered with domineering energy, and a shaver appeared in front of Weevil. He punched Weevil hard and pushed him toward Shawn. Weevil certainly wasn't going to sit back and wait for death. The beast instinctively slapped the child's knife horizontally on the sea. The sea suddenly stirred up waves, and he stopped there. He would not stop Shawn. Shawn has always believed in one sentence. If you can do it as little as possible. Advertisement. The wooden board under his feet carried him up to the sky under the influence of gravity. Mr. Zephyr, you have to retreat, stay away. As he finished speaking, Shawn pulled out his knife and swung a spinning blue slash at the sky. Then he swung a huge slash at Weevil. Gravity knife beluo flurry. The slash split into two during the flight, and flew straight forward. They rushed towards Weevil. Weevil swung his knife vigorously without any care, but Weevil was also inexplicably carried into the sky. Just when Weevil thought it was just what he wanted, the split slash appeared in front of him. It looked like he had bumped into it himself, so he could only quickly disperse with his childish sword. The aftermath of being broken up was densely affecting him. This was developed by Shawn to deal with people who cannot fly. When there is no place to exert force, if you are hit by the first half of the gravitational slash, you can only fly. The rest will hit you if gravity is applied, thus avoiding the need to bring people up and prevent the enemy from using the force to hit you. In this way, Shawn neither let Weevil go down nor went up to fight him, but kept harassing him. Not long after, a meteorite with a diameter of about 1,000 meters appeared in the sky, carrying flames and smashing towards Weevil. Upon seeing this, Shawn quickly shouted to Zephyr. They had just discussed that they would capture this enemy at the lowest cost. So after hearing Shawn's voice, Zephyr quickly flew towards Weevil on moonwalk. When Weevil saw the meteorite hitting him, there was no fear on his face. He held the child's knife in both hands and swung it with all his strength. Boom! A slash cut the meteorite in half, and Shawn didn't care much. It was just a feint. Before Weevil's new strength was fully developed, Zephyr also arrived. The bulging muscles of his right hand, winding with veins, slammed into Weevil's back. Immediately, Weevil flew upwards at great speed, and Shawn suddenly appeared in front of Weevil. Holding the knife high with both hands, he gathered strength and then swung it towards Weevil. Not to be outdone, Weevil covered his entire body in pitch black armed colors. Gravity knife pitch black lantern. As soon as the words fell, a red and black slash fell towards Weevil, and Weevil was also stopped. Suddenly there was a loud noise like thunder on the sea. Immediately, the sea seemed to be split open, revealing a bottomless ravine. The abyss, which seems to have no end in sight, is awe-inspiring. The sea water on both sides also began to pour in, but it could not recover for a while. Advertisement. Weevil also slowly fell to the sea. During the falling process, his body also split into two and fell. The recruits watching the game from a distance also had horrified faces. Is this top-level combat power? It's too scary. That's amazing. Major Shawn. I usually see him looking lazy, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Yes, that pitch black abyss is scary to look at. Obviously everyone is about the same age, but he is just too strong. Why don't we go over and take a look? Listening to the chatter in his ears, as the temporary leader, Ain could only interrupt them. Later. Hold on to the boat later, the big waves will come soon. Before anyone had time to ask, they already knew what was going on. Shawn quickly flew to Zephyr and took him towards the small merchant ship. Then he put Zephyr down and flew up with the whole ship, flying towards the recruits' positions. After all, a large part of it is still soaking in the water. I saw that the large gully that had just been split was filled with the incoming seawater. However, because of the impact of the intrusion, the sea surface became increasingly unstable, and they collided with each other. In the end, huge waves hundreds of meters high formed and crashed in all directions. When he was about to see recruit, Zephyr shouted, "Everyone grab the boat." So the recruit, who was soaking in the water, quickly pulled him to the edge of the boat and hugged his classmate's thighs when there was no room. Just like that, when Shawn arrived and took them away, the bottom looked like strings of candied haws, which was very funny. But it's not a big problem, their physical strength is more than enough. Then it flew forward for a certain distance, and landed on the sea after reaching a calm sea area. Although the small merchant ship is not big, it is still enough if it only carries less than 100 people. Zephyr organized students to board the ship, but Shawn ignored it and went into the cabin to see what treasures there were. After all, Miss Ba Jin is a money-grubbing person, so she must have treasure. Zephyr didn't care about it. After all, the Marine headquarters had regulations that required part of the loot to be handed over. But it's as if the regulations don't exist. Although Marine's salary is high, it can't dampen the heart of Marine who is willing to risk his life. So as long as it doesn't go too far, or deliberately allows pirates to rob and take advantage of others, then basically no one will say anything. Chapter 23 Such Fruits and Lottery. Just like that, Shawn walked to the cabin and opened the rooms one by one. Finally, the place where they kept their treasure was found in the innermost room. After looking around for a while, he was suddenly stunned because he found a devil fruit. The white ones are like pineapples, but have patterns like clouds. Check it quickly with the system. Cloud fruit Logia. As long as you have enough weather knowledge, it is a natural disaster level fruit, otherwise it is just a soft cloud. Close black lens bracket. Hey, this is really good, but it's a pity that it's not suitable for Kuina. Having said that, Shawn quickly put it into the system space, leaving it there for now and talking about it later. As for Kuina, I'll look for her again when I get the chance. Yes, Shawn promised Kuina that after going to sea, he would find devil fruit for her to increase her physical strength. Moreover, she is still at the same level as those of the phantom beast species. I hope she will not be discouraged and believe that she can master the sword. Kuina has been following him since she was a child, shouting at him as a senior, so the two have a good relationship. Shawn is also very grateful to the Koshiro couple for their teaching and upbringing, so basically he will agree to anything Kuina says. Although what Koshiro said hurt Kuina's heart, saying that a girl could never become the greatest swordsman. But then Kuina turned around and asked Shawn for comfort. At that time, Shawn told Kuina about the existence of devil fruit. In fact, devil fruit is only the second choice. The first choice is actually to get another A-level gene potion that can improve the body to the level of a steel balloon. After thinking about it for a long time, Shawn came to his senses and walked out. All the recruits on the deck looked at Shawn with admiration. However, due to the cold look on Shawn's face, no one dared to come forward and say hello. Boy Shawn, it's really lucky that you are here this time, otherwise I and these brats would be really in danger, and that pirate has really great potential. What are you talking about? Shawn waved his hand. I am also a member of Marine. Isn't it our duty to fight crime? Ha ha ha, that's good. When you return to the headquarters, I will definitely apply for a promotion for you. Shawn just smiled and said nothing, because he knew that Marine would not let his combat power be wasted like this. So a group of Marines took this small merchant ship and embarked on a journey back to their headquarters. Advertisement. The warship support I originally applied for is no longer needed. I don't know when they will come. At night, after dinner, Shawn lay on the deck and watched the stars. Then he opened his system panel and checked the plot points. Plot point 113508. Shawn held back his nervousness, gritted his teeth with trembling hands, and clicked the button for 10 consecutive strokes. No wonder he was nervous, because just a purification, a wish, and a teleportation gave him enough money to spend, so he was still looking forward to the next prize. A non-luxurious lottery panel appeared with 99 options, all marked with question marks. The pointer began to rotate slowly, and soon messages were displayed one by one. Congratulations to host, you have obtained 2 A-level genetic potions. After using them, you can achieve a body like a steel balloon through exercise. Finally, he had what Shawn had been thinking about giving to his elementary school girl, and there were 2 of them. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the upgraded version of Pure Gold, *10, the upgraded version of Pure Gold, in the pirate world. The original version will restrain the growth of the body after wearing it, and at the same time, the strength will not grow. The upgraded version will stop the wearer from growing into a perfect figure. It suppresses the aging gene, has no effect on strength, and is indestructible. There is currently no power to destroy it in the current plane. P.S. You can choose the style and color by yourself. Once you choose, it will not be refunded. Close black lens bracket. Mist grass. This thing is something that Shawn has been thinking about since he came to this world. This is a different kind of immortality, which greatly prolongs aging, although it is not known how much. But in the theater version he has seen, the little girl in it has lived for 200 years and has not grown up. The effect can be seen as Madara, definitely more than 100 times, not to mention this is an upgraded version. This made him look forward to the next item even more. Congratulations to host, you got a Nami photo album. Congratulations to host, you got a Robin photo album. Congratulations to host, you got a Hina photo album. Congratulations to host, you got a charm pill. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the golden gun pill, which never stops, is inexhaustible, and is inexhaustible. It is a perpetual motion machine and a must-have for Poseidon. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you got a bottle of Coke. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you got a bottle of Paraquat. Close black lens bracket. Shawn only felt that tonight's ups and downs were a bit exaggerated. At the beginning, I was still very satisfied with the items I drew, but the further I went, the darker my face became. Advertisement. Does Lousy need to be more charming? Does Lousy need diamond pills? Does Lousy need to be a Poseidon? Just like that, Shawn made a face, took out 2 jelly beans and started to knock them. I always felt that the system was messing with him. This was the case with the teleportation skills before, so I made a note to myself. But Shawn, who has no woman in his heart and is a god of nature, would never have such an idea. Shawn asked with a dark face, System. Where is the guarantee for 10 draws in a row? And why can't I draw a single skill this time? Host. Bite off more than you can chew, this system is the strongest auxiliary system. Host must be purchased with plot points. If you want to draw, you must at least explore the current potential. The mechanism of 10 consecutive draws to guarantee the bottom is not one more chance to draw, but isn't the special item reward, pure gold, not enough? Even if it is placed in a high-level plane, it will still make all forces fight for it. The upgraded version is an item that breaks the rules. Then how can I fully explore my potential? I have already learned all the skills. When you increase your combat power to 19,999, the system will be upgraded to version 2.0 and the functions will be updated. Please stay tuned and please work hard. Close black lens bracket. Tisk, what about your Poseidon, photos, and these items? Host, this system is just an auxiliary, not a nanny. It will only assist you in the direction you want to go. Close black lens bracket. Shawn was silent. He never felt that he was an LSP, so he could only return to the room silently. Trying to fight the system with silence. As soon as I got back to the room, I put on a silver black ring made of solid gold with a heart, so that I wouldn't be afraid of it falling off when I put it on my hand. Hey, I can't sleep. Let's see how many plot points there are left. Open black lens bracket host. Shawn. S*X. Male. Age. 20. Combat strength. 16,754 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonel, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant general level, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Heavy fruit. Change. Armed color Haki max, wisdom color Haki max, conqueror's Haki max. Skills. Prayer, swordsmanship, teleportation, change. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munekika, change of clothes, pure gold upgraded version 9, several photos, A-level genetic potion. Plot point. 13,508. Then he clicked the photo with his finger. Oops, why did it fall out? Really, this system is so useless. This bug needs to be fixed quickly. I just accidentally encountered it. That's right. So Shawn picked up the photo album at an extremely slow speed and flipped through it quickly. P.S. Let me explain, the combat power is lower than the Dao power because each level of strength is equivalent to breaking the genetic lock and will be sublimated. Therefore, even if the combat power of the same level is quite different, it will not be divided so quickly in a fight. The outcome, for example, if 10,000 combat power beats 9,999 combat power, it will definitely be a crushing victory. Chapter 24 Yellow Monkey. In this way, Shawn and his team quickly returned to Malabando. Shawn was also promoted on Zephyr's recommendation. Now Shawn has been promoted to 2 levels in a row. Although he had expected it, he didn't expect it to be so perfunctory. After fighting a pirate once, he became a colonel. According to Zephyr, he originally wanted to be given the rank of brigadier general and then go to Seahai as a base commander for a period of time. But upgrading to 3 levels in a row was too exaggerated, so I pressed it. At the end of the investiture ceremony, a marine soldier came over and told Shawn that his boss was back and looking for him. Under the leadership of the soldier, he soon arrived at Kizaru's office and went in without waiting for the knock on the door. Looking inside, Brother Shawn is indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. As soon as Shawn entered the door, he saw the yellow monkey cutting his nails, his expression as vulgar as ever. Shawn also developed the habit of not knocking on the door in branch 16. After all, he and Badno were so familiar, right? So he forgot to knock on the door. But when he heard Kizaru's teasing, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his heart roared wildly. You are the most arrogant when you are cutting your nails, okay. Well, get used to it. Don't worry about such details. Just tell me how I was arranged. Well, I don't have anything else to arrange for you. Just lead the warship on a cruise by yourself. If there is a mission, I will contact you using the phone bug. I don't know why Kizaru and Akainu also call themselves old men. Maybe it's popular over there. They're only in their 40s. Shawn was dumbfounded when he heard this. Why was it different from what he thought? In his mind, Kizaru would at least have a fight with him to test his strength. Seeing Shawn's expression, Kizaru explained, I'm getting older, I don't want to take action anymore. If you say it, who doesn't know that our marine has a super monster? Shawn's forehead was filled with black lines, so is this how the headquarters treats me so perfunctorily? No, this is the rule before being promoted to a general. You have to spread your reputation throughout the sea and scare the pirates. At this point, Shawn understood that he had risen from the bottom step by step. Advertisement. Marines who are considered direct lineage are different from those who are recruited or airborne. Those generally already have a great reputation on the sea, but there are also disadvantages. That is, the senior generals will not listen to them at all and can only train their subordinates themselves. Thinking of this, Shawn asked, what about my men? It's okay if you ask me to fight pirates, but you have to give me adjutants and the like, right? Kizaru took off his glasses and pursed his lips. Well, you can choose by yourself, I believe many recruits are willing. Shawn has a headache, which is why he wants to join Marine. Because he doesn't know how to run anything at all, he is just fine as a soldier. Suddenly Shawn thought of a person, Kuro, the one who slammed the Axeman's jaw into pieces. According to Oda, this is a being whose IQ is second only to Ben Beckman. Mada, I almost forgot about this guy. Anyway, this guy just wanted to live a peaceful life in the end. You might as well go meet him and see this legendary man whose IQ is on par with Beckman's. So Shawn asked, well, I want to recruit a pirate to be a marine. His current bounty should not be high. Anyway, when I was in the East Daxia Sea, he only had a bounty of more than 2 million. Kizaru raised his eyebrows and became even more obscene. It's not impossible, but it requires a military court ruling. But a little pirate can actually make you want to recruit him. Shawn also explained. It is rumored that he has high intelligence and is nicknamed 100 Plans, Kuro. You should also know that the new world is becoming more and more turbulent, and the new pattern will be balanced soon. You 3 generals will be stationed in the Holy Land of Mariehoya, headquarters and New World respectively. I will probably be sent there too. After I get my military rank, you can't leave me wandering around, right? The base commander is a sure thing, no one. If the tool man helps me handle official business, then I won't do it. Quote. Kizaru was a little surprised, thinking that this subordinate really saw things thoroughly. That's right, this is how the headquarters arranged Shawn. He will definitely serve as a strong line of defense to guard New World in the future. Kizaru pondered for a moment. Okay, I'll help you with this. Anyway, you are just cruising to make a name for yourself, so you can go to the East Daxia Sea first. Shawn grinned. That would be awesome. Then his eyes glanced at the tea, cigarettes, cigars, etc. placed aside, and he was a little ready to move. Kizaru was surprised. Do you want it? This is a special gift from the general. I can give you anything except tea. Advertisement. Shawn narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered that when he was watching anime, all the marine bosses were holding meetings with cigars in their mouths. Wouldn't it look stupid if I didn't know how to smoke? But it feels weird to smoke a cigar with such a cold appearance. But smoking ordinary cigarettes doesn't feel powerful enough. Tisk, it's really hard to pretend to be a fan. Looking at Shawn's changing expression, Kizaru asked, "What's wrong with you?" Then Shawn, a fool, actually expressed his concerns about pretending to be critical. Kizaru's face looked a little weird, because according to the marine assessment of the faction of the Great Staff Crane, Shawn is a very cold and difficult person to get along with. He is also full of arrogance, a very irritable and arrogant person. At first, Shawn came in without knocking on the door, which was his first impression. But now Kizaru realizes that he was wrong, and they were also wrong. This is a middle-aged young man. If you look carefully, he looks quite cold if he doesn't speak. But what is he thinking about? Looking for tools to help him do the work. He smokes to be more imposing, but he is confused about what to smoke. Why is such a person so domineering? When Shawn saw Kizaru's expression, he came back to his senses and immediately turned cold. I thought to myself, this character is ruined. Why would Maolaozi ask such a mentally retarded question out of nowhere? Seeing this, Kizaru said, "Actually, well, you look very imposing, and it's not surprising that you smoke a cigar. Although you may look a little irritable, it's better than facing the grassroots soldiers with a cold face, right?" Quote. "So, take my cigars away, I will keep your cigars from now on, he, brother Shawn also has such an interesting side." Hearing this laughter, Shawn suddenly became a little angry and said, "Come out and fight lousy." As he finished speaking, he no longer restrained his breath, making the walls and furniture of the entire office bang. Kizaru immediately raised his hands. "Well, don't get excited. I shouldn't laugh. I apologize to you. This matter will rot in my stomach." Looking at the obscene smile on Kizaru's lips, Shaoin couldn't help but feel so uncomfortable. It was like a social death scene, and he really wanted to find a hole to crawl in. So he snorted coldly, turned around, picked up the boxes of cigars, and walked out the door. Kizaru looked at the battered office and murmured with a smile, "What an interesting subordinate, he is so domineering. Who would have thought that such a strong person would be worried about what kind of cigarette he smokes to be more powerful?" Chapter 25 Dalton Sichi. In this way, Shawn embarked on a journey back to the East Daxia Sea with 100 recruits. By the way, we can also go back to Shimotsuki village. Although he had gone back before, he never stayed there for long. This time, he had the headquarters, spy agency help him search. It must be easy to find Kuro. Shawn is thinking about whether to bring Kuina with him and let Zephyr help train her. Because it is impossible to realize her dream while practicing under Koshiro. Under Shawn's influence, he used his abilities to heal his master's wife Lyman's injury, and she became healthy. So with Ms. Lyman here, Koshiro cannot be cruel to Kuina to the extent that she dotes on her. However, we have to discuss this with them. We should go to Rog Town to see if the weapons shop owner has received any ghost information. After all, Zoro is also his junior, and he used to be his favorite when watching anime. That is to say, I haven't contacted Mariah yet, otherwise I would definitely bring Chushui to Zoro. After all, because of his changes, Zoro lost his word for peace. Shawn once tricked Zoro into becoming a marine. I don't know if it was because of the correction power of this world. Zoro is unwilling to go to sea, so he has to hone his sword skills in Shimotsuki village, and when he is strong enough, he will directly fight with the world's best swordsman. Yes, under the influence of Kuina, his goal is also to be number one in the world. But even if Kuina is included in the deception, Zoro is determined that he does not want to be a marine.
He only wanted to be a swordsman. Even if he explained that there was no conflict, he still stubbornly wanted to learn how to go to sea. The first thing he did was to find the best swordsman in the world.
This reminds Shawn of Zoro's wanderlust attribute, so will he never come back just because he gets lost once in a while? I was vaguely worried about this little boy with magical road crazy attributes. In this way, after sailing for several days, we finally arrived at Rog Town. This time, Shawn was on a medium-sized warship, the one with a power system, which gave him the kind of treatment only a general officer would receive. Advertisement. I chose this place because I needed to replenish supplies, and Shawn came here for the knife. Just like that, he ordered his recruits to replenish supplies and then wandered on the street alone. I wanted to find a shop that sold demon knives. As for the other one, Shawn thought it was unnecessary. For example, Mingdao Duo Gong is only on the list because of its relatively high reputation. Many powerful weapons are not on the list either. The knife in Shawn's hand was given by Mrs. Lyman, and it was also a large knife with 21 kilograms. As long as the owner of the sword is strong enough and the reputation of the sword is big enough, it will naturally be ranked. As for the black sword, it is cultivated with domineering, and it will become a black sword over time. Shawn still likes it as it is, more beautiful, and the black knife will become heavier, although the weight is negligible. But it's not very friendly to Shawn's Kaido. Not long after, Shawn saw a little girl about 13 years old running with an object wrapped in a strip of cloth. Take a closer look. Oh, it looks exactly like Kuina. Who else is this if it's not Dasichi? So Shawn followed slowly, wanting to see Dasichi when he was a child. After a while, I came to a residential house. I'm back. Listening to the little girl's voice, Shawn quickly released his knowledge and sensed the person inside. Suddenly his expression changed, and he quickly pushed the gate of opening in. When Xiao Dasichi saw a stranger crashing into her home, her expression changed. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Leave immediately or I'll call you Marine. After saying that, Dasichi opened the object wrapped in a strip of cloth in his hand. It was a knife. Xiao Yi Shiger. He drew the knife out of its sheath and stood in front of the bed to confront Shawn. Lying on the bed was a middle-aged woman, breathless as if she was dying at any moment. She struggled to open her eyes when she heard the sound. When she saw her daughter confronting a strange man, she felt worried. Perhaps it was the power of mother's love that made her feel like she was reflecting on her past. Dasichi, what's going on? Get behind mom. At this time, Shawn saw the face of this middle-aged woman clearly. She was exactly the same as his wife, Ms. Lyman, except that the one in front of him was thinner and her face was more ugly. Upon hearing this, Dasichi was ruthlessly interrupted by a voice before she could be surprised by her mother's recovery. Advertisement. Stop joking, I can hardly feel your vitality anymore. Sit down quickly and I will treat you. Seeing the vigilant looks on the two people's faces, Shawn also had a look of surprise, feeling that he was a criminal. Because Shawn didn't wear a coat of justice when he landed on the island, it is estimated that the two people in front of him misunderstood. He quickly continued. I'm Marine. I don't have any ill intentions. I just sensed that the life force in your body was passing away through my sense of sight, so I came in. The middle-aged woman almost breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. In an instant, she felt dizzy and fell on the bed. Dasiki's heart skipped a beat when she saw this, and saw her mother's face turn pale instantly, so she rushed towards her. Shawn didn't have time to explain anything, so he ducked over, picked up Dasuki, and used his healing skill, Pray. In Dasiki's stunned expression, her mother's body glowed with a faint milky yellow light, which soon turned into little starlight and disappeared into her body. In Shawn's perception, prayer only temporarily maintained her life characteristics, so there was only one possibility: she was sick. But Shawn is not panic at all, he also has purification that can remove all negative effects. Seeing the man lifting the collar of her clothes, Dasichi waved her hand again, causing another blue light strip to light up on her mother's body, surrounding her body, and then sinking into her body. At this moment, the woman opened her eyes again and saw her daughter who had been lifted up and slipped away. He quickly got out of bed and rushed over, snatched his daughter back and held her in his arms, staring at Shawn warily. Come at me if you have anything, don't hurt my daughter. Dasichi felt the long-lost powerful embrace and burst into tears. Before she could speak, she heard her mother's words. He struggled away quickly and said with a choked voice, Mom, you're okay, it was this big brother who saved you. Wow, that's great, it's really great, you're okay, woo woo. In the end, she couldn't bear it anymore and hugged her mother while crying. The middle-aged woman was also awakened by her daughter's words. When she opened her eyes, her first reaction was to protect her daughter, and she didn't even have time to check her physical condition. Now feel it carefully, except for the weak feeling of hunger, there is no discomfort in the body. The long-term pain and suffering made her almost forget what she was like when she was healthy. It seems that the young man in front of me really saved him. He just said he was Marine, right? He actually scolded his savior. So he lowered his head in shame and said, sorry. I'm just worried about my daughter, so. Chapter 26 Shimotsuki Village. Hearing this, Shawn waved his hands and said, it doesn't matter. After all, maternal love is great. After a pause, Shawn asked the biggest question in his mind, do you have any sisters? The middle-aged woman stroked Kuina's back, thought for a moment and said, well. I had a younger sister when I was a kid, but then one time we went out to play, she was snatched away by human traffickers. I didn't protect her well. At the end of the sentence, the middle-aged woman looked lonely, but suddenly she came back to her senses. There was a hint of expectation and disbelief in her heart, and she asked, how do you know? Shawn hesitated and then said, well, it's probably what you think. I do know someone who looks almost exactly like you. Her name is Lyman, and she is my mistress. My junior sister has a daughter named Kuina. I just came back from the headquarters in the East Daxia Sea. I landed on the island here to replenish supplies, and then I went for a walk. I saw that your daughter looked exactly like my younger junior sister, so I was filled with doubts. Follow her. But when I arrived at your door, I found that your vital signs were almost gone, so I broke in and tried to save you. Quote. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman couldn't suppress her emotions and started crying while hugging Kuina. No one knows how guilty she is about her sister. She often has nightmares about her sister leaving her. When she wakes up, she will find her pillow soaked with tears. Now when I hear this young Marine say that he knows his sister, I can't help crying with joy. Looking at the two people hugging each other in front of him, Shawn didn't bother him, just pulled out a chair and sat quietly. I thought to myself, this would explain why the Revolutionary Army knew Koshiro, and Lyman also owned a famous sword. He probably escaped from human traffickers or was rescued. Then she hates human traffickers, and most of them serve the nobles, so the chance of her joining the Revolutionary Army is very high. Thinking of this, Shawn said to the mother and daughter in front of him, "Do you want to follow me to meet the master's wife? I believe she will be very happy." Shawn's voice made the mother and daughter stop sobbing. The middle-aged woman was a little at a loss and hesitated to speak. Will she forgive me? After all, I didn't protect her well in the first place. I definitely won't blame you. My wife is a very gentle person, and I can't blame you. You were both so young at the time. She would be very happy if she knew she still had relatives. Kuina was blinking her big Kazlan eyes and silently listening to the conversation between the big Marine brother and his mother. It turns out, I still have relatives, and a little sister who looks just like me. Thinking about it, my face turned slightly red with excitement. So we discussed it for a while. Shawn also knew the name of this aunt, which was Lais. Shawn helped them pack the things they needed to take away. Advertisement. It didn't take long to finish packing them up and take them aboard the warship. The logistics troops had also purchased the necessary supplies. In this way, we embarked on the journey back to Shimotsuki village. During the voyage, Shawn also learned about Lais's experiences over the years through conversations with her. After Lyman was kidnapped, their parents were heartbroken for a while. Later, he stepped forward and was killed by the pirates because he saw them robbing children. When she grew up, Les married a marine, a major in Rogue Town, and a swordsman. After giving birth to Kuina, the family of 3 lived a very happy life. But the good times didn't last long. During a mission, her husband fought with pirates. Although he won in the end, he was also seriously injured and died shortly after returning. Kuina was left with a knife. According to those colleagues, this knife was confiscated from this group of pirates. The pension left after that was enough for mother and daughter to live on, but Lais fell ill under the constant blow of relatives leaving her, and she never recovered. Later, when she tried to cheer up, her body was already failing, until Shawn came to save her. After hearing this, Xiaoyan also suddenly realized. No wonder Dasichi wants to become a marine in the future, and also needs to recover the famous sword in their hands. It's a shame that their whole family was harmed by pirates. After a few days, we finally arrived at Shimotsuki village. As soon as the warship approached the port, many villagers came to watch. After all, in their village, even pirates were quietly killed by Koshiro, and marine was something most people had never seen. Upon seeing this, Shawn ordered his subordinates to move freely except not to disturb the people. Shawn took his mother and daughter off the boat and walked to Yixin dojo. As soon as he got off the boat, he was recognized by the villagers. It's that brat Shawn. What? He's back. It seems like he has a lot of potential in marine. I've always said that this kid is smart and a person who does big things since he was little. You see, he already has his own warship. In this way, I chatted with the villagers while walking along the way. Advertisement. After all, he grew up here, the folk customs here are simple, and everyone knows that he is an orphan. Therefore, Shawn has been favored by hundreds of families since he was a child, so he answers everyone's questions one by one. They all thought that Dasuki and her daughter were Kuina and the others, and they didn't care much. Not long after, he arrived at the door of Yixin dojo, turned around and said to the villagers, "Okay, I'm here. I want to go in and see the teacher first. If there are sick or injured people in your family, you can bring them over early tomorrow morning and I will help them. Treat. Okay. Then you go find your teacher first." Just like that, the villagers dispersed in 2s and 3s. Shawn walked in directly with the 2 nervous people. The front yard is a large open space, which is where everyone usually trains. When walking through the open space, you can see buildings in 2s and 3s. These buildings are dojos or dormitories and utility rooms. As soon as he passed by the dojo, he saw Koshiro giving a lecture to everyone, and a bright green algae head appeared in front of Shawn's eyes. Then he asked Dasuki and her daughter to wait outside for a while, took off their shoes and walked in. The students heard the voice behind them and looked around quickly, and everyone was suddenly excited. Wow, look, it's Senior Shawn. Senior Shawn's cape is so handsome. I really want to do whatever I want. That's Marine's justice coat, but it's so handsome. I'm going to ask my mom to make one for me when I get home. Listening to the whispers of these juniors, Shawn greeted them with a warm face. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards Shawn like a swallow returning to its nest, and Shawn quickly stretched out his hand to catch it. No need to ask, it must be my little tail Kuina. Shawn, I miss you so much. Kuina buried her face in Shawn's arms and said in a low voice. Shawn touched Kuina's little head and said, "Okay, you are a big girl now, aren't you embarrassed to be looked at by so many people?" Kuina just shook her head and said nothing, just hanging on Shawn, and Shawn couldn't do anything to her. Turning to look at Zoro. "Hey, you are a lot stronger. Did you get lost today?" Chapter 27 Dasichi also wants to join Marine. Zoro was originally very excited when he saw the senior he admired, but just one word made him break his guard. He immediately snorted with a straight face, indicating that he didn't want to pay attention to you. Because Shawn knew about Zoro's road-crazy attributes, he did it when Zoro was younger. Once, Shawn took his younger students to the wild for physical exercise, but when they arrived at the destination, they found that Zoro was missing. Everyone didn't train that day, so they just went looking for him, and found him on the other side of the village. It wasn't a big deal at first, but it turned out that Zoro was exercising by himself, and when he saw a large group of people coming, he took a preemptive strike. It's my fault that they arrived too late, the sun was going down. Shawn was so angry that he knocked a big lump out of Zoro's head on the spot, and scolded him that he should have told everyone when he discovered that he was a road idiot and should not make excuses. Zoro's face turned red with embarrassment. In the past, he used to fool his friends like this, so that others would not know that he was a road idiot. In this way, in the following days, under everyone's silent observation, the entire Shimotsuki village knew. Zoro is a super road addict. Zoro remained autistic for a long time, but soon forgave Shawn for telling his secret. Because Shawn also brought Zoro with him when he helped Kuina open the small stove. Seeing that Zoro ignored him, Shawn was about to take out the knife he bought and give it to Zoro when he suddenly slapped his forehead. Remembering that he forgot to find that weapons store, he shook his head and put the matter behind him. He could buy it next time. He wouldn't need it anyway, he was only 11 years old. So he stretched out his hand and rubbed Zoro's head angrily, and said with a smile, "What, you really got what I said? No, stop touching my head." Zoro felt that his head was being rubbed even more vigorously and had no choice but to give in. After all, in his mind, this senior has the potential to become the world's greatest swordsman, and the teacher also said that he has this qualification. It's a pity that after eating the devil fruit, he is no longer a pure swordsman. Koshiro narrowed his eyes as he watched a few people fighting, and after a while Shawn lifted Kuina down. He walked up to Koshiro and whispered a few words in his ear. Advertisement. Immediately he narrowed his eyes and his face changed, and asked, "Where are they?" Shawn gestured to the door with his eyes and said, "As the master's wife in the backyard." Koshiro nodded, and then said to the students, "Okay, let's stop here for today." So he quickly pulled Shawn out and Kuina ran after seeing this. The other students also put on their shoes and left in 2s and 3s, leaving only Zoro still exercising in the dojo. After a while, Koshiro and Kuina looked at Lazy and Dasuki in front of them, both looking confused. The same goes for mother and daughter Dasichi. Although they were mentally prepared, they still felt a little confused when they saw Kuina. In this awkward atmosphere where eyes met, Shawn coughed dryly and said, "Teacher, let's go find the teacher's wife first." After Koshiro came to his senses, he hurriedly said, "Yes, let's talk to Lyman first." In this way, everyone, led by Koshiro, came to a house in the backyard. Before I even entered the door, I heard Lyman's voice, "Why did get out of class end so early today?" After he finished speaking, he saw several people walking in, and then stared blankly at a woman who looked very similar to him in front of him, and his eyes began to turn slightly red. Younger sister. When she saw Lyman, Laiz rushed up to hug him and cried. Everyone looked at the two sisters reunited without disturbing their feeling of being reunited after a long separation. Not long after the two separated, Lyman looked at Shawn and asked, "Where did I find my sister?" So Shawn told everything about how he met Dasuki when he was supplying supplies in Rog Town. Then she also learned about her sister's experiences over the years, and how Les had also been living with guilt over the years. The two got back together immediately, and Lyman didn't blame anyone. He was only caught for being naughty. Later, he stole a small boat on the ship and was able to escape. After the happy ending of the two sisters, the two little girls were introduced to each other. Both of them were a little nervous at first. After all, no one would be nervous when they saw someone who looked exactly like themselves. Standing together, except for Dasuki's multiple pairs of glasses, they looked exactly the same. Advertisement. Kuina was a month older than Dasichi, so she was naturally her elder sister, and the two girls soon chatted together. After all, they are both swordsmen. One wants to collect famous swords, and the other wants to become the world's greatest swordsman, so they have many common topics. After seeing the two little girls going out to play, the remaining adults were drinking tea and chatting. When the atmosphere was almost settled, Shawn said, "Teacher, Master, I want to take Kuina to Marine for training." Although Koshiro and Kuina have talked openly, they still don't think Kuina can really achieve anything in kendo. In the past 2 years, her competition with Zoro had gradually become exhausted. She immediately frowned and said, "But is it really necessary?" Of course Shawn understands the meaning of this sentence, that is, there is no need to continue to cultivate Kuina's dream. So he said with a serious face, "Teacher, even if she is a girl, I will let her realize her dream. The last 2 years will probably be quite turbulent, so I will keep her in the headquarters. Carry out physical training, and after a few years, when the situation in the sea is balanced, I will take over and take care of it personally." Quote. Lyman asked at this time, "But, even so, we can still train her." Lyman was also reluctant to let his precious daughter leave him. Shawn shook his head. "If you can't be cruel, just tell me that I'm good. If I hadn't been training almost to self-abuse, you wouldn't have taught me the deep skills so quickly. Yes, since childhood, the couple has treated Shawn as their own, and they don't want him to suffer, so they have always taught him exercises similar to the old man's morning exercise. Shawn refused to be taught advanced training no matter how much he asked, so he had to practice blindly by himself. After practicing for several days, he was covered in injuries. In the end, the couple couldn't resist and decided to train with a purpose. After all, having their guidance is more useful than Shawn's messing around. At least their training will not affect Shawn's development. The reason why Shawn wanted to take Marine for training was because A-level genetic medicine must be developed physically before it can be effective. In other words, it can increase a person's upper limit, which is absolutely a waste here, because Kuina cannot get brutal physical training. Lazy on the side also understood that it was this young man who wanted to take Kuina into Marine training, but the couple was reluctant to let him go. So Lazy asked, "Can you please bring Dasky with you? Although this request is a bit excessive, I still ask." Just when Shawn was thinking about how to persuade them, he was shocked by Lai's words. He was only 13 years old and handed over to him, a person he had just met for a few days. Chapter 28. The two sisters are going to be Marines. Seeing Shawn's expression, Lai seemed to know what he was thinking. So he said, "My sister and the others raised you. I believe in my sister's vision, and I believe in my own. You are a responsible person, so I believe in you." Lyman on the side was no longer calm. "Isn't this too early? They are only 13 years old. Isn't it too young?" "She's not young anymore." Lazy shook her head and said, "Dasichi has wanted to learn kendo since she was a child, but we don't have many masters there, and I can't teach her. Sister, the children will eventually grow up, and we can't protect them for the rest of their lives." Of course they understood this, but they just couldn't bear it, so the scene fell into silence for a while. At this time, Koshiro calmed down and thought carefully. He, as a disciple, would not take Kuina away for no reason. He must have his own considerations for being so persistent, and suddenly thought of the agreement between Shawn and Kuina. As for Shawn's promise to Kuina, he also knew that it was nothing more than finding a way for Kuina to break through her shackles. Thinking of this, Koshiro was startled and looked at Shawn. "Have you fulfilled your agreement with Kuina?" Shawn nodded. "It's done, but I have to take him to Marine for training first. I asked Marine's senior management to leave me a Phantom Beast fruit, and I will replace it when I have enough military merit in the past 2 years. Marine has Mr. Zephyr, the former general, as its chief instructor, and you can train with him in the early stage. Besides, you two are not ability users, so you won't be of much help to her. What Kuina needs is to break through her shackles." In fact, Shawn also wanted to tell them the truth. He had genetic potion, but this thing. I believe that no parent would let their children use it easily. The most important thing is that Shawn can't tell the origin. Even if he claims that the one developed by Marine has not yet been released, how can he, a colonel, be qualified to exchange for such an important thing? So let's wait until Kuina becomes stronger in the future before explaining. The scene fell silent again. "I'm going to Marine with Shawn. Advertisement. If possible, please bring me with you." Suddenly, a voice broke the silence of this moment, and everyone turned around to look. It turned out to be Kuina and Dasky who had just gone out. After hesitating for a moment, Lyman said, "Have you really made your decision? The training there will be much stricter and crueler than here, and Shawn said that your basic training in the past 2 years will be taught by Marine instructor." Kuina looked determined. "No matter how hard or tiring it is, I will persevere. This way, she can get closer to Shawn." Of course, Kuina didn't dare to say the latter sentence for fear of being beaten. After the words fell, Kuina stepped forward and hugged Lehman's arm and said coquettishly, "Hey, let me go, Mom, I have grown up." Lazy stroked Dasky's little head with a happy face, and Dasky also showed an expression of enjoyment like a cat. The tacit understanding between mother and daughter was obvious. At this time, Koshiro spoke. "So, is this the kendo you want? Are you really not confused in the future? Are you really prepared to persevere to the end?" Kuina was confused by several questions, but then she came back to her senses and said firmly with a small face. "I have always had only one goal, and that is to be number 1 in the world. Even if I can't do it in the future, I will be very satisfied because I have practiced it. I like the feeling of getting stronger little by little. Dad, believe me, I will definitely spread my name back to my hometown." Koshiro opened his narrowed eyes, walked up to Shawn, patted his shoulder and said, "Then, I'll leave my daughter to you." "Oh yeah, Dad, you're the best." Hearing this, Kuina jumped up happily, her whole body hanging on Shawn like a sloth, her hands wrapped around Shawn's neck, but she didn't want to come down. Lyman heard Kuina's words and looked at Koshiro's smiling face with some disgust. With a heavy snort, Kuina immediately understood what her mother meant, got off Shawn, returned to her mother and added, "Of course, it's because of my mother that I became so good." Lyman also smiled again and stroked Kuina's head. "Then don't be willful when you go there, and try not to cause trouble to others. If you can, come back to see Mom during the holiday. Mom will always be here waiting for you. Mom loves you." Kuina's eyes turned red and gradually became misty, as if she was going to cry the next moment. Advertisement. Mother. At this moment, an inappropriate voice broke the tender moment between mother and daughter. Master, have you forgotten how I came back last time? Well, I can also take people to teleport, but it's a bit physically demanding, but it's not a big problem. I have a day off every week, so, well, I can bring them back. After the words fell, Koshiro's parents were immediately happy. Isn't this just like going to school, except that he lives in school? Looking at his sister's confused look, Lyman explained that Shawn had the ability to teleport and could travel between marked places, and that their daughter would come back every week. Lazy also had a look that was mixed with relief and happiness. She was happy that her daughter could have a good teacher to teach her. She was happy because she didn't have to be separated from her daughter for too long, because she was afraid of losing any relatives again. In this way, the two families unanimously decided to let the two little girls hang out with Shawn in Marine. As for whether they can enter the recruiting training camp, just kidding, we are people of status, at least we are colonels, right? Well, actually we have a relatively good relationship with Zephyr, so it's not a big problem. That night, the two little girls cuddled up in their mother's arms and chatted. They were about to part ways. Although it didn't take long, they were reluctant to leave. And Shawn was sunbathing in the open space in the front yard. Not long after, he came over sweating profusely. It looked like he was really working hard. Not disliking his sweating profusely, Shawn skillfully stretched out his hand and rubbed the dog's head angrily. Zoro immediately became angry. Let me go. How can you, an adult, bully me, a child? You have the guts to wait until I grow up. Saying this, Zoro is not actually angry, it's just the way the two of them get along. Zoro has always put Shawn in the position of his elder brother, but it's just that Zoro doesn't know how to express it implicitly. Not bad. Shawn nodded and praised, then continued. Although you don't want to join Marine, I want to make an agreement with you, is that okay? Zoro looked at Shawn, who looked serious, and nodded subconsciously. After regaining consciousness, he hummed and turned his head again. But his pricked ears showed that he was listening carefully to the upcoming agreement. Chapter 29 Set sail again. Shawn smiled at Zoro with what he thought was a warm smile. I know that you will definitely go to sea in the future, and I also know that you are not someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong and goes around causing trouble. So I want you to promise me that one day, no matter what your position is, you will not do anything that harms civilians. Although my words sound like nonsense, the main point I want to say is that if you see someone in need of help and you can do it, you can help them, but do good deeds without worrying about the future. The last thing is, well, no matter what happens in the future, I will be your senior. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to me. When you grow up, I will give you a phone bug. Quote. Shawn has always treated Zoro like a younger brother. At first, he might just watch Zoro with the mentality of watching anime. As we get along with him, I feel that he is a simple and hardworking child, a bit arrogant, and quite cute. Even though there was a system later on, he was tempted to change Zoro all the time. But Shawn didn't want to force him, because the Zoro in the original book was great and an upright person. What's more, he still treats him as a younger brother. Shawn was just afraid that his butterfly effect would grow crooked when he grew up, so he had this conversation. After hearing this, Zoro also turned around, looked at Shawn's bright eyes, and said with a somewhat unnatural expression, "Okay, I promise you." Shawn smiled, because Zoro is a person who attaches great importance to commitments, and as long as he promises, he will not change. Early the next morning, after being bid farewell by everyone in Shimotsuki village, Kuina embarked on her own journey. The two little girls were all curious about warships, and Shawn let them go. Not to mention the marine on the warship. After all, this ship is full of recruits, which is equivalent to an internship. The curiosity of the two girls went away as quickly as it came. Advertisement. After less than half a day of sailing, they were tired of exploring the warship. He directly found Shawn, who was basking in the sun on the deck, shook Shawn's arm coquettishly and asked, "Hey, Shawn, you said you found a devil fruit that breaks through my own shackles. What does it look like?" Hearing this, Shawn raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at the two of them. "Well, I found it. You will know the details when the time comes." Although Daisuke didn't say anything, Shawn could see envy in her eyes, but her personality was a little more reserved than Kuina's. Kuina also noticed Daisuke's emotions, so she asked directly, "Shawn, you said I will catch pirates like you in the future. How much can I catch in exchange for the phantom beast devil fruit you mentioned? After all, I am my sister." Well. Although Kuina is only 1 month older than Daisuke, in her mind she is much older. And although she is a little willful, she is not an ignorant child. She knows that such a devil fruit must be very precious. She can accept Shawn's kindness without any burden, just because in her mind, Shawn is also her relative, and relatives should not care too much about each other. In other words, whatever Shawn needs, Kuina will give it without hesitation. In a child's mind, if you are good to me, I will be better to you, but they are emotionally shy, so they are embarrassed to say words like thank you. But she will never ask Shawn for anything, because her mother taught her from an early age not to take other people's kindness for granted. The kindness shown by others is good intention, but the kindness demanded will turn into malice. Therefore, although Kuina wants to help her good sister, she does not want to trouble Shawn. Daisuke waved her hands after hearing this. No need, I won't give up, I will work hard to practice, thank you, Kuina." Kuina chuckled and looked at Shawn with Kazilan's big eyes. Hey. Shawn, let me set a small goal for myself. Don't you like to set small goals? The corner of Shawn's mouth twitched. In the past, the small goals he set were to chop off a number of mountains or a deserted island. But looking at the cute appearance of this girl, I felt a little hesitant. Because he had no way to obtain devil fruit at all, he turned to look at Dasuki next to him. She was a little helpless and pulled Kuina's little hand to signal her to stop talking. Although Shawn does have 2 potions, which can greatly increase the upper limit of their strength. Advertisement. But besides giving it to Kuina, he also wanted to keep it for himself to train a subordinate. You know, in this world, physical fitness determines the upper limit. The aunt of 4 emperors was able to destroy a village of giants just because she was hungry at the age of 5. You know, the giants in Marine headquarters are all lieutenant general level beings. Maybe the giants in the village are not as strong as the giants outside. But it is enough to show how exaggerated Charlotte Linlin's talent is. It is conceivable that this potion is given to people who can endure hardships, and they can become strong men at the level of generals and emperors in a short period of time. But looking at Dasuki's timid appearance, I remembered that she was also a kind and generous girl in the anime. He was a little shaken, but soon became firm again. How can a woman be as happy as a subordinate, even though she will be beautiful and kind in the future? But although Shawn is not an evil person, his life creed is that he is a good person who does evil, so what does it have to do with him whether Dasuki is good or not? Shawn, who had a clear idea, smiled apologetically at Dasuki and pulled Kuina aside. I'll tell you a secret, but you have to promise me that no one, can tell it, including the teacher. The time has not come yet, and I will tell them in the future. Kuina had 100% trust in Shawn, so she nodded and said, yeah. I trust Shawn the most, so you have to trust me too, I will protect our little secret. After saying that, Kuina's cheeks turned slightly red. Shawn wanted to roar loudly. Keeping such a serious matter a secret makes you blush like a teapot. But what he said was something else. Actually, what I'm looking for you is not a devil fruit, or rather, it's 2 different things. The devil fruit is just a means, and what I want to give you is the basis of all means. Then it's just physical fitness. In this sea, whether it is ability, swordsmanship or domineering, the development of all abilities is inseparable from a strong body. What I am going to give you, there are only 3 copies in the whole world. It can increase the upper limit of a person's physical fitness and allow anyone to have the qualifications of a top powerhouse. If you want to be a pure swordsman, I don't recommend you to use devil fruit. 1 part has been used by me, and 1 part is for you, but the other part one want to use to cultivate trustworthy subordinates, so I won't give it to your good sister. After all, the water in this world is too deep. Quote. After saying this, Shawn raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the sky, waiting for Kuina, the little fangirl, to show his admiration. After all, the effect of this thing is too powerful. Chapter 30 Improve your qualifications. But after Shawn waited for a long time, he didn't get the usual adoration scream. He lowered his head and looked at Kuina with some doubts. When he saw Kuina looking at him as if she were a fool, Shawn suddenly felt bad. He looked a little unnatural and said, What's wrong? Kuina rolled her eyes angrily and said, Shawn, are you a big fool? You need to find subordinates you can trust. Dasuki is very good, she is a trustworthy companion. And she has been trained since she was a child. She will definitely not betray you in the future. You have said that you can give anyone the qualifications of a top powerhouse, so why can't it be her? Besides, even if you can't train with us in the past few years, I will always be on your side. Hearing this, Shawn slapped his forehead. Yes, even if it is used by a pig, it will become stronger. Instead of betting on a subordinate who doesn't have it yet, it is better to use it by Dasuki. At least she is a kind person. And with Kuina here, this is a trustworthy person. It seems that his judgment has been affected by the original work. And maybe you can get a wave of plot points. Then he looked at Kuina with a look that was full of teachability. Okay, you call her up and let's go to my room together. As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn walked towards the cabin. Kuina walked towards Dasuki excitedly, took her little hand, and ran to Shawn's room regardless of what happened. Hey, Kuina, slow down, where are you taking me? Go to Shawn's room. He turned to look at Dasuki. I have something good to share with you, it's all thanks to me, otherwise that idiot Shawn wouldn't even think of you. Ah, just like that, Kuina entered Shawn's room with a confused Dasuki in a hurry. Shawn first used his sense of sight to prevent anyone around him, and then pretended to take out 2 glass test tubes from his pocket. The test tube contains a blue liquid. The liquid flows in the test tube, as beautiful as the stars in the night sky, and full of mysterious atmosphere. Shawn first told Dasuki the efficacy of this potion. Dasuki suddenly looked horrified that there could be such a magical thing in this world. Before they could speak, Shawn continued, I got this thing by chance. There are only 2 copies in the whole world. In addition to giving it to Kuina. Advertisement. I wanted to use the other portion to cultivate my confidence, but after Kuina's persuasion, I gave it to you. I hope you don't betray Kuina's trust in you. Quote. Hearing this, Dasuki's eyes turned red. She looked at Kuina and didn't know what to say. Her little mouth opened and closed slightly, but she could only say 2 words out of 1,000 words, thank you. Although she is young, she understands that such a thing should not be something she can have. All because of Kuina, a sister, whom she just met not long ago. She does not think she has much talent. Kuina smiled sweetly. I am your sister. We will always be together from now on. I have always wanted to have a sister. Hearing this, Dasichi responded to Kuina with a big smile. Yeah, sister. Dasichi silently made up her mind in her heart that no matter what happened in the future, she would face it with her sister as soon as possible. Shawn watched the interaction between the two people speechlessly, and quickly interrupted. You guys should drink quickly. Remember, you can't tell anyone about this, you know. Both of them knew that the matter was of great importance, so they nodded repeatedly, and then picked up the test tube and drank it without hesitation. Gudong, gudong. Not long after the two of them finished drinking, the glass test tube suddenly broke into pieces, and then turned into little bits of dust and fell. But the dust disappeared before it touched the ground. The duo who saw this scene were even more convinced that this potion was extraordinary. Kuina felt her body and felt that there was no change, so she expressed her doubts. Shawn was also speechless. This thing does not allow you to directly improve your strength, but improves your physique and talent. This requires exercise to bring out the effect. Remember. The reason why a strong person is strong is because he is strong in himself, not in auxiliary items. Quote. As soon as the words fell, Dasiki's exclamation was heard. No, my short-sightedness has improved. After saying that, he took off his glasses. Now I really can't tell who the two are. Shawn thought of Dasiki's future appearance as a bespectacled lady, and shook his head to shake some unhealthy images out of his head. He coughed dryly and said hesitantly, actually, it's good for you to wear glasses. Ah, Dasichi was dumbfounded. Do you still need to wear glasses if you are not myopic? Shawn quickly explained. At least this way I can tell you two apart, and you look gentle and quiet, so you are suitable for wearing glasses. You can take off the lenses and use them as decoration. It looks good. Advertisement. At this time, Kuina was not happy, and said with a coy voice. Huh, do you mean that I can't wear it well? No way, it's just that each of you has your own characteristics. When the two of them were talking, no one noticed Dasiki's strange expression. She felt like her whole brain was in a mess, and the words, very beautiful, kept lingering in her ears. After the three of them talked for a while, Shawn asked them to leave. Then he took out his cigar and started smoking it, puffing away in the room. I always felt that I had forgotten something, and after thinking about it, I suddenly slapped my forehead. It turned out that I almost forgot to find the tool man, so I no longer hesitated and quickly picked up the phone and called Kizaru for the coordinates. But no one answered for a long time, so Shawn had to mumble and hang up. On the other side, Marine headquarters. Bulu Bulu. Kizaru, who had just walked on the playground, heard the phone ring. Moses. Hey, is this Zon Momoan, Moses? A Marine soldier following Kizaru had a black line on his face and said quickly, General Porsalino, what you have is a phone bug. Ah, I'm just saying. Kizaru suddenly realized. No wonder there is no sound every time. Then he searched everywhere on his body and finally found a phone bug. As soon as I took it out, there was a click, and it was hung up. He scratched his forehead and said, Who are you calling me? I always feel like I have forgotten something. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I just need to look for something. Seeing General Kizaru walking in front with a calm look on his face, the Marine soldiers following him were also complaining crazily in their hearts. Whether I find you or not, something will happen. You are a general. I have the highest combat power in this department. Is it a trivial matter to find you? Of course, I only dared to complain in my heart, so I quickly followed Kizaru's footsteps. Chapter 31I. Klo is going to start showing off. Shawn's warship was sailing at sea for a day, and Kuina was also racing against time on the ship to do physical training. According to Shawn, if you can't practice to death, practice as hard as you can. It doesn't matter no matter how serious the injury is while he's there. In just one night, the two of them clearly felt that they had become stronger. Although it was not obvious, they were overjoyed because becoming stronger was never achieved overnight. At noon, Shawn, who had just finished lunch and was lying on the deck to rest, suddenly saw a small and medium-sized merchant ship not far away. At first, he didn't pay much attention. He only glanced at it and then looked away. However, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a man with a slicked back hair, wearing black clothes and glasses. He gently adjusted his glasses with his wrist. So he quickly looked over and saw that Big Beto seemed to be talking to the person next to him, but Shawn found that Big Beto was always looking at him. Shawn clenched his fists and clapped his hands, and this tool man actually came to his door by himself. Who else could it be if it wasn't Kuro? He had almost given up when he couldn't contact Kizaru, and now he was on his way back. I thought that in a few years, when Kuro went to Usopp's hometown, I would catch him, but I didn't expect Skynet to be so powerful. So he said to a nearby soldier, Send the boat over. Yes. The soldier saluted in response, and then quickly went to give instructions to the helmsman and the others. It's strange. Even if he is not famous, he is still a wanted criminal. The people on his ship are not pirates, so what is he doing? Shawn rubbed his chin and said to himself. At this time, Kuina, who was doing some gravity training on the side, stood up sweating profusely and asked, What's wrong? Shawn didn't hide anything, he told the whole purpose of his return to the East Daxia Sea, and also informed the two of Gang's doubts. Kuina was also clueless, but Dasky on the other side suddenly said, "You said he is 100 strategies, Kuro, then he is very cunning, right?" Shawn slapped his forehead, which really woke up the dreamer. "Yes, he is so treacherous, this is definitely his conspiracy." Advertisement. Having said that, Shawn turned his sights to the maximum, and sure enough, he spotted a ship about 10 kilometers away, and his face suddenly curved. P.S. It's definitely not a big problem to drive the car up to 10 kilometers. Don't try to bully me. Just look at Enel to find out. Or you can just look at the whole island like a clairvoyant. The two sisters on the side also blushed slightly when they saw Shawn's evil smile, but Kuina still asked, "Hey, Shawn, what's wrong?" "Ah, I found a ship in the distance, maybe it's his companion." Dasichi took over. So he wants his companions to snatch it, so that he can take it out himself. Shawn rubbed Dasky's little head and praised, "You are very smart, you must grow up well and become my subordinate in the future." Dasiki's face turned red and she was almost smoking. "Yeah, I'll do my best." Kuina on the side looked at Shawn with resentful eyes, her cheeks bulging like a bun. Shawn looked uncomfortable, but his instinct made him reach out and touch Kuina's little head. "You have to work hard too." Kuina had a look of enjoyment on her face and nuzzled Shawn's big hand like a kitten. After a while, he finally approached the merchant ship and called everyone out of the deck. Everyone on the boat looked calm, including Kuro, who also showed his true qualities as a movie star, as if he, like everyone else, was just an ordinary businessman undergoing inspection, which made Shawn wonder. In this sea, pirates often disguise themselves as merchant ships and approach other ships to plunder. Therefore, everyone on the ship was very cooperative. After all, Marine was here to catch pirates, and they had no worries, so they were very calm. Shawn and the two little girls leaned against the guardrail of the deck and watched Kuro's performance. Kuro seemed very cooperative on the surface, but in fact, he was very disdainful in his heart. If he wasn't afraid that the bounty would be raised and more people would be concerned about him, Marine wouldn't be enough to kill him. Not long after, the soldiers finished checking and reported to Shawn. Kuro was relieved when he saw that he had been fooled. After all, of course he didn't want to be wanted if he could. It was annoying to death. At this moment, a sentence made his heart rise to his throat. Advertisement. "Ah, you bunch of recruiters, haven't you noticed that there's a pirate among them?" Shawn said to his subordinates with a look of hatred on his face. So the sailors were confused, and the merchants on the ship became restless and panicked. If they hadn't met Marine, they wouldn't have known what to do. Then a bolder businessman came out and asked stammeringly, "Mr. Marine, could you please explain it more clearly?" It's no wonder he was so nervous, because it was like a strange phone call on the sea, and no one dared to answer it, because the chances of calling for help were more than 50% and it was directed and acted by pirates. Once he was fooled, the consequences would be disastrous, not to mention that there was a pirate lurking on the ship like him. If he hadn't met these Marines, it would be terrifying if he thought about it, and he would be killed by people inside and outside in a matter of minutes. Shawn looked at Dabito, who was following the crowd and pretending to be panicked, and wanted to laugh a little. Without whetting his appetite, he said directly, "Klo, although your bounty seems a bit low, I won't underestimate you. After all, you are a smart person." Although he said this, the playful smile on Shawn's face told him that he didn't trust Kuro at all, because all the conspiracies and tricks would be wiped out under the absolute strength. Looking at Shawn's expression, Kuro also figured out that this man didn't attack him immediately when he came up. He was teasing him and treating him as a clown. At this time, everyone on the boat looked at each other, wondering who Kuro was. A strong man with a beard pulled Kuro in an aggrieved tone and said, "Fortunately we met Marine, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Don't be afraid, I will protect you." There are black lines on Kuro's forehead. "Why are you protecting me and hiding behind me? Besides, I am the pirate you call me." Kuro was so disgusted by this rough man that his whole body was covered in pimples. But then he suddenly sneered, "Oh, it seems that the officer in front of me has really good eyesight. He actually recognized me." As she finished speaking, 10 sharp blades appeared on the gloves on her hands, just like cat claws. These were his weapons, a spada cat claws. Hearing this, everyone looked at the gentle gentleman who was chatting and laughing with them in disbelief. At this moment, all the gentleness on his face disappeared, replaced by a gloomy look. The rough man behind him screamed in fear and fainted. Chapter 32 Claude failed to pretend. How could this happen? Who brought him here? I don't know. I thought you brought him here. I was drinking with him just now. So after chatting with him for so long, we didn't even realize that pirates had gotten involved. Yeah, seeing how confident he looks, I'm afraid he's really strong. It's over. First hope Master Marine can deal with him. Listening to the noise in his ears, Kuro looked satisfied. The next step was to make Marine pay the price for teasing him. Kuro pushed his glasses gently with his palm and said, "Did you hear that? We got along very well. The original plan was for them to be robbed by me. I didn't want to kill too many people. It's a pity that you angered me. People who didn't deserve to die are about to be killed by you now." Quote. Shawn looked at Kuro like a fool. Is this really a person whose IQ is second only to Beckman? Can't he see that Lousy has absolute strength? This stupid young man. Even when he first met Garp, his ceiling strength was not as arrogant as his. Kuro was deeply pierced into his heart by Shawn's eyes and felt insulted. Suddenly he sneered. Oh, you will pay the price for your arrogance. No one in the East Daxia Sea is my opponent. To be honest, he is a person who sits in a well and watches the sky. Shawn said with a caring look on his face. Come on, let Lousy see how awesome you are and what price you can make Lousy pay. After saying that, he reached into his trouser pocket and took out a cigar. This cigar was found in Kizaru's office last time, but he had put it all in the system space. After all, on the sea, anything can happen, and the ship can sink in a matter of minutes, so it is safest to put things in the system space. Kuro looked at Shawn biting his cigar nonchalantly, and a marine next to him quickly took out a lighter and lit it for him. Suddenly Kuro's anger level exploded. Silent step. I saw streaks of dust rising up where Kuro originally stood, but he disappeared in the eyes of others, and everyone suddenly panicked. This is Kuro's assassination skill. Although it disappears in the eyes of others, it is invisible in Shawn's eyes. Advertisement. Kuro just wanted to deal with the marine who looked down on him right away. As for a sneak attack, he was a pirate, so he took action decisively when he saw Shawn chewing his cigar. If you get close, you will be able to slit his throat immediately. Kuro's face, full of psychological activity, raised a sneer, as if he saw Shawn dying under his cat's claws. But the ideal is full of beauty, but the reality is full of skinny. Shawn didn't even look at Kuro, and slapped him like a fly. Immediately, Kuro was slapped and flew back. Everyone only heard two sounds of pop, bang, and when they came back to their senses, they saw a human-shaped hole being knocked out of the cabin. Gudong. Everyone swallowed. So strong. Kuro, who was slapped away, quickly took out the phone bug and asked his men to come over. There's no way, the idea is a bit tricky, so just in case, it's better to let these pirates come and die. Not long after, the hole knocked out by Kuro made a rustling sound. I saw that Kuro, who had just looked like an elegant gentleman, was covered with dust and scattered on his back. His left cheek was also swollen, and his glasses were full of cracks. Kuro still wanted to maintain his strong character and said slowly, my men will be here soon. Let's see how many people you can protect. But his appearance looked a bit funny. After the blow just now, Kuro understood that he was definitely no match, so he had no choice but to call the pirate under his hand to sacrifice him. As long as they start fighting and cause chaos, he will have a chance to escape. Shawn smiled. Are you referring to the pirate ship that has been following this merchant ship? After hearing Shawn's words, these businessmen became restless again. Although Kuro was surprised how Shawn knew about it, he also smiled slightly in success when he saw the restless people. It's just that the price of this smile is a bit high. It hurts so much that I can't maintain my gentleman persona. Humph, I said you will pay the price, then you will pay the price. Shawn looked at the arrogant second idiot and didn't bother to talk to him. He lowered his body and looked at Kuina and Daski and said. Advertisement. You will see clearly later that I am going to draw my sword and use the purest swordsmanship. Kuina had watched Shawn train. The training equipment consisted of huge mountains, all of which were shaved off, so she looked like a little fangirl. Dasichi was full of expectations. For a knife lover, looking at the knife on Shawn's waist, she had long wanted to take it out and take a look. At this time, Dasichi also asked Kuina, hey, is Shawn's sword also a famous sword? Dashi has seen Kuina's Wado Ikimonji, so she is very curious about what kind of knife Shawn will use. Yes, that was given to Shawn by my mother. Well, it seems to be called Mikazuki Munekika. It is a very beautiful knife. Kuina said, biting her finger. What, is it actually Mikazuki Munekika, who is known as the most beautiful sword? After saying that, he quickly took out his small notebook where he recorded famous swords. Looking at the small book, he said, Mikazuki Munekika is one of the 21 great swordsmen. The blade is a chaotic blade with a reverse D shape. It is known as the most beautiful famous sword. Then she turned to look at the blue scabbard on her waist, and stared at Shawn eagerly, wanting Shawn to show it to her. Shawn smiled and said, later, Nuo, the black spot in front is the pirate ship. You can intuitively feel the swordsman's slashes, so pay attention. Originally, Kuro on the side was very unhappy at being ignored, but he didn't dare to do anything else. At this time, after hearing Shawn's words, he quickly looked around and saw a black spot on the horizon. There was no doubt that this was where his men came from. Soon he would be able to escape, all he had to do was create chaos. As he thought about it, a strange smile appeared on his face. Shawn thought for a while, even though it was an ordinary slashing attack, it still needed a name, and he came up with it after a while. Just use Zoro's move name from now on, it's only used once anyway. Shawn looked at the black spot in the distance, clasped the scabbard of the knife with his left hand, and gently pushed the handle of the knife away with his thumb, revealing a blade. Dasichi looked at such a beautiful blade with starry eyes. Except for Kuina, no one on the ship knew what Shawn wanted to do, but they all watched him closely. After all, both Marine and Merchant knew that they couldn't deal with the silent step. Kuro felt uneasy as he watched Shawn pull out the knife. I always felt that something was going to happen, so I quickly yelled at Shawn, whatever you want to do, Hurry up, don't procrastinate. It seemed that only shouting loudly could make him feel a little safer. Shawn grinned at Kuro with his cold face, then looked at Dasky and reminded, pay attention, this will be helpful to you in the future, let's have a rough understanding of slashing first. Yeah, ×2. Chapter 33 Kaido sucking fiercely. At this moment, Shawn had a serious look on his face, and his aura gradually rose up. This was the starting aura unique to a great swordsman. The sword, which was not even covered by Haki, was pulled out by Shawn and waved gently in the direction of the pirate ship. At this moment, everyone was stunned. They never thought that Shawn actually wanted to attack the pirate ship from such a long distance. And you still use a knife. Cut the air. But before doubts arose in their hearts, they saw Shawn put away the knife and softly uttered a few words from his lips. Kaido rode suck and suck fiercely. In an instant, a blue energy light group with a height of 100 meters and a width of 1 meter appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the distance. The location where the slash struck across the sea surface was divided as if it had been cut by the Poseidon, revealing a bottomless trench. In the blink of an eye, the slash passed through the black spot and then flew towards the horizon. At this moment, everyone stared at the wound in the sea that had not healed for a long time with a look of horror on their faces. For those businessmen, a sense of security immediately followed. After all, with such a powerful marine, does he still need to be afraid of pirates? But the recruiters are full of respect. Kuina Dasky looked at Shawn with admiration. They also wanted to be able to do it one day and cut mountains and seas with a slash. If anyone is to say who is the most frightened and inexplicable, it is our Captain Kuro. Just watching the blue light fly out with a whoosh sound, and then the black dot in the distance disappeared. All his plans were wiped out by this absolute force. Before he could say anything, the seawater began to pour into the gully opened by Shawn. The impact generated by the intrusion of seawater gradually caused the merchant ship and warship to begin to shake. The force of the impact became stronger and stronger, and not long after, huge waves were set off in the distance, scaring everyone so much that their legs weakened. How could this happen? Oh my god, we won't be able to survive this huge wave. What should we do? Advertisement. Ooh, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old daughter. I can't die. Everyone was just immersed in grief, and they didn't dare to blame Shawn. After all, Shawn's original intention was to protect them. What if you anger him and kill him right here? Although he has a narrow escape now, he will definitely not survive if he is killed on the spot. Shawn looked at the two little girls beside him and found that although their faces were pale with fright, they were clutching his sleeves tightly. But he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Shawn couldn't help but sigh. These two people have the qualifications to be generals. In the future, they can also go out and say that they haven't seen any big storms. At this time, Kuro's intestines were filled with regret. Why did he let those losers come over? Not only could they not be of any help, they even got himself involved. At the same time, he also understood his own insignificance and how much he was looking at the sky from a well. His breathtaking breath just now left an indelible shadow in his heart. His men were so far away, and the ship might have been lost, but there was still a chance of survival, but he. Well, thinking of this, I couldn't help but join the group of mourners. Shawn was too lazy to talk nonsense. He looked at the approaching giant waves and jumped up. After pulling out the knife, his arm gradually turned black. Then, cherry blossom-colored domineering energy was wrapped around it, gradually wrapping around the handle of the knife, until it reached the tip of the knife, and then another silver-black slash was swung out. This time, Liu Ying's domineering power was added, and the straight slashes cut through the waves. Then there was a loud, bang bang bang, sound, and wherever the slash hit, all the huge waves seemed to be exploded from the inside. The nearest supergiant wave, which was nearly 300 meters away from them, turned into dots and poured down like heavy rain. It turned everyone into a drowned rat, well, except Shawn and the two little girls, because Shawn applied the repulsive force on them, which was a delicate job. If you don't use it well, people will be bounced away, so it can't be used on too many people. It's definitely not lazy. But everyone didn't care at all. After all, they almost understood the true meaning of death again. So everyone cheered and shouted excitedly, as if they wanted to vent the haze in their hearts. Kuro watched Shawn split the sea so lightly, and so casually smash the natural disaster in front of him. I was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. I was happy to have survived, but also felt sad for the next situation. After all, locking him in the branch for the rest of his life is a light punishment, because not all criminals are qualified to be locked up in the Impel Great Prison. Little pirates like them are usually shot or sent to some branch prison. Advertisement. Thinking about the ups and downs along the way, I feel even sadder. At first he was just a young man who liked to act like a gentleman in front of the villagers, although he had some talent and a high IQ. But you can also have your own hobbies, right? What he likes most is everyone nodding and saying hello to him when walking on the street. But once, I killed a pirate and looted his treasure. So he embarked on the road of pirates in a daze, and even established a pirate group with a group of useless subordinates. I originally thought that if I wanted to be a pirate, I would just be a pirate. There was nothing wrong with it anyway, as long as I used my strategy to plunder wealth carefully, and when I got tired of it in the future, I would wash my hands of myself. So Kuro planned to hide his identity and sneak into the merchant ship. When the time came, He gave the order and hundreds of pirates rushed over to rob him. It was a perfect scene. But I died before I left the army and met an extremely powerful Marine who humiliated me. First, I pretended not to know anything and watched the performance, making myself feel like a clown in the circus. Then when he wanted to use his strength to conquer, he received a cruel slap, which made him realize how weak he was. He thought about continuing his strategy, but ended up sinking his pirate ship with a slash. He thought about forgetting it and spending the rest of his life in prison, but God was kidding again and set off huge waves that seemed to swallow him up. Just when he was about to be scared out of his wits, the hot man swung his knife again and saved everyone present. Only at this moment did he understand the power of this silver-haired Marine, who could kill and save people. I am like a clown, constantly struggling between being caught or dying. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This is a life-defeating thing. The more I thought about it, the more aggrieved and sad I became, and finally I started sobbing softly. Shawn ignored him and turned to the civilians on the merchant ship and said, "You must pay attention to the privacy of the merchant ship in the future and don't let pirates fish in troubled waters. You are really lucky this time. Even though his strength is not very good, he can kill you all easily." Quote. Yes, Shawn knows Kuro's special move, the spoon, which is about the same speed as Marine 6 a shaving, but it is a low-end version and rushes around without thinking. From this, you can know that Kuro is smart. So Shawn said goodbye to everyone on the merchant ship and carried Kuro onto the warship. Chapter 34 Kuro cried after being beaten. After boarding the warship, Shawn first praised the two little girls for their courage in the face of danger. Then the interrogation of Kuro began. In fact, Shawn admired this man very much. Although he was cunning, he actually figured out a move like shaving in Donghai. I just don't know if he can figure out such a harmful move like iron block. After all, whoever uses it will die. Then Shawn looked at Kuro who was tied and sitting on the deck and said, "You had a backup just now, right? Your silent step is not the fastest, you should be faster, right?" Kuro looked horrified. What happened to Marine? How could he know? Indeed, Kuro still has a unique move called Spoon, but when released, it causes damage regardless of friend or foe. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about using it, he was just afraid that he would die immediately if he used it. After all, it was really difficult for him to muster the courage to face Shawn. Because Shawn's power is too powerful, he can both create disasters and heal disasters. After hesitating for a while, he still said, "Because I felt that even if I used it, it would have no effect. In order not to deepen the crime, I didn't do it." Shawn nodded with satisfaction. "Well, you are smart, tell me about your experience as a pirate these years." So Kuro hurriedly said it like he was pouring beans. The name, by G, hasn't been given yet, but Shawn told others about it. In short, this first vote was wasted, and Kuro just wanted to win leniency. Shawn thought for a while, he couldn't just let him join Marine so easily, he had to deal with his mentality, otherwise what would he do if he plotted against him in the future? So he asked, "Do you want to be a Marine?" Ah. Kuro was dumbfounded, and the sailors around him were also dumbfounded, except for the two little girls who knew the inside story. One of them was shocked by his parents' brain circuits, and he was captured just to ask if he wanted to be a Marine. "I'm dumbfounded. Since I have the opportunity to clear my name, of course I can't ask for it, but I still have to be reserved." Then he shook his head with a face full of resistance. "I just want to live a peaceful life, Marine's restraint is not suitable for me." Shawn nodded with satisfaction and pointed at a Marine. "You, bring a rag." Advertisement. Shawn then got a torn rag and put it in Kuro's mouth. What followed was an inhumane ravage. Shawn was beating and scolding. "You are a pirate, right? Bang bang bang. A peaceful life, right? Quang quang quang. Restraint, right? Dong dong dong." However, Kuro was beaten so hard that his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He could only make a sound of, and tears of regret flowed from the corners of his eyes. Don't talk about respect when recruiting others, you should at least be polite, but this white hair was beaten without saying a word, and even stuffed with rags, as if he was afraid of being struggled away, and tied up with a rope. This time, Kuro's intestines were bruised, and his fists still fell like raindrops. Just when Kuro felt that he was about to die, the sailors around him tried to persuade Shawn. "Sir, don't hit me. If you hit me again, you will be beaten to death." "Yes, sir, why don't we go to the nearest branch and hand him over for detention?" After listening to the persuasion of the people around him, Shawn looked at the dying Kuro and said, "Well, that makes sense. If you beat him again, he will die." When Kuro heard this, his eyes glowed green, thinking that he was finally over it. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard words that made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and his heart suddenly went cold. Shawn said faintly, "Then cure him and then beat him. You guys will come too, immune to death, and beat him as hard as he can. Pray." As soon as the words fell, everyone saw a faint milky yellow light glowing on Kuro's body, and then little stars emerged. Paired with Kuro's black suit, it looked like the stars in the night sky, which was really beautiful. Looking again, Kuro's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes were in tatters and he looked so miserable, everyone would have thought that he was just dying was an illusion. The sailors have all heard a rumor that their commander has super healing abilities. Looking back now, I suddenly feel that I was lucky to be chosen to work under Shawn. After all, with the commander here, I am not afraid of getting hurt. Thinking of this, I look at Shawn with admiration. Advertisement. Shawn didn't bother to guess what they were thinking, and pointed directly at Kuro. Hit lousy. As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates rushed forward screaming, using all their strength in order to perform well in front of their superiors. Kuro was beaten to death again, and Shawn did not hesitate to treat him. After being beaten like this 5 times, as soon as Shawn had healed him, he heard Kuro yelling. I want to be a Marine, I want to be a Marine, don't fight, really don't fight, woo woo woo. I was really wrong. I hate pirates. Marine is where I belong. I want to be bound, woo woo. It turned out that when he was beaten for the second time, Kuro was trying to break free from the rope that bound the torn rag in his mouth. But he couldn't break free, so he could only keep twisting his body, letting his fists hit his face, hitting him with a punch, and kicking him a little. Finally, with his persistence, he finally struggled away and spat out the rag in his mouth, crying and shouting immediately. There was no way, it was too terrible, the feeling of being on the verge of death made him unable to hold on no matter how strong he was. In fact, Shawn had no choice. If he wanted to conquer such subordinates through formal means, it would be really difficult for him. He is self-aware, and he is not good at conspiracy. Although he can defeat all kinds of tricks, it would be too uncomfortable if he has to worry about being stabbed by the people below. He had no choice but to use the routine he saw from watching TV series in his previous life, 1 stick and 1 candy. It's not that he has to accept his subordinates or anything like that. He has a clear positioning of himself. He is not stupid, but he is definitely not smart. He feels that it would be a pity for such a smart person to become a pirate. He knew that when his system was upgraded, his strength would break the ceiling of this ocean. But he would not be naive enough to think that overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons would be a great success. Sometimes he also admired the fellow-minded people in the novel. After traveling for a year, first punched General Marine and kicked the 5 elders, and then there was world peace. But after all, reality is not a novel. If the ideological class is not broken, no matter who manages the world, there will still be no change. Even if the world government is corrupt, order is nothing to the world noble. But at least there is still order and balance. Once the world government is directly defeated and walked away, the disaster will definitely not be limited to the sea. And if there will be a struggle for so-called theocratic power all over the world, then life will really be in ruins. After all, it's just a battle at sea now. Occasionally, pirates will land on the island and do evil, but at least it's still within control. What he can do now can only be regarded as a casual move, and he will keep it for now and wait for the Revolutionary Army to be fully prepared. He can't help with anything else, but he can still help in the fight. Chapter 35 Kuro wants to fight Ben Beckman. Shawn came back to his senses and looked at Kuro. Tisk, did you break away so quickly? Kuro felt bad after hearing this, and quickly said, I really want to join Marine. Please, let me have a good home. Shawn waved his hand and told the recruits to go and do whatever they were supposed to do, leaving only the 2 little girls who were listening to nothing outside the window and only wanted to exercise. Shawn squatted down, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, Kuro was so frightened that he trembled all over. Shawn rolled his eyes angrily and slapped a big bump on Kuro's head. Is lousy that scary? Let lousy untie you again. Be careful to beat you again. After hearing this, Kuro didn't dare to move. He could only mutter in his heart, this is no longer scary, but the devil's method. Who has the ability to continuously pull people between life and death? Also, he obviously looks like a serious and aloof person, but what he does is completely inconsistent with his face. His character is completely ruined. But the words came to his lips. It's not terrible, it's not terrible. Please let me join Marine and have a new destination. After Shawn helped him untie him, he took out a cigar, lit it, and then started puffing away. Kuro also knelt down and sat motionless, not daring to speak, otherwise God knows what rude things this inelegant person would do. After a while, Shawn slowly spoke. Do you know why I want to recruit you? Kuro cursed in his heart. How can I know if you don't tell me? The most annoying thing is to be asked if you know. However, he still shook his head honestly. Even if he had a guess, he didn't dare to say it directly, for fear of being thought that he was being reserved again, which would result in a severe beating in the end. Shawn continued. Because I am optimistic about your IQ. In my heart, your IQ is second only to Ben Beckman. Who is Ben Beckman? Shawn took a puff of his cigar and said, well, how should I put it? His name will definitely resound throughout the ocean in the next 2 years. He is the smartest person in the ocean that I know. Hearing this, Kuro also looked a little proud. After all, being recognized by such a strong man meant that he was really smart. Shawn ignored his YY and said bluntly, but you are still far behind now. They have already started competing for hegemony in the new world, and their vision is not comparable to that of you now. Advertisement. Without giving Kuro a chance to refute. Put it this way, you can't beat any pirate in the waters they are in, and you can't even get a position as an intern on their ship. At this time, it was about letting Kuro know his excellence, but also letting him understand his shortcomings. Shawn also took great pains. After hearing this, Kuro already understood the purpose of Shawn's words to him. So the core question is asked. So, you want to recruit me to deal with him for you? In fact, Shawn didn't have that many ideas. He just wanted to find a smarter tool to help him handle official duties. But I definitely couldn't say that, so I shook my head. No. We are Marine, the defenders of the Order of the Sea, and the group we target is all pirates. I will be sent to the New World soon. Now the New World is the most chaotic moment, and at the same time, we need to stay on the front line, so I want to cultivate an excellent adjutant. Quote. Crow's face turned green after hearing this. He had no vision at all, but everyone in this sea knew where the New World was. It was a place with unpredictable weather and a sea area where pirates from all over the world competed. I just said that I was not even as good as an intern, and now I have to take myself to such a dangerous place. So he stammered. Well, aren't you just a colonel? Why would you go to such a dangerous place? Shawn disapproved and said, who told you to use military rank to measure strength? Of course it is because I am strong enough. Don't worry, I will send you to the headquarters for training for a period of time. But, as soon as the words left his mouth, he was interrupted by Kuina who was resting aside. Humph, if you are afraid of following Shawn, then there is no safer place in the world, you coward. Crow understood, this meant that Shawn was the most powerful group in the sea. I suddenly became a little excited. It seemed good to follow such a strong man. I thought that one day I would have to fight against Ben Beckman. Shawn then promised the life he wanted. Under Marine's command, Marine could give him the peaceful life he wanted. To put it bluntly, there is something wrong with Crow. He feels uncomfortable nodding around and saying hello in an inelegant way. He was told that he could just go to the military court at Marine headquarters and go through the motions. The general had already endorsed the matter. At this moment, Crow also forgot about the severe beating. He was only deeply moved. He died for his confidant. Advertisement. Seeing Crow's moved expression, Shawn ignored him, waiting for him to understand later. In this way, Shawn led his recruits back to Marine headquarters. Malinfando. As soon as he got off the warship, he dismissed his subordinates and walked to his residence with Kuina, Dasky and Crow. Before leaving the headquarters, Shawn was also assigned a house. Behind the headquarters is a large residential area for family members. Marine will provide houses for free to headquarters above the school level. This benefit is really good. There is also a military academy and a commercial street behind it. The shops in the commercial street are all run by Marine's family members. After all, the Marine in the headquarters is the most hated by pirates, so arranging it here can be considered a guaranteed measure. Although Kuina and Dasichi said they were old enough to attend military school, Shawn felt it was unnecessary and simply sent them to the recruit training camp. After arranging the two sisters with him, he took Crow away. After all, it was nothing for a big man to live with two little girls. Besides, he was about to go to the New World. Shawn just chewed his cigar and led Crow to Kizaru's office with a grumpy look on his face. Boom. Seeing Xiao Xiao open the door of the general's office like this, Crow was so frightened that he could only follow him incautiously. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a man wearing brown sunglasses and a yellow striped suit, lying leisurely on the sofa, cutting his nails. Ah, it turns out to be Shawn. I always thought I had forgotten something, but now I finally remember it. Have you found the person you want to recruit? Kizaru pouted and raised his eyebrows. The protruding veins on Shawn's forehead were exposed. He sat on the sofa on the other side and said in a strange tone, I found it. This is also luck. Otherwise, if I had waited for your information, I would have been able to attend my grandson's wedding. Well, don't worry about so many details. He immediately raised his head and looked at Crow behind Shawn. Is he the Beiji Crow you mentioned? He looks really weak. Chapter 36 Goodbye Marine Senior 4. Hearing Kizaru's words, Crow was nervous and a little embarrassed. In fact, he never felt that he was weak. You are obviously too strong, okay. We are all human beings, but why are you so powerful like monsters? The weak, pitiful, and helpless Crow could only pretend that he didn't hear it and continue to be an ostrich. After all, strictly speaking, he was still a pirate now. Hearing Kizaru's words, Shawn nodded in agreement. It's a bit too weak, but it doesn't matter. It will be enough to let Mr. Zephyr train for a few months. Anyway, he figured out the castrated version of shaving on his own, and he should be able to learn the Marine 6th form very quickly. Besides, I just want him to help me handle official business in the future, and I don't expect him to be good at fighting. Quote. Oh, Kizaru raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Do you want to study shaving yourself? It's really good. Why don't you give it to me? I don't want to be so tired. Although the skills of the 6 forms are of little significance to the strong men at their level, after all, the skills of the 6 forms are all based on the abilities of the strong men at their level. For example, Lanjiao and Iron Block are the castrated versions of the hardening and release of arm domineering, let alone shaving. Once the physical fitness is up, speed will naturally come. So I was a little surprised that I could study the castrated version of castration skills on my own in Donghai, so I wanted to get people from Shawn. Shawn categorically refused. No, what's the point of being lazy and looking for someone by yourself, staring at your own subordinates? Kizaru looked disappointed. Really, what a pity. Shawn rolled his eyes angrily. What's such a pity? You're just being honest when you're lazy. Every time I come in, I see you cutting your nails. Where do you get so many nails? You are still young, you don't understand. Kizaru looked cheerful. What I cut is not my nails, it's an attitude. After finishing speaking, he did not forget to give Shawn a meaningful look. Shawn was too lazy to play riddles with the fisherman in front of him, and said directly, then I will leave him to you. You take him through the procedures, and I will go to Mr. Zephyr to arrange 2 more people. Ah, it's really troublesome. After receiving Kizaru's response, Shawn patted Kuro on the shoulder and walked out. Advertisement. Under Kuro's frightened gaze, Kizaru also stood up. Let's go, get it done early and come back to rest early. Really, today is my holiday. Kuro finally saw that Shawn really had a status here. Although his military rank was not high, he could talk to these big shots on an equal footing. I thought I might be with the right person this time. The other side. Shawn was walking around the playground, and when he noticed that Zephyr was missing, he went directly to the office in the back office. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the door and walked in, he found Zephyr, but there were still several people. Crane, Sengoku and Garp were not too surprised by Shawn's arrival. After all, everyone knew that Shawn had a good relationship with Zephyr and had saved Zephyr's crew. Shawn was a little shocked when he saw so many people, but he came back to his senses immediately. They have all been comrades in arms for a period of time, and it's okay to get together occasionally. After saying hello, he went straight to the point and said, Mr. Zephyr, I would like to ask you a favor. Zephyr was a little surprised. It seems that this is a lot of work. You kid has become so polite. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, Gravity kid, if you want to ask for help, at least bring some donuts. Garp. Just say it again. Don't take my senbei. He looked at these 3 people who were 200 years old in total and was a little speechless. But I didn't say anything. This has been the way they have been getting along for decades since they were young. Shawn ignored Garp's bribery request and said directly, ah, what, I want to ask the old man to help train 2 little girls. Warring States looked suspicious. That's it. Can't you train yourself? They are only 13 years old, then looked at Sengoku with a blank face. And don't you want me to go to the new world? Ha 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 ha. Warring States period. Don't ask for your title of wise general. You have forgotten all the decisions you made. Advertisement. Hearing this, the old man from the Warring States period was a little embarrassed, but after all, he was a weathered veteran, and he immediately looked at Zephyr as if nothing had happened. Zephyr pondered for a moment and then said, wouldn't it be enough to just send them to the elite recruitment training camp? Shawn knows very well that the recruiting training camp is also different, although many generals are now his disciples. But what's different is that the current 3 generals are called monster students, so they can use Haki as soon as they graduate. But it is absolutely inseparable from Zephyr's careful teaching. Don't you see, Smoker and the like are still using Sea Tower Stone as a weapon in the headquarters. This is the difference between assembly line education and meticulous craftsmanship. So Shawn said, I hope you train them as monsters just like you trained the 3 generals. I hope they can master Domineering in 2 years. I owe you a favor. Everyone here looked at each other after hearing this, because the amount of information in Shawn's words was too much. In this sea, being described as a monster is a compliment, describing those with first-class strength and talent. So Garp was the first to ask, have they been exercising since they were young? Or are they devil fruit users? Hearing this question, Shawn was silent. After all, Kuina and Dasichi really didn't show their talents yet. And he's still a swordsman, so he can't tell them that he gave them genetic medicine, right? But he still took over the conversation and said, they are swordsmen, pure swordsmen. They are also very weak now and have no talent. They are my school girls. Now everyone is even more confused. You, a swordsman, come here to be trained by Black Arm, Zephyr. Isn't this funny? Zephyr had no choice but to ask with a confused look, but I don't know how to use a sword, and according to you, the training in the recruit training camp is intense enough. It's not enough. Believe me, they are really talented. My teacher and mistress were reluctant to train them, so I brought them here. And your training methods have been of great help to them. As for Kendo, I will personally teach them after they graduate. What they lack now is a strong body. Only when you are strong can you be truly strong. This is the same truth that I have understood since I was a child. Quote. After saying this, several old Marines here were a little curious. What kind of person was it that made Shawn send him to Zephyr even if he owed a favor? After pondering for a moment, Zephyr said, okay, I promise you, but if they can't persist, I won't teach them anymore. Can you take me to see them? Chapter 37. The main plot is about to begin. ... When Zephyr agreed, Shawn immediately showed a bright smile. Thank you so much. From now on, as long as there is something within my power, if you tell me, I will go through fire and water. As for them being in my house now, shall we go see them now? Zephyr was unhappy when he heard this. I agreed because you were a good boy, not because of the so-called favor. I am already so old, what else can I ask for help from you? Shawn smiled and said, you are right, you are the light of Marine. Garp and Sengoku who were standing next to him were unhappy after hearing this. One of them was a fleet admiral and the other was a marine hero. Immediately shouted in unison, what about me? ×2. Shawn is too lazy to deal with 2 disrespectful old men. One is a bad old man who likes to dye his hair, and the other is a violent old man who likes to steal other people's snacks. Ha, tui. Seeing that the 2 old children were about to quarrel, he immediately came out to smooth things over. Okay, you guys, let's go meet this monster who has no talent. Hearing this, Warring States suddenly said, then why don't we go to dinner together? Don't go to Xiao Xiao's place. Let him go back and bring the people with him, and we can meet at the restaurant. Shawn looked suspicious. He was obviously asking someone to do something for him, so why did Warring States LYB rush to treat him to dinner? Perhaps seeing Shawn's doubts, Zephyr hid his explanation. The old man's son from the Warring States period is coming back today, so he is quite happy. He originally wanted to treat him to a treat today. Shawn nodded. I see, the son of the Warring States period is back. That's good. What a ghost. Where did the son come from during the Warring States period? Wasn't he just a godson? And he was killed. So he asked with a ghostly expression on his face. The old man from the Warring States period actually has a son. Warring States said happily. Yes, he is my adopted son. He has been the chief of staff of the West Blue branch in the past few years, and now he is finally willing to take the initiative to return to the headquarters. Garp immediately feared that the world would be in chaos. Then you have to teach him a lesson. He is wasting his time in West Blue for a brat. I think he is just fishing. Hearing this, Sengoku was not happy. Don't come here. Rosinante is for Marine to train spies to break into the pirates. He also added. And that child's abilities are not suitable for being a Marine, and he will be coveted. Shawn was completely confused now. Shouldn't Rosinante be dead long ago? There is also the kid who is not suitable to be a Marine and will be coveted. Could it be Luo? Mada, it's all chaos. What went wrong? It's obvious that Lousy only recently appeared in the public eye. Advertisement. Even though first joined Marine 2 years ago, I kept a low profile, and it was still low-key in the East Daxia Sea. The most important thing is that according to the anime I have watched, Rosinante died 13 years ago. That is 1509, and I only went to sea in 1510, so where is the problem? Seeing that Shawn was in a daze, Zephyr pushed Shawn and asked, what are you thinking about? Ah, it's nothing. Shawn, who suppressed his doubts, had no choice but to change the subject. Then, what, it's not good for you to discuss the training of spies in front of me, right? Shouldn't this be a Marine secret? Sengoku waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter, you don't know who that child is. Besides, I believe you are from Marine. Shawn thought to himself, Lousy not only knew, but also why he was coveted. But I had no choice but to suppress the doubts in my heart. I saw Rosinante thinking about this beforehand. That's it, I'll go back and take the elementary school girl to the restaurant directly. Warring States waved his hand cheerfully. Go. ... In this way, on the way back, Shawn kept thinking about whether it was a coincidence or man-made. He doesn't believe that his slow growth and hiding himself will cause a butterfly effect. Even if the butterfly effect is the basis of everything, a butterfly must flap its wings, right? It would be terrible if it was man-made, because everything Shawn has encountered so far is exactly the same as the plot. After thinking about it for a long time, I still had no clue, so I had to meet Rosinante and try it again. In this way, after Shawn returned, he told the two sisters about Zephyr and asked them to be mentally prepared. Because if you can't persist, Zephyr will no longer provide guidance. Zephyr's education method is definitely second to none. Shawn has regarded Kuina's family as his family since he was a child. There are many dangers in this sea, and he doesn't want Kuina to burp one day. After all, she doesn't have the aura of a protagonist. Unlike Nami and Robin, she can save the day every time she gets beaten up. Besides, Shawn didn't want the sisters to be beaten severely, which made him feel distressed. The two sisters are also very aware. After all, Shawn has healing abilities and will take them home to rest every week. Therefore, I am not afraid of being defeated by training at all. I just want to start training as soon as possible and then follow Shawn to ride the sea. Advertisement. When Shawn was walking on the streets of the living area with the two girls, he saw Tina and Smoker. They also saw Shawn and went up to say hello. Shawn is back. Now a lot of people in the recruitment department are beating their chests and wondering why you recruited pirates to become Marines but didn't choose them. Smoker said like a street kid. The two little girls looked at Smoker who looked like a black boss timidly, and they didn't know what to say. Aren't Marines very righteous? Tina may have noticed the little girl's doubts. Little sister, Tina tells you, even though he doesn't look like a good person, he is actually a very powerful Marine. Kuina said bluntly. As Marine's image always so open-chested and backless. Tina glanced at Smoker, who was wearing a jacket with no zipper on. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Smoker's face even turned red after being told this. Shawn saw the embarrassment of the two of them, so he explained to Kuina, don't judge a book by its cover. Although he doesn't look like a good person, he is a good person, although he is a little weak. Kuina nodded perfunctorily. I know, aren't we going to eat? Dasichi and I are going to starve to death. Shawn had no choice but to look at them and said, let's talk next time. I want to take them to meet Mr. Zephyr and the old man Zongguo. Are you going to have a barbecue? Tina, too. Hearing this, Shawn looked at Smoker. Smoker bit his cigar. I have a friend who has been away on missions for a few years, so he asked us to go have a meal together. Shawn, no need to think about it, it must be Rosinante. Shawn was shocked. You all know that Rosinante is still alive. Just Lousy doesn't know. So when I was dying of illness, I sat up in shock. The clown was actually me. Now Shawn is feeling bad. He always thought he controlled the rhythm, but now he has become a clown. Chapter 38 Rosinante. Since everyone had the same destination, Shawn went with them. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the Marine headquarters, which is ranked number 1 among the top 10 must-eats, barbecue queue. It is said that people will have to queue up to eat in the future, and Shawn is also looking forward to it. After all, since he has become stronger, his appetite has also increased. Looking at the two little girls with the same physique as himself, it seemed that Warring States was about to bleed heavily. After telling the waiter the box number, the waiter took everyone to a large box on the second floor. Before he even reached the door, he heard a heart-rending scream and the thud of fists hitting the flesh. After the waiter opened the door, he saw a scene that shocked Shawn. Chong Wei was beating Laifu. Bah, it was Warring States beating a yellow hair. While beating her, she yelled, "Who taught you how to smoke?" And, Union got tattoos on her face. Garp stood by and laughed, fearing that the world would be in chaos. So Shawn walked directly in. The private room was very large. In addition to the large dining table, there was also a living room next to it, with various sofas, snacks and the like. After sitting next to Garp, he asked, "Old man Garp, what happened to them?" PFF ha ha ha, that's Rosinante. Originally, Warring States was very angry when he saw him tattooing his face and smoking. But this kid smoked and burned his clothes ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Shawn's face twitched. It seemed that Rosinante was really stupid. Rosinante saw Smoker coming in, so he pointed at Smoker and shouted, "Stop fighting, it was Smoker who taught me how to smoke." Before Smoker could recover, he was pulled over by Warring States and beaten. His whole face was bruised and swollen. He squatted in the corner with Rosinante and did not dare to get up. He could only look at Rosinante with resentful eyes, but Rosinante pretended not to notice and kept his head lowered. After beating the two of them, Zhongguo felt refreshed and had an appetite, and he quickly asked the waiter to bring the menu. As everyone sat down, Zephyr also saw two almost identical little girls. Shawn introduced everyone to Kuina and Dasichi, but Kuina was fine. Advertisement. But Dasiki's face turned red with excitement. After all, she heard her father tell the legends about these people when she was very young. Now that I can actually have dinner with them, how can I not be excited? After getting to know each other, the waiter brought the menu to Senguo, who looked at the two little girls acting well. Looking at Rosinante who was with Smoker on the side, he almost beat them again. He snorted heavily, then smiled as tenderly as a chrysanthemum and said, "Why don't you just order? You can order whatever you want, you're welcome." Kuina and Dasuki glanced at Shawn and started flipping through the menu after seeing Shawn nod. When Warring States saw such a polite little girl, he suddenly became angry and scolded Rosinante, "Look at how polite she is." Rosinante lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Not long after, Kuina pointed out a few vegetarian dishes to the waiter and handed the menu back. When the Warring States period saw this, he sighed in his heart, "What a good boy, so frugal." So he said, "Why don't you order some meat? The meat here is very delicious, so there's no need to be polite to me." Kuina was just about to say something to the waiter when she was confused by the question, but she still said, "I've already ordered. I ordered the portions for us and Shawn, you can order the rest." Quote. So he turned around and looked at the waiter, "I don't want what I ordered just now. Let's get the other two first." The waitress was also a little confused, What 2 books?" Dasuki raised her little hand and said, "Except for the ones I just drew, all the food on the menu means 2 servings. Shawn nodded with satisfaction. Shawn has had a big appetite since he was a child. This way of ordering also shocked Kuina when he was a child. But they accepted it later, not to mention that after their talents improved, the amount of training increased, and of course they needed to supplement their nutrition, so the two of them became big eaters. Kuina also told Dasuki a lot about her habits, so it was not polite to ask Shawn if he could order food. But I wanted to ask if I should order the same food as before. At this time, everyone at the table heard clearly and looked at the two little girls with their mouths open. Advertisement. Although people like Garp are also good eaters, this is not surprising to anyone. After all, they both need food to replenish their energy, but it is strange for two little girls to have such a big appetite. If Shawn hadn't said that the two of them were not capable people, everyone would have thought that they had eaten some strange fruit. Warring States turned green in the face. The food here is very expensive. There are only 2 portions here, which is enough for 3 people. So Garp also slapped the table and laughed. PFF ha ha ha, old man from the Warring States period, I also want to order 2 copies, just like them. There was no other way, after all, first was the Marine Fleet Admiral, and I had to honor my words, so I could only order 4 more portions with tears in my eyes. After all, so many people could only eat the remaining 2 portions. After a while, under the laughter of everyone, the waiter served the food, and Rosinante stopped pretending to be an ostrich. As soon as he raised his head, he saw Bai Mao sitting opposite. His expression was slightly startled, and then he became slightly excited. Shawn noticed the gaze and looked up. It seemed that it was really Rosinante. Shawn felt a little melancholy for a moment. But gradually, Shawn discovered that there was something wrong with the way Rosinante looked at him. Just like a fan diagram, there is admiration, resentment, and some inexplicable complex meanings. Suddenly Shawn's body tensed up and his scalp felt numb. What did this stupid thing mean? Why was he looking at Lousy like this? When Warring States saw this, he just thought that Rocinante didn't know Shawn, so he explained, Shawn is our Marine's superstar. He is very powerful. You should also learn more from him. You see, it took so many years for you to become a colonel, while others took more than 2 years to become a colonel. Quote. Rocinante said with a complicated tone, I know he is very strong. Hearing this, Shawn felt bad. Isn't this guy secretly in love with Lousy and investigating Lousy? So he responded, sorry, I only like women, mature and intellectual ones. Then he looked at Tina, his eyes lit up and he pointed at Tina and said, the one like Tina is very good, I don't like men. After the words fell, the whole place fell silent, and Tina was even more embarrassed. She had a good meal, so why did she say these incomprehensible words? The meat Kuina was chewing suddenly lost its aroma, so she took Shawn's hand and bit it hard. But with Shawn's physique, even if Kuina could bite him, it was just a child's play. Although he was only 7 years older than her, he only regarded her as family, so he didn't think much about it. Chapter 39 Rocinante likes men. On the side, Dasichi looked at Tina's peaks, then lowered her head to look at her toes. There was some disappointment, but the disappointment was fleeting and turned into some firm belief. After a while, the old men present also reacted and looked at Rocinante in disbelief. Warring States even said with a trembling voice to Rocinante, you, don't think too hard. I won't beat you. If you like to smoke, just smoke. If you like to get tattoos, get tattoos. He on the side added another insult, no wonder he insists on staying in West Blue to teach that brat sometimes, maybe because he wants to cultivate him. Although Garp's mind was simple, he was embarrassed to laugh at this serious moment. Didn't you see that Sengoku was already on the verge of rage? His fists under the table were clenched with veins bulging out. Rocinante was dumbfounded. Looking at Shawn's unkind eyes, the Warring States period was about to break out. Garp suppressed a smile, and Crane looked pitiful. Rocinante is going crazy, right? No one really thinks I like men, right? Obviously she just wanted to express her feelings a little bit, but she was thought to like men, but she couldn't explain the reason, so she had to find a way to make it up. Rocinante, who was almost vomiting blood from anger, quickly explained. No, I don't like men either. I have someone I like. I just wanted to express my feelings that such a strong person is so young. Quote. Warring States looked suspicious. Really? Who is it? What does it do? When will you bring it back to sea? Rocinante forced herself to continue making up. Let's talk about it in 2 years. We are dating, but it is a long-distance relationship. She and I are currently in a long-distance relationship. I have made an agreement with her that when I am promoted to Lieutenant General, I will become a new world. The base director will marry her. Rocinante thought to himself, at worst, he would just find that guy to take him on a blind date in the future. I'm so good, so it shouldn't be difficult, right? Seeing the sincerity of Rocinante's words, Shawn couldn't continue to doubt him, so he had to say, then don't look at Lousy with that weird look in the future, or I will beat you up. Rocinante's mouth twitched and she muttered in a low voice, you're still so domineering. Advertisement. Rocinante waved her hands repeatedly. I said I understand, don't worry, I really like women. The elderly group was skeptical, and the sisters also had their own concerns. Tina's face changed from one moment to the next like a face change in a Peking opera. Smoker and Shawn, who were very nervous, didn't seem to feel the strange atmosphere. They still needed to eat and drink. During this period, they even directly reached into Smoker's pocket to get a cigar, which made Smoker so angry that he dared not speak. After drinking and eating, Shawn seemed to have thought of something and said, after I went to New World, I would come back every week to take them to meet their families. Although I am not afraid of getting hurt. But don't be too nervous. When the time comes, old man Sengoku, you can gather the injured Marines together and I will give them unified treatment. Quote. Hearing this, the 4 elderly people looked at each other. They all knew that Shawn had 2 very heaven-defying abilities, the ability to heal and disappear anytime and anywhere. After all, Zephyr had received treatment from Shawn before. He even thought that it would be possible to regenerate a severed limb, but he didn't know how costly it would be, so he never spoke. Although Warring States had always wanted Shawn to help with treatment, he gave up after hearing Zephyr's words. After all, Warring States didn't want to create any estrangement between Shawn and Shawn. After the generals in the staff headquarters analyzed Shawn's behavior during this period, he came to the conclusion that this man was cautious and would not tolerate hard work, so it was not easy to force him. It's different now. Shawn took the initiative to bring it up. Of course Warring States was willing to talk to Shawn. So he asked, does your ability have any side effects? What is the cost? He also added, the most important thing is the effect and the number of people that can be treated at one time. Shawn smiled and said nothing, telling them directly with actions, raising his hand to release the group's prayer. Except for Shawn, everyone's body glowed with a milky yellow light, and then a little starlight surrounded them, making them warm and comfortable. When the light gradually disappeared, Warring States touched his ribs and shouted in horror, how is this possible? The shattered ribs that I was beaten many years ago have actually healed. Garp looked up to the sky and laughed. Ah ha ha ha, you did a great job, little gravity guy. I also feel that the discomfort accumulated over the years is gone. Warring states, do you want to have a fight? Smoker and Tina may not feel that deeply. They just feel like they have had a good sleep and are full of energy. Advertisement. This is normal. Marines like Sengoku and Garp's generation are veterans of many battles, no matter how good they usually perform. It can't change the sequelae left by their bodies after the battle. This thing won't kill people immediately. But as time goes by, strain that cannot be cured will eventually lead to various complications. Usually in that case, except for Shawn's ability to completely promote cell regeneration, other methods will be useless. Although he was a little excited, she was the calmest person, so she asked. So, what is the burden of this ability on you? How often can it be used, and how many people can it be treated at one time? He was very smart and never asked questions about teleportation ability, because she knew that this was Shawn's capricious capital. After all, once it is known, countless people will think about how to find weaknesses and deal with it, and Shawn is not a fool, and he will definitely not tell about his teleportation ability foolishly. Just as he guessed, although the teleportation ability has no weaknesses and can transport many people, it is tiring. He does not want to become a veteran in Marine in the future. We can't talk about teleportation, but there's nothing we can't talk about treatment. After all, it's all to save our colleagues and the heroes who silently guard this sea. So after pondering for a moment, he said, I won't hide it from you. There are no side effects for me or the person being treated, but it will consume my physical strength. With my current physical strength, it is not a big problem to treat thousands of people at a time, but after that I need to eat a lot of food to replenish energy, and you have to pay for it, but I'm very poor. Of course, even though I told them about my healing ability, the number of people must not be stuck at my limit. What if I run out of energy and are attacked by a surprise attack? Therefore, Shawn can obviously heal the physical strength of tens of thousands of people at a time, but he can only say 1/10 of it. After all, people should not be harmful to people's hearts, but they must also be on guard against others. After getting Shawn's exact answer, several Marine bosses were very satisfied. After all, thousands of people at a time was already an exaggeration, not to mention that they could eat to restore their strength. Shawn will come back every week to take his elementary school girl. Then all he needs to do is arrange unified treatment in advance. In case of emergency, he can call Zong to ask him to come over. Anyway, he can go anywhere anytime, anywhere, and distance is not a problem for him at all. In this way, the Marines can improve their strength to a greater extent. After all, the Marines who can survive the fight and have to retire even if they are injured definitely have a certain level of strength and are all the backbone.
2CA Chapter 40 Treating Veterans. In this way, a private gathering ended. After Shawn took the sisters home, they took a shower and went to bed. It's just that before going to bed, I always feel like I have forgotten something, and I fall asleep without realizing it. On the other side, Kuro, who was taken to the military court by Kizaru to go through the process, was also taken to the detention room. Looking at the cold wooden bed and the small window on the wall where the moon could be vaguely seen, Kuro felt a little uncomfortable. Because after Kizaru took him to the military court, he suddenly received a phone call, and then a dazzling light flashed. The person disappeared without saying a word to the people at the trial, so Kuro suffered a tragedy and was almost killed as a spy who had infiltrated the Marine H. Fortunately, after his painstaking explanation, he finally made it clear that he came to join Marine and that his commander was a subordinate of General Kizaru. They knew that Kizaru had said hello, but they were not sure if it was this person, but just in case, everyone started the process. If so, they could just take him away when the time comes. The next questions were nothing more than what he did, why he became a pirate, why he joined Marine, etc. Originally, according to regulations, Marine who recruited pirates would be demoted even if he passed the review. But Shawn's reputation is so great that the senior management is eager for him to be promoted quickly so that he can be sent to the New World to garrison. After all, the weak cannot survive there. Although it was a process that was completed quickly, there was still doubt about Kuro's identity because no one came to pick him up. He was taken into the interrogation room and told that he would be able to go out when his superior came to pick him up. But no one came to him until midnight. Kuro looked at the moon in the sky and shed tears of regret. Why should you be greedy? If you don't kill a pirate by being greedy, you won't be mistaken for a pirate. You won't encounter the Devil Shawn in the future, and you won't be locked up here. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Early the next morning, a sailor knocked on Shawn's door, so Shawn had to go to the gate of opening sleepily. Advertisement seeing Shawn at the gate of opening, the sailor immediately gave a military salute and said, Colonel Shawn, the Warring States Fleet Admiral invites you to go to the playground. He has something to ask you. Shawn was a little confused. Why was this old man from the Warring States period looking for him so early in the morning? He went to the playground, but he didn't think much about it. He told the two little girls to get up and go to the canteen to have breakfast when they were hungry. Then he put on his coat of justice and followed the soldiers. Not long after, he came to the playground, and with just one glance, Shawn was shocked beyond measure and immediately became angry. He was not angry that he had been dragged over so early in the morning to be used as a tool, but that he had hurt the men in front of him into such a state. Yes, as soon as Shawn arrived, he saw thousands of sailors with various injuries. The one with a broken hand stood like a pine tree, the one in the wheelchair had a straight spine even though he had no legs, and the rest had different strengths, and there were even some dying people on stretchers. This scene shocked Shawn's soul. At this time, he deeply realized the cruelty of the sea. I also understand that Marine cannot be maintained by just a few high-level executives and a few top-level combat forces. These people are the backbone of maintaining order. For people like them, the deterrent effect is greater than the actual effect. Looking at the strict discipline of these soldiers, he knew that the individual and rebellious Marines he saw in anime were only a minority. At this moment, Shawn's eyes were slightly red, and he hated pirates very much, but within a moment he forced himself to calm down. Don't let anger go to your head and keep your original intention. There may be many evil people, but no one is born evil. Only when the one above falls can the sea return to peace. Wherever you look, there is justice. He will take care of injustices, he will take care of criminals, and he will take care of anything as long as it is a crime. He will not kill a good person by mistake, nor will he unjustly accuse a bad person. After taking a few deep breaths, he released his ability in front of the warring states period and thousands of remaining soldiers. There were too many people missing arms and legs this time, and it took him 2/10 of his physical strength to allow their cells to divide and regenerate, completing the feat of regenerating severed limbs. Although Shawn had calmed down and used excessive physical strength, he still put on a show of acting skills and looked like he was exhausted and unsteady on his feet. Fortunately, the soldier on the side had quick eyesight and quick hands to hold him up, preventing him from falling. Shawn secretly gave himself a thumbs up. Advertisement seeing this, warring states quickly shouted loudly not far away, "Quick, bring the food up to replenish Colonel Shawn's strength." At this time, warring states turned to look at the thousands of soldiers in front of him, and encountered them under the starlight. After an unlucky moment, the light dissipated, and everyone's excited whispers turned into disorderly shouts, venting their emotions of rebirth. "Ah! Lousy's arms have grown. We must work harder to catch those bastards this time. It's great, it's great. Every time I see my wife and children working so hard to take care of me, a disabled person, I want to kill myself, but I still can't bear it. I didn't expect that I would stand up again this time. It was Colonel Shawn who gave us a new life. I heard that Colonel Shawn will continue to use his abilities to help us in the future." So thousands of people looked at Shawn, who was sitting on the ground eating breakfast. They all gave a military salute. "Thank you, Colonel Shawn." Just 6 words that were so light, but these soldiers shouted loudly, as if they were carrying a huge weight. Shawn also felt their excitement and gratitude. They were all upright men, and they couldn't say anything touching. Shawn just stood up and returned the greeting and continued to sit down to have breakfast. It was not that Shawn was acting cold by not responding. He really didn't know what to say. It was right for them to express their gratitude. If he had the ability, wouldn't it be right for him to help these unknown heroes? Yes, in Shawn's heart, they're heroes. They have seen and experienced the darkness of this world, but they still love life. So Shawn just sat down silently, but in the eyes of other Marines, this was completely unrequited. Just like the Marine in the Marine comic series, he was also a hero, making them yearn for it. Well, just fight the Sanji family in the manga. Shawn would never have imagined how much his random actions would change him over time. After drinking and eating, Shawn followed Sengoku back to his office. As soon as he sat down, he pulled Sengoku's lamb over and rubbed its head angrily. The little lamb could only dare to be angry but dare not say anything, and looked at Warring States helplessly. As soon as Warring States sat down, he threw a document to Shawn. The headquarters originally decided to let you join any branch and then gradually be promoted. After all, if you directly parachute into the base commander, it is inevitable that there will be dissatisfaction among the people inside. This is not a good thing, so I decided to promote you to Brigadier General and go to New World to become the acting base commander. After all, the base commander of New World is usually a lieutenant general. Chapter 41 Enel, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. But for what you do today and what you do every day in the future, there is no doubt that you will be recognized internally in the future, so you are a direct descendant of Marine. You just do special things in special times. Shawn also understood. After all, this is reality, not anime. There are many factions in Marine. Maybe they all aim for peace, but once you get up in status, you will inevitably get involved in factional struggles. In any case, it cannot be separated from the word, profit, or power status, or money and reputation. There are only so many branches in Marine, and except for some special lieutenant generals, everyone basically has their own territory. The difference between airborne Marine senior leaders and direct descendants is that if you airborne, the local Marine soldiers may be convinced of your strength, but in case you are away one day or have no time, you need support and help. How many people will recognize you and help you without involving Marine's bottom line? As for the direct line, they have been promoted step by step from the bottom to the top. During this period, they have experienced the recognition of countless Marines and have their own connections. Didn't you see? Which of the giant generals will be the base commander? They can only be used as high-end combat forces, and they can be moved wherever they need to be. Shawn looked at the document. This is the G5 branch. They're some ruffians and are not controlled by discipline. They're more like Marines than pirates. Red Guzzi is currently there. When talking about G5 branch Shawn, I think of Ghost Bamboo Virgo, the undercover Marine sent by Doflamingo. Now he is at least a colonel. After all, Smoker is already a major, and under his own stimulation, Smoker is also studying. After coming back to his senses, Shawn nodded to Warring States. I understand, there's no need for the awarding ceremony this time. Well, after all, I have a hunch that after you go to New World, your name will be completely resounding throughout the sea, and you will definitely continue to be promoted by then, and what? Warring States looked at Shawn meaningfully and shook his head. Nothing. Shawn looked suspicious and muttered. That's weird, could it be menopause? Advertisement Warring States period. What Sengoku wanted to say was that someone in the world government proposed adding an additional general faction to the Marine Force to check and balance it. Otherwise, if one day the incompatible Aokiji and Akainu break up, it will cause a huge blow to Marine. Although this proposal was unsuccessful, it also left a hesitation in the minds of the top leaders of world government. It is probably already turbulent enough now. If two people fight to the death, one will die and the other will be destroyed, let alone the balance of the sea. Sengoku knew very well that those gesticulating people only wanted the balance of the sea, so they would not let Marine have the power to completely crush the pirates. Seeing that Sengoku was fine, he said directly, then I will go back and explain to Kuina and the others. I can go tomorrow. Warring States seemed to have remembered something and said, if you can, go to other branches. Aren't you able to go to the places you have been to at any time? It will also be good for you to help other colleagues. Shawn was also shocked, pointed at it and said, then they should also know about my healing and teleportation abilities, right? Aren't they taking any action? Warring States smiled meaningfully. Is this possible? Although your ability has not yet been verified whether you will be restricted by Hylu Stone, as you said at the beginning. These two abilities of yours are not afraid of Sea Tower Stones. If you throw a few meteorites every day, no force can stand it. I don't dare to bet, and they don't even dare to bet, so you are special and cannot be controlled. Then we can only recruit. Shawn understood, and without saying anything else, he said goodbye to Warring States and returned to his small courtyard. In fact, this result is not surprising to Shawn at all, he can really do whatever he wants now. But he didn't want to do anything outrageous to satisfy his desires. After all, he was a human being, not a beast. The biggest difference between humans and beasts was that humans had a moral bottom line. Throwing away all thoughts, after meeting Kuina and Dasuki, I told them that I would go to New World the next day. Although the two little girls were a little reluctant to let go, they pursed their lips stubbornly and their eyes were full of determination. On the other side, the Holy Land Marie Joya, advertisement. In a luxurious office, a young man wearing a white headscarf sat on a chair. He muttered, come on, you will be on the big stage of this world soon. I am looking forward to the scene of Ragnarok, ha 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 ha. At the end of the sentence, he laughed maniacally, and opposite him stood a young man in a black suit, with a seagull standing on his shoulder. When the laughter of the young man in the white turban died down, the young man in the black suit said, Sir Enel, the matter has been settled without arousing their suspicion. If Shawn were here, he would definitely recognize the middle-aged boy in front of him as Enel from Sky Island. Enel snorted heavily, HMPH, they're a bunch of useless trash. When our people have the confidence to imitate them, it will be the end of that group of trash. If they dare not pass my proposal, then let our people take the lead. Lucci, you are the most talented spy I have ever seen, don't let me down. Hearing this, Lucci nodded heavily. Don't worry, Lord Enel, you allowed me to retain my humanity. Even if I die, I will complete the task you gave me. This is serious. You are my most trusted subordinate. If something happens that is beyond your control, just escape. Life is precious. Lucci was very moved when he heard this. How could he have such a good commander? And which camp is Lord Enel from? Then he hesitated for a moment and asked, Master Enel, which force do you belong to? If we meet in the future, I will know what to do, otherwise I am afraid that there will be a conflict one day. Enel smiled again. Don't worry, the forces I am in, except for the person involved, including the entire sea and the entire sky, will be enveloped in the big net set by that person. Lucci was even more curious. He felt that listening to Jun's words was just like listening to Jun's words. He only felt second-rate and did not satisfy his curiosity at all. Who is that person? Although I had asked before, I didn't dare to ask after being beaten by Enel, but I still couldn't help but want to ask today, because he is not a robot, and he also wants to know who he is working for. After hesitating for a while, he asked directly, Master Enel, who is that person? Enel stared at him closely until Lucci's hair stood on end and his forehead was covered with sweat before he said, he will soon be on the stage of this world. By then, the world will be turned upside down, and the whirlpool of the future will only revolve around with him. You just need to know one thing. The future. There is no enemy ahead of us. Enel looked at Lucci's shocked expression and felt happy, finally saying this. Chapter 42 New World. Early the next morning, Shawn got up early and brought breakfast back from the cafeteria. Then they woke up the sisters because they said they must see Shawn off or else they would ignore him. Well, Shawn actually doesn't know why girls are so obsessed with rituals, no matter how big or small. Obviously he can come back anytime and anywhere, and he will pick them up every week to take them back to Shimotsuki village. Just pamper your elementary school girl and that's all. Since Shawn is going to report on his work, and he is also a member of the G5 branch of the gangster group, the recruit he brought before can't go with him. It happened that the headquarters transferred Gumiel to the New World G2 branch, and Shawn was happy to take a smooth sailing. Not long after, Shawn took the two sisters to the port with a knife on his waist and no luggage. As soon as Shawn arrived at the port, he saw Lieutenant General Gumier, who was also ZFA's student. Shawn felt that this big fat guy with dual swords was also very strong. He was definitely not as broken as Maynard and the like, and he was actually crippled by the brainless Fanbador. In fact, Shawn is speechless sometimes. The gap between the lieutenant generals in this unit is really too big. It's as strong as a garp on the ceiling, but as weak as a punch on the floor. Giant Lieutenant General Lonzi was punched by Lao Bai, and his weapon mask and skull were shattered. There are also some lieutenant generals who are quite domineering without strength, such as Lieutenant General Bastille. In the anime, no matter how confident he starts, he will be beaten by Sabo in a panic. Shawn had also seen this masked man, who was now just a colonel and a member of the Red Guzi faction. He also looked arrogant when he saw him. I almost rushed up and beat him up. It was obviously the level of transcendence with one punch. I really don't know where the wave of confidence came from. My mind was spinning 1,000 times, but I still stepped forward and greeted Gumiel warmly. After all, everyone is from the Moyu school, and their immediate superiors are all Kizaru. Lieutenant General Gumiel, I'll trouble you this time. Advertisement, the big fat man said with a simple and honest smile. It's not troublesome at all. We are all subordinates of General Kizaru. If there is any trouble in my G2 branch in the future, I will ask you to do it. Of course, those of us who are subordinates need to unite more in order to better enforce justice in the new world. A gleam of wisdom flashed in Gumiel's eyes. Then my subordinates will be seriously injured, and I will be in trouble for you. Shawn understood in his heart. It seemed that his healing effect had spread internally. Let's not talk about whether the goodwill released by Gumiel is true or false, but they are all Marines, and Shawn will definitely not ignore it, so he agreed immediately. Shawn turned around and looked at the two sisters. Kuina's big eyes were filled with mist, with a look of reluctance. Dasiki's situation was better. She just pursed her small mouth and looked stubborn, not knowing what she was thinking. Shawn patted their little heads and said, okay, let's go back. It's not like we can't meet each other. Next time I come back, I'll grab some New World Poseidons for you to eat. Wow. Kuina couldn't hold back her emotions in the end, and threw herself into Shawn's arms like a baby swallow returning to its nest, crying loudly, just like when Shawn decided to go to sea. Dasiki on the side was also a little ready to move, looking at Kuina with a look of envy on her face. Shawn noticed Dasiki's emotions, and held her in his arms, patting their backs gently to comfort them. In the process of growing up, the pain of separation is insignificant. Every separation will make the people who miss you look forward to the next meeting with anticipation. Then, in this mood, work hard to let yourself become better, okay? When you are strong enough, we can execute the justice in our hearts and realize our ideals together. Kuina cried loudly, and Dasiki sobbed softly. Hearing this, he nodded his head, and Kaido said, I understand. Shawn just let the two of them wipe their tears on their clothes. After a while, the two of them calmed down and blushed. Shawn, you must come back. I promise you. Okay. In this way, despite the sisters' reluctance, Shawn finally boarded the warship heading for the New World. Until he got on the boat, Shawn kept thinking about what he had forgotten. Thinking about it, it shouldn't be anything important, so I didn't care. Advertisement on the other hand, Kizaru, who had finished a meeting with the 5 elders in Mariajoya, also sneezed. It's really scary. Could it be that some strong person is thinking about me? The fat man wearing a red belly band who was following Kizaru heard this and asked strangely, what's the matter, old man? It should be fine. Kizaru thought for a while and continued. I always feel like I have forgotten something, but I can't remember it. Is it important? You can tell me. Zon Taowen beat his chest loudly. I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. Kizaru tilted his chin, pouted his mouth, raised his brows and said, well, it shouldn't be important, otherwise I won't forget it. Zon Taowen didn't hear any secrets and looked disappointed. Kizaru patted Zon Momomaru on the shoulder. Xiao Dao is the most reliable, otherwise, I wouldn't let you be drive. Vegapunk's bodyguard, you are much more reliable than Shawn. I have been here for so long before I am willing to go to the New World. He will replace me in the future to shock the New World. Akainu will also return to the headquarters. Then I will have to hold meetings every day in Mariayo, which is really a headache, haha. After saying that, Kizaru showed a vulgar expression, and Zon Momomaru looked confused. Are you so happy to stay in the same place every day? However, Zon Taowen still grasped the reliable point and said with a proud look on his face, of course, because I am the most tight-lipped man. Just like that, Kizaru didn't remember what he had forgotten. On his way to the New World, the islands that Shawn passes by that are familiar with the plot will also leave their mark on the past. Anyway, this mark is invisible and colorless, only Shawn can see it, and he found a bug, not just in the building. As long as he puts a little more effort, he can directly apply the mark to the entire island. Yes, he can appear anywhere on the island at will. It's just a pity that teleportation is convenient, but it can't be used like Flash. Otherwise, in the island battle, with his strong physique and extreme attack power, he would be absolutely invincible. Half a month later, Shawn finally came to New World. During this period, he also went back twice and sent the sisters back to Shimotsuki village twice. Koshiro also felt that he might have underestimated Kuina. He has only been away for a month and has made obvious progress. At the same time, he is sincerely grateful to Shawn. After entering the New World, the weather became even more unpredictable. Thunderbolts suddenly rained down, or hailstones were as big as your head. There was no scientific reason for them. It just happened. Chapter 43 G5 Branch. After a period of time, Shawn adapted to various natural disaster level weather conditions. No wonder the pirates here are so much stronger than in the first half. Not to mention the enemies, given the weather, the weak pirates will be buried under the sea in minutes. Not long after, Shawn also came to the G2 branch and marked it. By the way, the wounded soldiers were summoned for treatment, and then Shawn took the cruiser to the G5 branch. During this process, Shawn also learned about the geographical locations of these branches in New World, which is equivalent to guarding the door. It also shows Marine's determination. After all, the pirates in the New World are not the paradise of the first 8 sections of the Grand Line. If some powerful pirates are accidentally introduced, the consequences will be disastrous. The islands where these branches are located have no civilians and are completely built into a huge military fortress. Daily supplies are also handled by specialized logistics troops, or purchased from islands within the jurisdiction of the sea, or some are self-sufficient and produced independently. The sea area where the base commander is located can collect taxes independently, which is equivalent to autonomy. In countries where Marine is not under the jurisdiction of high-level officials, taxation has nothing to do with Marine. This may be why there are so many factional disputes. A carrot and a pit, there may be some scum in Marine, but they are definitely a very small number, and those who usually join Marine, no matter what happens in the end. But they all had justice in their hearts in the beginning, so even if they became the base commander, with that strength, they would not be short of money. The taxes collected are used to purchase food and the like. After learning about it, Shawn was filled with emotion. The water here is too deep. Fortunately, he is strong, otherwise he would really not be able to grasp it. One day later, Shawn finally came to the famous violent branch, where all the members were evil. When we first approached the port, we saw a group of sailors walking by in 2s and 3s to watch the excitement. What's more, some people are also shouting and yelling. They also know that an acting base director will come here. After all, they were too afraid of Akainu sitting in the office. Not only was he ruthless, but he would also teach him a lesson if he didn't follow any discipline. General Akainu also said that if they continue to do this for the second time, they will be sent to a military court. A group of people were immediately frightened to death. Where was the military court? They were exiled here from the military court. Advertisement: if you go again, you will either be labeled as a criminal or die. General Akainu is so vicious. Therefore, in order to live a happy life in the future, the school-level officers discussed it and made a decision that would make them even scared in the future. That is to give Shawn a warning, otherwise he will feel uncomfortable under the constraints of the rules in the future. So as soon as Shawn got off the ship, he heard someone asking him his identity, and Shawn honestly said that he was the new Commodore. But those soldiers didn't recognize him as a brigadier general. They had never heard of his name and thought he was airborne. So a group of people started to show off their power. Little man, are you really sent by the headquarters? Ha ha ha. I think I should be able to play with Lieutenant General Dang Dang when I return to my headquarters. After all, he doesn't look very strong. Boy, although you are sent by the headquarters, don't try to command us. In the future, if you are promoted to an official, we want our freedom and have nothing to do with each other. While he was talking, someone was moving his hands and feet, as if he didn't take him seriously. Shawn was a little confused at first. This was wrong. Even if they were lawless people, they still wanted to be Marine. And no matter how outrageous he is, he will never touch his superiors, because even if he is exiled to the Marine concentration camp for this problem, they must have discipline in their bones. The highest officer here is Akainu now, but he will never instigate these soldiers to make things difficult for him. There was only one possibility. Thinking of this, Shawn narrowed his eyes slightly and became a little angry. So he looked directly at the strong man who called him, "Small man. Where are your officers? I mean the officers except the generals." As soon as these words fell, the whole place fell into silence, followed by bursts of laughter. Haha, as expected, the headquarters sent a waste. That's right, you dare to come here even if you don't know the situation here. Little man, there are only generals here who take turns to guard the place. There is never a real commander. By the way, did you also make a mistake and be transferred here? Shawn ignored their nonsense and asked straight to the point. What about Virgo? Advertisement, that's right, he was sure that Virgo was responsible. He wanted to be the king of the mountain, but he probably didn't have enough credit to directly become the base commander. After all, Shawn knows very well that Virgo is a good gentleman here in G5 and is deeply loved. Shawn once again confused everyone present. The big man who was nearly 3 meters tall reacted the fastest and said directly, "We don't have Virgo here." Impossible. Shawn asked decisively, "Then do you still have officers above the school level?" Still the same big man. "There are only 4 of us in the G5 branch. My brother and I are both lieutenant colonels, and the other 2 are majors. Why, do you think you are a brigadier general and want to look down on us?" Shawn ignored him, still thinking, something was wrong, very wrong. If Rocinante was a coincidence, then Virgo was definitely not a coincidence. Could it be that Rocinante reported it? That's not right. The crux of the problem now is why Rocinante can take care of her baby in West Blue. The Don Quixote family would never let a traitor go. When he was at the headquarters, Shawn also asked Smoker about it. Rocinante has indeed performed a mission before, and it goes without saying that this is an undercover mission. The kid he took care of must be Luo, and Luo must have eaten the fruits of the operation. But the weirdest thing is that Shawn saw the wanted poster for Doflamingo, and he was still fine. If the Don Quixote family is all good, then why can Rocinante be in West Blue? You must know that there is no Shichibukai system yet, and Roflamingo is still expanding his influence. After thinking about it for a long time, I had to forget about it temporarily, because the gangsters in front of me were doing something again. It seems that they have not been corrected again. Apart from Akainu's iron-blooded skills, the other two generals are probably free to mess with them. Therefore, the generals who took turns to be here didn't care much about them. Even Akainu only had to pretend to pass in front of him. After thinking about it, Shawn realized that this was really a show of force. He felt that he was just a brigadier general, but he was actually the acting base commander. As mentioned before, the position was usually held by a lieutenant general. And because there have been generals here for a long time, there has never been a base commander. They just want to control them less in the future, probably because they are afraid of Akainu's iron-blooded methods. Shawn, who had a problem in his mind, also decided to let them know who the big brother was. Chapter 44. Shawn is no longer human again. Shawn came back to his senses and looked at the people in front of him with an indifferent expression. A momentum was gradually released, even though it was only a slight one, but it also made the 4 colonel officers in front of them and the group of lieutenants behind them unable to move, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. After all, Shawn just wanted to scare them, so he couldn't knock them out or pretend that no one was watching. Their noisy voices also stopped abruptly, their faces turned red, as if someone was pinching their necks, and they could only make weird, ho-ho, sounds. The sailors who were further away and just stopped to watch were even more stunned, their mouths open as if they could fit a devil fruit. Shawn further strengthened his momentum and exerted gravity on these people. Bang bang bang. At first, they tried to resist the gravity, but within a second, they kneeled down one after another and shattered the floor. Shawn looked at them condescendingly. Don't you like to call people dwarfs? Why are you looking up to me now? Hearing this, the lieutenant colonel who had just called Xiao Xiao's face turned red, and the veins on his neck were winding, as if they would burst out of flesh and blood in the next moment. It is conceivable how angry he was at this moment, but he couldn't struggle even though he tried his best. Marine, who was watching from a distance, wanted to come over to save people, but was a little scared, so he could only watch in shock. Shawn didn't care, and just paced back and forth, muttering to himself. Let me tell you a story. There once was a general who was ordered to lead an army. But the lieutenants of the army were all unconvinced. They felt that this officer was so short that he must have no ability. Then they laughed at him unscrupulously. Do you know what the consequences will be? Well, you are speechless, so let me say it. The result was that the short officer pulled out the knife from his waist and chopped off the head of the deputy general who laughed at him. He said, I hate raising my head to speak. If you laugh at me for being short, then I will cut off your head to shorten the distance between us. Then the meeting continued as if nothing had happened. Tell me, this story I told you, is it touching? After the words fell, Shawn looked at everyone with horrified expressions, as if he was gesturing how much to chop off. They were panicking at this moment. This was really a lunatic, more terrifying than those of them who were not disciplined, because the look in his eyes was serious. Advertisement. They really wanted to shorten the distance, but they couldn't do anything, they couldn't even speak. They could only watch helplessly. This mental torture made them extremely regretful. Can't you just be a law-abiding Marine? Time passed like this little by little, and the only sounds left on the scene were the sound of footsteps, ta, da, and their own breathing. After a long time, Shawn nodded with satisfaction and walked aside to pick up a water pipe. After being covered in armor and hardened, he walked in front of them. Seeing that Shawn seemed serious, the soldiers even let out, ho-ho, sounds. To pray to Shawn to let them speak. Shawn didn't even look at it when a stick hit the leg of the soldier closest to him. Suddenly, his legs showed a strange arc, then lost support and hit the ground with a bang. Looking in the distance, Marine, who was not involved in the operation, was horrified. This was too cruel. With his leg like this, he probably couldn't be saved. What's even more frightening is that even if he wants to open his mouth and shout to release his pain, he can't do it. He can only make a low gasping sound like a wounded beast. It wasn't over yet. Shawn broke the legs of dozens of people in front of him, and then just stood aside, like an artist admiring his masterpiece. It's just a psychopathic person who makes everyone around him take a breath and contributes to the rise in global temperatures. Everyone thought Shawn was satisfied and were about to call the military doctor. Shawn clicked his tongue. No, even though you are shorter than me now, it's still not enough. Your hands are also longer than mine, so. Before anyone could react, Shawn quickly shuttled between the soldiers lying on the ground. When everyone came back to their senses, they found that all the officers' hands and feet had been crippled, and those who almost screamed quickly covered their mouths. He looked at the silver-haired young man who was less than 2 meters tall with a face full of horror. It was so cruel. Shawn commented while watching, hey, it's still close. Let's try it again. The lines using steel pipes are not good enough. Then everyone saw Shawn lift his palm, without waiting for others to figure out his intention. I saw a milky yellow light with a little starlight on the group of people. Advertisement. When the light dissipated, everyone was once again shocked to see that the hands and feet of the originally disabled officers were back to their original state. They all admired in their hearts. It seems that this new commander is not so fierce. But the sudden sound of cracking bones drew their attention back. At that moment, the onlookers were trembling with fear, because Shawn directly broke off the hands and feet of these people and arranged various text patterns. Then when the fun was almost over, I used skills to restore them, then picked up the water pipe and continued to beat their limbs. Those soldiers, who were unable to speak or move due to the pressure of gravity and momentum, felt that they could not commit suicide even if they wanted to. They can only endure the pain of knocking their bones over and over again. Their only wish now is to shout and vent their pain. But they couldn't do it at all. At this moment, their intestines were filled with regret. This is a devil in human skin. They all screamed in their hearts, what happened to the devil fruit? The hottest fruit was eaten by the person with the coldest heart, and the most healing power was also obtained by the person with the cruelest heart. If God gives me another chance, I will definitely not do such stupid things again. Isn't it good to be a good Marine and abide by the law? In this way, Shawn kept interrupting, healing, interrupting and healing, 10 times. But in the end, the eyes of the group of people lying on the ground were blank, as if they had fallen into darkness. Even the bystanders couldn't bear to look directly at them. This method was too terrible, and they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Just after the last treatment, Shawn regained his strength and calmed down his momentum. But the people on the ground still didn't move at all. Shawn was amazed when he saw how these people had been spoiled. There are so many ways to use this prayer. Then Shawn looked at everyone on the ground with an indifferent expression. I will forgive you this time, and the next time I will cover your eyes, cut your arteries, let you listen to the sound of your own blood flowing down, and then repeat the treatment. Believe me, it would be more painful than this. Seeing that the eyes of everyone on the ground were gradually getting brighter, Shawn suddenly shouted angrily. I will see everyone on the playground in 5 minutes. Whether they're in the kitchen, in the logistics, or on guard, even if they're processing documents, lousy you have to see a lot of them. Looking at everyone who was still in a daze, he said, there are still 4 minutes and 50 seconds. After hearing this, everyone got alert and hurriedly ran out as fast as they could, wishing their parents had more legs. The onlookers even went directly to the playground to gather. Chapter 45 Conflict with Akainu. Shawn looked at the execution ability of these soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. Although they have many problems, they are all capable people, otherwise they would have been killed when they were sent to the military court for the first time. But it is difficult for them to execute orders, but they must do it no matter how difficult it is. Soldiers take obedience to orders as their bounden duty. Only by completely shattering their pride and dragging them into darkness will they understand how precious light is. At this time, as long as the light is given again, they will cherish it. Although the methods are somewhat violent and it is obedience by force, it doesn't matter, there is still a lot of time to get along. When they come back injured in the future and help them heal, they will know which officer is the best. Well, that's right, that's it. In less than 5 minutes, everyone gathered. The tall man was called Mengen and his younger brother was called Mento. They were both lieutenant colonels, so they were responsible for reporting. Shawn nodded with satisfaction, looking at the sailors standing all over the training ground, thinking that even if they were gangsters, their execution ability was not inferior to that of the elite troops of his unit. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a roar coming from the office building. Kid, if you ignore me like this, are you really not afraid that I will punish you? Boom. I saw a big man in a red suit jumping out of the window and hitting the concrete floor of the playground so hard that the cement floor cracked. If this is not Akainu, then who is it? The Mengen brothers suddenly felt a thump in their hearts, it was going to be bad. The two of them were so frightened by Shawn's methods that they rushed into the office building and grabbed all the sailors they saw, for fear of missing any one. The soldiers on standby at Akainu's gate were naturally drawn over. Just now, Akainu was handling official duties well, and he also formulated a series of plans to encircle and suppress pirates with other branches. Just when he wanted to tell him to go down and implement the plan, no one responded for a long time. After seeing, hearing and feeling, the whole building was empty, but he was the only commander. How could an extremist like Akainu stand it? If you don't stand guard properly when standing guard, in his opinion, you are disobeying military orders and will be punished. Advertisement. Although the brothers Mongan and Monto appear to be about the same height as Akainu, they are also stronger. But at this moment, facing Akainu, my legs were still weak. Mangan had no choice but to say in a trembling voice in front of Shawn, Brigadier General Shawn, was just too anxious and accidentally pulled the soldiers outside General Sakaski's door over. Monto had no choice but to step forward and explain to Akainu, General Sakaski, we didn't mean it, please give us a chance. But Akainu ignored the two people beside him. He felt that Shawn was very bad and didn't look like a soldier at all. Soldiers should obey orders. Shawn, this alien, is so abominable and is definitely targeting him. Akainu's entire face was slightly covered with lava, and the rising heat immediately made the nearby soldiers sweat. Staring at Shawn and gritting his teeth, he said, I am not a Sengoku, so I will not be threatened by you. As long as you dare to betray Marine, I will catch you no matter where you are in the world. Shawn narrowed his eyes and stared at Akainu. He knew that Akainu must have something more to say, and he would not be so bored to come here to talk. Sure enough, the temperature rose again in an instant, and Akainu turned to look at the two soldiers who had just stood guard at his door. You two left your post without the permission of your superiors. Although there were no serious consequences, you still have to go to a military court. Wait for the decision. Shawn knew that this was against him. No matter how fierce Akainu was, he would not embarrass two grassroots soldiers because of this matter. This was because he was unhappy. You are not allowed to go, Shawn said in an unquestionable tone. The documents from the headquarters have been issued. I am now the acting commander of the G5 branch. I handle matters in my jurisdiction. It is none of your business. I'm a general. Not to mention you're just the acting base commander. I have the right to transfer even all the branches in New World, let alone two soldiers who left their posts without permission. Are you sure you want to target me? This is for Marine, not to mention I'm still your commander? Just as the two men were facing each other, thousands of soldiers nearby were trembling with fear from the aura of the two men. What's more, I didn't expect that the new commander would be so tough, and he didn't lose at all when facing General Akainu. Shawn finally understood that this was Akainu trying to dampen his arrogance, but Shawn didn't want to coddle him. Advertisement. Although in Shawn's mind, Akainu is a real soldier, and he admires this kind of person in his heart. Although he doesn't know what he has experienced, his character is too extreme. Shawn asked himself that he was arrogant in the first place to show his stance, but in Akainu's eyes, he became a rebellious marine. Then his face turned cold. Let's just say it openly, I just didn't want to get involved in your faction's ideological dispute, but if you were aggressive again and again, I will also be angry. Akainu looked gloomy. Humph, but you shouldn't threaten Marine. Marine will not tolerate any provocation. Sengoku Fleet Admiral and the others tolerate you, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate you. Ha 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 ha. Shawn laughed angrily. If you hadn't been testing him all the time, would Lousy be so irritable? Don't you hate threats? If Lousy threatens someone higher up, either demoting you or Lousy hanging out with them every day, what do you think are the chances of you being on the same level as Lousy in the future? Hearing this, Akainu's veins popped out. He certainly knew what Shawn meant by what he said, which was to threaten the world government and threaten the lives of the celestial dragons. And the success rate is also very high, because all they want is balance, and all the battles on the sea don't matter to them. The premise of this is that Shawn can really leave at any time and anywhere without fear of Halushi, as he said. Akainu's fists were already dripping with lava, melting holes through the floor. Kid, you're looking for death, Shawn sneered. All G5 branches are here, return to the dormitory. Akainu, Lousy has tolerated you for a long time. After saying this, Shawn used the shaving technique, coupled with repulsion and weightlessness on his body. Even the fast Akainu didn't react. He had already appeared in front of Akainu, with his right leg wrapped around the cherry blossom-colored domineering force, and he kicked Akainu with a whip kick. Although Akainu did not expect that Shawn would dare to take the lead, but after all, he had experienced many battles and directly wrapped the weapon color around his arm to block Shawn's kicking skills. Unfortunately, due to the hasty defense and Shawn's too much strength, he was kicked directly into the dense forest behind the fortress, and he didn't know how far he flew. The sailors were initially a little confused, wondering whether they should go back, but a sudden incident left them no time to think, and they desperately wanted to escape from the scene. Chapter 46 Shawn vs. Akainu. Akainu was kicked and knocked down countless trees. In the end, his whole body was embedded in a huge mountain like stone. The deafening roar of the impact scared the soldiers of the G5 branch to the point of peeing. I have seen people disobeying orders, and I have also seen people commit the following crimes. But I have never seen, let alone heard of, a general who would hit a general if they disagreed. They could only sigh silently in their hearts. He is indeed their new commander. If this thing is not exiled to G5, who will be exiled? At this moment they all decided that Shawn was their leader. But then there was a deep worry, although the torture Shawn had just given them had cast a shadow on their psychology. But they didn't care either. Who had never experienced the physical pain of the marine career, not to mention that in the end Shawn healed the pain they had accumulated. They all stood on the top of the building and looked at the battle in the distance, although there was a constant roar deep in the jungle. The dust in the sky obscured their sight, but it was not difficult to guess that neither of the two officers used their true strength. But the tit-for-tat confrontation between the two commanders, neither one is convinced by the other, will lead to real fire sooner or later. If they use a large-scale attack, then G5 can be removed from the list. Thinking of this, everyone felt chills all over and felt bad. At the critical moment, it was his brother Monto who reacted. Let's go and notify the headquarters, otherwise it will be too late and they will use real firepower, and we will be finished. One word awakens the dreamer. Yes, report what happened here to Fleet Admiral. But who's to say? What if the higher-ups ask us to stop it? Stop it. If we have that ability, will we be transferred to G5? You can't say that. Wouldn't Brigadier General Shawn be transferred here? Listening to everyone's conversation going off topic, Monto scolded them to quiet down. Okay, I'm going to contact the headquarters now. Don't go and watch out of curiosity. Otherwise, don't blame anyone for saving you if you die. Advertisement. As soon as he finished speaking, Monto jumped directly from the rooftop to the rooftop of the office building opposite. As the highest-ranking officer at this time, Mangan also began to organize and try his best to move some important documents and materials to the port first. What if the headquarters hasn't arrived yet and those two monsters are so obsessed with fighting that everyone can still escape to the sea, right? The other side in the office, Monto saw Akainu's phone bug and dialed Sengoku Fleet Admiral directly. Sakaski, are you coming back? Hearing this, Monto asked cautiously, is this the Warring States Fleet Admiral? On the other side of the phone bug, Warring States frowned. Who are you, and why is Sakaski's phone bug in your hands? The sudden scolding made Monto tense up in fear. Admiral Sakaski. He got into a fight with Brigadier General Shawn. Can you please help contact the Warring States Fleet Admiral? Listening to the slightly trembling voice on the other side, Warring States fell silent. After a moment of silence, he became furious. I am the Warring States period. You'd better explain everything clearly. After that, Sengoku took out another phone bug to contact Kizaru and asked him to come to his office. And Monto also told Shawn everything from what happened after landing on the island to the fight with Akainu without reservation. He even said that everyone united to try to give Shawn a hard time but got a lesson. At the end of the sentence, his voice was full of panic. Warring States Fleet Admiral, their battle is getting more intense, what should I do? Warring States listened to the roaring sound coming from the phone from time to time, and felt agitated. Aren't these two bastards afraid that they would both lose and be attacked by pirates? However, after adjusting his mentality, he still said, please pay attention to your own safety. Perusalino will pass soon. Hearing this, Mungtu almost jumped up with joy. God knows how ups and downs his mood was. Warring States then added, pay attention to the surrounding sea areas. Their battle cannot be spread, otherwise the pirates may make big moves. After saying that, he hung up the phone, and Mungchuo also passed on the order in accordance with Sengoku's instructions. Not long after, Kizaru came to Sengoku's office. Warring States' gate of opening said straight to the point. Perusalino, you set out now to stop the fight between Shawn and Sakazuki. The sooner the better. Advertisement. Kizaru scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong? Did their handover work not go smoothly? Then Sengoku repeated what Mento told him with a solemn expression. Then he added, the new world is too chaotic now. Once their fighting situation is known to the outside world, there will definitely be big pirates coming to cause trouble. So, you have to be quick. It's really scary. Are those two monsters so unscrupulous? They're not afraid of attracting other monsters, it's true. Having said that, Kizaru also knew the seriousness of the problem, so he stood up and walked out of the office, turned into a ball of light, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, the two people who were competing in physical skills did not know the consequences of their battle. No, maybe he knows, but Shawn doesn't care, and the same goes for Akainu. If the pirates dare to come, he will let those pirates die at the bottom of the sea. Shawn hit Akainu with a whip kick, but Akainu blocked it with his arms. The strength of the two was at a stalemate, but Xiao En said angrily, no way, right? Is the general so weak? Akainu pushed Shawn away with a fierce force, then rushed forward and hit Shawn with his fist. Shawn also fist bumped with Akainu, and the ground where they were standing was torn apart by the impact of the fists. In less than a moment, a deep pit with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared centered on the two of them, and the two of them were still fighting each other with their fists in the pit. The sound of the ground collapsing frightened the Marines who were paying attention from a distance, thinking that the island was going to disappear. After a moment, both of them jumped out of the pit. Akainu stared at Shawn with a solemn expression. Kid, I really underestimate you. Shawn tilted his neck. So, that's all you can do without using the fruit? Can't you even force me to use a knife? In the fight between the two, they all had a tacit understanding not to use their abilities, because once they use their abilities unscrupulously, the defense line located in the new world will no longer exist, so fighting after fighting, neither of them wants this fortress to just disappear. After all, strictly speaking, they are all one of their own. Akainu just wants to suppress Shawn's arrogance, but Shawn just hates being targeted. That's all. Akainu also sneered. Huh, you weren't born when I used the sword. What, do you think your physical skills are very strong? You can't even break my clothes. Since you don't have enough strength, you just keep holding them, tail. Damn it, you're done. Red Dog. Chapter 47. All parties are surging. And just when Akainu and Shawn started another physical confrontation, the fight was in full swing. In the sea area where the G5 branch is located, some pirates passed by but were attracted by the billowing smoke in the G5 base fortress. Then they also heard the muffled sounds of various collisions, which attracted their attention. Then I saw a large number of Marines standing on the port, and they were all looking in the direction of the smoke-filled sky. This really made these pirates burn the souls of 8 trigrams. Fortunately, they were not reckless. Instead, they sent out swimming experts to quietly approach and gather information. After all, looking at the posture of these Marines, they are on alert. Didn't they notice that there were already warships approaching? Therefore, the pirates on this ship did not dare to act arbitrarily without knowing what the situation was, so they had to stay away and wait for their little swimming expert to bring back the information. Not long after, the swimming boy came back. With an excited look on his face, he said to his captain, Boss, I overheard some explosive news, and I was almost discovered because of it. The boss also said with an anxious look, What's going on? Just tell me directly and don't keep nagging. Okay, you must remember to report my contribution. I found out that someone inside is fighting a decisive battle with Akainu. After finishing speaking, he did not forget to add, they seem to be waiting for people from the headquarters to break up the fight. It seems to be an internal conflict. Hearing this, the boss looked excited. He was a member of Kaido's banner and was somewhat famous. But it's not enough for him. He still lacks a devil fruit, the animal type. If he makes meritorious deeds, he may be rewarded. Just convey this news and attract the monsters currently fighting for hegemony on the sea. Kaido must be very excited, because this is a chaotic gluttonous feast, a feast unique to the new world. Because he once learned from a drunken Jack that Kaido had been planning a big event and was committed to launching the top war. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, Get out of this sea area quickly. I will report the situation here to Boss Jack. So the little leader went directly into the captain's cabin, took out the phone bug, and called Drought Jack. Advertisement. Not long after, an angry voice came from the phone. Lousy is hungover and has a headache. How dare you call me now? Give Lousy a reason to let you go. After hearing what his boss said, the little boss said with fear, Boss Jack, there is really a situation. Immediately, the little boss told everything he saw and heard, but maybe because of his poor mind, he added some artistic expressions to some words. For example, someone in the G5 branch is fighting with Akainu, and the people in the G5 branch are waiting for someone from the headquarters to break up the fight. When it comes out of his mouth, it turns out that Akainu is fighting with the people in the headquarters, and the soldiers in the G5 branch are trying to break up the fight. After Jack listened to his men's report, he hung up the phone with only a few words to tell the truth. Then looking at the drunkards everywhere, their captain and the governor of the Beast's pirates were even more drunk. Then he stepped forward and pushed his captain hard, but there was no response, so he could only roar loudly with his loud voice. Boss Kaido. The top battlefield you want is coming soon. Well. Kaido's eyelids twitched and he opened his eyes faintly. Looking at Jack sleepily. What did you just say? So Jack thought about it and roughly processed the content and art according to what his younger brother said. My subordinate said that in the G5 branch, Akainu was dueling with people from the headquarters. I heard it was Kizaru. It seems that many soldiers in the G5 branch were affected and died. Boss Kaido, this is an opportunity to kill Marine's top combat power and increase our reputation. The Yan Calamity, Jin on the side also added in time. If the development of this matter is true, they may both lose. As long as we capture those two top combat forces, the headquarters will definitely send a large number of Marines to the New World, and the other monsters in the New World will not let them succeed. Kaido squinted his eyes and thought, and after a while he said quietly, it's really interesting. Go and prepare, but you can't make this sea balanced. Marvelous. Long live the captain. As one of the strongest forces in the New World, the Beast Pirates' preparations for war naturally aroused reactions from all parties. On an unknown island, everyone in the red-haired pirate group is resting. Advertisement at this moment, Ben Beckman received a call from a bug. Not long after, Beckman came back and said to the red-haired man, Shanks, Kaido has made a big move. He is gathering his cadres. The red-haired man was a little confused. What does he want to do? It's not certain yet, but judging from the current news, the plot is definitely not small. The three major signboards, Lincoln Luigi and other high-level combat forces have all been recalled. Lakiru ate the big bone meat and said while eating, Captain, could it be that he wants to take advantage of the tranquility to go crazy one last time? Jesus Bu on the side said speechlessly, do you really think that people like Kaido are idiots? Listening to the discussion of the crew, Shanks pondered for a moment, okay, let's gather everyone and go and see together. No matter what he wants to do, we can't let him succeed. At the end of the sentence, Shanks narrowed his eyes and said to himself, I hope you won't do stupid things. Balance, even if it is short-lived, is what all parties need at the moment. 10,000 Kingdoms, the headquarters of the Big Mon pirates. The great pirate Charlotte Linlin is having a party with her children. At this moment, there was a rapid shout from outside the door. It's not good, something big is going to happen. What Charlotte Linlin hates most is being interrupted while enjoying dessert. Suddenly, her whole body exuded an aura as thick as substance. Well, Perispero, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise your end will not be very good. Feeling the pressure on his face, Perispero had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, Kaido and Red Hair have taken action. They have summoned the cadres. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin was also a little surprised. There was absolutely no possibility of any cooperation between the two of them. Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, so, what do they want to do? Perispero was under great pressure, but he didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Katakuri stood up at the critical moment. Mom, no matter what they want to do, we can't just sit back and wait, and the Red Hair's prestige has become more and more powerful in the past 2 years. Well, gather the cadres to go to sea. Let them know our attitude. We can't let the world look down upon our pirate group. Chapter 48 Kizaru is coming. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. The Warring States period also received news that major pirates were about to move. It immediately became clear that word of Akainu and Shawn's fight had probably spread. In particular, the major pirate groups that are still in the friction period have also tacitly agreed to go to the G5 branch. After thinking for a moment, he called E over to discuss. In the end, I felt that this might be an opportunity, as long as they had more top-notch Marines present. They can be defeated one by one. So Aokiji and Garp were called in, and they began to plan this unexpected war. But the most important purpose is to prevent these people from entering paradise. After discussing for a while, it was decided that Sengoku would take Garp and Aokiji to the G5 branch as quickly as possible using Marine's most advanced power ship. Don't be afraid even if you leave the headquarters. The headquarters still has many super powerful combat forces, such as Zephyr, general candidates, and the like. What's more, Shawn can support the headquarters at any time. His junior sister was at the headquarters, so he didn't panic at all. At the same time, he ordered all New World officers above the general level to go to the G5 branch to support them. He stayed at the headquarters and negotiated with other lieutenant generals in the headquarters. If the war situation got out of control, manpower would have to be dispatched from various branches. However, when setting off, Warring States still had an angry look on his face. Those two bastards. Do you know how big a trap they have created? Peeved, haha, it doesn't matter, I haven't done anything with the New World pirates for a long time. Allah, it's really troublesome, today is my holiday. Aokiji looked at Sengoku with a resentful look. Garp said while eating donuts. Aokiji kid, Sengoku is very pitiful, don't provoke him, he doesn't even have a holiday, ha ha ha. At the end of the story, Garp was also happy, thinking that even the Fleet Admiral position was so tiring, and if it were more advanced. I couldn't bear to think about it. Garp ********** D. Marine's actions further stimulated the big pirates. Moby DK Whitebeard was drinking wine and listening to his son reporting the news from the first half of the Grand Line. Kula. Did Sengoku and Garp even come? Did they leave the headquarters so unscrupulously? Marco on the side shrugged indifferently. There is no way, who made it impossible for there to be no big pirates in the first half. Advertisement at this time, Beasta on the side asked, Dad, do we want to take action? Whitebeard stood up, lifted the knife beside him, and slammed it on the deck, causing a wave. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Kula. Originally, I didn't want to worry about New World, because it's probably free. But we can't let the Marines come to our territory unscrupulously. I have a white beard. As soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a burst of cheers broke out. Oh, are you going to have a big fight? Great, this time we must let the world know how powerful Dad is. Don't be kidding, there is no need to prove your father's strength. Kula. Kids, let's go. In the G5 branch, no one could imagine their insignificant emotions at the beginning. It actually caused huge waves like a butterfly effect. Mang Tuo and Mang En were looking in the direction of the jungle with sad faces. The two people over there have been fighting all day and night, but there is no news from the headquarters at this moment. Mang En asked his brother, why do you think they are so energetic? They have been fighting for so long. Monto rolled his eyes. How'd I know, but did you really report it to the headquarters? Why hasn't anyone come for so long? I reported it, but there's nothing I can do until they arrive. At this moment, a group of soldiers were sitting on the ground like good babies. Suddenly a dazzling yellow light appeared and a voice came from inside. It's so scary, it actually started a fight. When the light dissipated, everyone discovered that it was a man wearing a yellow striped suit and a coat of justice. Who was this if not Kizaru? General Huang, Kizaru. What? It's actually Kizaru Daisho. Great, he can definitely stop General Akainu and Brigadier Shawn. At this time, Kizaru's vision covered him, and he sensed the two people fighting, and his face suddenly darkened. They didn't even think about having a real fight, right? They were just fighting with each other to vent their dissatisfaction. If Kizaru knew, they were not the only ones who triggered the duel between the two. If the news that both of them were almost harmed by the outside world spread from them, a set of 8-foot Magatama would probably be used on them. Advertisement ignoring these people, Kizaru turned into a burst of light particles and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. In the depths of the jungle, the battle between the two continued, because the camera was always turned on. So the two of them discovered Kizaru's arrival early in the morning, but they both had a tacit understanding and didn't stop. But they all let out a sigh of relief, because according to their style of play, they would not be able to tell the winner until they were exhausted. The two of them just have different ideals and factions. They are not enemies. They only fight because they are unhappy with each other. If you don't agree with anyone, what should you do if you can't stop? Keep fighting until someone comes to stop you. After Kizaru reached the sky, he didn't rush down to stop him, and just watched the two people's physical skills battle with great interest. Akainu became very angry when he saw Kizaru's carefree look. And with this slight distraction, Shawn seized the opportunity, applied the repulsive force on his legs, and kicked Akainu with lightning speed. Akainu couldn't dodge, so he could only harden the weapon color onto his body in a hurry. It's not that he doesn't want to use elementalization with anticipation, but that Shawn's knowledge is too advanced. So I can only bear it hard. Whoops! Akainu was kicked away by Shawn with a sound that broke through the air. Rumble. It didn't stop until it broke countless trees and boulders. Shawn looked at the wisp of blood spilling from the corner of Akainu's mouth, raised the corner of his mouth, and looked at Akainu with a smile. He said angrily, ouch, isn't this a general? Why is he vomiting blood? Hearing this, Akainu was also furious. If you hadn't attacked the old comrade secretly, would I have been injured by you? Just kidding. So he was preparing to use his own lava to duel with Shawn. But then Kizaru's voice sounded. You'd better not fight, the sea is already boiling. Akainu thought to himself, you didn't come out when this kid attacked, so what's the point of coming out now? Before Akainu could speak, Kizaru told everything he knew. For example, when the two were in a life and death battle, various big pirates from the New World had already heard the news and came. Maybe he wanted to pick up the slack and kill the top two Marines in order to increase their reputation. Hearing this, both Akainu and Shawn were a little confused. They both knew what was going on. Even though they had different ideas, they were still colleagues. A fistfight would be fine, but why do you hear from Kizaru that they are fighting for life and death? They never thought about using abilities to fight, they just wanted to fight each other and were satisfied. So, who is spreading the rumors? Chapter 49 Shawn wants to fool Kizaru. After listening to Kizaru's words, Shawn and Akainu were surprisingly in agreement. They all asked in unison, who is spreading rumors? Kizaru said happily, I don't know, but judging from the time, all the pirates in New World already know it. Shawn was speechless for a while. Akainu asked the key point, so you said those pirates are rushing to the G5 branch? Kizaru nodded. And we can't stop, because this time we are far away, and there are many big shots in the New World. Anyone who flinches will be laughed at. Even if you stop fighting, they will come. Akainu's increasingly gloomy face reflected bursts of red light. HMPH, if they dare to come, I will let them be completely buried under the sea this time. Shawn was too lazy to listen to Akainu's bragging and asked directly, how long will it take for them to reach the sea? What are the headquarters plans? Kizaru pouted and said, well, it shouldn't take more than a day. As for the headquarters, I received a phone call while I was on the road, saying that Aokiji, Sengoku Fleet Admiral and Mr. Garp were also here. Hearing this, Shawn took a breath. Do you want such a luxurious lineup? So which forces are jumping? Kizaru scratched his head and said, well, it seems that everyone is here. As long as they are the overlords, they will come. Hey, this is a bit troublesome. Can we control the situation? Where are the lieutenant generals? HMPH, if you're afraid of death, just be a deserter, kid. As long as I'm here, I will never let any pirate enter the paradise. Hearing this, Shawn was unhappy. I beat you until you vomited blood. That was a sneak attack, but I still got beaten. If you're afraid of death, get out of here. Lousy can teleport at any time. Do you believe that Lousy will directly take them back to the headquarters and leave you here alone? Advertisement. Kizaru quickly interrupted the two of them. All the general officers from New World are on their way here. They should be the fastest to arrive. Hearing this, Akainu was too lazy to continue the verbal dispute with Shawn and turned around and walked towards the dormitory. He had to tidy himself up. After all, he represented Marine and couldn't be embarrassed. Shawn raised his hand and used a prayer on Akainu. Akainu paused for a moment, but walked away without saying anything. Kizaru asked curiously, don't you hate him very much? Why are you helping him treat him? Shawn said, let's go to the canteen first, I'm so hungry. So while walking, he said, although I don't like him, it's just that his ideas are too extreme, but after all, we are all colleagues, and there will be a big war next. There is no doubt that he is an excellent Marine, but he is definitely not an excellent commander. He treats his colleagues to the same extreme. I just don't want to get involved in the factional dispute between him and Aokiji, but he will hate me. How can you let him be the commander if you don't want to let him be the commander? Don't let him die in the end of a war. He never understood that any group is built up from the bottom to the middle. Kizaru was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shawn to see so clearly, but he ignored one factor. On this sea, it was the fists that spoke. So he asked, then are you more optimistic about Aokiji? Shawn shook his head and said with a sigh on his face, I'm not optimistic about him either. Let's not talk about his strength. He and Akainu are two extremes. Akainu is willing to sacrifice everything for the sake of the rules. But Aokiji is willing to ignore the rules for everything. There is no doubt that he is more humane and he can be a good leader, but he is definitely not a qualified law enforcer. It was also the first time that Kizaru knew Shawn's thoughts, and he was also interested, since you don't think highly of them. But Sengoku Fleet Admiral is getting older and will step down sooner or later. Do you want to compete with them? Kizaru feels that even though Shawn's current status is not enough, he is the most powerful competitor. As long as time passes, his prestige in Marine will definitely surpass those two people, just because of his healing ability. The world government is even more afraid to offend him. With the character of those in power, they only want balance. As long as it does not affect their rule, they don't care about anything in the sea. Because if they take action against Shawn, if they cannot subdue him at once, they will face the dilemma of having to open one eye while sleeping. Shawn is so mysterious that even world government's secret service agencies and analysts cannot know his trump cards. Advertisement. He is so mysterious that even if he knows that this is an uncontrollable factor, he would not dare to act rashly. If a fleet admiral position can tie him down, I believe the world government will be willing. Shawn didn't know Kizaru's Xiaojuju, and said bluntly, forget it, I know myself very clearly. I am not a commander-in-chief. I am just an ordinary person who yearns for peace in his heart. Kizaru's mouth twitched when he heard the words, ordinary people. If you were an ordinary person, then a real ordinary person would still be alive. So according to what you mean, there is no candidate to be the commander-in-chief of the entire Marine? The Marines of the G5 branch have all returned to the fortress since their fighting stopped. There were chefs cooking in the cafeteria again. Shawn didn't respond to Kizaru. He just said, wait, and hurriedly went to order. Not long after, Shawn took a large amount of food to the private room on the second floor and started to feast. Kizaru watched from the side and was not in a hurry. He had the fastest fruit, but he was a slow person. After a while, Shawn, who was full of wine and food, spoke. Yes, there is a candidate in my mind, and that is you, General Perusolino. Although he was a little surprised by Shawn's answer, he didn't have much reaction. This is really difficult to handle. I am just like you, and I don't have much need for power. Then have you ever thought about, let alone me, Aokiji and Akainu, they have been fighting openly and secretly for so many years, how will the losing side deal with it? I won't say who loses or wins, but the losing party will definitely not be able to accept the other party's ideas. Have you ever thought about the consequences? Of course Kizaru knows that in this sea, the belief of the strong is no less than the existence of his own life, which is both ethereal and real. What's more, it's just a camp issue. Shawn continued. Maybe you will find it troublesome, but with your smoothness towards your superiors, your attitude towards your subordinates, and your measure of guilt, there is no doubt that you are the one who should sit in that position. But I really can't stand the constraints of that position. I understand everything you said, but there's nothing I can do about it. After the words fell, Shawn saw a rare serious expression on Kizaru's face. Although it was still vulgar, there was something obviously different. Shawn shrugged nonchalantly. Then why should Marine be the Marine of world government? Why can't it just be a simple Marine? Chapter 50 Meeting. The Last Conflict. Seeing Kizaru's hesitant expression, Shawn interrupted directly and said, "The times are about to go crazy. There is no God in the world, let alone the need. In 10 years. In 10 years, this sea will be completely boiling. Don't refute me. Maybe you know the people above you very well, but I know the people below better than you do. We are righteous Marines. Have you ever thought about how we, minions, behind the theocratic power would deal with themselves? I don't believe you have no feelings for Marine. Marine's majesty has never depended on any outsiders. It is created by our soldiers with swords and guns. You know how to deal with the people above you better than Aokiji and Akainu. Only you can make Marine as independent as possible without being restricted. In the era of Ragnarok, no one can stay out of it, including you and me. No matter how playful and smiling you are, it will be useless. When they fall from the altar. Then the efforts we have made for justice over the years will be worthless because of our position, including all Marines. You know better than me how serious the above problems are. After being exposed, we Marine will become a joke." Shawn's mouth went dry as he spoke, and he never believed that he could convince Kizaru so easily. But just planted a seed in his heart. What if Kizaru runs for the position of Fleet Admiral? In the anime, not only does this general's behavior be unpredictable, he has never even used his full strength. No one knows how strong he is. I saw Kizaru's expression becoming increasingly serious in a rare way, and then he raised his head and asked seriously, "So, on what basis will you judge 10 years from now? This is something that even the world government cannot do." Shawn shrugged, "Huh. I made it all up myself, do you believe it? Just watch, when the new generation grows up, the old era will become a thing of the past. This is a signal. The lament before dawn will be accompanied by darkness waiting for dawn, but the sky before dawn is the darkest, isn't it? I hope you can make a decision before that time. As long as you carry the banner of Marine, I will definitely be the first to support you. That's it, I'm going back to sleep, I'm so sleepy." Just like that, Kizaru looked at Shawn's leaving figure and couldn't regain his composure for a long time. In his heart, he kept weighing what Shawn said, although there was no evidence, he had a hunch. Shawn didn't lie to him, the gods would really fall. While Shawn and Akainu were eating and sleeping, the generals from New World came to the G5 branch to prepare for the battle. No one dared to disturb the two of them while they were resting. Regardless of whether they were injured or not, their spirits must be maintained at their best. After all, this time is a big scene, a collective collision between the overlord of the New World and the highest combat power of the headquarters. A careless move may even lead to unimaginable consequences. Advertisement Kizaru had the highest military rank among those present, and these lieutenant generals, no matter which faction they belonged to, knew that Kizaru would not compete with their own superiors, so they also respected him sincerely. On the other side, the pirates from New World are almost arriving, and they are aware of Kaido's movements. There is no other reason. Kaido wanted to pick up the slack and trigger a war. This is the judgment given by those who know Kaido. The pirates who were unfamiliar with Kaido thought this was a good opportunity to attack Marine. As long as you perform well, you will have a foothold in the New World, and you will no longer be an ordinary pirate. So no matter how big or small the pirates were, they all passed by in one go. Let's not talk about whether to do it or not, but 8 trigrams is human nature, so it's natural to go and observe it on sight. Kaido was also a little confused. He was the only one who knew the news, so why did the whole world know about it inexplicably? He didn't believe that all the pirates came to support him. New World has been in a state of chaos since Roger started the Age of Discovery. Now that the situation is finally becoming clearer, he believes that there will be people who want balance to come out and oppose him. Then he picked up the phone and called Charlotte Linlin, forming a temporary alliance. Although he had once been on the same boat as Newgate, they had been at odds since they parted ways. So there was no sense in contacting Whitebeard. Early the next morning, Shawn got up and took a shower before strolling to the cafeteria. The G5 soldiers he met on the way greeted him with awe. After having breakfast in the cafeteria, Meng En came over. "Brigadier General Shawn, General Kizaru asked me to come to you for a meeting. As that be *ch Akainu here too?" Hearing this, Meng En felt bad all over. It is estimated that in the entire Marine, only his own elders dared to call General Akainu a piece of shit. So he quickly said, "General Akainu and other lieutenant generals are here, and they are waiting for you to pass." Fine. Advertisement. After standing up, Shawn went directly to the conference room. There were soldiers standing guard at the door of the conference room. When they saw their parents coming, they quickly called the gate of opening. Oh, good guy, Shawn recognized Kizaru, Akainu and Gumir at a glance. Even Lieutenant General Bastille, who was lying on the floor in combat, was there. It was incredible that he was already a lieutenant general at this time. There are also 5 lieutenant generals of Buster Call, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Hua Shaoshan, Stoloberg, etc. The lieutenant generals are more inferior than superior and more than inferior. The moment the door was opened, everyone looked at Shawn. Everyone is also very curious about this Marine supernova who has challenged General Akainu since he came to New World. Their first impression was that this man was definitely a strong man. Didn't they see that Shawn had a cold face, as if he was arrogant? That is the unique aura of a strong man. Shawn raised his hand and said hello. "Hi, it's quite early." "Ah, you are indeed as young as the rumors say. Come and sit down, we are going to start discussing how to deal with the incoming pirates." "Yeah. Just waiting for you. Seeing everyone greeting him enthusiastically, Shawn quickly put away his frivolous attitude. Regardless of deeds or intentions, these are high-end combat forces that safeguard justice, and their contribution is definitely not small. He quickly went over to talk to them. Seeing Shawn's kind attitude, they were also very satisfied. They were afraid of arrogant people. It would be an absolute disaster for such people to gain power. Not long after Shawn sat down, someone jumped out and acted like a monster again. HMPH, a mere brigadier general made so many lieutenant generals and 2 generals wait for you. How dare you sit down? Hearing this, the atmosphere on the field suddenly stagnated, and Shawn squinted his eyes and looked at the person who spoke. Isn't this the lieutenant general of Bastille who was beaten down by Saab in less than a minute of arrogance? Although the lieutenant generals here all have their own positions, they are either under Akainu or Aokiji. But they all have their own pride, their own judgment and their own way of dealing with others. After all, the position does not mean that you want to be a dog licker. Chapter 51 Pirates Attack. But what does lying on the floor mean? Akainu would never be that bored and let him target him. So, this is his own plan. Seeing that he was being polite, he kicked his nose into his face. Shawn smiled, pushed away the chair and stood up. This move shocked the other lieutenant generals and made them nervous. They all know that Shawn is an out-and-out lunatic who takes soft things but not hard ones. Kizaru even said, "It doesn't matter, we just arrived a while ago." Shawn remained silent, walked over to Akainu, and took out a cigar from his pocket. Akainu didn't say anything, just looked at him silently like everyone else. Caw. The only sound in the entire conference room was the sound of lighters. The ignited flames and the smoke lingering on the cigar reflected Shawn's increasingly gloomy face. Seeing how arrogant Shawn was, Bastille couldn't bear it and immediately yelled. "You are just a brigadier general, and you disrespect your boss so much. What do you want to do to sentence Marine?" "So what?" Shawn suddenly roared. Boom, the scarlet light in Shawn's eyes flashed away, and a substantial aura burst out from his body and spread. The justice coat behind him moved without any wind, and the air in the entire conference room was like thick liquid, making it difficult to breathe. Even the entire conference table, walls, and floor creaked under the pressure of this momentum, as if the entire conference room would collapse in a moment. This is the first time that Shawn has released conquerors so unscrupulously. Of course, the area is limited to the conference room. Except for the 2 generals who had expected it, they could still maintain a calm expression, while the remaining lieutenant generals felt as if they were being strangled by the throat, feeling a little suffocated. This was the first time for them to face Shawn's strength directly, and they all broke out in cold sweat. In my heart, I scolded Bastille all over. I knew that this man was soft but not tough, yet I went to tease him. Bastille was also shaking all over and could no longer say any arrogant words. Shawn didn't care what they were thinking, and walked slowly towards Bastille. "Who gives you the right to act bureaucracy? Where is your pride as a lieutenant general? Your master hasn't spoken, so why are you acting loyal here?" "Me. Advertisement, what are you doing? What I hate the most is that you are a loser who relies on flattery to get promoted because you are incompetent. We are Marine, not a playground for you to exercise your power. Why don't you go and clear out the pirates in the sea who are so fierce? What are you doing to me? You are rubbish. Look at the people here, who is the same as you, making noises when you come up." Kizaru hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "It's really scary, such domineering power. Please take back your momentum first, I'm really panicking." Hearing this, Shawn also restrained his domineering attitude. Akainu also looked at Shawn at this time. "Kid, don't be too angry, otherwise you will be the one who suffers. Hey, if you don't have a lot of energy, why would you call yourself a young man?" After that, Shawn squinted his eyes, stared at the Bastille and said pointedly, "I hope this is the last time. Don't think that I am a cat. First didn't join Marine to come and boss you around. Don't use your bureaucracy on Lousy. Tell yourselves, how many times have you sentenced Marine? If you sentence Marine, Lousy will be the first to kill you. Ask your boss if he can stop me." After that, he turned around and looked at Kizaru. "We wear that glorious skin and use those hypocritical and polite words, but we can't hide the rotten darkness and desire under the skin. I will take action when those pirates come. You can talk slowly for the rest of the meeting." With that said, Shawn walked out of the office. He knew very well that these people might really want justice. But what he did caused more and more people to distrust Marine. He sighed inwardly. It seems that status is really important. What about the world where fists speak for themselves? Maybe. The fist isn't big enough. After Shawn left the office for a while, the conversation resumed. "I didn't expect him to be as bad-tempered as the rumors say." "Yeah, that guy from Bastille, why do you have to tease him?" "Humph, General Sakaski. This man is not worthy of being a Marine. He dares to intimidate his superiors," Bastille said with an angry look on his face. Hearing this, Akainu's face turned gloomy. "He dares to beat me, so who do you think he is? Will you be responsible for arresting him after he leaves Marine? If you dare to issue a military order, I will submit the proposal." "I really don't know what to say. It seems that the kid can't tell. It's time to rectify the style problem within Marine." Noon in the sea area of G5 branch, even though the weather is often unpredictable. But the sky at this time was also filled with lightning and thunder, and the thick dark clouds flashed with lightning from time to time. The Marine fortress, which was already full of chilling atmosphere, added a sense of oppression. Many Marines even silently began to write suicide notes. Not long after, the soldiers on the observation deck saw a shadowy black spot in the distance. Advertisement. He immediately took a deep breath and roared with all his strength, "The pirates are coming." One stone caused 1,000 waves, and in an instant, the generals in the office building area rushed to the port at a speed unfathomable to the naked eye. Shawn was among them. He squinted his eyes and after a while, he gradually saw the pirate ships clearly. Moby DK, Whitebeard Queen's singing horn, Big Mon. Redforth, Redhead. Even Shawn saw a ship with a weird beast on the prow and 6 horns. There is no doubt that it is Kaido's ship. In addition, there are many pirate forces that Shawn has not appeared in the original work. HMPH, you came just in time. These pirate scum, I want them to be buried in the sea today. Akainu said while moving his wrist. Shawn was also a little speechless. Akainu was awesome. He would destroy the opponent without even looking at the opponent's lineup. Shawn also had a headache. He was not afraid of fighting, but was afraid of destroying the G5 fortress. If that were the case, he would probably be the base commander who took up and resigned the fastest. I wanted to go directly to the headquarters to bring Aokiji over, but Aokiji was with Sengoku and the others. The new power ship Shawn has yet to make its mark. Alas, life is not easy, Shawn sighed, just when the soldiers beside him were frightened, an exclamation cheered them up. Look, it's our headquarters ship, support is coming. The one on the bow is Vice Admiral Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Garp. Ah. General Aokiji is here too. Hearing this, Shawn quickly turned around and looked, and sure enough, the 3 of them were here. Now there is no need to destroy your base on the battlefield. Shawn was so happy that he almost jumped up, but luckily he suppressed his emotions. After all, the character couldn't collapse. If you think about it, Aokiji's abilities are much more useful than Akainu's destructive maniac. Creation is harder than destruction, isn't it? Chapter 52. All parties gather together. After a while, Garp and his party arrived at the port. As soon as he got off the boat, Garp laughed loudly and boldly. Peefed, ha 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 ha, Magma Kid, Gravity Kid, you did a good job. Hearing this, Shawn's mouth twitched, and even though he was as serious as Akainu, his face looked a little ugly. Who would have thought that an ordinary fist stand could attract so many villains? But Shawn reacted first and quickly said to Aokiji, quick, use your ability to create a battlefield. Aokiji was stunned by these words, and Shawn added, don't let those pirates get close to here. I don't want to lose the base just after I take office as the base commander. Hearing this, Aokiji also looked at Shawn strangely. Garp on the side laughed loudly. Peefed, ha ha ha, it doesn't matter, at most I can go and stay at my place, it's just going to be a little busy. Shawn was too lazy to pay attention to this old man. He was very bad, he was looking for a tool, but he actually wanted to look for himself. When I came up with this idea, I suddenly thought of Kuro and wondered how he was doing at Marine. I hope he will come to help as soon as possible under ZFA's encouragement. Someone Ku in the detention center is cursing someone with a look of resentment. Sengoku looked at the lineup in the distance and said to Aokiji, Kuzan, please expand the frozen area as much as possible. After that, he added, leave the way out to them. It's hard to say what the outcome of today's battle will be, but today the world government is not ready for a full-scale war. Aokiji yawned lazily, then jumped into the air, Ice Age. Immediately, Aokiji released 2 regular ice spikes from his hand, which were connected to the sea not far away. In an instant, centered on the impact point of the ice spike, the freezing power spread in all directions. Kaka. After a heart-wrenching sound, the entire sea area was frozen into a glacier. Then Warring States also showed his commanding ability. He took out his phone and called he who was staying at the headquarters. I am from the Warring States period. I have gathered all the high-end combat forces in our headquarters, including generals and above. Having said this, he looked at Shawn and said, Boy Shawn, can you bring reinforcements here? Shawn understood that he wanted to be a transport soldier, but he still nodded. 180 is not a big problem. Advertisement. This time Shawn was still hiding his clumsiness, which was also 1/10. It's not that they don't want to bring reinforcements, but if Marine can come up with 180 high-end combat power, these pirates really can't even think about leaving today. If ordinary soldiers came, they would not be of much use, and would even make Shawn a tendency to become a toolman. After getting Shawn's affirmation, Warring States issued several instructions one after another, just in case. The pirate forces in the distance gradually became clearer, and they all docked their ships not far from the ice. Kaido was a little excited when he saw so many forces gathering together. When he saw Whitebeard, he even pointed at Whitebeard with his mace. Newgate, why aren't you dead yet? Do you want to get involved too? Whitebeard was not angry and stopped his sons who wanted to speak out. Kula la la la, Kaido, who do you think lousy is? Does anyone need permission to go where you want to go? At this time, Charlotte Linlin also made a harsh voice. Well, Newgate's momentum is still as domineering as ever. By the way, Kaido, aren't you about to take action? Shanks, who already understood what had happened, was also standing at the bow of the ship, looking at these new world monsters from a distance. Oh, it's really lively. Then his eyes suddenly became sharp and he looked at Kaido. I heard, you want to cause a war? Seeing the red-haired man questioning his captain, Jack was unhappy and immediately yelled angrily. Who do you think you are? You dare to question our boss? Hearing this, Shanks' eyes narrowed, the scarlet light flashed away, and a substantial aura burst out, with tiny arcs of electricity sizzling all over his body. Kaido was a little surprised, but he released Conquerors unscrupulously and collided with Shanks' Conquerors. Boom! I saw that their domineering collision created a substantial energy shield. During the confrontation, many people around them were put under pressure. Refer to bullet. Fortunately, the people who came this time were all cadres. Even the other pirates were mostly powerful. After all, we haven't reached the era of 4 emperors yet, and it's still a chaotic situation where the heroes are competing for the throne. Kula, that red-haired kid over there, isn't he the former intern on Roger's ship? Whitebeard watched with interest as the two competed for momentum, but in terms of momentum, Shanks seemed to be stronger at the moment. Well, Kaido, you're not just here to play children's tricks, are you? Hearing this, Shanks and Kaido restrained their momentum in unison. Kaido threw away the mace and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, then let me lead a more chaotic era. Shanks, do you want to join us? The red-haired man said nothing and looked at Whitebeard with a solemn expression. He was worried that Whitebeard would also get involved. In that case, it would have a great impact on his plan. Advertisement as if he knew what Shanks was thinking, Whitebeard also said aloud. I just came here to take a look, but I will never allow anyone to infringe on my territory. This shows that Whitebeard is here to watch the show, but if Marine makes any changes, Whitebeard will not stand idly by. After all, New World is the home of pirates like them. Before Shanks could reply, he heard a deafening roar. But I saw that Kaido had turned into the form of a blue dragon at some point, with his feet on the flame cloud and energy accumulating in his mouth. After a while, Qinglong breathed out hot breath and headed straight for the G5 branch's fortress. This is his greeting gift. As for Marine, Sengoku is sure that pirates are proud and have their own beliefs, and will never cooperate easily. That's why I can rest assured that everyone will be here to watch. But I didn't expect that the monster Kaido would be the first to take action, but it seemed to be reasonable. Because half of today's situation was caused by him. The best way to deal with fire is of course ice. Aokiji jumped up, his whole body covered with cold air. 5 icicles were released from both hands to meet Kaido's breath. Ice ball. Use this trick in English, otherwise the direct ice ball seems a bit lacking in momentum. The icicles and flames suddenly collided together, making a deafening roar. The place of collision was even more billowing with smoke. Shawn was also staring at Kaido in the distance, feeling the strong vitality in his body, and couldn't help but click his tongue. Looking at Charlotte Linlin and other famous big pirates, they were also silently calculating the gap with them. Then I came to the conclusion that the problem was not big and we could fight it. The only thing to worry about is that they bring too many cadres. There are 6 top combat forces on his side, Garp, Warring States, the 3 generals and himself. On the opposite side, apart from the future 4 emperors, there are also Ben Beckman, Flame Calamity, Jin, Phoenix Marco, and Katakuri. There are also some pirates that Shawn doesn't know about. Looking at himself, there is a big gap between this group of lieutenant generals and others. This also strengthened Shawn's intention to accept the tool. Chapter 53 Shawn vs Kaido. No, isn't it just Akainu and Kizaru? No, look, apart from them, Garp and Sengoku are both here. Ha ha ha, it's getting more and more interesting. Is this a trap by Marine? What are you thinking? We all followed Kaido, so there is no trap. That's it. Besides, can they deal with so many of us? The pirates were all whispering excitedly. After all, this scene was so rare. Marine's top combat power is all out, and this is an earth-shaking rhythm. Shawn stared at Kaido, then turned to look at Sengoku. So it was Kaido's people who caused today's scene. Oh, yeah, I don't know how your battle got spread. Sengoku pondered for a moment and then added, it's about the life and death battle between Sakazuki and Perusalino. Well, the names Akainu and Kizaru. Shawn was dumbfounded. Doesn't co-author Lousy deserve the title? So it's so cute. I don't know where I got the idea that Marine's combat power hurts both sides, so I wanted to pick it up. But his every move attracted the attention of countless people, which is why today's scene happened. But he just stood there like a follower, getting angrier as he thought about it, so he said to Warring States, then let me, the recruit, deal with him. Sengoku thought for a moment, and in the final analysis, this upcoming war was all because of Kaido. With the cunningness of the pirates, there are definitely not many true alliances, so there is still a chance to defeat them one by one. Even though there are not many pirates left, there are not only those monsters present, but also some big pirates who have been famous for a long time. So he nodded and said, then be careful, Kaido has unparalleled defense and vitality. Shawn nodded, twisted his neck, and immediately rose into the air. After such a long period of development, Shawn can now fly completely with the help of air. Although the flexibility will be slightly inferior to that of Piao fruit, after all, one is equivalent to being born with the ability to fly, and he uses the quality of the air to achieve direct flight. Because air has mass, but the human body cannot sense it. The density of air is 1.293 grams per liter. But to deal with Kaido stepping on the flame cloud, his mobility is completely enough. When Shawn mastered the use of gravity, no gravity, anti-gravity, repulsion, gravity, and pull, the combination of mobility and amplification was terrifying. Advertisement Kaido saw a little ghost with silver white hair flying up and spoke in displeasure. Sengoku. Are there any Marines left? Just send a dwarf out to deal with Lousy? Hearing this, Shawn was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He was clearly over 1.9 meters tall, but he became a dwarf in front of these people. It's obvious that people like Shanks are not as virtuous as him, so why is he the only one called a dwarf? Shawn also had some regrets, wondering if it was the sequelae of using gravity to exercise on his body. He is no longer taller, which makes him a little sad. Kaido's mouth is not cute at all. At this time, he was despised by Kaido, and he suddenly became angry. How cute? You asked for this. As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn was directly under the influence of no gravity, anti-gravity, gravity, and repulsion. Flying towards Kaido at an incredible speed with a sonic boom, this is also thanks to his strong enough body, otherwise he would not be able to support this speed. Kaido rode one line of sky. When Shawn approached Kaido, he drew out his sword and swung a small slash directly towards the huge blue dragon. Although Kaido suffered a loss, he was hit by the opponent's brazen attack without paying attention. But after all, he was a great pirate who had been famous for a long time, so he still reacted, raised his dragon claws and faced him. Laugh, a bloody mark was cut on the dragon's claw, and drops of blood flowed from the wound, but the wound was not deep. Shawn looked at the knife in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This blow didn't hold any force against him. But there was only a faint wound left. To this huge green dragon, this wound seemed not worth mentioning. Kaido was even more surprised than Shawn, and he slowly landed on the ground and transformed back into human form. Seeing the wound on his arm slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, he became a little more serious. Even if it is a skin injury, not everyone can get it. Interesting, but your power is far from enough. As he finished speaking, Kaido's body began to change. Dense scales appeared on his skin, and he even lifted his mace. Shawn looked at Kaido's human animal form and knew that ordinary slashes could not cause damage to him. It's better to use your domineering energy to directly cause internal damage. Shawn also burst out his own momentum to fight against Kaido. Advertisement, HMPH, why don't you go back to being your little earthworm? Little dwarf, you are too arrogant. After all, Kaido didn't bother to continue bickering with Shawn. He jumped directly into the air, twirled his iron rod, wrapped Conqueror's Haki around the iron rod, and swung it hard towards Shawn. Jong Sanshi Yinela, Gravity Knife Pitch Black Lantern. Shawn is not afraid of Kaido at all. Like Kaido, he is surrounded by all kinds of black lightning. Boom! When their weapons collided, a violent explosion occurred. The ice surface centered on the two people began to have cracks, and dense spider web-like ravines spread in all directions. Where the two attacks met, Conqueror's energy ball flashed scarlet. Under the impact, the energy ball vented out light and irregular energy, like thunder and lightning. The soldiers of the G5 branch in the distance even exclaimed, "Quickly, look at the sky is split." After hearing this, everyone looked up to the sky. A huge gully appeared in the thick clouds, and the dark clouds on both sides were rolling back into the gully. The pirates on the other side, except for the monster-level pirate group, were all deeply shocked by this scene. Looking at the two people intertwined in the center of the battlefield, Bim Mon let out a sharp laugh. Hey, this kid has really good genes. Kula la la la, this generation of Marine is really amazing. Whitebeard also made a sound of admiration. The red-haired man squinted his eyes and looked at Shawn, feeling that this man's figure looked familiar. He murmured, "It's really scary that there is such a person in Marine." Everyone on Marine's side was also stunned. They didn't expect Conqueror's collision to be so exaggerated. Although I have always heard that Shawn is very powerful, this is the first time I feel how powerful Shawn is so intuitively. The battle continued, but both camps had a tacit understanding and did not take action. Because there is absolutely nothing to pick up on Marine's side, and the lineup is all top-notch. In the pirate camp, the captains of their respective pirate groups, except for those who are not popular, all have their own pride and will not form an alliance in the true sense. Chapter 54 Dragon Warrior, Shawn. Kaido and Shawn have been fighting for 10 days and nights on the field, and the ice on the sea has melted and broken again and again. Aokiji provided services to the two of them like a maintenance worker, which made Aokiji look resentful. Although both of them can fly, their battle scenes are too violent and not as good-looking as Lobia's. Monsters with powerful bodies fight in a plain and simple way, and can only rely on hard work to determine the outcome. You hit him with a hammer, and he slashes you with a knife, shattering the layers of ice hundreds of meters thick. What's even more incredible to the pirates is that Shawn's healing ability is actually more powerful than Kaido. Kaido heals himself, Shawn can heal anyone. This further dissuaded these pirates from the idea of raiding. As the battle between the two was widely reported by newsbirds, more and more pirates were attracted. On Marine's side, more Marines were mobilized to confront the pirates. To be honest, if the world government didn't keep a close eye on it, they wouldn't be allowed to cause any results that would disrupt the balance. Warring states brought everyone together. Anyway, with Shawn's treatment, they would not die no matter how hard they fought. But it's a pity that the world government also sent people from CP0 to watch, leaving Sengoku with nothing to do. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, he naturally knows better than anyone else how deep the waters of world government are. They alone, Marine, are just one of the agencies of the world government. He would not be naive enough to think that world government only relies on public opinion to rule the sea. In the eyes of those in power, nothing matters as long as it does not affect their rule and face. Therefore, both sides condensed what was supposed to be a full-scale war that would shake the world into a war between Marine Supernova and the Overlord of the New Era. They are waiting for the result in a tacit understanding. If Marine wins, it will greatly curb the arrogance of the pirates. If the pirates win, the sea will also set off an even crazier riot. The number of pirates that is already increasing is expected to grow explosively. Except for those who were not strong enough, the pirates and Marines who were strong enough watched the whole battle between the two. The time has come to the 11th day. Advertisement. After the red-haired and Ben Beckman discussed for a while, the red-haired came to Whitebeard's ship in full view of the public. During this period, except for a burst of noise on Whitebeard's ship, no one knew what the two of them talked about. Then the red hair and Whitebeard jumped off the ship, walked slowly on the ice, and walked towards the marine camp. The author also really wants to know what they said. After all, the red-haired pirate met the 5 elders alone. Marine is facing a formidable enemy. Whitebeard, who doesn't know him, is currently the undisputed overlord of the sea. Immediately, Sengoku and Garp also walked over there. With Sengoku's mind, he probably knew what was going on. Garp looked at Shanks with a complicated look on his face, the man who led Luffy to become a pirate. I couldn't help but think about how great it would be if I had my leg broken in the past. But now is not the time to think about that. Sengoku looked at Whitebeard. So, what do you pirates want to do? Kula la la la, Whitebeard said meaningfully. No one can stop the change of times. We are also getting old, aren't we? This red-haired kid has grown to this extent. The redhead on the side also added. There is no need to bet on the uncertain present, the future will be more exciting, right? The red-haired man paused and continued. The consequences of continuing, no matter who wins or loses, it will be a failure for us. Warring states understood what they meant, and they just wanted to let the two sides stop. Even if Shawn kills Kaido here, it will not have any impact on the above, although it can curb the arrogance of the pirates. But no one can change the violence of the sea. What's more, Shawn may not win. Once he loses, Marine's majesty will be lost, and the world government will probably be happy to have a Marine that is not under their control disappear. Warring states also felt that he couldn't afford the gamble and didn't want to sacrifice Shawn in vain. What's more, with his character, when he couldn't hold on anymore, he would 100% retreat and find a place to get angry. Thinking about it made my scalp numb, so after pondering for a while, warring states still nodded in agreement. Okay, but if the pirates on your periphery don't retreat, then I won't be able to do anything about it. No problem, leave this to us. The red-haired man ignored Garp's angry eyes and nodded to several people. Then he stepped on the ground and rushed towards the center of the battle between the two men. The elderly group quickly followed suit. Advertisement. The red-haired man came to Kaido and blocked Kaido's mace with his knife. Whitebeard directly cut a bottomless ravine on the ground in the center. In an instant, both camps were in an uproar. Warring states and Garp also came to Shawn, and each took one of Shawn's arms. Shawn frowned. What are you doing? That earthworm is so arrogant, I will become a dragon-slaying warrior today. Warring states glanced at the rear meaningfully. That's enough. If you continue to fight, the people who lose sleep because of you will be very happy. Hearing this, Shawn perked up. Yes, fighting with Kaido made his brain confused. It would be uncomfortable if someone accidentally attacked him, not to mention that he had been fighting for 11 days. Even though he had no injuries, his spirit was already muddled. Having said that, Shawn still stared at the opposite side with arrogance. On Kaido's side, when Whitebeard and Red Hair took action, Charlotte Linlin also rushed forward. He asked angrily. What do you want to do? They haven't asked the winner yet. Whitebeard didn't pay attention to anyone. He looked up to the sky and said with a long smile. Kula la la la, sons, let's go back. The show here is very boring. Yes, Dad. Immediately, Whitebeard walked towards the Moby DK. The red-haired man also walked in the direction of his pirate ship. When he passed by Kaido, he only left one sentence. Our era is coming, don't do things that are incompatible with the times. Although Kaido may be reckless, he is definitely not a fool. Judging from the attitudes of them in Marine, it seems that something happened. The surrounding pirates looked at each other in confusion as the two monsters left one after another. But they all understand one thing, that is, they will not fight, and the result of this battle will be a draw. Although he stopped fighting, Kaido took a deep look at Shawn and asked, Little dwarf, tell me your name. Shawn was so angry that he wanted to rush forward and fight Kaido, but he still endured it. He rolled his eyes and thought of a name that could make Kaido disgusted. It would be the name of a general and a candidate for general, and that would be a color plus an animal. So he blurted out. Dragon. Chapter 55. Shawn goes home and is lazy. Lousy's name is too long. Shawn thought to himself, wouldn't slaying a dragon be exciting? Besides, what he actually wanted to kill was not the loach in front of him, but the dragon above, the celestial dragon. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Garp and Warring States twitched on their faces. Kaido's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, cast a shadow. The pirates around him heard the name of this young generation Marine for the first time. Gritting his teeth, he said, Very well, little dwarf, Lousy will remember you be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Laozi is at the G5 branch. You can come over at any time and see if Laozi can cut you or not. Snort. Just like that, Kiduo and Charlotte Linlin whispered some words and then strode away. Along with their 4 monsters, there were also many monster pirates from the old era, and they also smelled a smell called conspiracy. So he left quickly. After all the pirate ships he stayed on left, Garp also sighed. It seems that there are really no idiots among the pirates living in the new world. At this time, Shawn was also a little shaken, but he did not dare to pass out here. Because from the direction where Sengoku was looking just now, he noticed the aura of Marine that did not belong to them. So he said to Warring States, "I want to go back and take a nap. You can help me deal with it here. I will come back when I have enough sleep." Warring States understood, and just as he was about to speak, he asked Shawn to send him back to the headquarters. As a result, Shawn left with a whoosh, leaving only a faint blue light and shadow dissipating. The angry Warring States wanted to beat this hateful kid to death. Although Shawn said he wasn't afraid, he was afraid of what might happen. And it was okay when fighting Kaido, once the tense spirit relaxed. Fatigue suddenly eroded Shawn's whole body, and Shawn would never leave his weak side in the new world. So Shawn returned to his home in this world, Shimotsuki Village, Ishin Dojo. As soon as he appeared in the living room, the Koshiro couple and Lais, who were enjoying tea and chatting, spotted Shawn. Seeing that except for the justice coat on the back of Shawn, his whole body was in tatters, revealing his strong muscles. Lyman quickly stepped forward to support Shawn and asked, "How are you? Are you okay?" Advertisement Shawn was just a little weak. "Master, I'm fine. I just want to have a good sleep now. I just had a battle and I'm a little tired." Okay, go and have a rest. We will take care of your room." Shawn was too tired, so he said hello and walked to his room. In this sleep, Shawn slept for a full 30 hours, but he was still hungry in the end and woke up because the smell of food aroused his greed. Walking out of the room sleepily, he immediately saw a few people in the dining room. After seeing Shawn, Koshiro said, "Go and wash up quickly. Your wife has purchased a lot of meat and is going to make a big meal for you to replenish your health." Shawn's heart warmed up, he nodded and went to wash up, changing out of his tattered training clothes and feathers. Feeling the changes in himself carefully, he also benefited a lot from this battle, and it really made him understand where his current upper limit is. Although he can now fight a 50-50 against a humanoid weapon like Kaido, it is still not enough and he still needs time to settle. Develop your current talents completely, and then wait for the system to be upgraded. After washing, Shawn came to the living room and felt that something was missing. Then with a slap on the forehead, the figure suddenly disappeared and arrived at Shawn's house in the headquarters. The 2 sisters probably haven't been home for a long time. If they don't pick them up, they will probably lose their temper. Immediately, the 2 sisters appeared in stunned silence, carrying them one by one back to Shimotsuki Village. Then without saying a word, he just threw himself on the dining table and started eating. Fortunately, Koshiro reminded him that Lyman cooked a lot of dishes. At this time, Lyman and Lai's daughter also came back. As mothers, they were also very happy and hurriedly went to the kitchen to cook more dishes for them to eat. They also miss their daughters, but they also know that Shawn has special circumstances and cannot send them back in time. The 2 sisters also missed the taste of their mother's cooking, and immediately put all their grievances behind them and joined the foodie camp. After a long time, the well-fed family sat in the living room drinking tea and chatting. Kuina only reacted at this moment and quickly checked Shawn's body to see if there were any injuries. Shawn asked strangely, "What's wrong? I'm looking to see if you are injured." "Stop joking, how could I be hurt?" "Wait, how could you think I would be hurt?" Dasky took over the conversation. "Didn't you fight with others for more than 10 days? Shawn was a little dizzy. Originally, he was thinking of some reason to comfort the sisters. He had not fulfilled his promise to take them home every week. Advertisement in the end, they all found out. Seeing Shawn's doubts, Lais stood up and left, and came back with a stack of newspapers after a while. "We all know this, from the first day you fought the pirates." Shawn quickly picked up the newspaper and read it. The storm of the sea reappears, and the pattern of the great shipping route may be broken again. Total war. Where should New World go? Fierce battle. Marine Supernova versus Overlord Pirate Kaido. Grand Assembly. The highest combat power of the headquarters is here. Pirate camps are joining the battlefield one after another. The 11-day fierce battle has come to an end. Marine's super newcomer, Tora, defeated Kaido by half, and the pirates left with hatred. In the turbulent new world, the pirates' struggle for hegemony is intensifying. What kind of situation will the world face? Looking at these reports, which were 90% true and 100% false, Shawn was so upset that he didn't know how to vomit. Seeing Shawn sighing, Lyman asked, "What's wrong?" Shawn shook his head. "I just think it's a bit ridiculous. If I want to be half as powerful as Kaido, I don't have to come back and fall asleep immediately." Koshiro was also curious. "So what happened to you in the end?" Shawn shrugged. "It's just that the world government took care of its own face. It was obviously the armistice advocated by Shanks and Whitebeard that day. Now you are bragging about our marine, it's really shameless." Kuina muttered with a slumped face. "Why is this? They're deceiving the whole world. Don't all the pirates present know this? There's nothing we can do about it. After all, public opinion is still on our side, not to mention that the situation in New World has not yet been completely stabilized." After thinking about it, Shawn continued, "Don't be disappointed in Marine. Marine often can't help himself. We just have to be ourselves." Kuina nodded, hugged Shawn's arm and acted coquettishly. I will work hard to practice, and I will help you well in the future. Shawn touched Kuina's little head. Then you have to work hard. I'll wait for you in New World. The quiet Dasky on the side also had slightly red cheeks and looked eager to try. She looked at Kuina with some envy in her eyes. In this way, Shawn, the dragon master who was talked about all over the world, spent a few days on vacation in Shimotsuki village. The sisters were brought out without even asking for leave. P.S. I will start a new chapter tomorrow. I will explain some things tomorrow. The following plot is completely based on the original work. I type very slowly. It takes more than an hour to type one chapter, like 2-2, the nickname of the protagonist. I also want to look for color, because I just wrote it, the speed is not fast enough. It should be faster in the future. In short, it will be updated steadily every day. I will definitely write for 6 hours starting tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 56 The Adventures of Kuro. After resting for a few days, Shawn sent the reluctant sisters back to Marine headquarters. When going back, Shawn was inevitably scolded by Zephyr. If he wanted to take someone away, just say so directly and don't be sneaky. Shawn also understood that the reason why Zephyr was so angry was simply because he was worried about someone sneaking into Marine. That would be an unimaginable huge disaster. After all, Zephy's own family is so destitute. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shawn went directly back to the G5 branch. In the office, Kizaru was drinking tea and cutting his nails leisurely. Seeing Shawn suddenly come back, he just raised his head slightly and said hello before continuing to cut his nails. Shawn was speechless for a while. How could this guy have so many nails to cut? Just when Shawn was about to say something, Kizaru spoke first. You were promoted, not long after you left. Shawn was a little confused. After all, he was credited for almost causing a full-scale war. Why did he get a promotion and a salary increase? Why did you get promoted after doing so well? What did you get promoted to? Kizaru put down his nail clippers and said, well, it's just Major General. After all, your new name has already resounded throughout the sea. It's still not good to be a base commander with the rank of Brigadier General. Shawn was speechless. It was a matter of face again. Kizaru added. It was the guy from Sakaski who mentioned it. They didn't know when you would come back, so they went back first. Hey, that guy has such good intentions. Isn't he holding back some bad stuff? I have known him for decades. Although he sometimes has an extreme personality, he is definitely the most loyal Marine general I have ever seen. Hearing this, Shawn didn't know that Akainu was the most disciplined sailor, but this did not affect Shawn's small book in his heart. Then he wanted to change the topic, and after thinking about it, he might as well ask Kuro about his situation. After all, he has taken office now. So I am even more eager to have Kuro as a tool man. By the way, old man, how is Kuro? I just forgot to ask Zephyr. Kizaru's eyes were a little confused, and upon seeing this, Shawn also had some ominous premonitions. Klo. Who is it? Sure enough, Kizaru stunned Shawn with just one sentence. You can forget about the former pirate I sent to the headquarters before, the one I recruited as a Marine? What about the true nature of an admiral? How will you be a fleet admiral in the future? Advertisement. Shawn criticized Kizaru with a look of hatred on his face, not counting himself who had forgotten about Kuro over and over again. Kizaru. Kizaru felt offended, and when did he ever say anything about competing with fleet admiral? But he still said, when something happened to me suddenly, I left him in the military court. It should be fine. Should? Shawn sighed. You want to be a Marine Fleet Admiral? It should be possible. Can such words come out of your mouth? The general's incompetence affects the three armies. You make me, a supporter, heartbroken. Kizaru was speechless. So, where did you hear that I am going to compete for the position of Fleet Admiral? Shawn heard this and said, did you hear that? What did you hear? Shawn looked at Kizaru sadly. It's the silent cry in your heart. You also want Marine to have a good future. Your heart is full of unwillingness and dissatisfaction with those in power. Okay, stop teasing me like a 3-year-old child. Since you are back, I will go back first. After saying that, Kizaru stood up and walked towards the door. As he approached the door, he left a message. I will consider what you said, but it is not something that can be decided now. There is also your dissatisfaction. Don't reveal it to anyone easily. Kizaru felt that it would be very cool to talk to the other person's back, but... So, where's Kuro? Kizaru paused, turned around stiffly, and stared at each other with Shawn. Silent for a long time. In the end, it was Kizaru who spoke first. I'll ask you when I get back. I'll definitely remember it this time. Immediately, Shawn showed a smile. In this way, Shawn started his daily hard-working 996 career. At this time, Shawn was thinking about Kuro, a toolman, coming over to help him as soon as possible. Because the entire G5 is a gangster, even the subordinates in the staff department are similar. The difference is that ordinary street gangsters will attack pirates when they see them, while those from the general staff will just drop a cannonball and attack them again. This is the strategy proposed by the smartest person in the entire G5 except Shawn. Shawn was so angry that he almost remade them. Advertisement. Isn't it funny that these things can also serve as staff officers? Just when Shawn was looking forward to the stars and the moon and waiting for Kizaru to reply to him, it was already half a year later. And what is Kuro doing? The time has to go back to a month ago. Kuro was not punished in the detention center and could occasionally read newspapers. Until Kuro saw Shawn competing with those monster pirates in New World. He was even more passionate. At the same time, the idea of escape from prison became stronger and stronger. He wanted to escape from prison and find Shawn. Because the director of the detention center couldn't contact senior military officers, he had to go through layers. And in these extraordinary times, no one would pay attention to the appeals of a small person like him. A few days later, because he was already familiar with Kuro, the director of the detention center came to chat with him when he was bored. Kuro stole the key when the other party was not paying attention, and sneaked out at night when the moon was high. After that, they were wandering around like headless flies, but there were too many soldiers in the Marine headquarters. He wasn't wearing Marine uniform, so he would be in trouble if he was caught, but he didn't dare attack Marine, otherwise Shawn wouldn't be able to protect him. He could only use his silent steps to slowly search for some generals, hoping that they could contact Shawn. But God was unfavorable, and it rained heavily, and the thunder woke up the director of the detention center. When he discovered that Kuro was missing, he immediately informed other sailors and raised the alarm. Then arresting drama unfolded. Not far away, a sailor saw him and shot him without saying a word, shouting loudly, "Stop, let's capture him without mercy." Kuro was so frightened that he was scared to death, so he surrendered and let you shoot him? Are all the Marines in this unit that brutal? So Kuro ran and shouted, "Don't shoot yet, I was invited to join Marine." Then stop first. Kuro was too lazy to talk to this ungentlemanly and barbaric sailor. He began his vigorous escape journey, but was caught only a few hours later. Under the siege of an overwhelming number of Marines, Kuro's strategy was completely useless. Then Kuro was arrested and taken to the prison of the headquarters. Kuro immediately regretted that his intestines were blue. Isn't the detention center comfortable? I had to commit suicide, but now I'm fine. I was sent to a prison full of strong men. Chapter 57. 2 years later. After entering the prison here with trepidation, Kuro felt that the cruelty he once thought was worse than here. It's like a husky has blended into a pack of wolves, and he is so out of tune with them. He is such an elegant gentleman, but everyone here is full of violence. The cell where Kuro was detained was a large cell, which contained spies or stupid green pirates who appeared near the headquarters. There is no doubt that Kuro is classified as a spy. Although it is not known which forces these spies belong to, there are obviously fewer spies than pirates. So when they saw the newcomers coming in, the pirates' fists were ready to move. So a drama of a prison situation unfolded. At this time, Kuro hated the pirates and the unreliable general. As for Shawn, of course I won't hate him. After all, Shawn is stirring up trouble and maintaining peace in the New World. As for why I didn't contact him for so long, I must have thought he was training well in the training camp. Otherwise, Shawn, who went all the way from his headquarters to the East Daxia Sea to look for him, would still be able to forget about him? Isn't that a joke? Kuro was very confident in his IQ, and the result he deduced was that Shawn thought he was in special training. But Kizaru forgot about him and let him suffer here in vain. In this way, Kuro started a career of hard work and courage. He vowed to arrest many pirates in the future. There is no way, because he is the weakest here, and everyone wants to bully him. He made up his mind that after going out, he would step by step to reach a position above Shawn and above 10,000 people. He would be the worst Kuro. In the blink of an eye, time flies. 2 years have passed. Hyuen calendar year 1504 New World G5 branch. In the office of the base director, there sat this man with a slicked back hair, glasses, and a black suit. He sneered at a piece of news. Oh, the Mamba pirates, once one of the overlords in Roger's era, were nothing more than that, and they were wiped out just like that. Yes, this man is Kuro. Kuro stood up, clutching the newspaper tightly with tears in his eyes, walked to the window, and looked at the blue sea in the distance. Advertisement, 2 years. Do you know how I have lived these 2 years? I finally got rid of all the people who bullied me. Just when Kuro couldn't suppress his inner excitement and expressed his inner emotions. Suddenly a voice made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Who gave you the guts to interrupt Lousy's lunch break? Kuro's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly thought, oh no. Immediately, a force of gravity pressed down on him, almost making him breathless. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the faint voice just now, hurry up and finish the official business, and then follow them for special training. Kuro sighed inwardly. He was careless. On the sofa in the office, a man with silver-white fever and wearing black training clothes and white feathers slowly stood up. His eyes were arrogant, and his expression was cold. But Kuro knows that these are all appearances, and more importantly, he is petty. Just when Kuro was wandering in his thoughts, Shawn's question brought him back to reality. Tell me, what is the headquarters thinking? Lousy is so busy, yet he asked Lousy to escort the Kings to attend the World Conference. Kuro cursed in his heart. I am handling official business for you, and no one dares to come to the G5C area to cause trouble because of your bad reputation. How can you be so busy? But he still said, maybe this year's World Conference will be different from the previous ones, and your name should be able to suppress some unscrupulous people. Of course Shawn knew the main content of this meeting, which was about the Revolutionary Army. But you can go for a walk and wander around Alabasta to see if you can meet Robin. Okay, you can come with me this time. This place will be left to the two brothers Mengan and Meng Tuo for the time being. I will continue to relax for a while, so don't bother me anymore. Okay, I'll pay attention. So Kuro tiptoed back to his desk. Shawn closed his eyes and took a nap, but opened the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Shawn SX. Male age, 22 combat strength, 19,999 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Heavy Fruit, Change, Armed Color Haki Max, Wisdom Color Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max. Skills. Prayer, Swordsmanship, Teleportation, Change. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munichika, Pure Gold Upgraded version 9, Change of Clothes, Some Photos, Such Fruits. Advertisement plot points. 299,301. Yes, Shawn has accumulated a lot of plot points in the past 2 years and spent a lot of time training. Finally, the combat power was increased to 19,999, but the system said that it would cost 300,000 plot points to upgrade. I almost made Shawn angry to death, but it didn't matter if I was angry for a while. Anyway, my own strength is the basis for gaining a foothold in this world. He never regards the system as a dependency, just as a tool. In the past 2 years, Shawn has also been promoted to the rank of Lieutenant General, and his nickname of Too Long has made the surrounding pirates even more frightened. 2 years ago, Kuro was beaten every day in prison. After being beaten for several months, he awakened his armed domineering energy. Then he began to counterattack in life, constantly telling spies to prepare for his future revenge. He even beat up the pirates who bullied him every day. When the idea came through, he reported his situation to the superiors through the jailer, saying that he had pried open the spy's words. So he reported it layer by layer, and Kuro used the information he had to finally meet Kizaru. At that time, the first thing Kizaru said when he met him was, "Who are you?" Kaido was so angry that he had to lower his head under the eaves, so he told his story. In the end, Kizaru called Shawn and took him away. Because he had made a meritorious service, he was directly awarded the rank of ensign. These spies are sent by the heroes fighting in the New World. God knows how excited Shawn was to see Kuro. Without saying a word, he said something to Kuro about how he couldn't do it without him. Kuro was so moved that he took him back to the G5 branch to handle official business within half an hour. Kuina and Tashigi have also grown up a little, and gradually begun to show their talents. The talents of the two are called a new generation of monsters, and no one can compete with them. If they weren't still too young, Shawn would have taken them back to G5 and trained them himself. Brubberbrew, just when Shawn was about to fall asleep, the phone bug interrupted his sleep again. "Hey, who is it? Didn't you know you have to take a lunch break at noon?" A lewd voice came from the other side of the phone. "This is really troublesome. Have you decided on the king of the country you want to escort? Now we need to confirm the list." Chapter 58. Real, high-level talks. After hearing what Kizaru said, Shawn said directly, "Then I'll go to Alabasta. I haven't seen Shichibukai yet." "Okay, I'll hand in the list later. It's time for you to set off, otherwise you won't be able to catch up." "Okay, I'll leave tomorrow. Holy Land, Marigia." In front of a conference table, 5 old people of different shapes were either standing or sitting. Sitting on the conference table were some world government officials whose positions were no lower than General Marine. There are giants such as the Supreme Chief of Judiciary Island, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the Chief of the CP Organization, the Minister of the Scientific Forces, the Chief of Staff of the World Government General Staff Headquarters, etc. These people have even higher status than the Warring States period. There are also leaders of various departments, such as the chiefs of CP0 to CP9, the captain of the Kingdom Army and other powerful figures who can only sit at the bottom. They are discussing the topic of the Revolutionary Army that will be raised at this World Conference. After the discussion, just when the 5 elders were about to let everyone leave, the director of the Cipher Pool organization stopped everyone. Regarding the newly promoted CP chief, no one dared to ignore him, and even the 5 elders relied on his opinions. At only 31 years old, he is the youngest absolute senior figure in history. He joined the world government at the age of 17. After 14 years of hard work, he has transformed the entire CP department from fragmented to unified. Including CP0, an organization directly under the Tianlong people, there is no exception. Because he has helped many Tianlong people, he has a high prestige among the Tianlong people. Even the celestial dragons generally do not dare to boss him around, because he has already matured and touching him will cause factional turmoil among the celestial dragons. What's more, he possesses genius-like political skills that enable him to climb the ranks step by step, and only he can control the position of Commander-in-Chief. During this period, he made numerous meritorious deeds and was undoubtedly an outstanding politician in addition to his second grade. The protagonist will not kill innocent people indiscriminately to get promoted, let alone please the celestial dragons. I will talk about it later, so don't rush to scold me. After the World Conference, you will enter Enel's chapter. Please, don't scold me. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, Enel nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Rob Lucci, the current top officer of CP9. Lucci understood, picked up a document, read it, and said, since a few months ago, the pattern of New World became clear, and the 4 great pirates occupied and ruled a sea area like emperors who ruled the great sea route. Call them 4 emperors. Advertisement from this point on, although on the surface it seemed that Marine, Shichibukai, and 4 emperors were in a triangular balance, this was not actually the case. In the following few months, our department personnel have made statistics. As of yesterday, the pirates' power has grown explosively, in just a few months. The total number of pirates that emerged has exceeded last year. The sword-wielding old man and 5 elders frowned slightly and looked at Enel. So what do you want to express? Enel stood up, first glanced meaningfully at the commander of the 3 armies, Cyborg, Kong, and then said, Marine camp, I propose to establish an additional general. After the words fell, the whole place fell into silence because they really couldn't imagine Enel's intention. They all know exactly what one more general means. General is not only a position, but also the embodiment of marine power. A base under a general, lieutenant general, navy, etc. must recruit troops again. This will cause Marines' power to increase by more than 30%, so Marines generals will be trapped in one seat. The top leaders of world government will never allow their marine organization to dominate other organizations. What they need is checks and balances on each other. Although it is not known why Enel proposed this proposal that would weaken the influence of its own jurisdiction. But everyone still spoke out against it. Impossible. If there is an extra general, let's not talk about the balance issue. Where will the new general's jurisdiction be divided among them? That's right. Where are the officers of the new base? Where are the recruits? Will you provide the financial resources for these expenditures? I object. Seconded. The 5 elders did not speak, and just watched the dispute between several people quietly. To them, no proposal mattered. As long as one company is not the dominant one, there will be checks and balances between them. Only the commander-in-chief remained silent in the audience. After all, Enel's proposal was beneficial to him. Advertisement. Enel looked around at the crowd and sneered. Oh, what? The CP consul are not afraid of you. What are you afraid of? You are so full of food that you still want to fight? Even if the competition is between me and Commander Kong, why are you in such a hurry? After saying that, he glanced at Cyborg Kong and said, as for the problem you mentioned, our CP can find the jurisdiction area assigned to the new general. As for recruitment, can we just start the world recruitment? Otherwise, my people, what if he is transferred to the new general? One stone caused thousands of waves, including the 5 elders, who were a little surprised. I didn't expect that Enel's ambition was so great, that he was not satisfied and even wanted to get involved in Marine. However, the 5 elders did not say anything. After all, they are not afraid of you being ambitious, but they are afraid of people who are not ambitious. Those kind of people often have bigger plans. Everyone at the conference table was in an uproar, and they really couldn't figure out where Enel got the courage. Commander Kong narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at Enel. Everyone knew that he was angry. Commander Kong asked inexplicably, so, does the new general also want to recruit troops from all over the world? Enel knew that he was being abrupt and made Kong think that he wanted to parachute the general over. So he said, that's not necessary. Don't you have a marine named Shawn? I think he's pretty good. Speaking of this, 5 elders almost yelled at each other. It was such a stupid thing and gave them a bad nickname. It also gave them a headache for a while. Those of you who are dragons, don't you know that celestial dragons also have the character dragon? If you didn't know about the battle between Shawn and Kaido. If it weren't for knowing that Shawn hated being called a dwarf, and if Shawn's abilities weren't so weird, they would have asked Enel to catch him. Now Shawn is definitely the top 10 most hated marine generals among the Draco. He might have been Garp at one time. But coming back, what is Enel's plan? Everyone was lost in thought. Are you saying that he wants to get involved with Marine? He didn't arrange anything, so he has no selfish motives. Who among the people here is a kind person? Do you believe it? Either that or Enel is sure to recruit Shawn, but is that possible? Who hasn't seen Shawn's information? He is a direct descendant of Marine and a subordinate of Kizaru. That lawless master dared to threaten the headquarters when he was a major. If Enel was really that powerful and could recruit Shawn, 5 elders would have made the decision and notified the proposal without them having to say anything. But is it possible? Chapter 59 Brainless Fan Enel. The sword-wielding old man gate of opening asked Enel straightforwardly, are you sure you can completely control Shawn? Hearing this, Enel was a little confused, but his good political literacy brought him back to his senses. Looking around, seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, I immediately knew what they were thinking. It was just that he thought he could recruit Shawn, a big thorn in his side, and now he heard the 5 elders asking questions. I am also a little confused. Admitted, Shawn can indeed have his own faction. But how could he make it up? He couldn't make it up, so he finally said, it's not possible yet, but I can try. That's right, Enel just wants to find a chance to meet Shawn. But the time has not come yet, which makes him a little anxious, but it should be soon, right? Humph, Enel, I don't care what you want to do, but I don't agree with it. That's right, aren't you afraid of raising a wolf? And the current situation is good. It's impossible to add new generals just because of your inexplicable reasons. For that kind of uncontrollable factor, just let him fight with the pirates down below. He is already a lieutenant general, right? Yes, it doesn't matter whether you are a general or not. Seconded. Listening to these people's objections, Enel narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the faces of these people in power. I silently labeled them as dead in my heart, and decided, let's just use the head of the scientific force, and then we'll have him operated on. Enel also knows that there is nothing that can be done for the time being, but the problem is not big. Just plant a seed in their hearts, that is, the seed for Shawn to become a general. When I meet Shawn in the future, we can discuss the false information. Think about it and make a plan. Enel stood up and looked condescendingly at the people opposite him. The CP department chiefs behind him also stood up one after another. Advertisement, you will agree later. After leaving only a cold word, Enel turned and walked out of the conference room, followed closely by his subordinates. Everyone present did not take Enel's words as harsh words and became cautious. The 5 elders looked at this situation and nodded with satisfaction. This is the situation they want. No matter how they fight, they can't get around the 5 of them. Enel returned to his office, and only Lu Chi, his confidant, was there. Enel stopped pretending to be himself and started to curse. Those bastards, do they really think I don't know what they're thinking? Huh, what a bunch of narrow-minded idiots. Do you really think that everyone only cares about that insignificant power like they do? Speaking of this, Enel looked enthusiastic. What I am pursuing is not this mere right. I really hope that the day of the death of God will come soon. By then, Lu Chi, I will take you to the real infinite land. As soon as Lu Chi entered the door, he was checking more than 100 anti-eavesdropping phone bugs in the office. There is no way, my boss is too tough, if he hadn't been following behind to wipe my butt in the early years. It is estimated that Enel will be charged with contempt for authority. Alas, life is not easy, Lu Chi sighed. After hearing Enel's words, Lu Chi was also very curious. So where is the infinite land? I don't know. I just know that there will be clues if we land on the moon outside. Then why don't you go by yourself? Enel said with hatred. If you don't say it's just a clue, even if it's an infinite land, what can we do with just a few people, and what? According to that person, even if we arrive now, we can only have a partial understanding. The most important thing is the blank 100 years recorded in the historical text. There may be information about my hometown there. Speaking of this, Enel's eyes were full of evil spirits. The most important thing is that the Void Throne in Pangu City, which symbolizes peace, is a complete scam, fooling everyone in this sea, including you and me. Gouda. Hearing this, Lu Chi swallowed. Of course he knew that the Throne of the Void was said to have been built by the original celestial dragons, which symbolized the concepts of peace, equality, and no dictatorship. Advertisement. Although he was a little curious as to why Enel told him this, curiosity is human nature. So he quickly asked, so, what's the situation? Enel sneered, what's going on? It's still unclear who built the throne, but I can tell you one thing clearly. There is someone above the 5 elders, and there is someone who is on the throne behind the scenes. Hearing this, Lu Chi felt his head buzzing, as if a silent thunder had stunned him. After a moment, Lu Chi stammered with a look of horror on his face. No, no way, aren't the 5 elders the pinnacle of power in the world? Enel said disdainfully. The peak? Have you ever seen the kneeling peak? The 5 elders are not even qualified to stand in front of that person. Lu Chi still felt unbelievable. Did the one you mentioned tell you this? That's right. Enel also lit up a cigar, took 2 puffs and continued. If the people behind the 5 elders are mysterious, then the people behind me are weird. But one thing is undoubted, the divine power will fall aside, follow me well, and when the one in the future raises his arms, you will know that he has woven an incredibly huge network on this sea. The owner of the throne can control the world behind the scenes, so how powerful is he? Enel sneered, the owner of the throne. Stop joking, don't you think about why no one dares to sit on the throne to the outside world, but it has to be behind the scenes. It is true that it is absolutely unparalleledly powerful and has the power to rule, but it also reflects the existence of fear from the side. No one has been in heaven from the beginning, not you, not me, not even God, but the excruciating vacancy of the throne of heaven is coming to an end. After saying that, Enel looked fanatically towards the sky outside the window with a crazy look on his face. Lu Chi was also fascinated by Enel's appearance. Although he had always had a good relationship with Enel and were partners, once he got involved with that person, Enel would get angry with him. At this time, after hearing such secrets, Lu Chi became more curious about that person, and even couldn't wait to see the weird person in Enel's mouth. What kind of hero can make such a proud and arrogant Enel so impressed? As I thought about it, I involuntarily sketched a back figure in my mind, a tall back figure that seemed to exude endless brilliance. Achoo, as soon as Shawn woke up, he began to curse. It's that B***************** D who was talking bad about Lousy. Crow, are you talking bad about Lousy behind his back? Chapter 60 System Upgrade. Alabasta, Port. After a long journey, Shawn and his party finally arrived in this desert-filled country. Although Shawn has coordinates here, there still needs to be a proper deployment of warships. As soon as he docked, Shawn saw a creature that dazzled him. Kung Fu Manatee. Isn't that the disciple that Luffy will take on in the future? In the future, he learned to arm the sea beasts and even formed a sea beast pirate group. They are a group of cute and serious creatures, so Shawn said to Crow, go and fight with them. What? Crow was a little confused. He was a major after all. After 2 years of devil training, even the major generals in his headquarters were not necessarily his opponents. Now he is asked to bully a group of cute animals? There are so many words, so hurry up and go. After Kung Fu Manatee saw Crow, he put on a posture of sparring. Crow immediately understood that these little guys were very enthusiastic about fighting. 5 minutes later. After all, I have also been in the new world, and it is not easy to deal with it, but the difficulties are coming. Kuro looked at a group of kung fu manatees with bright eyes surrounding him and wouldn't let him leave. He felt a little dizzy, so he looked at Shawn for help. As a result, I saw Shawn in a daze and could only ask loudly, "Shawn, what is going on?" Shawn came back to his senses and said, "They are a group of kung fu enthusiasts. They will compete with others when they see them, but if they lose, they will become their disciples. Just wait here for King Cobra, and teach your new disciple while I go to walk in the rain." After saying that, without waiting for Kuro to react, Shawn dodged, leaving Kuro facing a group of disciples, messy in the wind. Shawn Gang was in a daze because the system had reached the upgrade standard. What now appears in front of Shawn is a progress bar, showing that the upgrade will be completed in about an hour. Advertisement. Shawn was not in a hurry, and headed to the rainy land while appreciating the customs here. At this time, Robin must have just joined Baroque Works and wanted to see Robin's style. An hour later, the system upgrade was completed, and he had to find a shady place to stay. Shawn checked the system and found several messages. Open black lens bracket 2.0 system upgrade completed. Close black lens bracket, congratulations to host for receiving the upgrade gift package. Close black lens bracket. The contents of this update are as follows. Strengthening pool, mall item updates, and map functions. Close black lens bracket. System. What are the conditions for upgrading again? The triggering conditions are unknown, please explore on your own. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Shawn had no choice but to click on the updated system panel. In addition to the character attribute board, which occupies 1/3 of the entire panel, the right side is divided into several sections, namely training camp, map navigation, mall, and lottery. Shawn was a little confused. Where's the reinforcement pool? This sounds like a lofty name. So I clicked on the mall first, and the items and prices took on a completely new look. In the past, they were all things that were prohibitive when they saw the price. Now they are 1/10 cheaper. The first one is the A-level genetic medicine. It used to cost 1 million, but now it only costs 100,000, not to mention some of them. A dispensable skill. Shawn was very excited at first because he discovered a lot of his greedy abilities, but in the end he discovered that this can only be used as a supermarket mall, with pots and pans, spicy cola, cigarettes and beer. The prices of these things are very low, but the prices of some things that are useful to him are outrageous. For example, S-class potion costs 50 million plot points, which is not even that much if he kills Luffy. He even has the ability to be a time guardian, and he can go back in time for 100 million. I can't afford it anyway, it's exactly the same as before. If you can afford it, you don't need it. If you can't afford it, it's too expensive. Just leave it there in plain sight. Just when I was about to log out, I discovered that the enhancement pool function was in the mall. After clicking in, he found that it was a stove with several spaces below it. Below the spaces were various icons, which corresponded to his abilities and a devil fruit. Shawn tried to pull the fruits up, and found that the upgrade cost 10 million, so he pulled the fruits in his backpack in. It takes 1 million to become an upgrade, but the success rate is 0.1. After pulling out the heavy fruit, I found that it only cost 50,000. After upgrading, it became a side effect. Advertisement. It is still not a direct improvement in strength, just like playing the king, the difference between a level 4 ultimate move and a full level ultimate move. Shawn then tried to drag Biki in, but the results showed that his physical fitness was not up to standard. Shawn suddenly understood that domineering energy is ultimately the energy of the body. If this can be upgraded, then it is not called an auxiliary system. Shawn rubbed his chin. There seems to be something there, so how can I upgrade this ability? Then he had an idea and dragged 2 bottles of Coke together. The results showed that he needed 1 plot point, which Shawn still had. But what surprised him was that the success rate was 100%, and Shawn decisively strengthened it. There was a sound of blacksmithing, and then an item was synthesized. Shawn was dumbfounded when he saw it. The result of 2 small bottles of Coke was a big bucket of Coke. That's right, it was a big bucket of Coke. It's as big as the bucket on the water dispenser that used to be. Shawn immediately understood that this was a matter of attributes. Then wouldn't his multiple fruits require the Piao fruit to be integrated? Not to mention that the golden lion is still alive. Even if he is dead, where can he find the fluttering fruit? It is a completely uncertain function. System. Is there a way for me to track the fruit? The updated map function of the system provides a tracking function that can track anyone and anything. Close black lens bracket. That's it. You will be able to upgrade your abilities by then, which is something to look forward to when you think about it. Next, Shawn opened the system upgrade package directly. Shawn never had any expectations for this thing. Just like playing games in the past, after the server is stopped and updated, you will be given 60 inscriptions. It is a pity to abandon it if it is tasteless. Congratulations to host, you have obtained an S-level genetic potion, a fairy pillow, and a random skill upgrade card. S-level genetic medicine. Break the genetic lock of the body and increase the upper limit of human fitness. Warm reminder. You can become stronger, but you cannot become stronger for no reason. Skill random upgrade card. The skills you already own can be randomly upgraded once. Currently, only teleportation and purification are compatible. Close black lens bracket. Dream fairy pillow. A legendary prop that can travel through time and space 3 times, and the impact will not be corrected by the correction power. To use it, just sleep on it. Note. Once used, it will jump 3 times in succession, each time staying for 1 month. After 3 times of traveling, it will return to reality, and reality will only pass for a moment. Close black lens bracket. After checking it out, Shawn almost jumped up with joy. Wonderful, this dreamy fairy pillow is a perfect plot point and an artifact. Chapter 61 1507. Shawn quickly took out the S-Class genetic potion. Like Grade A, it is a test tube, but the only difference is the liquid in it. I saw the scarlet liquid inside, like boiling water, constantly bubbling. But when he held it in his hand, he only felt a cool feeling, so Shawn raised his head and drank it. Unlike the A level which has no changes at all, this is indeed an S level with special effects. I only heard a slight sound as if there was a sound inside my body, and then there was no movement. Genetic medicine worth 50 million, heard the sound. Really not bad. Then Shawn used the random skill upgrade card, and finally his teleportation was upgraded. Flying Thunder God teleportation. You can use physical strength to mark any item. Marking with mental power will be colorless and invisible. The marking speed depends on proficiency. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Shawn could only exclaim, "Hey guys, you are forcing yourself to make a white flash." Mental power mark, if it is fast enough, it can be marked anytime and anywhere. It seems to be another magical skill that requires a lot of plot points to practice. Immediately, Shawn looked at the last dream pillow with a passionate face. After hesitating for a moment, he opened his eyes and found a remote place. I took out an ancient jade pillow that looked so ordinary. Shawn can't wait to harvest the plot points, because he is so greedy for this skill that combines Flying Thunder God and teleportation. He can fight and run, which are really amazing skills. Besides, it only takes a moment to wake up after lying down, so it's not a big problem. In this way, I will be more confident about Mary Joa, who is going to go next. No longer hesitating, he fell asleep directly on the floor, pillowing his head on it, and just closed his eyes. Shawn felt dizzy, and then he opened his eyes in confusion. Suddenly I felt a little cold. Shawn couldn't help but rub his arms and muttered, "What the hell is this place?" Host can view the map system. The system's sudden words shocked Shawn. This was the first time the system spoke. So I asked cautiously, "Are you smarter? Advertisement?" However, the system didn't answer him again, and Shawn didn't care and opened the map directly. The map shows the island of Mignon in the year 1507 of the Atlantic calendar. This island always feels familiar. Suddenly, there was a looming fire in the distance, which immediately pulled Shawn into long-lasting memories. Then he slapped his forehead. Isn't this the place where Rocinante will die? In other words, the place where the fire started was Ghost Town, and Rocinante was probably going to die. I immediately stopped hesitating and bought a set of cloaks of the same style as anti-inflammatories from the mall, and put on a 55% Hitaki and Embu mask of the same style. Immediately, the whole island was enveloped in the color of seeing and hearing. Sure enough, the island was in chaos, and it seemed that Crane still didn't have time. It seems that Virgo has also joined G5. Not long after, Shawn found a person walking with a child in his arms. So Shawn flew towards that place at high speed. It seems that Luo Nandi has succeeded, and soon he will feed Luo the fruit of the operation. Originally, this fruit was what Dias Barreros wanted to trade with Doflamingo. Dias Barreros is the father of Akahata X Drake, a former Marine general who fell into being a pirate. Worth 5 billion Baileys, but Rosinante took Luo around to find a doctor to treat his lead disease. But half a year passed before he could be cured until he received information about the results of the operation. So he decided to take a desperate risk to snatch the fruits of the operation for this child, just to let him live. It went well, but in the end he was seriously injured, and finally asked Luo to give the information to Marine. According to the original work, Luo will mistakenly hand over the information to Virgo. After Virgo arrived, he beat Rosinante half to death. Then the two of them found the opportunity and escaped again. When the Don Quixote family came, they lied that Doflamingo had escaped from the birdcage. In the end, the man died with a smile on his face, and the reason was just to let Luo remember him with a smiling face and die with a smile on his face. Shawn decided to save these two people for no other reason than because he suddenly had a bold idea just now. That is because he wants the fruit of the operation, not because of immortality operation. It's that the surgical fruit can achieve the effect of mind exchange, separating the other party's mind and body, and then disposing them randomly. This is a perfect spy skill, inserting one's own soul into the opponent's body to control the opponent's power. You can also find some heinous people and exchange their heads. As long as they don't laugh, the owner of the head can fake his death and hide the truth. Advertisement. The premise of all this is that the other party doesn't know that you are a capable person, but this Shawn can do it. Yes, Shawn thought that the plot points are endless anyway, why not start now? Just find a few tool people to help you change, why don't you do it yourself? The only troublesome thing is the selection of candidates. After all, the intelligence system of the CP agency is no joke. The top priority now is to treat them first. A moment later, Shawn landed directly in front of Rosinante, who was holding Luo in the air. Boom, there was a loud noise and a lot of snowflakes splashed up, which startled Rosinante, and then he looked at the man in front of him who was wearing a dark green cloak, a hood and a strange mask with a wary face. Suddenly he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, and he knew that the other party must be here for the fruits of the operation. His intuition told him that the man in front of him was very strong and was definitely not his brother's subordinate. Wearing a mask and a cloak, the answer is ready to come out. Are you from CP0? Before Shawn could speak, he was suddenly stunned by Rosinandi's imagination. I'm not from the world government. You and this kid were both seriously injured? Rosinandi hugged Luo tightly and said, then you are also here for the fruits of the operation? Yeah, Before Shawn could finish speaking, he was rudely interrupted. Impossible. Rossi said decisively. This is the only way to save this child. Even if I die, I will not leave it to you. After saying that, he gently put Luo behind him and put on a fighting posture. It's really troublesome. Shawn scratched his head through his hood in distress. It would be better to not explain immediately, as it would be better to take actual actions. Suddenly, his sense of sight and hearing opened up. He felt the injuries on Luo's body, raised his hand and fired a gravitational force. He took out the bullet from Racindi's body and before he could react, he raised his hand and fired a prayer. Suddenly, a burst of milky yellow light with a little starlight suddenly rose around Rosinandi. Rosinante felt a sense of relief all over her body. It was like taking a bath in a hot spring, and all the injuries and fatigue disappeared. After coming back to his senses, Rosinandi looked at Shawn in surprise, because this ability was so amazing. He once told Luo that the devil fruit ability was not magic, but he met someone who used it as if it were magic. I was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 62 Luo. In fact, Luo Nandi was not sure whether the results of the surgery could definitely cure Luo's disease. But he had no choice but to make a gamble and let Marine deal with the Don Quixote family, while he went to sneak attack and steal the fruits of the operation. But now the man in front of him healed his injuries in an instant. So he said, can your ability cure lead disease? As he spoke, he picked up Luo, who was curled up in a ball on the snow, and slightly lifted the blanket covering Luo, revealing Luo's face, which had patches of white Madara. After pondering for a moment, he said, if you are sure that you can cure him, I will give you the results of the operation directly. Shawn was a little confused, so happy. As if he guessed what Shawn was thinking, Rosinandi continued. This fruit requires a lot of knowledge to exert its therapeutic effect. I am not sure that this child will be cured. So, please. As soon as he finished speaking, he hugged Luo and bent down to bow to Shawn. This directly messed up Shawn's prepared words, but after reacting, he still said, it should be fine. Then, Rosinandi saw Shawn raise his hand again, and milky yellow light, with a little starlight, fell on Luo's thin body. Well. Luo slowly opened his eyes and looked at Rosinandi who was holding him in his arms. Rosinandi looked at Luo in surprise. Luo, are you okay? But before Luo could speak, the surprise on Rosinandi's face suddenly froze. The light dissipated, but the white Madara on Luo's face did not fade at all. How could it be like this? Even my injuries were healed instantly, but Luo's disease couldn't be cured. At this time, Luo asked weakly. What happened? However, Rosinandi still cheered up and sat Luo on the ground. Advertisement. He took out a red heart-shaped fruit and said excitedly. Luo, what do you think this is? This is the surgical fruit that can save your life. Cheers. Luo looked at the other person blankly and said with a low expression, but, even if I eat this thing, it may not be able to cure my disease. Rosinandi looked excited and supported Luo with his free hand. What nonsense are you talking about? This will definitely cure your disease. After saying that, he raised his hand holding the surgical fruit and prepared to forcefully stuff it into Luo's mouth. Shawn was speechless and reached out to grab the former's raised hand. After Rosinandi found out that he was caught, he struggled desperately, but found that he could not break away from the hand that was grabbing him casually. He immediately begged. Please, this is this child's last hope. Without it, this child will really die. What are you thinking about? Shawn said angrily. When did Lousy say he couldn't be cured? Why are you so excited? After saying that, he let go of Rosinandi's hand and looked at Luo. Kid, tell me, do you want to live? If you really don't want to live and still want to put on a world-weary posture, then I will take away the fruits of the operation and make them better, and go. No, this is different from what was promised. Rosinandi looked at Shawn anxiously. Shut up. Shawn pretended to be pitiful and said, you are too kind, and in the end it was you who sent your father away with your own hands, did you know? After a pause, Shawn changed his tone and yelled loudly. Warring States. Buddha's Warring States. The leader of Marine, in the end, it was because of your mistakes that he was miserable in his later years. Do you know it? Rosinandi was shocked when he heard this. This man actually knew that Warring States was his father. Before Rosinandi could say anything, Shawn stepped forward and took off his fur coat. He said to Luo, and you world-weary brat, look at this person who betrayed your brother, broke away from Marine and wants to cure you. Look at how many holes there are in his clothes. Had I not cured him, he would have died. The chain reaction caused by his death would have plunged the sea into turmoil. Do you really want him to die to wake up? Luo looked at the struggling Rosinandi in trance. The shirt on his back had bullet holes, bloodstains and scratches. But he kept holding himself in his arms and thinking carefully about what this man said. When he imagined that Rosinandi really died, his heart suddenly felt as uncomfortable as being pricked by needles. The child's eyes were filled with thin mist, and his lips trembled slightly. I want to live. In fact, I know it. Rosinandi, this clumsy guy, has always taken care of me. I know it. It's just that I don't want to trouble him anymore. Advertisement. Looking at Luo's posture, Rosinandi felt a little at a loss, but still squatted down and said to Luo. Just smile and you'll be fine. Don't you think I'm fine? After the words fell, Rosinante started his signature move of pretending to be stupid, the old-fashioned scissor hands, paired with the tattoo on his face, showing a big smile. Luo, you have to smile, you know? Just like me. The reason why Shawn wants Luo to recognize the good qualities of Rosinante is because he is afraid that Rosinante will not be able to influence Luo until he dies. It seems the results are good. Rosinante turned her head and was about to speak when Shawn raised his hand and waved lightly. Suddenly, Luo's body flashed with a blue light. This blue light lasted longer than the milky yellow light just now. About 2 seconds later, all the blue light converged into Luo's body, and immediately, the white Madara on Luo's face was seen slowly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it disappeared completely, and Luo's face was no longer as pale as before, and gradually became rosy. When Luo Nandi saw this scene, he threw away the surgical results and picked up Luo and lifted him high. Great, Luo, you must be better this time, right? Answer me quickly. As soon as Luo regained his health, he was lifted up high by Rosinante and tossed around, which made him feel a little dizzy. Bye, idiot, put me down quickly. Shawn received the fruits of the operation on the side, muttering to himself why this person was so careless, but looking at this harmonious scene, he also smiled knowingly. However, he still thought of some situations. If he left directly, the two of them would probably suffer. After thinking about it, he decided to send people to the end, and Buddha to the west. Moreover, the drama of the death of the Warring States period that he had just imagined in his heart had not yet moved him. No matter whether Doflamingo is killed or not, he will eat the fruits of the operation in front of them. Otherwise it would not be a good thing for anyone, but Shawn felt that Rosinante would not kill Doflamingo. Because in the original work, Rosinante did not pull the trigger in his hands until his death. They are really two extreme brothers. Chapter 63 Don Quixote Family. As they were performing a tender scene, Shawn suddenly came up with a better idea. This idea can form a complementary closed loop with his undercover plan. But that all has to wait until Doflamingo. Then he said to Rosinante, let's find a place to chat. After saying that, he took the lead and walked in front, while Rosinante and the two followed Shawn closely. The direction that Shawn went to was the port where the Don Quixote family's ship docked. Yes, he has already sensed that, if nothing unexpected happens, Marine will come to hunt them down soon. It's better not to meet Marine in this situation. As he walked, Shawn used his mental power to mark several places on the road. Not long after, Rosinante saw the pirate ship dock to the port. His expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Shawn in an ugly manner. What did you bring us here for? Okay. Shawn waved his hand. I guess you don't want to kill Doflamingo, but you don't have the ability to send him to prison. It just so happens that I have something to talk to him about. Either kill this inherently evil guy, or turn him into a tool and make good use of him. What do you think? What exactly do you want to do? We'll talk about it later. That arrogant guy is here. I saw a group of people standing by the port not far away, and they were also looking in the direction of Rosinante. Shawn was a little surprised. It seemed that although Doflamingo was arrogant at this time, at least he still had a standing posture. Wearing a dark red suit and his signature pink fur coat. To be honest, Shawn was a little envious of his tall and straight figure and his height of 3 meters. During this period, Brother Ming still had the image of being a rich, handsome man, far from the coldest image of a spirited young man with beanie shoes and tight pants in the later period. Shawn decided to give him a hunchback later. Although his image as a spirited young man was arrogant, at least he had a hunchback. On the other side, everyone in the Don Quixote family was also discussing the 3 people in the distance. Advertisement, Dover, your brother seems to have found a helper, he really betrayed you. Torble, who had a runny nose, said to Doflamingo with an ugly expression. Doflamingo, who was already furious, had veins popping out on his forehead. From today on, my family will only be you. Don't worry, we will never betray you, Dover, you are our king. With your qualifications, you will reach the top sooner or later. Little Lord. A smile appeared on Doflamingo's lips, but no one in the Don Quixote family felt that he was happy at all. Nothing else, because the one who betrayed was their young master's only relative. I want to see what he has to rely on. How dare you betray my brother, let's go. The cadres followed closely behind. Shawn watched from a distance and had to sigh that this was also a villain with special charm. This posture is exactly that of a standard villain, and the subordinates behind him follow suit, making his majestic aura even more exaggerated. It's a pity. This is reality, and such people are not worthy of his appreciation. At the same time, he thought of his only confidant, Kuro. That be ****************, D, and I really didn't know whether it was good or bad to accept him. People with an IQ comparable to Ben Beckman are pitifully small and would either be detained or go to jail. After he was released, he didn't think much about the faction fight. He stared at the pirate forces that had beaten him every day and used insidious means to provoke the war. Following behind him did not make Lousy look handsome and powerful, but rather lowered his coolness and made Lousy look dull. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I must deal with this fake gentleman properly when I go back. Soon, Doflamingo came to several people. He took out his pistol and pointed it directly at Rosinante, completely ignoring Shawn beside him. Kazan, why did you stop me? Betray me? Rosinante protected Luo behind him, lit a cigarette, and said slowly. Because you are wrong, and I don't want to see you continue to be wrong. Hearing this, Doflamingo became more and more angry. Do you really think I won't kill you? Are you doing whatever you want to me just because you are my younger brother? I just think you shouldn't continue. If you continue like this, you will completely fall into the abyss. When Shawn listened to the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but sigh. Perspective really determines attitude. Advertisement when watching the anime, Rosinante was a complete decoration when he was undercover, but he was the leader of the Red Heart Army with the codename Krasen. He was also very tolerant to him. No matter how bad Doflamingo was, he never hurt him. The story of Rosinante and Luo also touched many people, if Ace is a gentle brother. Naro Nandi is known as the kindest person, but when I experienced it at the scene, why did I feel like the breath of tea? When Doflamingo heard Rosinante's words, he laughed angrily and asked, what is right and what is wrong? Did we do anything wrong when we were children? Have you forgotten what we went through? Then why did you kill your father, huh? Are you kidding? Doflamingo played with the pistol on his cell phone. Not that stupid guy. Why did you and I suffer like that, and my mother died because of this? Shouldn't he be killed? We should be bullied by those ants for whatever we did wrong when we were children? It makes me need to climb up step by step again. Do you know what Don Quixote means? The last name of one of the 20 creators. But if I don't talk about returning to the Holy Land now, Dressrosa has been our country 800 years ago. I have to plan carefully. Whose fault do you think it is? At the end of the sentence, Doflamingo had a gloomy look on his face, and Rosinante clearly knew of his murderous intention. His brother wants to kill him. My father has been killed by you. You can't continue, otherwise you will not be able to look back. Rosinante said with a complicated look. Shawn felt the atmosphere between the two of them at the scene, and felt that Rosinante was indeed kind, but a little too showy.
Fortunately, he is an orphan. Otherwise, if he had a younger brother like him, he would probably be hit by thunder, and it would be bad if it affected him. Of course, if you think about it this way, someone in our group is also a double standard dog. Such Rosinante is in the same camp as him.
With his overly kind character, as long as he is persuaded, he will never betray him to his death. Well, it smells so good. Let Xiao Duo and Ronaldinho fall in love and kill each other for a while. Don't disturb them first, then pull Luo to your side. Rosinante saw Shawn pulling Laura away. Although she was a little confused, she didn't have time to think too much. No matter what the purpose of the cloaked man was in bringing him to the door, he had no choice. Because he knew Doflamingo wanted to kill him, Luo was undoubtedly safe with Shawn. So he made up his mind, turned around and smiled at Shawn, who was wearing a cloak, and said, Luo, I'll leave it to you. Chapter 64 Shawn, the second grader. Hearing this, Luo was shocked and quickly pulled Shawn's clothes and said anxiously, You, please help Rosinante. Didn't you say you would help him? Shawn squatted down and whispered, It's okay. He will only be taught a lesson at most, and I will help him. Yes, Shawn never thought about what to do to Rosinante, because the next plan required the Don Quixote family. Who can bear to be betrayed by his own relatives? He might as well let Doflamingo vent his anger. As long as Doflamingo is not allowed to cut off the last shackles that bind the devil with his own hands. After he gets rid of the fire, there will be no problem. After all, it is either to kill Doflamingo directly. Otherwise, Shawn would not be able to protect Rosinante and others all the time, so before cooperating with Doflamingo, it was necessary for Rosinante to receive a severe beating. Because in a sense, Doflamingo has the same goal as him. In fact, what Shawn cared about the most was the scene that left the deepest impression on Dover. Doflamingo said that he knew the inside story of an important national treasure inside Mariajoya. He even threatened that as long as Luo performs the ageless surgery for him, he can further use that national treasure to control the real power of the entire world. There is also the reins that Dover once said in the original book. He holds the reins of the monsters in the world. It's a pity that he can't know this now because he didn't even get the throne of Dressrosa. While Shawn was wandering around, the movements of Shawn and Luo also attracted the attention of others. And a man wearing a red cloak, a fur hat, and 2 red facial stripes on his face. He even pulled out his limp western sword and attacked directly towards Shawn, who was in a daze. The fast Rosinante was too late to come to his aid. All I could do was shout. Be careful. The person who attacked Shawn was Diamante, a person with abilities who ate the fluttering fruit. He can turn anything into a shape as light as silk, but the material of the object will not change. He can even turn steel into something as light as silk, made into clothes and worn to increase defense. At this time, Diamante had already arrived in front of Shawn and Luo. For him, all he had to do was kill the target, and sneak attacks were not important at all. Because he had an intuition that this man wearing a cloak should not be underestimated, so he made the first move quickly. Sword Snake Sword. Advertisement Diamante directly used her ability to turn the western sword into a shape as light and fluttering as silk, and threw it towards Shawn while restoring the sword's original hardness. The western sword moves like a snake, launching unpredictable and irregular attacks to stab the opponent. Chang. The sound of steel rubbing against steel immediately stunned everyone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Shawn had raised a finger to hold the sword that was stabbing his throat. In addition to the black armament color hardening on the fingers, there's also a ball of cherry blossom colored energy wrapped around it. Just when everyone was shocked, Shawn's cold voice suddenly sounded. It's, who gave you the right to swing a sword at me? After saying that, he broke the tip of the western sword with force. The crisp sound of ding made the people of the Don Quixote family raise their vigilance to the highest level. The other party's performance was too understated, and it seemed that he didn't take Diamante seriously at all. Diamante is one of the 4 highest cadres of the Don Quixote family. The rest of the cadres looked at each other, and without Doflamingo's orders, they immediately swarmed up in perfect agreement and rushed towards Shawn. Only Baby 5 was left standing there with a confused face, wearing a maid outfit and holding a phone, feeling at a loss. Boom! Scarlet light flashed past the eyes of Shawn's mask, and an unparalleled momentum burst out from Shawn's body. A substantial pressure, with the snowflakes raised by the airwaves, moved toward Don Quixote's body. The cadres attacked. Suddenly, everyone who had just taken a few steps staggered and almost fell. They all stood tremblingly with gritted teeth, their foreheads were covered with cold sweat, and they looked at the cloaked man with horrified expressions. As for Diamante, who was closest to Shawn, she was not affected by the impact, but the 2 bodies fought with each other and fell to the ground with a plop. Shawn's control of Conquerors did not affect the 2 Dover brothers and the 2 little ones, Baby 5 and Luo. These cadres will not be able to resist Shawn even more than 10 years later, let alone now. Just when Doflamingo wanted to unleash his Conquerors to confront Shawn, Shawn gently waved the broken blade in his hand, and a huge black-red slash nearly 100 meters high flew towards the area where the Don Quixote cadres were. Advertisement Doflamingo was so angry at the sight that if this happened, he would have no one to use. The slash flew across at lightning speed without hitting anyone. Only a 2-meter-wide deep ravine was left in front of them. They would never forget the moment when the black-red slash flashed across their eyes. That was the moment they were closest to death. At this time, there was a sound that made Doflamingo and others feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. If you dare to take one step forward, your family will be turned upside down. Hearing this, Doflamingo's face became extremely ugly. Looking at the ravine with no visible edges at a glance, he immediately understood that this person was not someone he and others could deal with. Conqueror's level is even higher than him. Maybe the birdcage is useful, but he doesn't dare to bet. If it doesn't work, everyone will die. Shawn turned to look at Doflamingo. Now it seems that you are very wise. The reason why I kept you is that you still have value. Otherwise, do you think you, the scum of the ocean, deserve to stand and talk to me? Looking at the 2 small holes on Shawn's mask corresponding to his eyes, Doflamingo saw the disdainful look in his eyes, which deeply hurt his pride. At this moment, he hated Rocinante even more. Doflamingo's chest kept rising and falling, obviously on the verge of explosion. Sir, what do you want to do? You are not Marine. Marine does not have a person like you. Let's talk about our affairs later. I have to deal with the little mouse in your family now, but don't act rashly, otherwise, I won't have to deal with you, scum. Shawn said with a hint of teasing in his tone. Before they could take action, Shawn slowly swung the broken blade at Diamante. Call out. A subtle slash flashed past, as if it didn't exist, and passed through Diamante's arm with a sound of breaking through the air. Ah! While everyone was stunned, they heard Diamante let out a shrill scream. Immediately, the arm holding the sword slowly slipped away, leaving only the smooth wound on his shoulder that began to bleed blood. With a painful look on his face, he used his other arm to press the wound on his broken arm. At this time, everyone in the Don Quixote family was a little confused. Didn't they just talk and talk before taking action? How could this man take action as soon as he said so? Didn't the 2 brothers start talking to each other without looking at the young master? Chapter 65 Baby 5. This is your punishment for attacking me. I will not allow you to use the sword again in the future, because you are not worthy. As long as I know that you have used the sword in the future, your Don Quixote family will have no need to exist. Doflamingo was on the verge of breaking out, but at this moment Shawn cut off his subordinate's arm in front of him. And he also said such words that were almost humiliating and disrespectful. I couldn't bear it anymore. Doflamingo walked slowly towards Shawn, laughed loudly and said, Hey, you are really arrogant. Listening to what you just said, it seems that you have the intention to cooperate with us. Then, why do you treat my family take action? Shawn disapproved and said, It's not cooperation, it's use. As for why he would attack your family, not to mention that he attacked me first, just say, I am happy. What can you do? Don't think you are great. You have no value in my eyes now. What I need is your future value. You are worthless now. Do you understand? Don't try to use your meager strength to test my tolerance for you. That will make you die, and even make you regret why you wanted to be the scum of the sea before you die. Your family has no secrets from me, including Virgo who you sent to G5, or is it the birdcage you rely on that as your source of confidence? Following Shawn's words, everyone in the Don Quixote family, including Doflamingo, could not contain their anger at first. But the last sentence completely made Doflamingo feel cold all over. The other party actually knew about Virgo and Birdcage. Doflamingo stopped and stared gloomily at the eyes behind the mask that hurt his self-esteem. Indifference, contempt, disdain, indifference, just like looking at an ant. All of them stung his pride deeply. So, sir, what do you want to do? Shawn shook his head and said in a brisk tone, My matter is not urgent. You should take care of your family affairs first. You should hate your brother very much, right? Go ahead and teach him a lesson. Shawn still didn't forget to let Rocinante get beaten. There was no way. Doflamingo had no place to vent. Even if he cooperates with him now, he will still look for opportunities to betray him. Even if he has the bargaining chip that he dare not betray, he will still find a way to deal with Rocinante. But Shawn knows that as long as Rosinante doesn't die this time, Doflamingo will be bound by a shackles called humanity in the future. Shawn thought in his heart, Rosinante, don't blame me. If Doflamingo doesn't let Doflamingo vent your betrayal, he will kill you in the future to vent his anger. I hope you don't blame me, and at most I can cure you. Advertisement. Thinking of this, Shawn was suddenly shocked. He seemed to have forgotten to hide his healing ability and was careless. It seemed that he would try his best to brainwash Rosinante later. Hearing this, Doflamingo was also very angry. He looked at Rosinante with undisguised evil in his eyes. Doflamingo was so angry that he rushed towards Rosinante without saying a word. He wanted to teach him a lesson and finally kill him. Doflamingo also understood that the two of them probably did not have a very close relationship, otherwise why would he have handed over Rosinante to him? Seeing Rosinante being ravaged, Luo turned his head away with a look of dismay. Seeing this, Shawn squatted down and whispered, I will help him heal, but don't tell me about my ability, otherwise I will kill him directly. Luo was originally smiling when he heard the first half of the sentence, but his whole face became stiff when he heard the second half of the sentence. He had no choice but to stammer, I know, and I won't tell you until I die. Shawn nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Diamante who was walking aside and kicked him back. At this time, Shawn also noticed the confused little loli, baby 5. He remembered that, except for Luo, most of the 100 children adopted by the Don Quixote family were bullied by Rosinante and quit within 2 days. But there were 2 left, but he only remembered baby 5. The other was a fat man and an ability user who ate the Genjong fruit. Immediately, his eyes narrowed and he spotted the buffalo, and he was immediately confused. Aren't they all children? Why are they so tall? I guess they're at least 4.5 meters tall. So Shawn looked at Luo. How old are you now? And that little girl, oh, by the way, how old is the big fat guy opposite? Luo was a little confused, but still said, I am 13 years old now, the little girl is called baby 5, she is 11 years old, and the fat man is called Bafaro, he is 17 years old. Hearing this, Shawn's mentality collapsed. Damn, you are such a small body. I believe you even if you say you are 5.6 years old. Are you really an adolescent? Baby 5 is even smaller, and when he first came over, he still had to hold up the phone, so Doflamingo didn't have to bend down, and it was only as high as his knees. Shawn looked at the 2 little ones, and then at the giant buffalo. He couldn't understand how old they would be before they could grow up normally. But Shawn started to think about baby 5. This girl's loyalty is too high. It would be a waste to put her in the Don Quixote family, so it would be better to lure her to his own camp. Advertisement. Not only is she loyal enough, but it seems that she hasn't eaten the fruit yet, so you can cultivate her with confidence. Plan passes. The only difficulty is that this girl is too easy to fool, which is also related to her being abandoned when she was a child. Abandoned by her mother since she was a child, she lacks love in her heart. As long as someone needs her, she will help them at all costs. This leads to the fact that when she grows up, anyone who asks her to borrow money, propose marriage, or is forced to sell someone will think that she is needed and accept it. So I was often cheated and owed a lot of money. Shawn's eyes rolled, and the light bulb in his head lit up, yes. So Shawn looked in the direction of baby 5 and saw her squatting on the ground in a little maid outfit, picking her fingers out of boredom. Luo, go and bring her over. I have something to ask her about. That person is very annoying, go quickly. Although Luo was reluctant, he did not dare to refuse. After all, his Mr. Klassen was still being beaten and would be treated by the cloaked man later. Thinking of Xiao Juju in his heart, Luo came to baby 5 years ago, pointed at Shawn with an unhappy face and said, Hey, someone is looking for you over there. Baby 5 looked in the direction Luo pointed with a confused look, and then his eyes lit up. Now, am I needed? Luo said impatiently. Go over, but be careful not to offend him, otherwise you will see Diamante's fate. Baby 5 doesn't take it seriously. In her head, there are only needs and no needs. So baby 5 jumped up to Shawn in front of the Don Quixote family cadres. Even if they wanted to stop it, they really couldn't muster the courage. Besides, they didn't think that such a strong man would hurt a little girl. Chapter 66. Harvest a Little Maid. Baby 5, who came to Shawn, raised his little face and looked at him expectantly. Hey, Mr. Cloak, do you need me? Seeing the little girl's anxious and expectant expression, Shawn sighed slightly in his heart. Her character may be rare, but her experience is the norm. But pity is pity, bugs still need to be exploited, otherwise wouldn't it be a pity that the people we have worked so hard to cultivate will be cut off in the future? After pondering for a moment, Shawn knelt down, looked straight at the little Lolita in front of him and said, I do need you very much, and I need you very much, but I don't know if you can do it. Baby 5's eyes lit up and he said hurriedly, I will do it, I will definitely do it, please don't worry and leave it to me. I need you to be needed only by me and no longer expect other people's needs, can you do that? Can you just expect a response from me? I need you now and in the future. Baby 5's little face froze. She had never heard such a request before and didn't know how to answer it for a while. He had no choice but to turn around and look at the family members, and then at Doflamingo, who was still venting his anger not far away, with a confused look on his face. If you agree, you won't be so need in the future, but if you don't agree, you won't be able to respond to the other person's need. Luo looked at this man with a dumbfounded look on his face. Are the hearts of strong men so dirty? Is it okay to fool a little girl like this? But then he saw Baby 5 looking confused and looking at him, and Luo suddenly put on a stern face. Feeling the low pressure on Luo's body, Baby 5 suddenly cried, "Wow," and hugged Shawn. She wanted to bully Luo before, but was bullied by Luo. After that, she would cry every time Luo attacked her. When Shawn saw this, he hit Luo on the head with an iron fist of love. Hearing the sound of dong, Baby 5 raised his head and looked at Luo with tearful eyes. I saw Luo Jung squatting down with his head in his arms with an aggrieved look on his face. He suddenly felt okay and wanted to prank Luo again. Shawn's face was full of hatred. Luo, your special mother is 13 years old, are you still so straight? If you bully her in the future, be careful, I will beat you. Luo's behavior reminded him of his childhood in his previous life. When I took a girl out to play when I was young, my friends would say, "You are so boring, and you bring a girl out to play." Advertisement: when you grow up, your friends will say, "You are so boring, you only bring one girl out to play." After seeing Baby 5 smiling, Shawn said sincerely, "People's joys and sorrows are different. Have you ever thought that the Don Quixote family's need for you is just convenience?" Then he stretched out his hand and gently pinched Baby 5's little face. It was soft and cute. "What you experienced when you were a child. Actually, I know it. It's not your fault, it's just that you didn't wait for the person who really needed you. Your loyalty and lack of love have become the tools of these scum pirates, a tool called convenience. I will find ways to cultivate you, and I will even give you something that is countless times rarer than a devil fruit, just because I need you, but I want you to protect yourself even more." Luo was stunned at the sight. Why was this cloaked man treating everyone so differently when they were all children? He was either beaten or scolded, whimpering. Ronaldinho felt wronged, but Ronaldinho didn't say anything, and Ronaldinho wasn't envious either. Baby 5 seemed a little envious when he saw the complicated look on Luo's face. He suddenly burst into tears and smiled. "Hey, you, do you really need me in the future? Will you abandon me?" The little loli picked her fingers nervously. This girl who is cautious and yearning for love is praised by Don Quixote for her convenient loyalty. How can such a girl not feel sorry for her? Shawn decided to return to New World and directly arrest Lao Kai of the Babao Navy. Well, it's definitely not because I hate that rough guy who deceived Baby 5 in the original work. Shawn gently put his hand on her small shoulder, with a stern look on his face. "Unless I die, I will always need you." Then he leaned into Baby 5's ear and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret, no one in this world can kill me, I am very strong." The little loli understood. Although she didn't know why this could be considered a secret, she knew that the cloaked man was making a promise to her. A promise never to be abandoned. Then a blush appeared on her little face, and Kazilan's big eyes were filled with mist, and she nodded heavily. "Well, please give me your advice. From now on, I will only belong to adults. Well, please give me some advice." Little Loli felt in her heart that she was finally needed, and was always needed, and was no longer treated like a tool. It was great. Shawn did not interrupt her address. He knew that this could not be changed overnight. Baby 5's psychological fragility kept her in a humble posture all the time. "Let's talk to Luo Shandi later when she is fooled. Anyway, it will take a month." "No, it's not a lie, it's a rescue advertisement." At this time, Luo on the side saw Baby 5 exchange his tears for the cloaked man's tenderness. So he also stepped forward and pulled the hem of Shawn's clothes, raised his head and looked at him with tearful eyes. Shawn was a little unhappy. "What are you doing? You're a crying boy, be careful, I beat you." Luo's face froze. He looked at Baby 5 beside him, and then he said bravely, "Please help Clayson, he is about to be beaten to death." Hearing this, Shawn was startled and quickly turned his head to look at Doflamingo. I saw Rosinante half lying on the ground after being beaten with blood all over his body. Doflamingo cursed and kicked Rosinante. "Why do you force me to kill my own relatives for the second time? Your betrayal chills me. You can go to hell, Rosinante." Just when Doflamingo raised the gun in his hand, ready to kill Rosinante, Shawn appeared behind Doflamingo and grabbed his wrist. "That's enough. I'm going to teach you a lesson, not let you deal with him, or do you want to disobey me?" When he said this, Shawn's tone was cold, and he began to hold Doflamingo's hand slightly harder. The combat power of 19,999 is no joke. Even if Garp comes, it may not be useful. It was only when Shawn reached this value that he intuitively felt the ceiling combat power of the sea. Not only ability and skills, but the most important thing is power, pure power. Like Whitebeard, even though he was injured during the war, he still calmly stopped the Moby DK with one hand. So facing Shawn's strange power, a thin line of cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead. Because he can't break away no matter what, this is the simplest and crudest force. It also made Doflamingo clearly feel the gap with his opponent. Although he was unwilling to do so, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, "You were just joking, we still have cooperation, don't we? Since you want to keep him alive, then keep him alive." Chapter 67. Sad. Shawn. Seeing Doflamingo trying to save his respect, Shawn was not going to expose him. Feeling a familiar scent on the other side of the island, he said to Doflamingo, "Let's go, get on your boat first, the marine people are here, they're on the other side." Doflamingo was also surprised. He didn't expect that he could perceive the other side of Mignon Island so lightly. But he still said, "Okay, let's go to sea first and then talk." Shawn nodded slightly. You guys can get on the boat and set off first. I will bring them over later. Oh, by the way, Baby 5 will be mine from now on. Don't try to mess with her anymore. What? Doflamingo looked at Baby 5 who was trotting over, and his anger suddenly rushed to Tinling Guy. He angrily yelled at Baby 5. Our family saved you and took you in, and you are going to betray me too? Seeing Doflamingo's ferocious look, Baby 5 was a little timid, but he still had the courage to stutter and wanted to explain. Young master. Yes, I'm sorry, he seems to need me more. Just when Doflamingo was about to continue questioning, Shawn's voice sounded faintly. No one can scold her except me. Do you really want to die? This is your last chance, take your family and get out. As soon as the words fell, Shawn hit Doflamingo with a whip kick. Boom. Everyone immediately saw that Doflamingo was kicked away and just fell onto the boat. The people of Don Quixote's family were startled and quickly chased after him. Shawn had already left a mark on their ship just now, in order to scare the other party. A heroic pirate like this cannot take the gentle route. He must make the other party fear you, just like he is afraid of Kaido. He must know that offending him will result in no way to heaven and no way to earth. After Don Quixote's people got out of the boat and left, Shawn waved his hand and hit Rosinan with a prayer. I saw the wounds cut out on the dying Rosinandi's body under a burst of warm light yellow light. The healing was visible to the naked eye, and after the light dissipated, Rosinandi stood up and looked at Shawn with a complicated expression. Advertisement. The two little ones were even more stunned. They didn't expect his healing effect to be so powerful. Then Shawn said to Rosinandi, it's time to talk about our affairs. Use your soundproof wall. After saying this, Rosinandi used the soundproof wall, and a translucent bowl-shaped energy enveloped everyone. Then Shawn said to them in a serious tone, I hope you won't say what I say next, otherwise the disaster will cause you to regret it. Needless to say, Baby 5, in her mind, is already needed, and only needed by Shawn. Rosinandi is a fool, not to mention a guy with the attributes of a holy mother. Although Luo will be a bit shady when he grows up, as long as Luo Nandi is around, he is his father. Several people also realized the seriousness of this matter and nodded in agreement. Immediately, Shawn sat cross-legged on the ground, pretending to look for something from his pocket, but actually took out a cigar from the space. After lighting a cigar and puffing away some smoke, he finally slowly pulled down his hood and took off his mask amidst everyone's confused expressions. The face with a cold expression and the silver-white hair made the young man's temperament even colder. Just visually, it made people think that this person was not easy to get along with. Seeing their stunned expressions, Shawn looked at Baby 5 and tried his best to show a gentle expression. Baby 5, let me introduce myself again. My name is Shawn. Baby 5 was caught off guard by this sudden tenderness and said weakly, Shao, Mr. Shawn. You don't have to call me sir, just call me Shawn. Can you abide by our agreement? Hearing this, the little loli nodded heavily. From now on, I will only be needed by Mr. Shawn, and I will only listen to Mr. Shawn's words. Don't call me adults, just call me Shawn. Shawn is a bit big-headed. If she was a grown-up, it might be cool to call her like this, but for such a little one, she would only feel full of guilt. Yes, Sir Shawn, Baby 5 agreed with a serious face. Shawn didn't want to discuss this topic with this little loli who had been lacking love since she was a child and had a sensitive personality. Educate her well when she grows up, so I turned my attention to the duo of Ronaldinho and Ronaldinho. Advertisement classmate Ronaldinho felt that Shawn's gaze was a little scary. Why was he so gentle to Baby 5? Isn't he just 2 years younger than him? Baby 5 received training as a killer. I am the child. Although he thought so, Xiao Luo followed suit and knelt down on the ground with a well-behaved look on his face. Rosinandi, what I say next may have an impact on you, but please believe it. Even if you don't believe it, I hope you can verify it yourself carefully. Hearing this, Rosinandi knew that business was about to come, and promised with a serious face, no matter what you say, whether I believe it or not, I will keep it secret, and I will not tell it even if I die. Shawn nodded with satisfaction. Da Luo is a very enlightened student. Actually, I'm a Marine, the same Marine as you. What? How is it possible? Your strength shouldn't be unknown in Marine. Rosinandi shouted in shock. Don't be excited. Shawn waved his hand for Rosinan to sit down, because I am not the Marine of this period, first I'm the Marine Fleet Admiral of the future world. What? Marine Fleet Admiral? ×3. The magical trio appeared in unison, and Shawn was very satisfied with their reaction. Then Rosinandi had the biggest reaction. What future are you referring to? Where is the original Warring States Fleet Admiral? That's right, first I'm the Marine Fleet Admiral 5 years later. I came back here by chance. As for the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Speaking of this, Shawn's bright eyes dimmed visibly. At this time, several people also noticed that something was wrong with Shawn's state. Why did such a powerful person look lonely? What about the Warring States Fleet Admiral? Baby 5 even hugged Shawn's arm. Sir Shawn, you still have me. Needless to say, Baby 5 is very sensitive to emotions and subconsciously thought that something big had happened to Shawn. Shawn was frantically calling the little Lolita, so he could calm down naturally. Shawn forced a smile and said, well, I'm fine, but I can only stay for this month, and then I may have to temporarily separate from you. Due to some special reasons, it may take about 7 years before we can get together. See you. In this case, are you willing to wait? Little Loli was a little confused. Then do I have to go back to the family? Seeing this, Razanandi quickly reassured her, come to us Marine. If he really comes back from the future, it will be easier for you to meet Shawn in the future, right? Chapter 68 An Actor's Self-Cultivation. Razanandi had tried every means to get rid of Baby 5 but had no chance. Now that he had the opportunity to let the little girl leave the Don Quixote family, of course he would not let her go back no matter what. The little loli quickly became firm and said to herself, I am needed. Mr. Shawn needs me to wait for 7 years, so I will wait for 7 years. Sir Shawn, I will wait for you. No matter what you ask me to do, I will be willing to do it, as long as you need me. Shawn touched the little loli's head and said, well, we'll talk about your arrangements later. I have my own plans and won't let you be a tool anymore. On the side, Razanandi was still eagerly waiting for Shawn to tell him about the Warring States period. Even though he couldn't confirm the truth or falsehood, he still wanted to know. Then Shawn took a deep breath and said, to put it simply, in the future, there will be a storm covering the whole world, and the eye of the storm is Luo and Doflamingo. Luo was a little confused. What does it have to do with me? Shawn looked at Razanandi and said with a serious face, to put it simply, according to the original history, you will die. Luo gave his life to the devil for revenge. Doflamingo never wanted Luo to be the successor of his will, but wanted Luo to use the surgical fruit to perform an operation called ageless surgery for him. After your death, Luo also became the second Doflamingo, but he didn't have that strength. Your brother also accidentally learned about a national treasure, and he wanted Luo to help him perform the final operation more and more, but the caster will also die. Doflamingo plotted against Luo with a careerist. The careerist got rid of Doflamingo at the expense of Luo's immortality surgery. As you can imagine, the one who got rid of him was his online clone. At this time, Razanandi interrupted Shawn rudely and looked at Luo with piercing eyes. Are you really going to avenge me? Don't you hate me the most? Luo tilted his head and said insincerely, Humph, who will take revenge for you? Whether you live or die is none of my business. Luo Nandi also saw the insincerity of Xiao Luo's words, and burst into tears. Luo, I didn't expect that you care about me so much, I'm so touched. After saying that, he grabbed Luo in his hands and ravaged him again. Luo was almost out of breath from being tortured. You be asterisk 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 D. Clayson, you let me go. Shawn was a little speechless. Razanandi's brain circuit isn't the focus of attention on the careerist that lousy made up. Advertisement he had no choice but to cough slightly and pull them back. Rocinante grabbed Luo and blew his nose and tears away, ignoring Luo's protests. I'm sorry, I'm just too excited, please continue talking. Razanandi put down the spoiled Luo with an embarrassed look on his face. Shawn said seriously. It was actually very simple after that. After they stole the national treasure, they re-established a new world government. At first everyone thought they were the saviors. It turned out to be a more terrifying demon. Since the middle-level combat capabilities of the old and new world government were similar, 3 years later, Marine also had a decisive battle with their new Marine. Due to their existence, the pirates' struggle is irrelevant because they have also been dragged into this vortex called Era. The current 3 generals, Garp, most of the lieutenant generals, and countless low-level soldiers were all lost. Sengoku was also on the verge of death but was saved by Crane. As for me, I also went to sea to join the Marine that year. Due to the lack of high-end combat power in the Marine, the Warring States Fleet Admiral was also half dead. I had outstanding talent, so I quickly became a general. I have been friends with Sengoku Fleet Admiral for many years. He taught me as Fleet Admiral's successor and told a lot about you too. To be precise, Luo told Sengoku a lot about your relationship. Sengoku Fleet Admiral also mentioned you guys to me from time to time. Half a year later, he finally died while protecting the headquarters. But the foundation of world government is no joke. Doflamingo has no power to fight back against the power of that careerist. And we were also liquidated because the top leaders of the world government launched a plan called the blank second degree. Having said this, Shawn stopped. The arrogant look on his face was no longer there, and what was left was only the sadness that made the 3 of them feel the same. Finally, when they saw this powerful Marine Fleet Admiral, they couldn't help covering their faces, and tears continued to flow from their fingers. The gentle sobs shocked them greatly. Although they had known each other for a short time, they all knew that Shawn was an extremely proud person. But at this moment, he was sitting on the ground helpless and crying. They could only watch this strong man silently, waiting for him to vent his long-suppressed emotions. Advertisement The little loli also obediently stroked Shawn's back with her little hands to show comfort. After a long time, Shawn raised his head shyly and said, sorry, I lost my composure. In fact, from Shawn's mood, they already felt that he was not joking. They also knew that what he said next might subvert their 3 views, so they all braced themselves and waited for what was to come. After taking a deep breath, Shawn continued to speak slowly. The reason why first I'm Marine Fleet Admiral is because I am the only one left in Marine. Listening to these shocking remarks, everyone was stunned. They couldn't imagine that such a behemoth would collapse. And didn't the world government solve the new government? Sure enough, Shawn's next words made them feel frightened and at the same time made them feel insignificant. Because the blank 2 plan is to restart the entire world. The so-called restart is just to erase all relevant personnel. Just like the 100 years of blankness 800 years ago, there are no exceptions, including the pirates. There is no way to fight back under the devastating liquidation. This will also be a long period of reckoning. Marine is too insignificant and is just a tool under their rule. At this point, Shawn laughed at himself, but I can't tell you the secrets of careerists and world government. Fortunately, God gave me a chance to go back to the past. After a pause, Shawn's eyes were full of evil spirits, which made several people feel a little breathless. He said word by word, I need your help, otherwise, one day they will start this plan again in the future. While escaping, I encountered a prophecy with only 8 words in a time. In 1522, divine power fell and Ragnarok occurred. Luo Nandi's expression changed. Isn't God the celestial dragon? Will the celestial dragon be pulled off the altar in 1522? But why? According to Shawn, they only deserve to be cannon fodder. Therefore, as a former world noble, Rosinante still holds a somewhat skeptical attitude. After all, he also knows some things. How can a small number of celestial dragons rule this world? It is definitely because of their unparalleled foundation and strength. Looking at Rosinante's expression, Shawn knew that the other party would not completely believe it. It doesn't matter, I just read the comic, so it's not a big problem. Come to my bowl. Chapter 69, a bold idea. Sure enough, after Luosindi organized some words, he asked with a serious face. Although what you said shocked me, I also have a few questions to ask. Shawn nodded to indicate to the other party that he could ask directly if he had anything. 1. According to you, the fruit of the operation is related to some very important things. So you want to be the beneficiary of the immortality operation, so you want to get it from me? Rosinen stared at Shawn closely, as if she wanted to see something on his face. I saw Shawn shaking his head and saying, I don't need it. This sea has more than just this thing that can prolong life, and I also hate being alone. Otherwise I wouldn't go back to this point in time and try to rewrite history. After thinking for a while, Rosinante continued. Second question, why do you think we can help you? What do you want us to do? 2 brats, and a guy like me who is half-assed. Shawn didn't expect that Rosinante didn't include him in the batch. He immediately said with some embarrassment, actually, I have some arrangements for these 2 brats. As you say. Well, I want you to temporarily be their senior specialist in behavioral observation and survival energy material processing. Oh, Rosinante raised his eyebrows, a little confused. So, what do you want me to do? Although he asked this, Rosinante still had some expectations. This High Commissioner was not simple when he heard it. Before Rosinante could satisfy herself, Shawn's lips moved and he softly uttered 2 words, Nanny. Rosinante. Luo stood aside and wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. His little shoulders shook. Baby 5 on the side doesn't have so many worries anymore. He has been taught many lessons by Rosinante before. He immediately started laughing and said, haha, nannies can't hit people casually. Rosinante's face darkened. She was a little unhappy that this little loli dared to laugh at her, but she didn't dare to do anything. After all, there was someone behind her. After a moment of pause, Rosinante directly asked the last 2 doubts. Where do you have the confidence to deal with the top? Also, can you prove the authenticity of your words? Advertisement. Shawn also said sternly. I'm sure, and this is one of the reasons why I can win your trust, because you once told Luo that the D family is the natural enemy of God, and I am better than you know the D family better, but you can't say it now. At this point, Shawn narrowed his eyes and looked at Chongjun. Did you hear that when you stabbed Rosinante? He cried and told you that he didn't feel any pain. You were the one who felt the pain, right? As soon as they finished speaking, Da Luo and Ronaldinho looked at each other, because in those 2 times, Luo Nandi used the sound barrier. Shawn continued to add. That's what Luo said to Sengoku, about everything about you. Sengoku Fleet Admiral had a good relationship with me at that time and had talked to me. And the most important thing is that you are just one of my candidates, you are not required, think about it. After that, he ignored the 2 of them and let them discuss it, turned around to chat with the little loli, and checked his personal panel by the way. Open black lens bracket host. Shawn SX. Male age, 22 combat strength, 19,999 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonels, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant generals, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Heavy Fruit, Change, Armed Color Haki Max, Wisdom Color Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max. Skills. Prayer, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleportation. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munachika, Reformed. Pillow of Yumu Shion 5, Pure Gold Upgraded version 9, Change of Clothes, Some Photos, and so on. Fruits. Plot points. 178,341. Seeing that there were suddenly so many more plot points, Shawn's mouth curved up. I thought to myself, it seems that it is really what I thought, just by not dying and getting the fruit of the operation, Rosinante can directly gain 3 years of plot points. If you go back to an earlier time twice in the next 2 times, I'm afraid it will be released, and you will be able to use the training camp without restraint. After a moment, Rosinante said to Shawn, I promise you to become their nanny, but what do you want to do? Why do you cooperate with Doflamingo? Shawn was happy. If Luo was also developed, there would be more plot points. Advertisement. After pondering for a moment, he said, let's not talk about Doflamingo for now. I will give you a potion to improve your physique and greatly improve your talent. Your physical skills alone can rival those of a general. I hope Luo can follow the Don Quixote family, master their intelligence, or even replace him. The most important thing is that their family's underworld talents are too high, and they will become underground intermediaries. I need their power to help me do other things. Yes, Shawn was thinking about the information Doflamingo could provide. When the time comes, the surgical fruit tree would be modified so that it would have no side effects, and then he would find someone with a different body shape than himself to infiltrate the world government. Not to mention the plans of the Revolutionary Army, just using the telekinesis of the surgical fruit can make people rise step by step in their career. Think about it, all the idiots of the world government in the early stage are under control. They are no longer needed. They will be killed by the underworld people at sea. The undercover agent he arranged was promoted through the big case created by Doflamingo. However, we still need to find an absolute force to suppress Doflamingo, and then find a way to connect with the Revolutionary Army. Find an absolutely strong person to join the Revolutionary Army, and cooperate with the undercover agent using the surgical fruits to save more people in the slave industry. Then he went through the talent information through world government, sent talents to the Revolutionary Army undercover, and helped some cadres to fake their own deaths. I guess he can become the second in command before Sob, and strive for higher prestige than Dorag. To put it simply, world government undercover agents use the fruits of surgery to kill rival political parties and rescue talents who need to be eliminated by world government. After all, they are all enemies of world government. Recommend Doflamingo as an underground spokesperson. On the surface, he is engaged in the underworld industry, but in fact he cooperates with the Revolutionary Army to eliminate cancer and attract talents. What the Revolutionary Army will convey then will no longer be Dorag's thoughts, but the thoughts of someone else. It's exciting to think about it. But everything is just an idea and needs to be implemented. Luo and Rosinante seemed a little silent. Shawn also saw what they were thinking. Don't worry, there won't be any danger. I will find a monster that can suppress him to balance him. Ambition that does not match the strength is just a dream after all. Doflamingo. That's what he did. Then Shawn explained to these people that when they return to the future, the history they changed will not affect Shawn. The moment they go back, the memories here will be awakened and a time will be agreed upon to meet in the future. Chapter 70 Shawn is organized. When they agreed, Shawn took a look at the plot point and realized, hey guys, it's close to 500,000. Now it doesn't hurt even if he spends 200,000 to train them, but Shawn still needs to perfect his undercover plan. The fruit of the operation was eaten by Luo to the outside world, and then he ate it in front of Luo Flamingo. Waiting for Doflamingo to dig a hole for the world government, as long as the undercover candidate he finds is different from himself, they don't even want to know who it is even if they think of dying. Then he told Luo that he had eaten the fruit. Before Rosinante could refute, Shawn said directly, the admission is only an admission from Marine. You can make Luo an undercover agent placed by Marine next to the pirates. Moreover, the potion I gave Luo, if his talent is good, is enough for him to rival the generals of our headquarters, and not everyone knows the ultimate power of this fruit. Don't forget, Luo can swim. If he can't do anything, he just jumps into the sea. Who can doubt him? Even if the world government wants him, as long as Luo doesn't show his medical talent, no one will care about him. Da Luo looked at classmate Xiao Luo and wanted classmate Xiao Luo to make a decision. Luo hesitated for a moment but agreed, because he knew that although the fruit looked dangerous. But it's actually pretty much what Shawn said. There are only a few people who know the ultimate operation, and those who know it dare not let a kid who has never learned medical skills use it. Just like that, Shawn took out 2 test tubes filled with green liquid and told Baby 5 and Luo. You must remember that these things only increase your potential, and you need to develop potential to transform into strength. I hope that when I see you in 7 years, you will be able to stand at a higher level. Shawn then handed the 2 test tubes to the 2 children. After they drank up the liquid, the glass test tubes in their hands suddenly shattered. Before they were scattered on the ground, the glass fragments turned into specks of dust and disappeared. This scene made several people's hearts skip a beat. Shawn explained casually. This is a medicine that I will obtain with difficulty in the future. It has no side effects. Rosinante asked at this time, then have you used it? Swish, Luo and Baby 5 looked at Rosinante as if they were fools. Advertisement Rosinante also reacted, whether others use their strength or not depends on this. However, Shawn still solemnly asked, remember, you can't tell anyone about any of this. The 3 people responded quickly. They all knew that this matter was no small matter. As if remembering something, Shawn said to Baby 5, especially you, don't be fooled. I will give you a password later, and someone will come to you to be your teacher in the future. Baby 5 said angrily, no way, as long as Mr. Shawn needs me all the time, I will no longer respond to other people's needs. Shawn nodded with satisfaction, put on the mask hood again, and said to Ronaldinho and Ronaldinho, you 2 hold hands together. Then Shawn took Baby 5's little hand and put the other hand on Rosinante's shoulder. Then a flash of light flashed and the people disappeared. On the other side, the Don Quixote family is sailing on the sea. At this time, the entire ship was filled with low pressure. Doflamingo looked at Diamante who was missing an arm on the bed. His face was so gloomy that he could drip water, suppressing the anger in his heart. Where did this guy come from? Don't let me find a chance, otherwise, he must pay the price. Boom, just then, there was a loud noise on the deck outside. Shawn asked them to find a room and open the soundproof wall to wait for him, and then slowly walked into the room where the cadres were. Yes, Shawn did not teleport directly into the room because his teleportation was too recognizable. So just make a gesture of flying over from outside. Although Razanandi has recovered from his injuries, his tattered body still looks miserable, so it's not a big problem. As soon as he entered the door, Shawn imitated Kizaru's tone. Yo, who do you want to pay the price? The members of the Don Quixote family also had ugly expressions on their faces, just watching helplessly as the other party hit the deck unscrupulously. Just like going home, let Baby 5 find the conversation room directly. Doflamingo clutched his aching waist. Do you want to fight me to the death? The fish will die and the net will break. The fish may die, but the net will never break. As he spoke, Shawn walked up to Diamante, picked up his collar, and threw him out. Advertisement boom, Diamante punched a hole in the room, leading directly to the deck. Ignoring their cannibalistic looks, Shawn waved his hands like he was shooing away flies. If you win, go and wait outside. I have something to discuss with your master. Everyone gave Doflamingo questioning looks. Doflamingo also wanted to know what the other party wanted to say to him, so he nodded slightly and motioned for everyone to go out. But Shawn didn't say anything. He just took out the surgical fruit, raised the bottom of the mask slightly in front of Doflamingo, and stuffed the fruit inside. Just when Doflamingo was a little confused, Shawn said, "You don't have to look like this. I just want to tell you that I have eaten this fruit, so you should stop making any decisions. Let's go and talk in the next room. Your brother has helped us create a perfect place for conversation." Looking at Shawn walking in front, Doflamingo was almost angry to death. Are you having such a big fight just to eat fruit in front of me? What do you mean by throwing Diamante out? Is it to humiliate me? With this in mind, Doflamingo also followed Shawn's footsteps. He has no choice but to defend him, so Doflamingo can only secretly think about finding an opportunity to take revenge. As soon as he entered the door, Doflamingo saw a scene that shocked him. I hadn't noticed at first, but now I saw that the white Madara on Luo's face had disappeared. Although Luo Nandi was still a little miserable, his injuries were obviously healed. But did the cloaked man eat the fruit of the operation in front of him? Then how did they get better? Seeing Doflamingo's confusion, Shawn said directly, "Don't pay too much attention, these are just some therapeutic drugs we organized." Organize? Yes, I am sent by the organization to perform the mission, and you are the target of my mission? Hearing this, Doflamingo frowned. I should know what organization you are from, even the strong men in the sea, but I can't judge you. In fact, the three people on the side were also a little confused. Aren't you the future Marine Fleet Admiral? Why did the organization send you to perform the mission again? However, they just thought about it in their hearts and did not dare to say it directly. After all, there were outsiders around. Shawn stared at Doflamingo through the small hole in the mask. Our organization is different from any force you can imagine. Our goal is directly at the highest. Chapter 71, Fall. Hearing this, Doflamingo was a little surprised. A strong man like him was actually sent out. Although I don't know how strong the opponent is, one thing is certain, that is, he is stronger than him and can crush him. So what kind of strength should the person behind him have? Currently, only Marine's command in the sea has such top-notch combat power. The rest of the people with this strength are all overlords of one party, and in conjunction with the goal mentioned by the other party just now, they aim at the highest. They are definitely not aiming for the goal of One Piece, but for a higher goal, then. Hiss. Doflamingo, the hero, has already sketched out a mysterious, huge and profound image in his mind. As a careerist, he never hesitates to speculate on the other party with the greatest malice. Yes, what Doflamingo has in mind is that this organization is trying to bring down those idiots and replace them. Thinking of this, Doflamingo's expression changed from gloomy to bright. Good, so interesting. Why did your organization find me? I don't think my power will be of much use to you. Shawn chuckled lightly and said, yes, you are still not qualified now, but we are optimistic about your cruelty. Doflamingo originally wanted to be modest, but he was really underestimated and his face turned ugly again. You don't have to look like this. Shawn found a stool and sat down slowly. What we need is a spokesperson who controls the underground order of the entire world. Your armed slave business is too unpopular. In fact, when it comes to slaves, Shawn is extremely angry. The world government has explicitly banned human trafficking. However, this is just an empty talk, because there are a large number of slaves in their holy land of Mariajoya. In the world that Shawn once lived in, human traffickers were the ones everyone wanted to die for. This world is more cruel, because both men and women, old and young, can be trafficked, and countless families are broken up. This is why Shawn wants to manipulate Doflamingo. But he also knew that it was impossible to put an end to the bad custom of nobles buying slaves at this stage, but he could try to protect the common people in other ways. Do you want slaves? Sure, this 5 million bounty, that 10 million bounty, these are war criminals of a certain country, and they are members of the royal family of a corrupt kingdom. The most important thing is to master the intelligence of those huge human trafficking groups, then there are ways to deal with them. Doflamingo was no longer angry when he heard what Shawn said was inappropriate, and asked directly, then what is the influent you mentioned? What do you want to cooperate with me? Advertisement. Our organization can help you go up. As the true spokesperson of the underground order, you need to completely control all the information in the underground world, everything. Doflamingo also stirred up a storm in his heart, completely controlling the underground world, which is simply a fantasy. Because it includes war, population, underworld, pirates and various illegal transactions. In other words, as long as you can afford the price, you can directly acquire a country. There are countless giants in the underground world, but there is no character that is easy to deal with. Not even the pirate overlord can do these things. Doflamingo is thinking secretly, is the other party ignorant, or is he really powerful? If Shawn knew what Doflamingo was thinking, he would definitely say he wanted to FK them. After he finds his tool in the Revolutionary Army, let him lead the Revolutionary Army to initiate coups and spread ideas in war-torn countries. It can also save the people who are deeply poisoned by the slavery system, and also strengthen the friendly forces in disguise. The tool men must be strong men at the level of generals, otherwise they will not be able to suppress them. Anyway, with the Revolutionary Army behind them, they can just sanction those giants. Doflamingo thought for a moment and said, "So, why are you looking for me? You should also know my former identity, right?" "Well, we all know, and we know even better that you hate your boss because they don't give you privileges, right?" Doflamingo became angry again because his true feelings were revealed. He once attempted to return to Mariajoya with his father's head in hand. So now he hates those idiots in the sky. Doflamingo then said, "So what exactly do you want me to do?" Shawn did not answer him directly, but pointed at Rosinan and said, "Do you still want to kill him now?" Before Doflamingo could answer, Shawn continued to add, "I hope your friend is a little bit human. In front of our organization, I hope you can pretend to be the same for me. We will support you to control the real power and control all intelligence as an intermediary. We need your intelligence and some layout to support what we want to do. Someone will come to you in the future." Hearing this, Doflamingo also raised his eyebrows. Who is going to connect with me? At this point Doflamingo has already agreed. Let's not talk about the macro goals. Everyone is the same. As for the promise of making him an intelligence dealer in the underground world, the benefits of this identity are already enough. So when Shawn heard Doflamingo's words, he sighed in his heart. He always felt that Ming Jie was better than Crow. Advertisement, I don't know either, but you can rest assured that his strength will not be weak. You can just fight against the general of the specimen department. Shawn shrugged. Doflamingo fights Xiao Juju again. It seems that this organization is really powerful. Then can you climb up the ladder after showing your value? Then there will be hope for revenge? He is very confident that he can move among the major forces with ease, and when the time comes, he will be able to find a way to get on the line. But unfortunately, his plan is doomed to fail, because there is only one person in this organization. So Doflamingo asked calmly, "Can you tell me something about the organization? Don't get me wrong, I just want to know what force I belong to." Needless to say, if he hadn't known about his ambition, Shawn would have really thought that he was a qualified subordinate. Isn't it just nonsense? I really know how to do it. So Shawn stood up and paced back and forth, and then sighed. It doesn't matter, you will know something sooner or later anyway. Our organization is called Luo, the Luo of the Fall. Doflamingo nodded secretly. Yes, this name has a good meaning. He has a long history and is an organization more mysterious than world government. Doflamingo continued to nod. Yes, it should be so. There are so many masters and strong people inside. Everyone helps each other and is moving forward firmly towards the goal. Doflamingo nodded secretly again. Not bad, it seems to be a united organization. Then Shawn stopped talking, and Doflamingo waited for a long time but didn't hear Shawn speak. Then he looked at Shawn. What else? Shawn's tone was also a little confused. What else? Mada. This almost made classmate Xiao Ming angry to death. Don't you see that classmate Xiao Ming's forehead is covered with veins? You just talk nonsense after a long time of co-writing? But classmate Xiao Ming felt wronged, and classmate Xiao Ming did not dare to ask. Shawn sneered in his heart. He, lousy, doesn't believe you can still find this organization. Chapter 72 Leaving. Next, Shawn told Doflamingo some details, but he still had to wait until the person responsible for connecting with him arrived. Naturally, Doflamingo also learned that Luo was a smokescreen launched by Shawn. When I saw Baby 5 shouting sweetly to Mr. Shawn, Doflamingo was almost angry to death again. He tried the routine Baby 5, but the little loli just couldn't get enough of it. He said something eloquently that moved Doflamingo. Sir Shawn's needs will occupy my whole life. It was also at this time that Doflamingo realized how persistent this little Lolita was. At the same time, the resentment towards Shawn is even stronger. This is clearly looking for loopholes to deceive children. This person is really evil. Knowing that Shawn and the others needed a base to stay, Doflamingo told several people about a base. Shawn took everyone away on a small purchasing ship. He would not expose his abilities in front of Xiao Ming. Thinking that there was still nearly a month left and there were no major events in the timeline in the comics, he stopped wandering around. The most recent event was Chopper's birth 2 years ago. In addition, now that he has broken the genetic lock, he also knows the urine properties of this system clearly and will never give you power directly. Just use it to practice teleportation with the Flying Thunder God, and try to imprint it in seconds. That will be a real teleportation, although it is unlikely. So Shawn doesn't have any ideas about short-term plot points right now, so he might as well invest in a few more tool people. Especially when going back to the past, the greater the impact they will have, and they will probably be able to reap a wave of rewards when they go back to the future. Advanced skills will be available in the future. Just like that, as soon as the group of people left the side of Doflamingo and others, Shawn directly used his ability to speed up. In the following time, Shawn trained the two little ones, and he was also practicing the marking speed of flying thunder god's teleportation. But I always feel that something is missing, and my mental strength and domineering spirit are somewhat different. But he just didn't feel silky at all. He always felt that it was lacking moisture and not moisturizing enough. It is worth mentioning that Luo and Baby 5 are also very able to endure hardships. After all, they live among pirates and have seen too much cruelty. Knowing the importance of strength, they can now feel their progress every day. Advertisement since drinking that potion, although they are exhausted every day, they can feel themselves getting stronger every day. Rosinante also performed her duties as a nanny very well. During this period, Shawn asked Rosinante to make a lifeguard because he wanted the tool man to look at this and come to him, and asked him to return to the headquarters to report on his work. After all, he was using Marine this time. Even if Sengoku was there, he still needed to go back and explain Luo's affairs in person, and by the way, he needed a copy of Luo's personal approval as a pirate by Sengoku. According to Marine, Doflamingo has boarded a big ship and will definitely become a giant of darkness in the future. When the time comes, Luo will be lurking there as a pirate under his banner. Time flies, and a month passes quickly. On this day, the system prompted Shawn that he would be forcibly teleported away in 5 minutes. After learning about it, several people looked at this Marine Fleet Admiral, with complicated faces, who had been with them for a month. Although it was very harsh, it was undeniable that they had gained a lot. Especially Rosinante, who learned the correct way to open the fruit of silence from Shawn. The essence of sound is sound waves generated by the vibration of objects, which propagate through media such as air, solids and liquids, so he will develop his abilities in this area. Baby 5 hugged Shawn's thigh and said nothing. Although he knew we could see each other again in the future, he still felt so sad. Her mouth was pursed, tears welling up in her eyes, but she was stubborn and refused to fall. Shawn knelt down, touched Baby 5's head, and said with a smile, "I'm leaving in a few minutes. We'll see you in 7 years. Before leaving, tell me what you promised me again." Baby 5 pursed her lips and said with a slight tremor in her voice, "I can no longer be needed by others, and I can't eat weird devil fruits. You also need to be more ladylike, not wear clothes that are too revealing, and develop good habits. And I can only be Lord Shawn's little maid. Bah, bah, bah." The tears in the little Loli's big eyes finally couldn't be held back anymore, and the big tears fell down. There was a cry in her voice, and more. "I want to eat well, exercise well, and strive to become a strong person." Seeing the blue light gradually glowing on Shawn's body, the little girl threw herself into Shawn's arms like a swallow returning to its nest, and began to cry loudly with a "wow" sound. "We look forward to meeting again next time. I look forward to your excellence. There's more, I haven't finished talking yet, you're not allowed to leave. Wow." Before Shawn could respond to her, she suddenly squatted on the ground. Seeing that the place where Shawn originally stood was empty, there was no trace of anyone left. Advertisement. The little girl cried heartbreakingly, and the big and small Luo on the side didn't know how to comfort her. The little Lolita is actually not stupid, otherwise she would not have survived to be adopted by the Don Quixote family after being abandoned by her mother. She is also very aware that her character will be exploited, but she lacks love and security in her heart. Shawn appeared and said that he needed her like his usual partner, and she would be very happy even if she was being cultivated as a tool. But the promise Shawn gave her was shocking to the little girl who had already experienced so much cruelty at the age of 11. "Unless I die, I will always need you. Let me tell you a secret, no one in this world can kill me, I am very strong." Shawn's words stuck with her. It was a real need. She doesn't think she has anything worthy of being coveted by the other party, worthy of being cultivated by the other party with the medicines they spend a lot of money on, just because of her verbal promise. This cute little girl with low self-esteem still doesn't know that her greatest characteristic is her loyalty. At this time, the little Loli hugged her knees and cried bitterly. Her crying slowly turned into sobbing, and gradually, she finally stopped sobbing. Just when students Luo and Luo were a little worried. Baby 5 stood up slowly, and the shadow in her bangs covered her face, making it difficult for the two of them to see each other's face clearly. Baby 5 slowly raised her little face, closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then opened her big Kazilon eyes, imitating Shawn's cold expression, and looked at Luo. "Let's practice." Luo was a little dazed. Was this the same little girl who loved to play pranks, but would be scared to tears by her sullen face? It always feels different, but I don't know what is different. Rosinante saw more than Luo. Although he didn't know whether the change was good or bad, it was definitely because of the man just now. I just don't know how the other party made a convenient tool exclusive to him.
If Shawn knew Rosinante's thoughts, he would definitely tell him that he was sincere. If he bullies Baby 5 every day to force him away, he will be able to open up his heart.
Because women are emotional, regardless of their age, they tend to be more sensitive to emotions than men. Don't you see, are women more likely to notice a man cheating than men? Some men raise children for decades without knowing that their sons are not theirs.
Some women can tell that you have cheated on them just by a single photo detail, a sentence, or even a change in attitude. This day, for Baby 5, is a turning point in personality change and a day of growth. Chapter 73 1503, Burning Fruit.
I won't mention the subtle changes in the little Lolita, because Shawn doesn't know about it either.
At this time, he was sent to another time node by the system.
There are many green and lush giant trees around here, and Shawn quickly opened the viewfinder to get a feel for this place. I found that this was just a small island, and there were no traces of human beings on the island. There was only a small lake in the center of the island. Shawn thought for a while and decided to go to the lake to catch some freshwater fish to eat.
Because the food in the past month has been too casual, and because both children need nutritional supplements, Shawn just grabs Poseidon as ingredients.
They eat a lot, and Razanandi is not a professional chef like Sanji. Basically, it is grilled, sprinkled with seasonings and eaten.
After a while, Shawn came to the sparkling lake. The weather here was also very good.
When Shawn was just about to catch a fish, he caught an orange object not far away from the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head and looked around, opening his mouth slightly. Woofu. Shawn walked towards the orange object in 3 steps and 2 steps. After picking it up, he saw that it was covered with some soil. He could not see its specific appearance, but he could roughly understand that it was a fruit. I took it to a nearby lake and rinsed it with water, finally revealing the true nature of the Lucian fruit. The orange fruit shows a flame pattern, which looks like a burning flame. Isn't this a burning fruit?
Shawn was a little confused. Why was he so lucky? He could still pick up xiao fruits.
Even though rockberry, one of the 3 major natural disaster fruits, is the superior fruit of burning fruit, Shawn doesn't think burning fruit is bad at all. Now that he is in this world, he understands that rockberry's so-called burning of everything is just a concept. Just like his gravity fruit, is it possible that he can also use gravity to create black holes?
The most important thing is that he has fought with Red Guzi. Although his magma is very lethal to him, it is not to the point of being unbearable. The maximum temperature of magma is only 1400 degrees, which is essentially crystallized minerals turned into liquid.
There is no upper limit to flames, but this has also risen to the conceptual scope of ability development. With excitement, Shawn feels that he will finally become the European emperor. With an excited heart and trembling hands, I opened the map function and checked the time. Advertisement: in the year 1503 of the Hyuan calendar, the island was not named, close black lens bracket. Shawn's excitement froze, and he quickly browsed through the events. Nothing happened in the last few years, just the days when several members of the Straw Hats were born one after another. There was only one incident this year. Boya Hancock was abducted by human traffickers, but he didn't know the specific time, so he was a little helpless.
As for the inexplicable shame of going to Amazon Lily Island to tell 12-year-old Hancock not to go to sea.
Is that possible? Don't be ridiculous. There is a country full of women that advocates force, just don't be treated as a hooligan. And he couldn't do the licking thing. Anyway, he didn't have a woman in his heart, so he drew his sword and was a god of nature.
At best, when you pass by, just remind someone casually, and the rest is up to God. The current plot point is already dispensable to him. It is best to believe the other party, and there is nothing he can do if he doesn't believe it. But he knows that the women on this island are very conceited.
I thought it was luck, but I didn't expect that the fruit was just a consolation prize. Shawn looked at the fruit and sighed. How wonderful it would be if you said you were a Piao fruit. Suddenly Shawn had a flash of inspiration. Yes, wouldn't it be great to go find the golden lion? After some operations during this period, in addition to purchasing 2 bottles of genetic medicine, there are still more than 200,000 left, and the search function of the map determines the plot points needed depending on the degree of mystery.
The starting price is 50,000, and there is no upper limit. Finding people costs 50,000, while finding devil fruits requires 100,000. Historical articles like these are even more expensive, and 500,000 is just for intelligence and historical articles.
Shawn immediately decided to take care of the golden lion, and found him for 50,000, and finally found the devil fruit for 100,000. Plan passes. Shawn collected the fruit and put it in the system mall. He would not give it to Ace. AB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** combo directly uses physical weapons and fruit, which is very powerful. For Ace's growth, he should follow his father's path.
Ace should just practice Iron Fist obediently, and get him a genetic potion when he gets back.
When the system deducted 50,000 plot points, Shawn had already found the location of Wilmeo Island. Immediately there was no trace of ink anymore. He sat cross-legged on a stone slab and jumped into the air. After flying for about half a day, Shawn was a little hungry and planned to go down to see where there was a town where he could have a good meal.
After putting on his mask and cloak again, Shawn lowered his height. Advertisement. But apart from the endless sea, no islands were found.
Just when Shawn was a little disappointed, black dots came into view in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a large merchant ship. Shawn immediately took out some Baileys and prepared to exchange them for a delicious meal on the boat. Merchant ships on the sea generally would not refuse a capable person like him to take a ride, let alone return the money.
But before landing, a burst of fire rose up. Because this is a human trafficker's ship, it even flies the flag of the world government. Under his perception, he saw human beings huddled in the cabin. He could sense the hesitation, fear, confusion and other negative emotions, as well as the shapes of chains, cages and other shapes. There is no doubt that this is a ship belonging to the Draco lackeys.
Boom! Shawn landed directly on the deck with a loud noise. After hearing the loud noise, a group of strong men in black suits hurried over and surrounded Shawn.
At this time, the strong men in suits made a way out of the middle, and a ferocious-looking bald man in a gray suit walked out, took a step forward and said, "Sir, what can I do for you?"
Shawn Gate of Opening said straight to the point. Are you human traffickers?
The bald man chuckled and did not answer directly. Instead, he pointed to the flags on the ship. What do you want to do? Why don't you take a look at what these flags represent? The bald man is not stupid. A person who can suddenly fall from the sky is definitely not a weak person. For the sake of unnecessary trouble, I still plan to force him away. No one in this sea can fight against the Tianlong people.
Listening to the bald man's threat, Shawn laughed angrily and asked, World government flag, what do you want to explain? The bald man thought the cloaked man was a fool, so he explained, the world government prohibits the sale of human beings. Think about it, why can we hang this flag? After hearing this, Shawn felt calm, because in his mind they were already dead. So he said playfully, oh, then I really have to listen attentively, why don't you tell me? This was the first time for the bald man to see such a stunned person, but even though the other person was wearing a mask, he still felt from his voice that he must be young.
Then he said, of course it's because the goods on this ship are for the adults above. World noble, do you understand? Young man.
So after talking for so long, you are just a B***ch of a celestial dragon?
Chapter 74 Human Traffickers. ... Hearing this, the flesh on the bald face seemed to prove it even more. Boy, don't think that you can speak freely just because you are disguised. Even if you are their dog, are you qualified to be one? Shawn really laughed angrily. What kind of brain-dead person could transmit this abnormal thought? Before Shawn could respond, the bald man waved his hand and said, go over and capture him. Laozi will torture him slowly.
Shawn didn't want to talk nonsense anymore, so he jumped into the air and opened up. Shawn was seen clasping his fingers towards the deck and murmuring softly. Chaotic hell funeral. Boom, everyone on the deck, including the bald man, was suddenly pushed to the ground by a force of gravity. Following the area on the deck, the flow of air gradually produced various strange winds. Either they hit people with blunt weapons like heavy objects, or they cut each other as sharply as knives. There are also inexplicable sounds of breaking through the air. Often, after the sound of breaking through the air, someone will leave a hideous wound. Or they felt like they were being pushed from behind into those death sickle-shaped winds. In short, there was chaos, and the blood gradually stained the deck red. Gradually, the wooden boards on the deck were also affected, and the wood chips gradually became pulverized and then combined with the air. It makes all kinds of strange air, full of texture. Under the collision of various forces, the deck completely disappeared and turned into clouds of powder attacking the big men in suits, and they fell to the next level. What's amazing is that this wind doesn't mean to extend outwards, but keeps swirling around these people. Shawn watched condescendingly, even though he wanted to just let his own power destroy the entire ship. But he still had to rescue the people in the cabin, and it would be troublesome if the boat was destroyed. So Shawn loosened his fingers, and within the force field collision area, all kinds of sawdust and meat crumbs fell down. In addition to the wooden boards, the storage room on the second floor only had sawdust mixed with red liquid on the wooden boards. Yes, they were pulled by the force field, and all that was left behind by these scum was a pool of red viscous liquid mixed with sawdust. Advertisement. Shawn slowly landed on the other side and exhaled. If he hadn't been filled with anger, he wouldn't have done anything to kill the chicken. Although it is controlled within a small range, once he releases it with all his strength, unlike other natural disaster level fruits can directly change the weather and landscape. And his ability can completely turn everything in the geographical location into powder and thereby erase it. Next, Shawn strolled on the merchant ship because he knew there were several rats here. As he walked down the cabin, he picked up some small wooden strips. As he walked casually, he threw these small pieces of wood out, bringing with them bursts of sound breaking through the air, followed by a brief whimpering sound. Not long after, Shawn came to the warehouse where the goods were imprisoned. It's more like cages than warehouses, with all kinds of pungent smells mixed in here. One can imagine what kind of mental torture these people suffered here. This is completely like being imprisoned as animals. Once the people here do not end themselves here, they will be sold as goods in the future. When they are renovated, they may be more adaptable to the identity of slaves. What's more, all the people imprisoned here are little girls. Suddenly, Shawn felt that those scum were too cheap just now, and they should not have been allowed to die so happily. At this time, 40 or 50 young girls were trapped in various large and small cages in the warehouse. They all looked at the mysterious cloaked man who suddenly came in with fear, but there was no light in their eyes. It seemed that they didn't believe that anyone would dare to rescue them from the ship. When they were abducted, they already knew where the ship was going. As children, they can only accept it. At this time, next to one of the cages, a short man wearing gold, silver, and a fur coat, exuding a nouveau riche temperament, was pointing a gun at Shawn with trembling legs. You stop, otherwise I will shoot." Hearing this, Shawn didn't stop and still walked towards him. He was a little curious as to why this man thought this thing could be used against him. But the man immediately put the gun against a girl in the cage and roared, "I really shot. Don't you want to save her? If you come here again, you won't be able to save her." This dwarf is not stupid. Of course he knows that such a strong man will not be so easy to deal with. Advertisement, but he didn't care. He had hostages, and he had seen and heard too many heroic deeds of so-called heroes on the sea. In his opinion, those people who are obviously powerful will be restrained by some little things, until they fall into the abyss. It is simply stupid. Sure enough, when he saw Shawn really stop, he said slightly proudly, "As long as you let me go, I will also let this person go." Shawn tilted his head and pointed at himself. "So, are you threatening me?" "That's right. People here should not have died. If one person dies because of you, the rest will hate you for the rest of their lives. You have to think clearly, great hero." Xiao En laughed dumbly. This person regarded himself as a virgin, trying to criticize himself on a moral level. If it were other people, they might really be threatened by him, not to mention that he was strong enough to save them before they shot. He himself has never been afraid of this mere pressure of public opinion, and he will not overestimate the credibility of these people. They are all a group of despicable scum. Once they succeed, their demands will become even more severe. The most important thing is that Shawn never thinks of himself as a hero. He only does what he can do and labels himself as an ordinary person. So he said softly, "You will not be able to survive or die today." Before the dwarf could react, Shawn disappeared and appeared directly in front of the dwarf. 5 fingers stretched out, pressed on the other person's face, and slammed it into the ground. Bang bang. 2 sounds sounded at the same time. One was the sound of the dwarf being smashed into the floor, and the other was the sound of a gunshot. When Chapo saw Shawn appearing in front of him, he subconsciously shot at him. Shawn stood up and looked down at the dead opponent. Yes, Shawn subconsciously exerted more force when he heard the gunshot. As a result, the opponent couldn't bear Shawn's grip, and his skull was shattered. You must know that his current combat power is the ceiling of the ceiling. Shawn murmured. You have to know that it is difficult to control the force of stepping on ants without crushing them to death. The girl on the side, before she could recover from her role as a hostage, saw a scene in front of her that she would never forget for the rest of her life. In just an instant, the person in charge lost her breath. Listening to the mysterious man's murmuring words, I felt lost for a while. The traffickers, whom they were unable to resist, just stepped on ants. Chapter 75 The Three Boya Sisters. At this moment, Shawn's domineering posture had a profound impact on the girl. Immediately, he raised his head and tried to see the other person through the mask. Just when she raised her head, she saw a scene that shocked her. Could this person not even be hurt by a bullet? Well, the protagonist is thick-skinned. I saw a black bullet embedded in the middle of the mask, with cracks spreading from the center of the bullet. The next second, there was a soft click, and the mask completely shattered and slowly fell to the ground. At this time, the girl also saw the other person's face clearly. It was a face that was completely different from what she had imagined. She thought the other person would have an old or ugly face, so she put on a mask. But it turned out that the other person was so young and good-looking. The other party turned his head at this time and met the girl's eyes. The girl suddenly felt as if she had done something wrong. Her delicate body trembled and she quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at the other party. Shawn thought the little girl looked familiar, but he still bought a new mask and put it on. It's quite troublesome for his face to be seen. After all, he just wants to change the fate of some people and gain plot points. But it's not a big problem. The view here is dim. Just send the girl home when the time comes. Immediately, Shawn, who put on his mask again, opened the cages one by one under the confusion and fear of the girls. Looking at these helpless girls, Shawn sighed slightly and said in as gentle a voice as possible, "Everyone, please go to the deck. You're safe. I will send you to the nearest marine base." Shawn knows very well that the world government's attitude towards human trafficking is like fart. But Marine also has its own set of rules. There is nothing they can do to rescue the slaves that have been purchased by World Noble. After all, they are other people's private property. But generally, no matter whose child is lost, they will seek Marine to record it. Even if the hope is slim, they will hope that their child can return home one day. As long as these people are sent to the Marine base, as long as they are not rats, Marine will usually be responsible for sending these people home. As for rats, the scoundrels in Marine are in the minority after all, because generally those who join Marine are young people who are full of enthusiasm and have a righteous mind. The crouched girls, upon hearing this, suddenly raised their heads in disbelief and looked at the mysterious man in the cloak. Advertisement, it's true, you can all go home. Go home. These 2 words hit everyone's hearts heavily, ever since they knew the nature of this ship. They all had the thought of death, but a group of little girls couldn't bear to do anything to them. At first, they always fantasize about someone coming to rescue them, then it reduces to just looking for a chance to escape, and finally it even becomes that maybe being sold is not so difficult to accept. At that moment, they lost the idea of fighting, in the hands of this group of experienced traffickers. They can only lower their bottom line step by step. After coming back to their senses, they no longer dare to think about death. This is the method of human traffickers. In the end, I can only wait with despair for my fate that will be marked by a price. But now, the girls who had lost hope in life heard the words that they could still go home. How can we not be excited? This is undoubtedly equivalent to a second rebirth. Gradually, the eyes of the girls curled up in a ball gradually became brighter, followed by the sobbing of the girls. Seeing this, Shawn said no more and walked out first, wanting to give them space to vent their emotions. When he reached the door, he turned back and said, "By the way, you can find new clothes on the ship and take a shower. I'll be waiting for you on the deck. There are no bad guys on this ship anymore. You can go with confidence." As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn walked up directly, found a lot of ingredients in the kitchen, and moved them to the undamaged deck on the other side. During this period, Shawn went to the treasure room and looted all the treasures inside, and put them all into his system space. He wouldn't be stupid enough to save them or give them to the girls. At most, he could give each of them 10,000 belly when they go back. He won't do such things as meaningless kindness, and these are his trophies, so he feels at ease. After all, he still needs to keep his wife's book. It's just a pity that it's all vulgar things. I thought there would be something good here. Not long after, Shawn was roasting a large amount of ingredients on the deck, and footsteps came from behind him. Thinking that they were all well, he turned his head and looked around. Suddenly, Shawn was stunned. Advertisement. It's not that he has any interest in the kid, but there are only 3 girls who came up, one with green hair, one with orange hair, and the last one with black hair. It was stunned because it recognized the 3 sisters, namely Boya Hancock, Boya Marigodru, and Boya Sandasonia. The 2 sisters, except Hancock, have not grown up to be so scary at this time. Especially Marigold, who is now a cute orange-haired Lolita. She is not fat at all, but Sandal Sonia's head is still so big. Shawn originally thought he was an African chieftain who came here, but now the ship he encountered by chance turned out to be the ship that abducted them. Suddenly Shawn felt that he was the European emperor, and he was a little happy. But he was stunned again the next moment, because he saw Hancock walking towards him with a fruit in one hand and a knife in his arm. The 2 fruits were gray and red respectively. What else could they be if they weren't devil fruits? The knife was about 1 meter long, almost as long as his. But Marigoldu on the side was staring at the 2 fruits with greedy eyes. Shawn could tell from the longing in her eyes that she was just greedy. Sure enough, when she saw the barbecue and various ingredients beside Shawn, she couldn't move her eyes away. The fruit she wanted to taste no longer paid attention to. Shawn cursed in his heart. It seemed that there was a reason why she would grow so huge in the future. At this time, little Hancock, who was obviously his sister but the shortest, took a step forward and said with some stumble. Well, we found these 2 fruits in a room. They were placed in a small box. Together with the knife, that box looks very beautiful. After saying that, he handed it to Shawn, but he didn't take it yet. He just asked, do you know what this is? The 3 sisters shook their heads in unison. This is a devil fruit. I don't know about the sword yet. Hearing this, the 3 sisters were stunned. Of course they knew what a devil fruit was, but this was also the first time they had seen the real thing. Shawn then asked, are you sure you want to give it to me? This is a devil fruit that can make you stronger. Chapter 76 2 Phantom Beast Species. Hearing this, the little Lolita version of Hancock said a little shyly. Why don't you want to? It's all because of you that we were rescued. Marigoldu and Sonia on the side nodded. Marigoldu patted her chest with a look of fear on her face. I almost ate this devil fruit just now. Shawn looked at the faces of the 3 people through his eyes behind the mask. They all looked confused, wondering why Shawn didn't speak. The corners of Shawn's mouth under the mask were slightly raised. It seemed that he was really the European emperor this time. Without further words, Shawn took the 2 devil fruits first. Then he asked in his mind, System, help me identify these 2 devil fruits. Cat fruit phantom beast species Nekomata form, Inu dog fruit phantom beast species Scythe weasel form. These are all monsters from a country where they lived a good life, so they are fantasy beasts, which is not a big problem. Moreover, they can use some elements, just like Kaido's stepping on the flame cloud. If you are interested, you can search it. Shawn was confused when he saw the identification results. Is the phantom beast worthless now? And, why is it the Inu fruit again? There are probably too many Inu fruits. Looking at these 2 fruits, Shawn fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that he is the European emperor this time, but just like his bottom line, he does not take advantage of others, and others cannot take advantage of him. It is true that he saved them, but if it were a greedy person who ate it, it would be gone. You must know that these girls were locked up in the warehouse and suffered mental torture, and the food basically meant they were dying. But they endured it and brought the precious phantom beast fruit that Shawn had not found. Don't say anything like they don't know, but it's enough for you to know. Don't be a fool, but don't bully fools either. This is Shawn's bottom line. And even if Shawn wants it, he will just train tool people. Shawn squinted at the 3 sisters, and a plan suddenly came to mind. You cannot default or owe money, but you can also accept the tool. Perfect. Ahem, Shawn coughed lightly and said, these 2 devil fruits are very rare, but in exchange, I will give you this first. It is also a very powerful ability. Advertisement. After saying that, Shawn took out the Xiao Xiao fruit and handed it over. Yes, Shawn never thought of letting that fool Ace eat Xiao Xiao fruit. He wanted him to follow Garp's path. And Shawn, the 2 phantom beast species, also has a plan. Kuro is going to give it to him. His weapon is a spada, and his specialty is speed. If nothing unexpected happens, this phantom beast species, the Kamaita, will fit in very well with him. What? Why don't you give him the Nekomata fruit? A spada is a cat's claw? Just kidding. Imagine Kuro turning into a beast-eared girl. As for Nekomata, of course it is reserved for the cute baby 5, maid outfit, cat ears, I'll give them a few bottles of genetic medicine when I get back, and now Shawn is completely on track to earn hundreds of thousands of plot points. As for why the fruit was burned for Hancock, it is of course because Hancock's country advocates force and is not afraid of her losing her physical skills. Yes, Shawn plans to guide Hancock to join her. After all, she owns an entire country. Let her lurk in Shichibukai. As for Brother Ming, I'm sorry, I didn't regard him as one of my own. Hancock looked at the fruit in front of him and was a little confused. After coming back to his senses, he hurriedly said, No, no need, that's yours. Shawn said, Take it, this is the power of flames. You don't want this kind of thing to happen again in the future, right? Hearing this, Hancock fell silent. The time she was trapped in the warehouse was her darkest moment. Even if the good-looking man in front of her didn't save her, it would only be darker. If she had enough strength, none of this would have happened. Yes, she was the girl who peeked at Shawn's true face. Seeing that Hancock was already hesitant, Shawn directly put the xiao fruit into her hand. Eat it, you deserve to be treated tenderly now. The current Hancock is not the arrogant stinky woman in the future, but a good kid who can make money without hesitation. Hancock nodded and started eating silently. It was so unpalatable that she wanted to vomit. Seeing this, Shawn quickly stopped her. Don't spit it out, eat it all, just bear it. Hancock suppressed his nausea and finished eating the xiao fruit. Advertisement. Shawn nodded with satisfaction, while Sansonia on the side said, Sister, try your ability quickly. Hearing this, Hancock felt as if he was born with some power, so he tried to drive it. Immediately, Hancock's hand burst into flames with a squeak sound. Although she was well prepared, she was still shocked and panicked. Hot, hot, so hot, I don't want it anymore, I don't want it anymore. As for Shawn, who was watching from the side, his face under the mask instantly stiffened. What kind of arrogant words was this? So he quickly said, Feel carefully, it won't be hot, that's her psychological effect. After hearing this, Hancock calmed down and found that it was really not hot at all. So I carefully tried to control the flame, and soon I had a lot of fun. Her two younger sisters also exclaimed repeatedly about how powerful their elder sisters were. After a while, when he felt that others were coming up, Shawn said to them, Stop playing around now. Your abilities will be kept secret for the time being. I will talk to you in detail after I send you back. I will send you directly to the nearby marine base later, then I will find an opportunity to take you away secretly. Don't show any specialness for the time being. Although the three sisters didn't know what the other wanted to talk about and why they were asked to go to the marine base first, they still agreed out of trust. After all, Shawn had more on his mind. After all, there were two phantom beast fruits here. Whether they knew they were phantom beast fruits or not, he couldn't kill them or bury them. Once people know that the three sisters left with them, there will definitely be a CP organization to investigate in the future. They cannot turn a blind eye even to ordinary devil fruits, let alone a fantasy beast species that is rarer than Lobia. So they could only wait for them to enter Marine and take him away quietly. Even if they were investigated in the future, they didn't have to be afraid. After all, he recognized the only person who had seen his face, which was Hancock. Don't worry even if Hancock shows the ability to burn the fruit in the future, after all, it is not the fruit on their ship. So, it's not a big problem, the plan works. As for the knife, Shawn also held it in his hand for the time being, and he hadn't had time to test it yet. The girls came up in 2s and 3s, and when they saw the food on the deck, tears of dissatisfaction flowed from the corners of their mouths. Suck slip. Shawn saw that they were greedy but no one said anything, so he had to say, Eat quickly, we will send you to Marine in a few hours. Chapter 77. Shawn finally has a score. In the following time, Shawn ate and enjoyed the delicious food with them. With the help of Shawn's repulsion, this large merchant ship is heading to the marine base at an extremely fast speed. Then when he was about to dock, Shawn flew directly into the sky and silently stared below. This is a marine base fortress, so the sudden arrival of a merchant ship with half its deck destroyed at the port is very eye-catching. The oldest girl came forward to negotiate on behalf of this group of trafficked girls. Although Shawn's sudden disappearance made them feel a little uneasy, they all arrived at Marine's base. I still followed Shawn's instructions and explained my experience clearly. Soon, a base commander with the rank of Major General was also alerted. Then, under the arrangement of the Major General, he contacted the Marine branch in the sea area where many girls were located. It is impossible for them to send every girl there. If anyone's home is within the waters under his jurisdiction, they will send them there directly. For those who are farther away, they will be sent to the waters under the jurisdiction of the next Marine base to hand over to other Marines. Although it will take some time to send them all back in this way, it is not a big problem. Just when a Marine soldier was helping them arrange a place to stay, the three Hancock sisters quietly left everyone's sight. As soon as they reached the blind spot, Shawn stepped on a wooden board and landed in front of them. Before they could react, Shawn took them by the collar and threw them up, then directly jumped into the air and flew towards Amazon Lily Island. It was the first time for all three of them to fly in the sky. It felt so novel, but they got tired of it not long after flying. Hancock then asked, can we know your name? Just call me Shawn. Sundar Sonia, who has an online IQ, asked, Then what did you just say you wanted to talk to us about? Shawn thought about it and decided to settle it here. Anyway, he is now very thorough about the development of heavy fruits. It's just that when nothing is floating, I still can't achieve the innate feeling like other people's abilities. It's just a little less smooth, but it's still fine to control the board while chatting. Advertisement. Shawn organized his words. Hancock, you are the candidate for the next emperor, right? The three sisters were a little confused. How did this person know? Sundar Sonia, who has the most rational mind, imagined a scene in which Shawn directed and acted to save them. The more she thought about it, the more her scalp became numb. Looking at her expression, Shawn's face darkened under the mask, thinking that he had created a weird image for them. He quickly interrupted the other person's thoughts. If I said that I would come back here for some reason in the future, would you believe it? In fact, in Shawn's vision, the location of Amazon Lily Island is very good. It is both a legal country and a closed country, so privacy is very guaranteed. In the future, if you have a meeting with your younger brother, you can go near Yanba Harbor, which will give you first-class privacy. The Rock Bay is where Rayleigh swam ashore, except for Marine's newly invented, seafloor stone, technology, which can be reached directly, no one else can enter. Because in addition to the windless zone nearby, there are also nests of huge Poseidon species. As for Marine, lousy is Marine. After hearing Shawn's shocking words, Hancock nodded and said, I believe it.
Sunda Sonia, a brain-shaking expert, and Marie Godreau, a foodie, usually regard their sister as their main focus, but now they heard her answer and waited silently for the next step. This time it was Shawn's turn to be confused. He hadn't finished the long speech he had prepared, so why did he believe it? This made him feel uncomfortable. After a moment of silence, he asked, Why do you believe it? Little Hancock said, Because you saved us. In fact, even now, I can't even imagine what will happen to us in the future if you are not here. Aren't you afraid that I have other intentions? Don't be afraid, and you won't. I can feel that you don't mean any harm. Hancock said firmly with a small face. Because she felt that the other party gave her strength and saved them, and that the other party didn't have to give her the fruit if she didn't want to, so she felt that it would definitely not harm her. The little girl's world is so beautiful, even though she was almost dragged into the abyss not long ago. Shawn pondered for a moment, then smiled dumbly, and then took off his mask. He felt that he had really committed the problem of empirical dogmatism. He has always thought that you must deceive, but he has forgotten that for children, they will only believe you based on their feelings. If you are good to him, he will be willing to believe you in everything and be good to you, and vice versa. Suddenly Shawn felt a little melancholy. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that except for Kuro, he succumbed to his force. Advertisement. Others he encountered, who he thought were scammers, were just sincere scammers. There is no deception that can make them become tools. Ace did it because he untied the knot in his heart. Nami is because he saved Belmere, captured the dragon pirates, and even argued with the Sengoku Fleet Admiral in front of her. Baby 5 is also because he really feels sorry for this girl and made a promise that he will always need her, letting her know that someone will care about her. As for Ronaldinho, it was also because Shawn cured his illness, saved his father Ronaldinho, and even gave him a super rare potion that increased his strength. Now Hancock is the same. He can obviously take the fruits for himself, but he uses the method of exchange to not bully these little girls. Shawn was very disappointed. He knew that he was not a very smart person, but he didn't expect that he only fooled children. Adults will not easily agree to him because of his sincerity, as you can see by looking at Kizaru. No, there is another one. If Rosinante believed it, he would believe Shawn. He is the only adult. It seems that he is not without gains. Shawn felt much happier when he thought of this. Even though his inner thoughts changed thousands of times, it only lasted for a moment. When Shawn showed a pleasant smile, several little girls were stunned. Hancock simply felt that pink bubbles were popping up in this smile. The other two sisters felt that this strong man turned out to be so young. Shawn smiled slightly and said, You are right, I have no ill intentions towards you, and I even want to help you. Help us. ×3. That's right, this matter will start talking about it 4 years later. Then Shawn continued to talk to Hancock and the others using the same words he used to Rosinante. They were almost caught and sold, so of course they naturally hate world government. Then Shawn also said something about Amazon Lily, the country would be affected by union, and the little girls were stunned for a while. Sincerity is a must, but in order to trick Rosinante here, Shawn is serious. He would never allow Rosinante to come one day and ask him if he had been deceived. This is my last stubbornness. Chapter 78 Floating Island. Then, amid the exclamations of several little girls, they arrived at their destination. Iwaba Harbor is located at the edge of the island, with a jungle behind it. Shawn didn't want to be exposed to too many people, so he told them not to reveal his existence. They also solemnly agreed. Since he still had to find the golden lion, Shawn took out the genetic potion and gave it to Hancock. He also told her not to rely on the fruit's ability, but to use the fruit in conjunction with physical skills. Even if it doesn't work, she can use it with weapons. After hearing this, little Hancock casually asked Shawn if he knew kendo. It happened that the sword picked up by the little loli had not been used yet, so Shawn swung a slash at the sea at will. This random stab made Hancock so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Because this was swung out by Shawn using gravity, the result was an abyss-like ravine directly cut into the sea. They even found a variety of marine life at shallower depths. Hancock, who had already been touched by Shawn to be a strong man, suddenly became full of longing for his future. Although she can no longer be a pure swordsman, she is still a swordsman, right? The kind with flames. So she begged Shawn to teach her swordsmanship, and Shawn agreed after hesitating for a moment. But he still had to find the golden lion, so Shawn handed the genetic potion to Hancock in a very precious way. And told her the rarity and efficacy of this potion, which made them even more convinced of the authenticity of Shawn's words. They agreed to meet here in 5 days and asked them to go back and report that they were safe. Shawn, on the other hand, ran directly to Wilmare, the Golden Lion floating island. Since the Golden Lion successfully escaped from prison, he came to the island called Vermeo. He discovered many animals that became violent after eating plants containing IQ ingredients. He turned the island of Vermeo into his own floating island, hiding and studying IQ with his deputy Dr. Indigo. And he is planning his revenge plan. He will put all these animals into the East Daxia Sea to show his power of revenge to the world government. However, he was beaten down by the protagonist Shawn, who had not yet learned how to be domineering. About a day later, Shawn finally arrived at the island. Advertisement. The emotions of the animals here are sensed by the knowledge, only irritable and warlike. Looking from a distance, there are more than a dozen islands floating in the sky, floating in the clouds, and with the snowy weather, they look really beautiful. But Shawn knows that this is like the lion majesty hidden under the beautiful appearance, waiting for an opportunity to bite you. This island is used by the Golden Lion as a weapon of revenge. Shawn has already made a plan. He will start directly from the base camp without any more competition. As for whether the islands will fall in the future, do you really think his heavy fruits are fake? Then he looked directly at the highest island and pulled out the knife Hancock gave him. The arm was instantly covered with armament-colored hardening, which gradually moved towards the handle of the knife, until the blade was also covered with a layer of black. Immediately, the cherry blossom-colored domineering energy began to wrap around the wrist, covering the entire knife, and then sheathed the knife. He whispered softly. Iaido rode one line of sky. As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn swung his knife at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and made a small red-black slash with an electric light. Call out. After a sharp sound breaking through the air, the slash went straight across the highest island and flew out from the other side. It was as if nothing had happened, until a few seconds later. The island let out a roar that shook the earth. Who is it? Who dares to take action against me? Rumble. What followed was the sound of the island splitting apart, and the entire island was cut into two halves sideways by Shawn. Suddenly, a golden figure rose into the air and looked towards the direction from which the slashing attack came. The Golden Lion saw a man wearing a mask and a cloak, looking at him with a knife. The person who provoked him was self-evident. Just when he wanted to take action, Shawn attacked the Golden Lion at a faster speed. Shawn didn't want to destroy other islands, so he left it to Marine to deal with the follow-up. Shawn stopped talking nonsense. The blade was covered with gravity and domineering force, and he swung straight towards the Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion is indeed a veteran of many battles, and this sudden scene did not affect him. Even after his fists were blocked with domineering energy, one of the knives tied to his feet whipped his legs in an attempt to cut off Shawn. Shawn also blocked it with his other arm, and then both of them used their strength to retreat back, standing opposite each other, looking at each other from a distance. Shawn sighed slightly in his heart. His power was really incredible. He was worthy of being a legendary pirate. Advertisement. I really don't know why Luffy defeated the Golden Lion without learning Haki. Could this be a plot kill? As everyone knows, the Golden Lion on the other side is even more surprised. Although this man's strength has not been fully demonstrated yet. But from his calmness, you can feel that his strength is not trivial. Who are you, Your Excellency, and why do you want to attack my island? Golden Lion asked first. Shawn thought for a while. I need your fruit. Gia ha ha ha, who did I think it was? It turns out to be a kid. The Golden Lion looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Kid, I'll give you a chance to join. Let's rule the world together, starting from the East Daxia Sea. Shawn wondered if this man had been dumbfounded by the rudder of the ship. Why couldn't he understand? Ah, I made it very clear just now. I am here to take your life. Moreover, your so-called revenge plan cannot succeed. Gia ha 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 ha, you are such a scary and ignorant kid, but, do you know who I am? I am a Golden Lion. Lion power earth coiling. After the words fell, Golden Lion took the lead in using his ability to lift half of the island from the ground. The soil transformed into multiple lion heads and crushed towards Shawn. Shawn didn't panic at all, standing proudly in the air, stretching out his 5 fingers to face the many earth-like lions galloping towards him, and gently shaking hands. Hell Brigade. Rumble. Under Shawn's gravity, the attacking lion heads were crushed into pits one after another by gravity. In the end, pits were left one after another in this half of the island, going straight through the ground and falling towards the sea below. Oh, interesting. Kid, where are you from? Even though his trick was easily cracked by the opponent, the Golden Lion still didn't feel nervous at all, and instead asked in a relaxed tone. Shawn hesitated for a moment and then said, Donghai. The Golden Lion, who had a cheerful face at first, suddenly stiffened and turned gloomy, and said to himself. The East Daxia Sea, is it the weakest sea area again? Gia ha ha ha, kid, I'm hunting you today. The roles have been reversed.
3CA Chapter 79 Golden Lion. Shawn looked at the Golden Lion, who suddenly had a convulsion and felt that he was quite pitiful. He was a tragic and extremely unlucky character. Golden Lion, who is Shiki. He was once a Rocks executive, equivalent to a graduate from one of the world's top universities. After the Rocks era, the Sky Pirates were formed, becoming the 3 greatest pirate forces on the sea, as famous as Roger Whitebeard. The fleet size was even stronger than the other two at one time. The slogan, Laozi is the man who wants to rule the sea from the sky, is also extremely domineering. But for such a legendary pirate, he has been reduced to a background experience pack many times, and has never won a card fight. Roger is like a player who plays a useless account into a full level account and then logs off. That golden lion Shiki just turned a max level account into a useless account, and was banned in the end. But we really can't blame him for his lack of strength. After all, he was born at the wrong time, and after the right time, he was unlucky. All in all, it's just a bad fate, so I'll take it home. He has always regarded Roger as a friend and rival, and once invited Roger to join him and cooperate with him to rule the world together. But he was rejected by Roger. After the rejection, the Golden Lion became angry and had a war with Roger. Known as the Battle of Eightwall, the Golden Lion Shiki, who has a great family and a great business, has put the Roger pirates into a tight siege. If they continue to be so tough, the advantage of the Golden Lion is obvious. But no matter which side loses, with the two strong men trying their best, losing is not a shame. I never thought that this storm would come sooner or later, but it would come during the promotion round. Roger, who was at the end of his rope, was saved by a sudden storm. Most of the sky pirates were driven to the bottom of the sea, and in an accident, the rudder was unfortunately inserted into his head. Since pulling it out would be life-threatening, the rudder is still on his head to this day. You know, the hit rate of the cannonballs in this world is terrible, but the rudder of the ship can hit his head. Isn't that unlucky? I guess if the rudder had a soul, it would be said, "Did you see it? Laozi once single-handedly prevented the Golden Lion from becoming king." At this time, the Golden Lion was honest, but Roger was dishonest again. After becoming One Piece, he was terminally ill and chose to surrender. Advertisement: Roger happily cancelled his account, but the Golden Lion was unhappy. The Golden Lion, who didn't quite understand the ins and outs, got a little reckless and broke into the Marine headquarters single-handedly. He is indeed a rare hero on this sea. Standing on the mountains of corpses, he faces Sengoku and Garp alone. Golden Lion even said bluntly, "Roger is a person recognized by Laozi. How could he be captured alive by you losers?" As a result, the Golden Lion who was kept in the dark was directly slapped in the face. Roger surrendered, but it was the Golden Lion himself who was captured alive. Garp Warring States also caught a wave of good fish in a daze and was a sure winner. In the past, the gangster had enough of staying in prison, so he cut off his legs and escaped, becoming the first person to escape from Impel Down City. He tied his two famous swords, Ying-ju and Mu-ku, to his legs, and from then on he used his rudder to hold up the sky and gave him his sword, which was true. He decided to do something big and prepared a revenge plan for 20 years to take revenge on the world government. It is said that Heihua is a three-pointer, but what is incredible is that the Golden Lion lost again and again. This time he was not defeated by the 4 emperors, nor by the 3 generals, but directly by third gear Luffy. To be honest, Luffy at that time was really no match for the Golden Lion. He was the super strong man who suffered the most miserable defeat. Even the last sentence, "Did you lose to the man from Donghai again?" While shouting Roger, it is both funny and sad at the same time. From Roger, Garp to Luffy, we are all from the East Daxia Sea. It can be called the East Daxia Sea Experience Package. Roger won by storm, Garp won by 2 against 1, and Luffy even tricked the Golden Lion into the theater version to win. At that time, a boatload of people couldn't even defeat a pacifist. It can be said that the Golden Lion is frustrated and unlucky every time he loses. The thoughts in his mind went back and forth, and he showed a touch of sympathy when facing the arrogant Golden Lion. Because today he is gone. The Golden Lion saw Shawn's eyes through the small hole in his mask, and suddenly became furious. "Kid, do you look down on me? Go to hell? Shishiwei govern place earth coiling?" The Golden Lion used the fruit's ability to directly control the blizzard, forming huge lions that swept toward Shawn with the biting cold wind. Advertisement: before the lion formed, Shawn also shot a gravitational force into the sky, pulled down a meteorite, and smashed it into the Golden Lion. When the lion came to Shawn with a cold wind as sharp as a blade, a meteorite with a diameter of 1 kilometer hit the Golden Lion with flames. Chop. Super gravity field. Rumble. The Golden Lion directly swung a slash with the famous sword on his leg, cutting the meteorite in half from the middle and falling towards the back on both sides of him. Blizzard Lion was under Shawn's gravity, and the upper half of the island collapsed under the pressure of supergravity in all directions. Competing with the Golden Lion's fruit ability, it was compressed into a smooth plane of extremely high quality. As for the subordinates of Golden Lion, the hero Golden Lion said it didn't matter. He didn't care about his subordinates. He was weak and deserved to die. After so many years, the Golden Lion finally felt the feeling of competing with the strong again. He immediately looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "Gia ha 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 ha, the East Daxia Sea is really an interesting place. Although the overall strength is so weak, so many strong ones can be born one after another." You are wrong. The East Daxia Sea is not weak. The East Daxia Sea is a symbol of peace. Of course, that is relative. Shawn shook his head calmly. The Golden Lion laughed and asked, "By the way, kid, which force are you from?" After a moment of hesitation, Shawn whispered 2 words, "Marine." "Although I don't know why you hide your face to show others, it seems that Marine has developed really well in these years." The Golden Lion expressed his approval of Shawn. Then he continued, "Since our abilities can't do anything to each other, you are also a swordsman, so here, on the arena you created, Let's see whether it is you who stops me, or I hunt you. Shawn also felt a little warm-blooded for a long time, even if the other party was a pirate, even if he wanted to take his life. He immediately pulled out the knife and pointed it at the Golden Lion with some boldness. Okay. Let me see the legendary pirate of the past and see what kind of courage and power the great hero of the past possessed. Gia ha 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 ha, kid, you were wrong, that is not the past. Lousy is a legend. He is a hero. Lousy is a Golden Lion. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, which gave Shawn a glimpse of the past of this world. It's a pity, even if it wasn't for Piao fruit, Shawn wouldn't let him go. A thief is a thief, and their stance dictates that the two of them can only have a spiritual friendship, but not a deep friendship, otherwise they will easily be infected by such a character. Chapter 80 Shawn vs Golden Lion. I can decide for myself what kind of person you are. Be careful and don't let me kill you instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn went straight to the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion was undaunted and faced Shawn. Stop looking down on others, kid. No matter how the times change, I am still the Golden Lion, and I am still the Golden Lion that dominates the entire sky. Chang. Shawn swung his knife at the Golden Lion, and the Golden Lion raised his right foot to block Shawn's knife. Then he rotated his lower body and stabbed Shawn's face with the knife on the other leg. Shawn also chose to be stubborn and refused to retreat. He also raised his leg and kicked the Golden Lion with cherry blossom-colored domineering force. In terms of the power of the Golden Lion at this time, it is definitely not Xiaoen's opponent, but after all, he is a legendary pirate, and his experience does not matter. He sensed the threat of this kick and kicked it decisively, jumping back. During the retreat, he directly swung a chop wave. Shawn's arms were covered with armed domineering, and he cut off the Golden Lion's chop with his bare hands. Shawn twisted his neck and said, "Okay, the warm-up is over, it's time to get serious, Golden Lion." After finishing speaking, a scarlet light flashed through the two small holes in Shawn's mask, and a substantial aura burst out from his body. There were traces of electric arcs surrounding his body, and the air gradually became thicker under the pressure of Shawn's momentum. After being compressed, the ground turned into an extremely high-quality ground, which could not withstand the pressure. With Shawn as the center, spiderweb-like cracks broke out inch by inch. In addition to the cherry blossom-colored domineering energy, the knife in Shawn's hand also glowed faintly with red light. This is the first time Shawn has used Conqueror's Haki at full power in the past few years, and he is no longer what he used to be. The Golden Lion looked at Xiaoen, who had taken on a new look, and was a little stunned. But what should be said, he is indeed a former leader of the Rocks Pirates, a person who competed with Roger Whitebeard. After the days, there was a burst of excitement. Kid, if someone like you appears in Marine, it will be a headache. Your domineering attitude really impresses me. My captain once had your domineering attitude. Your ambition is not small. Gia ha ha ha, I'm going to get married. The Golden Lion took the lead in attacking before Shawn could respond. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Advertisement boo hoo hoo. Countless sound of breaking the air came from the famous sword tied to the Golden Lion's legs. Continuous golden slashes continued to attack Shawn, and Shawn just stood there. Lifting the knife and swiping it gently, a huge slash flew horizontally towards the Golden Lion. During this period, all the golden slashes issued by the Golden Lion were wiped out before they hit this red-black slash with electric arc. Golden Lion directly took off Yingshi and Deadwood from his legs, held the knife in both hands, and once again swung a larger, sharper and faster slash, but this time the slash was covered with a layer of black. Rumble. The shockwave caused by the two people's slashes rolled back and swept away in all directions. The ground they passed was plowed directly into long, deep, or different shapes but intertwined cuts. Countless dense ravines suddenly appeared on the compressed ground. Shawn was slightly surprised that his strength had actually improved. He was worthy of being a legendary pirate. Now Shawn is even thinking about how to get IM into Luffy's movie. Just when Shawn was a little distracted, the Golden Lion thought that Shawn was looking down on him and immediately roared. Kid, we're still far away. Stop looking down on others. He immediately attacked Shawn. Shawn fought with the Golden Lion for a whole day. During this fight, Shawn intuitively felt the difference between him and Roger Whitebeard. He is at the same level as those legendary pirates, but his strength is higher than them, such as the amount of strength and domineering. The current Golden Lion, even without the blessing of heavy fruits, was beaten to a terrible state, with countless sword marks on his body, and the ferocious wounds were dripping with blood. Seeing that Shawn seemed to be preparing to use his big moves, the Golden Lion suddenly became crazy. Kid, since you want to see the legend, then Lousy will satisfy you. After that, the rudder on his head was pulled out directly by his fruit power. See. Pillars of blood mixed with yellow and white substances spattered out. But the momentum of the Golden Lion burst out at this moment, the same scarlet light flashed from his eyes, and small golden arcs were also wrapped around his body. Advertisement. The same oppressive momentum plowed through the already riddled ground again. Collision with Shawn's Conqueror's dominance. Boom. The momentum of the two people suddenly collided and intertwined, and a huge bowl-shaped energy shield covered the two people. In fact, it was just the wrestling momentum formed by the collision of the two people. It's just that more than half of it is cherry blossom color, and a smaller half is gold color. The Golden Lion also uses this to form a rivalry with Shawn. The clouds higher in the sky were collided by the two, as if the end was coming, and the clouds in the sky were torn apart by the impact of Conqueror's domineering force. There are endless clouds at a glance, a ravine like an abyss hanging upside down in the sky, and the clouds are constantly rolling inward. All of them illustrate how intense the collision between these two people was. At first, Shawn was confused. Isn't this Conquerors? Didn't Oda not give this character Conquerors? It seems that Oda is really unreliable. He is just a cartoonist, so he doesn't know anything about pirates. However, after regaining consciousness, Conqueror's Haki collided with the Golden Lion's Haki at full power. The Golden Lion stared at Shawn. Kid, can you let me see who you are? Regardless of victory or defeat, I can't survive. I want to see who will fight me in the end. Shawn hesitated for a moment, but decided to take off the mask. Once he did, he could no longer feel the existence of the third breath of life on this island. Secondly, the Golden Lion's life is indeed not long. Even if he wants to escape, it is useless. He may only have a few minutes left to live. Thirdly, it is respect for the strong. Maybe the positions are different, but looking at the life of the Golden Lion, except for the unlucky points, he always chooses to be positive and upright, and he is still an upright villain. After Shawn took off his mask, the Golden Lion was a little dazed and said to himself. Is this the third Donghai man who stopped me? Shawn didn't hear what the Golden Lion said, but he still said, Your and my positions are destined to determine the outcome today. After the Golden Lion came back to his senses, he laughed boldly and asked, Jia ha ha ha, I recognize you, tell me your name. Shawn understood that the Golden Lion was inviting him to decide the outcome in the last move. He immediately imitated the Golden Lion's hearty laugh and said, Ha, lousy's name is Shawn. Chapter 81 The Golden Lion comes to an end, and I will also build you a tombstone with a unique card to record you as the legendary pirate, Shawn said seriously. Jia ha ha ha, what an annoying little brat. Come on, Shawn, lousy will let you see the real legend. What I wish for. After Golden Lion finished speaking, he raised the two swords in his hands, covered with bursts of red light, and swung out countless slashes at a speed invisible to the naked eye. True Lion Thousand Slice Valley. This is hugely different from the previous ones. This time Thousand Slice Valley has more golden arcs, and the golden slashes are wrapped in a black energy coat. Every slash this time had the same power as the slash Shawn had previously blocked from Thousand Slice Valley. The difference is that what the Golden Lion wields is a skyblocking, densely packed attack that sweeps towards Shawn. At this moment, Shawn also faced this big pirate who paid the price with his life in the most serious manner. Shawn held the handle of the knife with his backhand and raised Ping Shou in front of him. His legs were slightly bent, and the veins on the arm holding the knife stood out. Red domineering energy was released all over his body, gradually forming circles of erratic red and black surrounding Shawn, and he whispered. One thing, one number, makes one Ganges. One Ganges sand, one boundary. Within one realm, one dust and one calamity. In one calamity, all the accumulated dust will be converted into calamity. Kaositagarba. As he finished speaking, the domineering energy surrounding Shawn gradually formed an invisible shadow. Then he jumped up and faced the slash from the Golden Lion, but the huge slash disappeared like ice and snow before it came into contact with Shawn. Shawn's red figure was like a small boat on the sea, swaying under the slashes of the Golden Ocean, but it was extremely stable. Call out, Shawn appeared behind the Golden Lion in an instant, and the aftermath of gold, red, and all kinds of fighting energy also disappeared in this moment. The Golden Lion turned his back to Shawn and asked with a heavy breath, Shawn, I am still a legend? Shawn responded softly. Well, you are one of the few pirates I am willing to communicate with. Jia ha 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 ha, you are the person approved by me, go ahead and make trouble, turn this world upside down. Advertisement. After the Golden Lion finished speaking, the clouds above the sky where they were suspended suddenly opened a huge ravine that covered the sky and the sun, which was deeper than any Conqueror's collision. And the extremely compressed and high-quality venue below them suddenly roared. The entire island gradually opened with spiderweb-like cracks, and finally collapsed into fist-sized pieces of gravel. Golden Lion Shiki, I also recognize you. You are the only one who can make me attack with all my strength, Shawn said to himself. Yeah. That's great. After the Golden Lion finished speaking, it fell vertically downward into pieces of gravel-like islands. There was a smile that seemed to be satisfied at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the huge knife mark on his chest, he might have looked like an old man who had died. Looking at the satisfied smile, Shawn vaguely felt that this hero, the great pirate, was also lonely. In the Rocks era, they were not recognized and the pirate group was disbanded. During Roger's era, the pirate group was destroyed if they were not recognized by him. At Marine headquarters, he was looking for his friends, but was defeated and thrown into the Impel City. Now it is directly at the expense of his own life, just for the name of that legend. He didn't know that Shawn could chase him to the ends of the earth. Apart from Shawn, if he wanted to escape, few people in this sea could catch him. This is a pirate who has been on the road to conquest all his life, a real pirate, not all kinds of weird beliefs. So Shawn recognized his strength, that's all. Looking at the dozen or so crumbling floating islands, Shawn sighed, sheathed his sword, stretched out his 5 fingers, and shook hands at this large group of floating islands. The island that was about to fall at an extremely fast speed suddenly stopped and fell downward at a slow speed. As for the island they shattered, Shawn also used gravity to recompress them, forming a huge square island. A pit was reserved in the middle, and the Golden Lion and his 2 knives were sent in. Then it closed again, and it looked like a huge stone monument. Shawn also left the 5 characters, Legend, Golden Lion, on it. Then gravity was exerted, causing the island to fall towards the sea below at an extremely fast speed. Going to the bottom of the deep sea, it can be regarded as having done what I just promised the Golden Lion. After taking a deep breath, Shawn quickly used the map function of the system. System, search for the location of Piao fruit. Then a map appears with 2 dots, a black dot and a red dot. Advertisement: the black dot is himself, while the red dot is the Piao fruit. After seeing the location, Shawn couldn't help but be confused. So close? Yes, the Piao fruit is near him, on one of those floating islands. Without any further hesitation, Shawn hurriedly rushed to the island where the Piao fruit was located. After taking away the golden fluttering fruit, Shawn placed all the islands and left. Go directly to the place agreed upon by Amazon Lily and Hancock. He arrived 2 days earlier, but it wasn't a big problem. He had to deal with the Piao fruit first. Open the system's enhancement pool, and first increase your own fruit abilities. The upgrade still required 10 million, and then he pulled up the Piao fruit in the system backpack. Suddenly it became 50,000, and the success rate was 100%. So I decisively clicked strengthen, and suddenly the sound of hammers rang in my ears. After a while, the purple pattern icon representing the heavy fruits turned into a white pattern. Then Shawn felt that everything was different. For example, he once wanted to pull down a meteorite from the sky. Rather than pulling it, it would be better to launch a gravitational attack to draw it down. But now the meteorite can be clearly felt. Although it is not big, it is felt. The biggest change is that he feels that if he wants to use any force in the future, he doesn't even need to start and fight. You can directly control it out of thin air, which was completely impossible before. The same goes for the ability to fly. You no longer need to step on the air, stone slabs, or wooden boards. Now it's as if he was born with it, although his strength has not increased. But now his ability to control has changed from proficiency to instinct, which is also a change in germplasm. Just like using the flying thunder god to teleport before, now it's not just teleportation. Instead, it has become a means of fighting for him. Before, it was always just a little bit short and could not be released smoothly. Now, he carved the mark with just one thought. Chapter 82 Ability Advancement, Psychokinesis. Shawn even thought of a more flexible application, but it just requires practice. Immediately, Shawn opened the system panel. Open black lens bracket host. Shawn. SX. Male age, 22 combat strength, 20,000 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonel, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant general level, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities. Psychokinesis, Armed Color Haki Max, Wisdom Color Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max. Skills. Prayer, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleportation. Warehouse. Mikazuki Munachika, Yume Immortal Pillow. Used, Pure Gold Upgraded version 9, Change of Clothes, Some Photos, So on Fruits. Plot point. 677,218, after reading it, Shawn looked satisfied. Not only did his combat prowess break through the ceiling after that battle, it has been upgraded to an ability called Psychic Power. The difference from before is that there is a manual gear and an automatic gear. In the past, it was necessary to release to achieve the desired effect, but now you can do it with just your own thoughts. In other words, as long as the reflexes are fast enough, no one can escape or block it. Suddenly, Shawn remembered something and asked the system directly, System, can telekinesis be upgraded? Are there any conditions? Learning is endless and can be upgraded, but this system can only provide assistance. In other words, in addition to directly improving strength, it can do anything. The triggering condition is to practice to the extreme. How strong this system can be depends on how strong the host is. You are too weak now, come on. Close black lens bracket. Shawn's forehead has 6 black spots in a row. He is obviously very strong, and I don't know if it is an illusion. Shawn thinks he is having emotions? Forget it, never mind, you have to take one bite at a time. Shawn, who immediately suppressed his thoughts, whispered to himself, Golden Lion, it seems that no one can let me use my full strength in the future. Yes, the reason why Shawn is willing to go to the Golden Lion is because he knows the upper limit of the Golden Lion's strength. But you ask him to confront I am now, isn't that a joke? Who knows how strong the boss behind the scenes is? Advertisement. Besides, even if you can defeat him directly now, what will happen next? Where is Marine's position? Currently, Marine does not have a leader who can truly lead everyone to break away from the world government. Without sufficient preparation, the consequences of the collapse of world government will be serious. Not to mention what the position of Marine and pirates will become. The civilians alone are definitely the most guilty, and everyone is still living under the rule of slavery. Tell them in an instant that the person who rules them is gone, and they may rejoice. But don't overestimate the goodness of human nature. Once some people have the opportunity, they will also yearn for the supreme rights. In so many countries, civilians may slay dragons in the early stage, but they may also become dragons. So the mentality of the common people is still the same, and the reform has made them lonely. In the end, it will even evolve into every country fighting for power, and it will develop from a war on the sea to a war on every land. That would be terrible. It seems that Oda still understands and knows that there must be a revolutionary army to spread their ideas from the bottom. Otherwise, like other senior time travelers, you can overthrow the aristocratic system by just fighting bosses and finding a few subordinates to hold high positions? Isn't that nonsense? Can the institutional habits that have been engraved in people's bones for 800 years really be changed at once? It's a joke. As long as people with a bit of bloody spirit rose up to resist when they were enslaved by the Tianlong people, they would not be so unscrupulous. But look at it now. It's completely humble to the core, and there is no resistance in the genes at all. This is not Blue Star. You can go anywhere in one day. Even so, there are still bad habits in places that cannot be guarded. What's more, in this world with many islands and continents, the main transportation is boats. This is not a world where reform can be achieved simply by force. Force is only the key to reform. Again, order can be chaotic, but it cannot be absent. Well, I'm afraid some readers might say you're so awesome, why don't you fight the boss? Taking back the thoughts that kept turning over in his mind, Shawn looked at the knife in his hand, and his heart moved. Suddenly I remembered an old man from an anime in my previous life, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. He is the fire-wielding captain in Shinigami. It would be great to take Hancock in that direction. Tisk, that would be awesome. The Queen of Charm is gone, but the Queen of Flame is born. Advertisement. It is not impossible to instigate her to have a fight with Borg Man in the future. But it still depends on her specific talent and hard work. Even if the innate conditions are compensated, it will be useless if you don't work hard. In the following time, Shawn was still familiar with the power of telekinesis. Now he doesn't need to touch objects like the Golden Lion to make them fly. Shawn can even take people flying. 2 days later, the 3 Boya sisters arrived at the agreed place. Shawn also solemnly explained to Hancock the main function of the genetic medicine he gave her. So, you must work hard and focus on physical development, and don't rely too much on fruit abilities. Fruit abilities can only be used as auxiliary means, you know, Shawn said. Hearing this, Hancock's little loli moved her fingers slightly, and a small flame rose from the cigar in Shawn's hand. Seeing that Shawn was in a daze, Hancock smiled sweetly. From now on, I will only light up Shawn's cigars. The corner of Shawn's mouth twitched, feeling that something was wrong with what he said, but he still said, "It's okay, I just hope you don't rely too much on the fruit's ability. You picked up this sword. Since you want to learn swordsmanship, you should keep this sword." After saying that, Shawn handed over the knife. Seeing that Hancock wanted to refuse, Shawn interrupted directly. "I have my own knife, but as you all know, I came back here from the future, so it's not convenient to take it out." Hancock nodded obediently. "Hey, Master Shawn, are you going to start teaching me?" I don't know why, but Shawn always feels that what Hancock said has a strange meaning. But I still feel like I'm overthinking it. She's only 12 years old now, so she doesn't know anything weird. It seems that I have defiled myself. Sin, sin, sin. However, she came back to her senses and taught Hancock swordsmanship. Finally, he explained to her how to use old man Yamamoto's swordsmanship. Hancock hesitated for a moment and then asked, "But, I heard Granny Nu say before that there are some people on the sea who can cut through the flames." Shawn smiled slightly. "I can also blow out the flame, but if it is a raging fire, can I still blow it out?" Chapter 83. Hancock is unhappy. It is true that some people can cut through flames, but if your flames are high enough, let alone cutting them apart, they will have already vaporized before they touch you. Shawn continued to add, "Although this is a theoretical statement, you may not be able to do it, but you are not just a flame. With powerful physical swordsmanship, who can cut your flames?" In addition to Hancock's little loli, her 2 younger sisters also looked fascinated, and they were a little envious of their elder sister. Next, Shawn continued to instruct Hancock on his practice, while her 2 younger sisters were also working hard on the side. In this way, after 2 weeks, Shawn finally understood the talent of this Empress deeply. His original talent is definitely stronger than what he used to be. He also practiced until he was 17 years old before he could reach the realm of a great swordsman. But that was the result of his practicing day and night since he came to this world. But Hancock is surprisingly talented. He doesn't complain about tiredness or pain, and he exceeds the standard every time to complete the tasks assigned by Shawn. It is estimated that she will be able to reach the General Emperor level in a few years. Thinking about it, she is still looking forward to it. On this day, after a day of practice, Shawn sat with them by the campfire and had dinner. Marigoldu was enjoying his meal when Sandasonia bumped the former with his elbow. Marie Godru was a little confused. "What's wrong? Today's barbecue is delicious." Sandasonia leaned close to the other person's ear and said, "Don't you think my sister has been absent-minded today?" "Have it?" Sandasonia had a look of hatred on her face and scolded in a low voice. "You just know how to eat. Look." As she said this, she quietly pointed to Hancock opposite. Marigold looked over and saw Hancock holding a big bone and taking out a knife to write and draw out of boredom. So he turned around and asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I don't know either. I asked my sister today and she doesn't know what's going on, but it's definitely not a good sign. I plan to go to Granny Nu tomorrow to see what's going on." Sandasonia whispered. Advertisement with Shawn's hearing, it was very normal to hear what the sisters said, so he looked at Hancock. Hancock noticed that Yudao's eyes were staring at him, so he raised his head. After seeing it was Shawn, He showed a sweet smile. What's wrong, Lord Shawn? But Shawn didn't notice anything was wrong, he was still the same cute Hancock. But he still said casually, are you worried about anything? Also, don't call me, sir, otherwise I will be angry. Hancock's face froze, and he was a little at a loss. He could only promise again and again, I understand, Shawn. After saying that, the originally stiff little face turned slightly red, but soon, the bright big eyes dimmed. Seeing this, Shawn exclaimed in his heart, what a guy. She is indeed the most magical empress who can change her face the fastest. After changing his face so many times in just 1 minute, he must be a good actor. Then he asked, what's wrong with you? The two sisters who were concentrating on eating quietly pricked up their ears to see what was wrong with their sister. I saw Hancock hemming and hawing, unable to explain why. Shawn had no choice but to gently brush Hancock's little head with his big hand and said in as gentle a voice as possible, if you trust me, you can tell me what's going on. Your two sisters are also very worried, and you. Hancock looked at his two sisters. Although they were eating, his eyes still glanced in his direction involuntarily. Little Hancock stammered and asked, Shawn, are you leaving soon? Shawn suddenly understood that it was this little guy who couldn't bear to leave him. He smiled and whispered, there is nothing we can do about it, but as long as you become stronger, we can still meet again on the sea in the future, right? Besides, at this time, I was 1 year younger than you, and I didn't have as much talent as you do now. You have to work hard for a happy reunion in the future. Hancock was hesitant to speak, so Shawn had no choice but to continue to comfort her. I promise you, I will not forget you. Let's make an agreement today, 11 years later, okay? Hancock was afraid that he would offend Shawn, so he had no choice but to force a smile and nod his head. It seems that everything has returned to normal, but Sansonia knows her sister very well. My sister still has a problem, but she just keeps it in her heart. She decided to ask Granny New after she goes back tonight. Advertisement Hancock couldn't explain why he felt sad. Every time he thought about Shawn leaving, he felt so heartbroken that it was difficult to breathe. Even if we know we will meet again in the future, we will still be sad. She just wants to rely on Shawn, or she will be happy when Shawn praises her progress, and likes to listen to Shawn's interesting insights. She also admires Shawn very much and thinks he is her idol. At the same time, she is also very grateful because it was this man who saved several of her sisters from the edge of the abyss. Don't rush to complain, you are so young and don't understand love. The meal ended in a hurry. The sisters held hands as usual, and Shawn directly held Hancock's hand, and a teleport took them back to Nine Snakes City. Yes, Shawn left a coordinate there and included pick up and drop off, but Shawn lived alone in the tent because he didn't want to be discovered. After sending the 3 Boya sisters back, Shawn went straight into the tent, lay down and fell asleep. In Nine Snake City, the 3 sisters who had just returned to the palace said goodnight to each other and then returned to their rooms. After a while, Sansonia quietly slipped out of the room and walked towards a place. The 3 sisters practiced with Shawn, and Granny New knew it, because they asked Granny New to help hide the fact that there were men on Daughter Island from the contemporary emperor. Otherwise, how could they come out again if they had to be punished when they went back? Because they told Granny New that they wanted to learn from a strong man. Granny New knew that this was the great benefactor who had saved the 3 sisters. She once wanted to visit him, but the 3 sisters used various reasons to stop her. Granny New didn't dare to come to the door by force, let alone ask the contemporary emperor to expel this man, because she heard them describe this man's strength in exaggerated ways. It was frightening to hear it, not to mention the Logia devil fruit that Hancock had eaten. If he didn't care about such a rare thing, one could imagine the opponent's strength. Of course, they did not tell Granny New about the genetic potion, and their disclosure of Shawn's existence to Granny New was approved. She had left this country before and knew that some powerful people were capable of destroying the world, so she did not dare to provoke Xiao, for fear of offending him and destroying their home in a rage. Besides, doesn't the other party just stay for a month? The time is almost up. Chapter 84 Hancock is sick. Not long after, Sansonia came to Guluolios's room and directly pushed the gate of opening in without any courtesy. She said in a somewhat urgent tone, Grandma Niu, it's bad, something big happened to my sister. When Guluoliosa heard this, her expression suddenly changed. What happened to her? Where is he? Did that man pose any danger to Hancock? Sundar Sonia quickly said, Grandma Niu, no, it's none of that adult's business. I discovered something was wrong with my sister. What's wrong? What's wrong with Hancock? Sundar Sonia organized her words and said, in many aspects, for example, she often wears her clothes backwards these days. I remind her of it, and she doesn't care if she puts too much seasoning in her meals. While we were practicing, even though she had completed all the targets, she still got distracted, but it didn't matter. Because I found out today that my sister hasn't eaten much all day. She only ate a big piece of meat tonight. She trained so much that she only ate a little bit of food every time, and she ate more and more, the less. Occasionally her face turns red, as if she is sick. Granny New, what do you think we should do? Groliosa listened carefully to the former's words, and the more she listened, the more something was wrong, and the more it sounded like the symptoms she had suffered from before. Why does Daughter's Island ban men? It's because almost every emperor of this island suffered from lovesickness. In severe cases, it can even lead to death. The reason is that the pain of missing the other person but not being able to see the other person gradually makes the person weak and then overwhelmed by his own longing. But she couldn't figure out why a 12-year-old girl would be like this. So he said to Sandasonia with a serious face, I need to see this man tomorrow. Otherwise, Hancock's life will be in danger, and she may suffer from a terminal disease. The latter's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, What kind of disease is it? So Guluoliosa spoke to Sandasonia and told the latter that she had to go to sea to cure her illness. Only then did Sandasonia suddenly realize, it turns out that you betrayed the country and went to sea to find a man. Hearing this, Groliosa became a little angry. Shut up, I am here to cure the disease. In order to remain useful, I will pay for this country. So, what is love? Sundar Sonia asked with confusion on her face.
Advertisement. This time, Groliosa was confused. So he began to ponder. Sunda Sonia and Hancock were actually less than 1 year apart, so how could Hancock know anything about love? This was what confused her the most. So the two went to Hancock's room to learn more about love sickness. After listening, Hancock felt a sense of enlightenment and suddenly became a little nervous, because Shawn would be leaving soon. Will she really die? But Granny Nu said that she seems to know how to cure love sickness. So a few people planned to ask Shawn tomorrow and ask if they could let him meet Granny Nu. At the same time, the seed called love was planted in Hancock's heart. Let the little girl who knew nothing about it understand the concept of love. The next morning, when the sky dawned, Shawn went directly to the hall as usual, preparing to pick up a few people for a new day of practice. But as soon as they arrived in the hall, Sandasonia walked up and asked, Shawn, my sister is sick, so Granny Nu wants to see you, is that okay? Shawn was confused and looked at Hancock who was standing obediently aside, sick. Isn't she fine? Hearing this, Sandasonia became a little anxious and said in a pleading tone, Really, Granny Nu said that my sister will die. Please see her. Shawn always felt that this plot was very familiar, but looking at the little girl's pleading eyes, he still sighed. Okay, let her come, I'll wait for her here. After that, Shawn put on the mask and cloak again. After a while, Guluoliosa came to this hall on crutches. Groliosa immediately saw the man in front of him wearing a cloak and a mask with strange animal patterns. She is also considered the kind of person who has experienced a lot. When she was young, she also went to sea to make a living. Advertisement. Although the person in front of him had a restrained aura, he still felt an irresistible majesty and momentum. There is no doubt that this person is definitely a super strong person, stronger than anyone she has ever seen. I really don't know why the three sisters can attract the favor of such a strong person. After sorting out her thoughts, Granny Nu said, My name is Guluoliosa. Would it be convenient for you to come with me to the side room to chat? As soon as these words came out, the three of them were a little surprised. What they didn't expect was that Granny Nu would actually want to chat with Shawn in private. Suddenly several people were a little unhappy. Why are you talking to us without telling us? However, after hearing Shawn's promise, he was as deflated as a ball and could no longer protest. Okay, let's just use the room next to it. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. In a nearby room, Shawn casually laid Ju on a chair and asked, Tell me, what do you want from me? Gu Luoliosa organized her words. Hancock is lovesick. If you leave her, she may die soon. Puff. Shawn, who was drinking tea from a teacup, was a little confused when he heard this. He finally thought about what the familiar feeling was about, but isn't this nonsense? Lovesick at the age of 12. No kidding, even the admiration of star chasing cannot exist in this chaotic era. What's more, love. So he retorted. You are definitely mistaken. How old is she? You said she couldn't let me go. This may be true, but it definitely can't be the reason. Guluoliosa was also a little confused, but still said, But her symptoms are the same as mine before, although I am also a little confused. Shawn thought about it for a while, and suddenly he figured it out. This wasn't some bullshit love at all, it was just the little girl who was in a mood. Children always like to use pranks to attract the attention of adults. Although the methods are different, the essence is the same. Shawn explained. Then you are definitely mistaken, little Hancock, what she has for me is not love, her current state is just a child's nonsense. Seeing that Guluoliosa wanted to speak, Shawn interrupted directly, she is just reluctant to leave. She is a child, she always likes the attention of adults like this. Chapter 85 An Ordinary Separation. Guluoliosa was hesitant to speak. Although she was afraid of offending the other person because she didn't know his character, she still asked, What if? What if it's really the lovesickness hereditary here? Quote. Shawn smiled. This old woman really thought about them. How to explain it? Do you know about admiration? Hancock may be feeling like this. Guluoliosa was a little confused and asked quickly, What is admiration? Shawn thought for a while and then continued. Admiration probably refers to children feeling kindness, respect, and admiration for their elders. The admiration here is not the admiration in love. For example, it's like which elder a child likes more, but one day, this elder plays well with other children, then she will not be happy. Because she always feels that she is special in the other person's heart. Maybe explain it this way. I don't know if you can understand it. Guluoliosa nodded and asked again, but what if it's not admiration, but love? And your voice won't be too loud, right? Shawn had a dull face under the mask, but he slowly explained, she is just temporarily reluctant to let go of her dependence on me. After a while, she will forget it. As a child, emotions come and go quickly. Guluiliosa continued to nod, and asked again, I know all this, but what if something happens? This is all your guess, isn't it? A few blue veins popped up on Shawn's forehead under the mask. Is this person a repeater? So Shawn waved his hand domineeringly. There is no such thing as a chance. But, after that eventuality, she will really die. Shawn was also a little confused and asked subconsciously, what should I do? I can't stay here forever. Whether it was time to say it or not, it was still too old to say it. Guluiliosa finally waited for the words she wanted to hear. Of course, if Hancock is really sick, you can ask her to come to you. Just a meeting is not too much, right? Shawn was a little dumbfounded. How could this be possible? It would be 11 years before we meet again. But he didn't know how to explain it to her, and he didn't want to tell this old woman that he came from the future. Seeing that Shawn was silent, Guluiliosa asked with some confusion, is there any inconvenience? Well, Shawn did not deny it, and added, it will be about 11 years until she wants to see me, for some special reasons, but I can't tell you. Advertisement. This time it was Gu Loliosa's turn to be speechless. Why did it take so long to meet? She didn't dare to ask, so the scene fell into silence. After a while, Guluiliosa said quietly, what if she really gets lovesick? Shawn's scalp felt a little numb. This old woman was really annoying. No wonder Hancock in the original book had such a bad attitude towards her so-called Chun-Chun teaching. This is a character that won't give up until the goal is achieved. But Shawn was also persuaded by her, what if? Wouldn't that be a waste of a devil fruit and genetic potion? This is still a small problem. The key is to cultivate a top powerhouse at this time. After thinking for a moment, Shawn said, wait for me here. Then he turned around and went out. When he was at the corner of the door, he took out a small box from the system space. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote down an address and a few lines of words. He put the note into an envelope, sealed it with wax, and put it inside the box. After everything was done, he walked back into the room carrying the box and handed the box to Groliosa. So he warned. If the emergency you mentioned really happens, then you will hand this box to Hancock, but there is a prerequisite, she must be strong enough, otherwise it will cause bad consequences. Also, you must keep this box and not let anyone except Hancock and the others see it, including you. Otherwise, you will bring devastating disaster to your country. After saying this, Shawn did not forget to threaten the other party. He knew that this new lady was very afraid of death. Sure enough, when Guluiliosa heard these words, her face changed with fright, she hugged the box nervously, and looked around nervously. Don't be nervous, just remember what I said. Guluiliosa repeatedly promised. Don't worry, I will tell Hancock to practice well, and I will keep this box well, and no one will open it even if I die. Hearing this, Shawn nodded with satisfaction and then walked out of the room. The daily training of the three sisters began. Time passed day by day, and finally it was the day of separation. Advertisement. On this day, Shawn's time came, and a blue light gradually appeared on his body, and then his body began to disappear bit by bit. Throughout the whole process, Hancock just showed reluctance, but he didn't have the intense emotion of Baby 5 jumping on him and crying. Shawn thinks this is good, otherwise every parting would be accompanied by tears, how tiring it would be. So before disappearing, he left only one sentence. 11 years later, we will meet here. After Shawn's figure completely disappeared, Hancock finally couldn't hold himself any longer. Kazilan's big eyes were filled with mist, as if she would cry in the next second. But she still wiped her eyes, not wanting the mist to turn into tears and roll down. He turned to the sisters and said, come on, although Shawn is gone, we can't be lazy. So time passed day by day, and Hancock also awakened her own King's qualifications. But in the course Shawn left behind, there was also a detailed explanation of Conqueror's entanglement techniques. As she grew older, Hancock showed unparalleled talent. During this period, Granny Nu came to ask about Hancock's situation from time to time, such as whether he still missed Shawn, whether he dreamed about him, etc. Hancock, who originally thought of practicing hard and being of great help in the future, became increasingly confused. Ever since Shawn left, Granny Nu always felt that Hancock wanted to turn grief into motivation. As everyone knows, the other party was only touched by Shawn's words, it's hard not to step on ants to death. She just wants to become stronger, protect those she wants to protect, and help those she wants to help. Admittedly, Hancock felt very sad when they separated, after all, he was her benefactor. But then she focused on practicing, and she really didn't understand that aspect of her mind, so the uncomfortable feeling gradually faded away. After all, we can still see each other in the future, right? But Guluiliosa and her sister almost took turns to brainwash her, saying that you have to work hard to be worthy of that adult in the future. Will you be distracted today because of longing? You are so amazing, you can endure it. I have lived so long without mentioning that adult. And so on. Hancock, who should not have thought about this, everything has changed as he gets older. Chapter 86 Hancock was tricked. At the age of 15, Hancock first fell in love and understood the concept of love. I once knew it, but now I understand it. Without it, if your sister and mother-in-law are talking to you every day, you will understand. So Hancock began to reflect, does he really like Shawn? Then he recalled every bit of time we had spent together. Although Shawn was domineering, he was gentle and very kind to her. Only now did she realize how precious the potion he drank for her was. From when she saved her, she saw Shawn's profile, flew together, ate together for the first time, taught her practice for the first time, treated her for the first time, and told her some interesting experiences. Thinking about the scenes in the past, finally, the future empress, who had managed to survive for 3 years with her strong will, was stabbed in the back by her relatives. She couldn't bear it anymore. Yes, she suddenly regretted why she met such an amazing person so early. It wasn't until this age that she felt how good he was. Aggressive but not overbearing, domineering but not arrogant, stern but gentle, kind but not holy, strong, self-disciplined, interesting, with a bit of humor, and good-looking. As I was thinking about it, my whole body suddenly turned red, and I felt a slight angina. I curled up on the bed, and did not go to the morning practice subjects. Pink bubbles appeared in Shawn's memory. Guluoliosa, who was rushed over later, discovered the situation and immediately shouted with an air of dignity, "Oh my god, I said you must be lovesick." After saying that, he left Hancock behind, ran directly to tell the other 2 sisters the news, and brought them to Hancock's bed. Pointing at Hancock, who was curled up in a ball, as if he had a fever, he said, "Look, I was right, but luckily I was smart and prepared a method to treat Hancock in advance." Sandasonia always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong, so she echoed the other party, "Grandma Nu is really amazing. Please tell me how to save my sister." Hearing this, Granny Nu left the room. Not long after, he brought back a box with a solemn expression and said sternly, "This is the box left by that adult. I risked my life to come here. I don't know what's inside. He just told me to wait until Hancock is strong enough to open it. I think Hancock is already strong enough to open it." After that, he handed the box over, and Hancock heard that the box was left by Shawn. Advertisement. In an instant, I stood up with no pain in my waist and no pain in my legs. After taking the box, I opened it directly. Granny Nu followed the instructions and did not dare to stay any longer. She was afraid that she would see something she shouldn't see, so she turned around and left. After Hancock opened the box, he found that there was only a letter inside, and there were only a few words in the letter. "Well, I kept telling Koryosa that you are not lovesick. How could you understand this at your age? But she kept saying just in case, so I had no choice but to leave this letter, just in case. Well, below is my address during this time period, but you must be strong enough to visit me, and you must do it secretly. Once I find out, I will not remember you in the future." Close black lens bracket. This is what the protagonist scares her about, and it will not be changed. In other words, everything the protagonist has experienced has been changed. The address of Shimotsuki village was attached below, and then Hancock looked a little ugly. She also came to her senses. Nothing happened at first, but she was nagged by the unreliable Granny Nu all day long. But then he smiled, and his temperament became more and more arrogant. He was trying to learn from Shawn. "Although I feel that I may have been cheated, it feels like, not bad. So I went to see Shawn with the belief that I would work hard to become stronger, and I became even more angry and determined to become stronger." At the age of 16, she had become the strongest person in the entire Amazon Lily, with countless fans, and she directly ascended the throne and became the emperor of this country. At the age of 17, he founded the Nine Snakes Pirates, but according to Shawn's ideas, he did not plunder, but started a foreign trade business, and designated a large area of the sea area in the Windless Zone as his own territory. When he was 18 years old, because his procurement fleet was robbed by the pirates under the command of the great pirate Big Mom, he led the Nine Snakes Pirates to fight against them in the New World. In the end, the 2 female emperors fought for several days and nights, and Hancock retreated slightly, but at the cost of many fleets under the banner of Wanchi. Although Charlotte Linlin was determined to pursue, the Nine Snakes Pirates came with strong reinforcements, forcing her to give up. Today's Nine Snakes Pirates, because Hancock is strong enough, has also harvested some powerful devil fruits for her cadres. So the Nine Snakes Pirates became famous in one battle. Because Hancock used his flames as kinetic energy and even took the ship to fly in the sky, he was known as the Second Flying Pirates. Hancock, who finally made a name for himself, felt that he was strong enough, and couldn't resist the urge to meet Shawn in his youth. So, after resting at Daughter Island, he and his 2 sisters took a light boat, used the kinetic energy of the flames to fly directly, and left Nine Snake Island. How to avoid being discovered by Shawn? That's not easy, just take a peek in the sky and use a telescope. Advertisement. Not long after, they arrived at Shimotsuki village. They searched with binoculars for a long time but could not see Shawn. When night fell, we had to dock the boat at a desert island not far from Shimotsuki village. After all, it was late at night, and her flames were too dazzling. So I went to Shimotsuki village early the next morning, but still couldn't find anyone. After repeating this for several days, they suddenly discovered that the mountains on the desert island they were staying on seemed to be getting shorter and shorter. Then he flew into the sky and observed quietly. Sure enough, I saw a young man wearing black training clothes and white tissue riding a small boat to the shore. Hancock recognized him immediately. This was the person she had been thinking about for 3 years. It's just that he is still a little immature now, but in Hancock's mind, Shawn is so cute like this. If he hadn't always had faith, I'm afraid Hancock wouldn't have survived these 3 years. After all, the fatal lovesickness is a specialty of their country. Now that I saw each other at first sight, the longing in my heart suddenly surged up uncontrollably. She really wanted to rush down and express her thoughts desperately, but she didn't dare to be too straightforward. I can only keep thinking about the beautiful scenes in the future. At this time, Sandersonia on the side said, Sister, I didn't expect Shawn to work so hard at this time. He doesn't seem to have used the potion at this time, right? Hancock's expression was cold, but with a hint of pride. Of course, Mr. Shawn is a very self-disciplined person. Just as Marie Gaudreau was about to speak, the phone rang. Brew brew brew. Hancock raised his brows and took the call. BCH, what's the matter with you? First of all, I will not tell you the whereabouts of Mr. Shawn, and the person closest to Mr. Shawn is me. Only I know where he is. An intellectual voice came from the other side of the phone. Oh. Really? Let's wait and see in the future. Now I have business with you. Chapter 87 1500, Soba Noodles. Not to mention the subsequent development on Hancock's side, Shawn has now arrived at the place where he last traveled through. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a port, with a strong smell of blood filling the air. A small town not far away was ablaze, with ruins and ruins everywhere, but apart from the lapping of the waves and the sizzling of the flames, there was no other sound. There is no doubt that this is another town that has been harmed by pirates. So Shawn quickly opened the map and checked to see where he was. AD 1500, West Blue, Odost Island. This is an island that Shawn has never known, but the next moment, his eyes narrowed, as if he was being watched with eager eyes. Looking along what he felt, he saw a man wearing a purple kimono and purple cape more than 100 meters away, glaring at him. Shawn squinted his eyes and saw that the knife in the other person's hand was still dripping with blood, and there were 2 hideous wounds on his forehead, streaking down his eyes. The blood seeping out from Bobo made his eyes dye bright red, making him look even more terrifying. He behaved like a cruel pirate, which made Shawn unable to contain his anger. You're the one who killed everyone here. You were the one who sent people to kill everyone here. Just as Shawn was speaking, the tall man opposite, about 2.7 meters tall, also spoke angrily. As soon as these words came out, both of them were stunned at the same time. Not me. X2. At this time, Shawn looked at the person opposite him and took a closer look. Apart from the fact that he was not blind yet and looked a little younger, he looked like a general, recruited and promoted by the world's military forces. This is the ultimate tool man. From now on, all the layouts can be ensured by Yishao. And Yishao was also a little confused. He thought that the mysterious man wearing a mask and a cloak opposite him would be the mastermind behind this time. As a result, the other party refused to admit it. Yishao still maintained a skeptical attitude because he felt that the other party was really strong. Advertisement. So he asked. Then how did you appear here? Yes, in Yishao's eyes, Shawn suddenly appeared not far away from him, which was very strange. I have my own reasons for appearing here. Shawn shrugged and asked, pretending not to care. By the way, who are you? And why do you appear here? Hearing this, the 30-year-old man smiled, with a hint of sadness in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Instead, Gate of Opening asked Shawn directly, why don't you please inform me first so that I can judge whether you are an enemy? After saying that, he still held the staff knife tightly in his backhand and looked at Shawn with a solemn expression. Shawn didn't care about the other person's attitude. In this sea, if you believe someone you don't know for no reason, then just wait for death. If it's Luffy, just pretend that I didn't say anything. As that's so, Shawn suddenly appeared behind Yishao. Now Shawn can't tell him that he has come back from the future. For this kind of person, if you are not careful, it will arouse vigilance and even cause unnecessary trouble. You still have to plan carefully. As soon as I smiled, I saw Shawn disappear suddenly. The next moment, a voice sounded from behind him. Suddenly the alarm bell blared, and the knife held in his backhand was raised behind him. I saw that Shawn's hand was covered with jet black armed color, and he was holding the opponent's knife lightly. There is no way, not to mention that Shawn's current strength has broken the ceiling in the sea, but to say that Yishao, who is now in his 30s, has not yet reached his peak in the future. So Shawn said calmly, don't get excited, I just want to tell you how I showed up. What about you? Yishao tried his best but couldn't pull out the knife, and there were even winding veins sprouting from his temples. Seeing this, Yishao said with a solemn face, my name is Yishao. The people here were not killed by me, but were attacked by pirates. Hearing this, Shawn looked at the corpses lying nearby, and sure enough he found a group of people with varying degrees of fatal injuries. And some corpses looked like they had been fatally wounded by gunfire, obviously 2 methods and 2 groups of people. In fact, Shawn just asked casually. He didn't believe that a person who destroyed his own eyes just because he didn't want to see the filth in the world would kill like this. Moreover, he is a general who regards the face of the world government as nothing and kneels down to apologize in front of the live broadcast. Although he is not blind yet, he is probably going to be blind soon, because Shawn saw the anger in his eyes. Even the whole person's aura looks a little sad. Advertisement. Shawn was also very curious about what happened that would make such a person have such thoughts as to be filthy, even to the point of destroying his own eyes. Then he asked, "What happened here?" After saying that, Shawn sat cross-legged on the ground and motioned for the other party to sit down and chat. Seeing this, he didn't hesitate to smile, sat down cross-legged and started talking. Back in time a month ago, the ranger came to the island called Otus to rest and recuperate. He thinks the town on the island is very beautiful, full of laughter and positive atmosphere. Even though this place is far away from the marine base, they still work hard and have their own armed forces to resist the pirates. I plan to rest here for a while and then travel to other places. Early the next morning, when Yishao went out to look for food and passed by a stall, he smelled a smell that made him feel happy. So I went up to inquire and learned that there was only one kind of food sold, which was soba noodles. The greedy man smiled and quickly asked the boss to serve him a bowl of soba noodles. After eating it, he was immediately amazed. It made him feel warm and at home. In short, he fell in love with this soba noodles. After that, I ate a happy portion of soba noodles at this small noodle stall every day. With a smile at this time, I even felt that the world might not be so dark after all, and that there was also ordinary happiness. I learned from the boss that he once had a dream of going to sea, but because his wife was pregnant, he gave up the idea of going to sea for adventure. What his wife is best at is soba noodles, and it was with this bowl of soba noodles that he stayed. The boss was influenced by his wife's craftsmanship and learned it. Even after his wife had a difficult childbirth, he still relied on this craftsmanship to support his son. Relying on this taste called happiness, he has many fans, who come to him to eat a portion every day. His adventurous heart was extinguished again, and he continued to sell soba noodles conscientiously for 30 years. Chapter 88 The Choice of Fate. The smile at this moment was also touched by the choice of the noodle stall owner in front of me. How many people in this sea have given up their families and run towards the illusory secret treasure? How many people would give up their dreams because of their family, twice in a row? For people in this world, the weight of dreams is even heavier than life in a sense. Yishao asked curiously, "Then have you ever regretted it? Giving up on your dream?" The boss's words made him realize how heroic and free he was. Why regret? I walked through the sea of people, walked through the market, chose loneliness, chose sadness, chose happiness, chose to persevere, chose to give up. In the end, I still chose to love them. Brother Yishao, every minute and every second, people are making choices. You can choose to say a meaningless word, or you can eat a bowl of noodles. You can deny your choice, but you can't regret it, because everything it's all your choice. Besides, I plan to wait until the kid in my family understands before venturing into the sea. Even if I can't straighten my waist, have difficulty moving, and can't deal with the crisis, I want to die chasing my dream. Dreams, from now on, not now, but in the future. In the end, the boss probably fell in love with Yishao and even told Yishao a secret. He holds the secret of a devil fruit, and doesn't care about it even if he smiles, he just thinks that this boss is living a good life. But the disaster was also buried at this time. None of them noticed that the boss's son heard their secret not far away. After that, the boss's son transformed from a street kid into a hardworking young man. After running around with merchant ships every day, he looked like a motivated young man, after almost a month. Seeing that Yishao hadn't left yet, he excused himself and asked Yishao to help escort him, because the sea had become increasingly turbulent recently and was not safe enough. And he also heard from his father's words that Yishao was very powerful, so he invited Yishao to visit. Originally Yishao was reluctant to go, but the noodle stall owner asked him to help. Yishao couldn't refuse, but he said something incomprehensible before leaving, "Every second is a choice. This is your choice, and it is also my choice." Just like that, he just smiled and followed the merchant ship out to sea. Advertisement. When I came back in the evening, the town was already ablaze, and there was a large group of fierce-looking people standing at the pier. The son of the noodle stall owner next to him suddenly made a sneak attack on Yishao, intending to kill him with 2 daggers in his hand. But Nehi Yishao was very agile, but he only made 2 bleeding wounds on his forehead. In fact, it's no wonder that Yishao was successfully attacked. The peaceful and beautiful month made him less vigilant. At this time, Yishao realized that he had been transferred out of town, and the town was covered in sight and color, and there was no breath of life. And all this is because of the son of the noodle stall owner. He really can't figure out why this man planned such a tragedy. He asked angrily, but before the unlucky boy could answer, he was shot to death by the pirates at the port as soon as the ship docked. A guy who looked like a captain blew the gun in his hand disdainfully and said, "This guy wants us to cooperate and help him steal his father's devil fruit. Everything in the town belongs to us. Do you think he is stupid, or an idiot?" Hearing this, Ranger Yishao's mentality collapsed. No wonder the stall owner before going to sea would say such meaningful words to him. I bet the other party already knew that his son was planning this devil fruit. He even knew that his son wanted to transfer some strength away from Yishao. But didn't he think that it would affect the safety of the entire town? Was his choice right or wrong? Call him vicious and selfish, but he wanted to laugh and run away. Call him fearless, but he brought everyone in the whole town down with him. This made Yishao feel very complicated. A son planned such a tragedy just by hearing that his father wanted to eat a devil fruit. In the end, he was killed by his partner without even being able to see the devil fruit he longed for. There was beauty in this town, but it was completely ruined by a little bit of filth. He couldn't imagine the tragedy of the incident, but it must have been heartbreaking and helpless. Good thoughts and evil thoughts are intertwined. Just a trace of greed ruins all the beauty. Yi Xiao really couldn't understand why the father and son couldn't discuss it and resorted to such extreme measures. Looking at the ruined walls and irregularly piled corpses in front of him, his eyes that were not closed revealed the confusion, fear and unwillingness before death. Advertisement. Yi Xiao's brain was in chaos, and he had no choice but to close his eyes, feeling the cruelty, teasing, greed and other emotions of the pirates in front of him. I couldn't help but wonder, if I could have sensed the greed of the noodle stall owner's son, could I have stopped all this? From now on, this town will no longer exist. The only trace of its existence is the smell that makes him feel happy, the smell in his memory. Only the smell in my own memory can prove that this town existed. The next moment, Yi Xiao opened his red eyes amidst the sounds of ridicule and teasing. Like a beast that chooses people to devour, a hoarse voice came out of its throat. You will all die. Immediately, there was a feast of blood, a massacre without suspense, until all the pirates were slaughtered. But unable to rebuild his shattered outlook on life, he picked up the devil fruit that the captain of the pirate group put aside. But as soon as he picked it up, it turned into dust and disappeared. Although Yi Xiao was a little dumbfounded, he didn't care too much. Whether there was fruit or not, he was still himself. Just looking at this dilapidated place that looks like purgatory on Earth, I can't help but feel sad in my heart. Even close relatives can be poisonous, and they don't even hesitate to affect all innocent people. This sick world rule makes him want to vomit. But he was only blinded by the glamorous appearance. He immediately wanted to blind his eyes, he didn't want to be blinded by his eyes anymore. But as soon as he raised his hand, a blue halo suddenly appeared not far away from him, and then a figure suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. After hearing Yi Xiao's experience, Shawn also felt deep sympathy. This is indeed a sick and twisted world, but even if you destroy your own eyes, what can you do? Yi Xiao sighed. Everything you see is sin. I am really heartbroken and don't want to be fooled by illusions anymore. Shawn pondered for a moment. Then you haven't thought about completely changing this stinky rule. Change it from the root. Why are there so many tragedies on the sea? Why are pirates becoming more and more rampant, and why do they become pirates? Even if they are not pirates, where do these evil people who can be seen everywhere come from? You have to start from the root cause instead of destroying yourself and deceiving yourself. Chapter 89 The Upright Boy Smiles. What Shawn said, how could he not understand it after traveling the sea for so long? It is the oppression of those in power, layer upon layer of oppression, and those who are able to resist go to sea to become bandits. Those who have no ability can only resign themselves to fate. In their rigid thinking, they are too weak and not worthy of resistance. In this way, how can we solve the root cause? Even though he is confident in his own strength, he does not think that he has the ability to deal with the powerful people in the world today. Not even any of its institutions can compete. Looking at Yi Xiao's Sima face, Xiaoyan also had a headache, it was so obvious. Can't you just ask? If you don't ask, I'll look stupid talking to myself. Fortunately, Yi Xiao was on the right track. After hesitating for a moment, he still answered. I have some insights when I travel down this sea, but I can't do anything about it. Alas. Then you don't have to be so discouraged. Since you shared your story with me, let me share a story with you. So Shawn was once again the lonely Marine Fleet Admiral, and the phrase of accidentally going back in time to save the world was brought out again. Sure enough, after hearing this, Yi Xiao looked like you think I am a fool, which made Shawn feel a little headache. This is not a child, let alone that fool like Rosinante. This is really unbelievable. I apologize that I can't understand it. Yi Xiao said tactfully, just to tell Shawn not to talk about these things. Shawn suddenly had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, is O'Hara still there? Although he was a little confused as to why the other party was so off topic, he still said honestly, why do you ask that? Isn't O'Hara, the holy land of archaeologists, so good? If I told you that Marine will soon go to O'Hara with Buster Call to destroy O'Hara, would you believe it? Shawn thought to himself, now you have to believe that I came from time travel, right? But the next second, Yi Xiao's answer made Shawn dumbfounded. Shin, because I heard that O'Hara learned about the whereabouts of the historical article not long ago. I can give you my opinion. The world government will not let them analyze the secrets here. Yi Xiao said. This made Shawn a little irritated. This top-notch understanding left him at a loss. For the first time, he was frustrated and gained nothing. This tool man Shawn really wants it, but he doesn't know what can impress him. Advertisement. Genetic medicine. Don't be kidding, this is the qualification of a general, and it is called a monster. There was a strange silence in the scene for a while. The more Shawn thought about it, the angrier he became. This upright boy didn't know how to read his words. I wonder if Lousy was embarrassed. No wonder after Yi Xiao joined Marine, Akainu refused to let him return to his headquarters and asked him to wander outside. What leader would like such a subordinate who has no discernment? Just give it a good beating first. Just do what you say. With Shawn's strength, it is easy to deal with Yi Xiao now. Don't you see, are all the 3 generals still lieutenant generals? Then a gravity that was countless times stronger than before pressed directly on Yixiao's body. Boom. Where Yixiao stood, a huge deep pit was suddenly pressed out. Yixiao gritted his teeth stubbornly and persisted, saying word by word, Your Excellency, what do you want to do? Why do you attack me? Why? I don't know, I just felt very angry suddenly. So Shawn rushed forward and punched and kicked him for a long time. After beating Yixiao until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, he finally let out a sigh of relief as he had a clear idea. Then a prayer fell on Yixiao. The scarred and embarrassed man smiled, and when he saw the milky white light shining on his body, he thought it was some kind of killing move. Even if he wanted to resist, he was powerless and could only close his eyes and wait for death, but he smiled just as he closed his eyes. But I felt warm all over my body. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the purple and green spots on my body had recovered visibly. The 2 wounds on his forehead no longer stung, but only had a numbing feeling. With difficulty, he reached out his hand to touch the wounds. Sure enough, as he thought, the wound was gone, and his heart was suddenly shocked. It may be the devil fruit that suppresses the other party, but what is it that heals me? And the strange ability that suddenly appeared behind him made Yixiao feel that this person was unfathomable and mysterious. Advertisement. So he spoke with difficulty. Sir, what's going on with your ability? A refreshed Shawn said, I'm helping you exercise. Haven't you noticed that your body has a strong ability to withstand blows? Yixiao would not listen to his deception and said bluntly, What do you want to do? You might as well say it directly. After Shawn pondered for a moment, he said, Let's be honest, I want you to join my team, a team that will overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons in the future. And I am really coming back from the future. Time will prove everything. Just tell me whether you are willing or not. Originally, Shawn was determined to beat Yixiao into submission just like he did to Kuro. Yixiao nodded. I agree, as long as you can let me realize my ambition, then I'll trouble you, please give me your advice. Shawn broke through the defense again. In his impression, Yixiao was not a weakling like Kuro. A strong person has the pride of a strong person. He didn't believe that if he beat the other party would succumb to his domineering spirit. Then he asked directly, Don't you believe that I came back from the future? Then why did you agree to my invitation? I don't believe that a person like you will give in after being beaten. Yixiao said with some confusion. Whether you traveled through time or not, does it conflict with my desire to carry out the justice in my heart? Shawn choked again, which really didn't matter. It was just that he was used to talking nonsense and couldn't keep up with the other person's brain circuit, which made him angry. It's such a sin. The world is so beautiful, but I'm so irritable. It's not good, it's not good. After calming down his inner activities, Shawn took off the hood of his mask and cloak. He faced Yixiao with his true face and said directly, I really came back here by chance. My next plan is to save O'Hara directly. I want to discuss the plan with you. A plan that can hide the whole of O'Hara from the public, but can't let anyone know about my existence. Their research on this historical article is very important to us. I have a hunch that the true history is the key to overthrowing them. The D family, the huge kingdom, the former race, the infinite land, everything is too mysterious. Only by understanding everything can we understand our opponents. They can even erase the history of these existences. I don't want to be exposed under their noses, so the plan must be foolproof. The 2 future generals, Suraski and Kuzan, will be leading the team this time. Chapter 90 Kyoka Suigetsu. Yixiao looked at Shawn in confusion, although he was a little shocked that the man in front of him was so young. But what's even more surprising is how much this man thinks highly of him. Does he still want him to figure out how to escape from his shell right under Buster Call's nose? Although he is very emotional, it does not mean that he can save O'Hara. O'Hara has violated the taboos of the world government. As a result, the 2 fell into an atmosphere of silence, with only the crackling sound of the fire burning all around. Just when Shawn was at a loss what to do, he suddenly remembered the system. Looking at his more than 700,000 plot points, Shawn decided to do a 50 consecutive draw. See if you can draw skills that can help. If it doesn't work, you can only force yourself. So I shouted in my heart, System. Let's do 50 consecutive draws. Then a blue light curtain appeared in front of Shawn's eyes. Inside the light curtain was a turntable with dozens of black question marks inside. Congratulations to host, triggering the hidden guarantee mechanism. Close black lens bracket. Seeing this, Shawn looked happy. He really thought that the system would not have a guarantee mechanism, but he didn't expect to wait. Congratulations to host, you got a random photo album. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you got a whitening pill. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you got a pair of smelly socks. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, for obtaining the A-level gene potion. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you got a bottle of Coke. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to host, you have obtained the skill, Kyoka Suigetsu. Shawn's face turned darker and darker because, as he thought, the things he drew were not suitable for him to use. But Kyoka Suigetsu, who appeared at the end, cheered him up. Kyoka Suigetsu. Due to world rules, the initial triggering condition of this skill is conquerors. As long as the target is impacted by conquerors, it can control the opponent's 5 senses. Note: it will be invalid if the host's combat power is not higher than 3000. Close black lens bracket. When seeing this, Shawn's mood was complicated. As expected, it was another useless skill that could not increase his combat power. Advertisement. It's a castrated version. Thinking about Aizen's strong character, and then thinking about myself, I feel that it is too difficult to be the mastermind behind the scenes. However, although it is useless, it can still perform some operations. For example, the O'Hara incident can be used now. Aokiji Akainu during this period, it is no exaggeration to say that with his current ability, they are not afraid of both hands and feet. I also drew 2 genetic potions, and the rest were useless. Open black lens bracket host. Shawn. S*X. Male. Age. 22. Combat strength. 20,001 inches 10 ordinary soldiers, 11 to 499 elite soldiers below lieutenant colonel, 500 approximately 4,000 elite colonels and at least generals, 4,001 approximately 7,000 lieutenant general level, 7,001 approximately 9,999 general candidates, 10,000 and above generals, 4 emperors, no upper limit. It is calculated based on Dao power and ability, and the combined value is lower than the pure Dao power value. Abilities: Psychokinesis, Armed Color Haki Max, Wisdom Color Haki Max, Conqueror's Haki Max. Skills: Prayer, Swordsmanship, Flying Thunder God Teleport, Kyoka Suigetsu. Warehouse: Mikazuki Munekika, Yumusan's Pillow. Used: Pure Gold Upgraded version 9, Change of Clothes, Some Photos, Union Fruit, Nekomata Fruit, Kama Weasel Fruit, A-Grade Genetic Potion 2. Plot points: 217218. Overall, it was not a loss, and a plan immediately came to mind. Open the map system, find O'Hara's location, and directly control the island under your feet to take off. Rumble. Such a big movement made him smile, and he quickly asked, "What's going on?" I thought of a way. Shawn lit up a cigar, and the cigar formed an arrow under the control of Shawn's ability. This is my ability. Let's go directly to O'Hara to make preparations. Afterwards, the island flew at a high speed under Shawn's control, much faster than the Golden Lion. In more than a day, they arrived over O'Hara. Shawn directly stopped the island in the sky, grabbed a smile and flew downwards. But on the way down, Shawn saw a giant on the edge of the jungle, laughing loudly with a little girl the size of a peacock. Shawn narrowed his eyes slightly, it seemed that the time was just right. At this moment, Shawn deeply doubted whether his luck was good or bad. Advertisement. To be honest, what I drew was nothing, but to be honest, the time for 2 consecutive time travels was just right. Even if his ink takes a long time or his route deviates a little, he can't change it in time. Now is the time when little Robin wants to join a team of historians to study history together. After being rejected, he met the giant Hagwal D. Zoro, a giant with a funny laugh but also a member of the D family. Hey hee 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 hee. Listening to their faint laughter, Shawn knew that Marine was coming. The historical text that Robin's mother Alvia and the expedition team sought was the most taboo secret of the world government, so when their expedition team was unfortunately discovered by a Marine battleship led by Lieutenant General Hagwal D. Zoro. All 33 people who traveled with Alvia died, and she herself was imprisoned. Later, with the help of Lieutenant General Hagwal D. Salon, she successfully escaped back to her hometown of O'Hara. And the only light left in little Robin's already dark life will completely disappear today and fall completely into darkness for 20 years. For Shawn, Robin is the most distressing character in the entire Straw Hats. She lost her father when she was born, and her mother left her when she was 3 years old in order to pursue history. She was fostered in a relative's home, but she was used as a servant since she was a child. Because she ate the devil fruit, she was bullied by children of the same age and called her a devil. Only the scholars in the Tree of Omniscient are her true friends and the ray of light in her gloomy childhood. At the age of 8, he achieved perfect scores in the doctoral examination and became a member of the O'Hara Scholars. This talented girl will lose everything today. The giant who taught her to squeal if she was unhappy would die because of her. The O'Hara Scholars who celebrated her birthday and taught her knowledge will also fall under the Buster Call. The maternal love she longed for and the mother she longed for would fall on the road to save the secretary of the Omniscient Tree just after they reunited. In the end, she will be dubbed the son of the devil, causing her to live in constant use and betrayal from the age of 8. With the blood of a scholar, she has been chasing the truth for 20 years, and she even wants to end her tired life in Alabasta. Looking at Shawn, who looked a little strange with a smile, he asked, "What's going on? Do you know that giant?" Shawn said noncommittally, "Marine is coming. Go and scuttle all the ships in the port one by one. No one is allowed to leave this island, otherwise he will die." Although some ignorant people made him very angry when watching anime, he couldn't really let them die like this. He couldn't change his position just because of his liking for someone, otherwise it would be like him. Beliefs contradicted. Chapter 91 Preparation. After Shawn ordered him to smile, he gave him a hard swing and threw him towards the port. Shawn flew straight towards the giant Zoro. He had no time to talk to little Robin now. He wanted to confirm Zoro's position. Under Zoro's vigilant and Robin's curious eyes, Shawn appeared in front of Zoro. Gate of opening asked directly. Big man, let me ask you, do you know something that made you defect to Marine? Although Zoro was a little confused as to where this person came from, he looked at the figure floating in the air. He still felt that the small figure carried a terrifying power, but even under pressure, he still asked, who are you? Are you from the world government? After saying that, he held Robin in his hands and looked at him warily. Shawn was too lazy to write ink, so he directly prayed and healed the injuries that Zoro suffered while escaping. He said bluntly, I need to know your position. I don't believe that the world government will directly launch a buster call just for the defection of a woman. Yes, I don't believe that a giant lieutenant general would let a prisoner go, but he would still escape. If he didn't escape, it would be a charge of negligence at most, which would cost his life. Zoro felt that the injuries on his body were visibly recovering, and he immediately understood that the other party was not here to deal with him. After hesitating for a moment, Zoro still said, because, all this is a conspiracy of the world government. It has been planned since so many historians gathered here. A plan to completely destroy these scholars. They just guide those scholars to find historical texts. With their thirst for knowledge, they will study it privately even if it is explicitly prohibited. After hearing this, Shawn understood in his heart that instead of worrying about the historical article being analyzed by people who appeared out of nowhere at any time, it would be better to put them together, raise them to maturity, and then slaughter them. As long as all the scholars who understand ancient texts are dead, future troubles will be eliminated forever. Thinking of this, Shawn sneered. Humph, that's really despicable. What about you? If you survive today, what's your position? Robin on the side had already opened her mouth slightly in shock, not knowing what to say. In her world view, they had done nothing wrong, so why were they targeted? Zoro did not pay attention to Robin's mood and said bluntly, I can't go back, there is no room for me there. Hearing this, Shawn nodded. Although he had already expected it, it was better to confirm it. Advertisement. So he said, remember what you said today, Marine and world government organizations are coming, don't go to sea, stay on the island, don't go out. As the words fell, some ships gradually appeared on the sea in the distance. Suddenly, Zoro became nervous and said to Robin, who was still in shock, Robin, run away. The further away the better. Seeing this, Shawn interrupted directly, don't leave this island. I am not responsible for the consequences of anyone who steps out. Just leave the rest to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Shawn flew towards the port, picked up a piece of wood and threw it into the sea. Shawn stood up directly, and the wooden board was like a small canoe, sailing steadily towards the direction of the marine warship group. After a while, they came to the sea, and in one of the warships, a man with a white peaked cap and a serious face looked at the small wooden board blocking their way forward. With a solemn look on his face, he ordered, anyone who prevents Marine from performing his mission will be removed. Marine's majesty cannot be desecrated. Yes, Lieutenant General Saraski. Soon the soldiers took action, and Shawn sensed the actions of the violent Akainu. Immediately he no longer hesitated, the pupils in the mask flashed with scarlet light, and a substantial aura attacked the marine warship group. Like a shock wave, the warships were pressed and made a creaking sound. Except for Marines who were above the rank of Lieutenant General, all of them fainted, even if this was not all of Shawn's outburst. Seeing this, Saraski turned his legs directly into elements and turned into kinetic energy to fly towards Shawn. The fist is directly elementalized, with bits and pieces of magma dripping, exuding blazing high temperatures. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Shawn, raised his fist and smashed it down. Marine will never tolerate anyone's provocation. Saraski looked at the person in front of him who had been beaten into a headless corpse by his fist, and snorted coldly. HMPH, Conqueror's dominance is not your capital to provoke Marine. After that, he returned to the warship and saw that everyone on the warship was foaming at the mouth and fainting. Advertisement. Although a little unhappy, the sailors on each warship, including those led by world government official Spanda, were all incapacitated. He didn't have the ability to control all the warships by himself, so he had to discuss with Aokiji and take action later to surround O'Hara first. On the other side, the residents of O'Hara Island had a bad feeling when they saw the warships coming with gunfire. He rushed to the port in a panic, but when he arrived at the port, he found that all the ships had sunk to the bottom of the sea. Shawn also went directly to the Tree of Omniscient to discuss the evacuation with Dr. Kloba and other scholars. But they stubbornly wanted to stay at the Tree of Omniscientity and protect the knowledge here. This was still in Shawn's mind, so he immediately ignored everyone, just said, I'll do my best, and left. Although no one is willing to leave now, Shawn will give them a second chance, a chance for them to regret, to cherish their own opportunities, and to understand that only by leaving life can they protect the Tree of Omniscientity. Shawn found a smile and said, you scuttled the ship, right? Ah, I did follow your instructions, but what exactly do you want to do? Yishao scratched his head curiously. Shawn smiled mysteriously, looked at the streets with people coming and going, and immediately released a large range of Conqueror's domineering energy. With just a slight release, everyone on the island, except Zoro and Yishao, froze in place. But it goes as quickly as it comes. Shawn was just triggering the prerequisites for the skill. But those ordinary people felt as if they could not breathe just now, and had a feeling of suffocation. But after careful inspection, they found that nothing had happened, and these civilians were still running on the street. At this moment, Shawn saw a white-haired woman who was covered in scars and looked a little embarrassed. Who was this if not Albia? Then Robin and Albia were seen passing by. But neither of them recognized each other. Shawn sighed slightly and used prayer directly on Albia. The milky yellow light on her body instantly caught Robin's attention. Chapter 92 O'Hara. Just when the mother and daughter were looking at each other in silence, a cannonball suddenly hit them. The people on the island started running crazily, and even scattered Robin and Albia. Immediately afterwards, CP members landed on the island and captured all their scholars, even Albia was captured. Spangdeen fired the first shot at Kroba with great arrogance. Subsequently, under Sakasuke's order, countless artillery shells fell on the island, and the people of the CP organization also quickly fled the island. Only these scholars who want to live and die with the Tree of Omniscientity are left, working hard to save books. Robin and Albia also had a heart-touching recognition, and finally Albia joined the action to save the books. In the end, all the scholars died under the shells and flames, and little Robin also followed Dr. Kloba's last words. He kept running away, and then Zoro took Robin to escape, but was finally stopped by Aokiji who came over. Following Zoro's instructions, Robin continued to run away, not even daring to stop when he saw Zoro frozen into an ice sculpture. The pressure she was carrying was too heavy. At this moment, a voice resounded in the hearts of everyone in O'Hara. Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu. Immediately, cracks and sounds like broken glass appeared in front of everyone. Then there was a crisp sound of glass breaking, and the glass in front of him was completely shattered. What appeared in front of everyone was O'Hara, who was still intact, but the only difference was that they could no longer see the sea. Just when everyone was a little confused, Shawn came directly to the scholars of the Tree of Omniscience. Zoro, Albia and little Robin were also brought over. Seeing everyone's confused expressions, Shawn could only say softly, "This is my way to save you, and what you just saw. It all happened in my absence. If you don't believe it, you can look at the sea below." Advertisement. The scholars all had too many doubts. After hearing this, they all hurried to the edge of the island and looked down. Suddenly their legs were a little weak. Although Shawn did not raise the island too high in order to let them see the cruel reality, the flying island was still shocking to them. What they saw below was that members of the CP landed on the island brought by Shawn. The leader, Spangdeen, was yelling at the air at one moment, shooting at the air at another, beating him, and so on. Until the island heard the explosion of artillery shells again, they left the island again. Gradually, more and more people gathered around the edge of the island, looking down at the island below that was being bombarded by warships. Everyone watched with horror, but also with some confusion. They finally understood why all the ships in the port were gone. Someone is saving them, but where will they go from here? Shawn asked all the core characters to gather at the Tree of Omniscientity, leaving only the bewildered residents who were at a loss but did not dare to raise any opinions. We can only wait quietly for the judgment of fate, but there is one thing, at least it is better than staying below and waiting to die. The reason Shawn had everyone on the entire island fall into Kyoka Suigetsu. The purpose is to let all of them recognize the reality that they have all died. Otherwise, even if they are saved once, they will still find ways to commit suicide next time. The next step is to help Yishao find the thunder fruit, let him eat it, and then use the fruit's ability to change the magnetic field of the island. Otherwise, once the world government has any permanent pointers or the like, the secret will be exposed. Shawn has considered everything. Arriving at the Tree of Omniscientity, little Robin saw the mother she had longed for, the mother she had lost and found. Suddenly, his big eyes were filled with mist, and he couldn't bear it anymore, and pounced on Albia like a swallow returning to its nest. Mom, woo woo, you're not dead, that's great, woo wow. Little Robin finally burst into tears. Albia knelt down, hugged Robin gently, and said with a doting look on her face, "I'm sorry, my daughter, I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a mother. You must have had a hard time these years, right?" Little Robin's head buried in Albia's arms shook, and he choked and said, "No, although there are some dissatisfactions, the scholars here are very good to me." Advertisement. They will also celebrate my birthday and teach me knowledge. Also, I am also a PhD, and I am also an O'Hara scholar. But I still want my mother. At the end of the sentence, Robin raised his head. Kazilan's big eyes were filled with crystal tears, and she looked at Albia with gleaming eyes. "Mom, please don't leave me, okay?" Olivia couldn't help but shed tears as she listened to her daughter's confession. She could only bite her lips tightly to prevent herself from crying like Robin. Caressing Robin's little head, she said with a slightly trembling voice, "Mom will never leave you again. If you can survive this time, Mom will stay here with you and will not leave you easily again." Okay. The unique innocence of the little girl was vividly displayed at this moment. She would not think about why everyone could survive, nor would she think about who allowed them to see what they just saw. She only knows that her mother will not leave her. She is very happy and can continue to learn knowledge happily here, although some children are very annoying. What Albia said, "if she can survive," was not referring to Marine's Buster call, but to the person who saved O'Hara. She didn't believe that someone would go against the world government for them for no reason. The only thing O'Hara can use is knowledge, even though they don't know what the other party wants to use them for. But they all regard the Tree of Omniscient as their faith and have been saved once, so no matter what the other party asks for, there is no way to refuse. This is the consensus of all scholars. Now, all they can do is wait for the man in the cloak and mask to come out and pronounce their future fate. Shawn looked at the satisfied little Robin, and the corners of his mouth under the mask also curved slightly. At this moment, he felt inexplicably satisfied, and he no longer wanted to change the plot. It's just that I want to change the darkness in Robin's life so that she can have a childhood bathed in sunshine. This feeling seems not bad. After both mother and daughter calmed down, Shawn stepped forward and said, I think you should understand your situation, right? If the news that you are still alive is spread, there will definitely be an even crazier reckoning. So, you might as well listen to my suggestions for your future plans. Chapter 93 Historical Article 1. Hearing this, the scholars looked at each other in confusion, and finally Dr. Kroba, as the representative, stepped forward to talk to Shawn. Although his status here is very high, he still feels a little embarrassed when facing such a strong man, and a strong man who is against the world government. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your Majesty, you might as well tell me that the things we cherish most have been preserved. As long as we don't let us give up research, I think, we should all accept your conditions. The corners of Shawn's mouth curved up under his mask, and it was a pleasure to talk to smart people. They also know that they cannot survive under the nose of the world government. So he slowly said, I can tell you responsibly that you will not be able to appear in the sea below for more than 20 years. However, you can still continue your research. I will send your island to a higher altitude. You will only be able to temporarily live in the White Sea in the future. Until that era comes, you must hide yourselves. Moreover, as long as I send you up, I am not afraid that anyone will betray you. Yes, because too many people have seen his image, and there will also be some lucky people. If they are allowed to leave O'Hara, everything he has done will be in vain. It would be better to let them temporarily become a member of Sky Island. Besides, the environment of Sky Island is not bad either. After the words fell, everyone felt the coldness in Shawn's words, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees unconsciously. They heard the seriousness in Shawn's words, but even so, Dr. Kloba still had the courage to ask, What era was that? And what exactly do you want us to do? Shawn glanced at everyone through the small hole in the mask, and finally named Dr. Kloba, Zoro, Albia, and little Robin to follow him. So a few people followed Shawn away among the scholars looking at each other. Although they were dissatisfied, they also understood that they guessed that the cloaked man's identity was too sensitive. Arriving at the edge of an island, after confirming that no one was around, he took off his mask while several people were stunned. Advertisement. Fortunately, Fujitora had met Shawn early in the morning, but to the others, Shawn was too young and too courageous to dare to confront the world government. Shawn said calmly, Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shawn. I am a person who came back here from the future. As for the purpose, my purpose is actually similar to yours. Once you unravel the blank 100 years of history, it will inevitably cause turmoil in the world, and the interests of the God above the world government will be harmed. As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Dr. Kloba, looked at Shawn with shock, but did not reply and waited for the next sentence. Dr. Kloba did not express whether he believed it or not, but said bluntly, You called us out alone, that's not what you were talking about. Old man, I see that you have a bigger plan. Is it related to the era you mentioned? Quote. That's right, Shawn nodded, took out a cigar and smoked it, and then continued, That was the age of God's fall, a crazier era than today's age of discovery. And you, O'Hara's scholars, will be the key that future emperors will fight for, the key that will make the whole world go completely berserk. According to the original trajectory, only Robin will be left to inherit the legacy of you O'Hara scholars, but at the same time, she will also become the key that the monsters are fighting for. Dr. Kloba, who had just finished reading the historical article, understood what the other party was thinking. He wanted to hold all the keys in his hand. Regardless of the ultimate goal of the person in front of him, it has nothing to do with scholars like them. What they are pursuing is just the truth. Just when Dr. Kloba was thinking about how to tell what he knew, Albia on the side spoke. Suppose you really come back here from the future, then you must know the location of certain historical texts, right? Shawn said noncommittally. Then should you tell me the news you want to research? This is natural. Our goal is to pursue the truth, not to help cover up the truth. Dr. Kloba looked serious and continued. By interpreting those historical texts and documents from long ago, we finally discovered the existence of a certain country. What emerged from the documents was the majestic appearance of a huge kingdom. Quote. That country seems to be known for its great power, but now all the information about that country has been forcefully erased. Advertisement. I'm afraid they realized that they would be defeated by the United Nations, the world government, and in order to entrust their thoughts to the future, they carved all the truth on stone. That is the historical text left to modern times. Ancient weapon may indeed recover from history, but what may be awakened together with history is the existence and thought of that kingdom. This is the biggest threat. If we are to understand this threat, and hold the key to it all, the name of the kingdom that once thrived is Troy. The name of this huge kingdom that was once invaded and besieged is Troy. The reason why they want to drive us Ohara away is because we know that the kingdom of Troy has not been destroyed. The people of their country love adventure, are brave, and bold. They are spread all over the sea. They have extraordinary power potential. Their existence represents the love of adventure, bravery, and boldness. Even wine was invented by their ancestors. Dionysus, that is, the current D family. What they fear is the power of their race. Hearing this, Shawn was a little shocked. The D family is the descendant of a huge kingdom. Why on earth would the Dionysus race make the world government afraid? Shawn immediately asked the question. I don't believe they are afraid of the ancient weapon. If they can turn things around, I believe they will not be defeated. So what I want to know most is, what is the source of their strength? And why? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, why not just kill them? Even Garp works in Marine. Hearing this, Dr. Kroba looked at Shawn seriously. His elegant scholarly aura made Shawn become serious unconsciously. Just like a primary school student who didn't hand in his homework, it reminded him of his former class teacher. When Shawn got serious, he was ready to accept the destruction of his three views, but what he said next made him almost throw the entire island off. I saw a few words slowly coming out of Dr. Kroba's mouth. I don't know. Shawn was dumbfounded, and the people on the sidelines who were listening with interest were also dumbfounded. Chapter 94 Follow-up Arrangements. Even the upright boy couldn't help but want to punch the old man in front of him when he smiled, not to mention Shawn's little temper. He immediately stepped forward and prepared to give the old man a severe beating. People who break the chapter are the most annoying and should be beaten. But as soon as he took 2 steps, a soft, boneless hand grabbed the hem of his clothes. I saw little Robin blinking Kazlan's big eyes and pleading. Don't hit Dr. Clover, he will die, although I also hate him being like this. Shawn looked at the cute appearance of little Robin and could only say silently over and over again, the world is so beautiful, we shouldn't be so irritable. This is not good, not good. But he still couldn't help it, so he glared at Dr. Kloba. You don't know, why are you looking so serious? Are you playing monkey? Dr. Kloba was also confused, why was he hated? Even little Robin was like this. He could only say aggrievedly, archaeology is serious. If you don't know, you just don't know. Do I still want to smile? Everyone. Although it sounds reasonable, everyone wants to hit him. In the end, Alvia came out to smooth things over. Mr. Shawn, what should O'Hara do next? When it came to business, Shawn had no choice but to silently write down the incident of Dr. Kloba playing tricks on him in a small notebook, and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Suppressing Xiao Juju in his heart, Shawn said sternly, I will go to Sky Island early tomorrow morning. There is a piece of historical text there, and then I will find a devil fruit called Thunder, and let Yishao eat it and completely change O'Hara's magnetic field. In the past 20 years, you will all live on it. I will bring a few more uninhabited islands and let some residents of the empty islands enter into trade with you. Having said this, Shawn looked at Zoro. Big man, your strength is very good. I hope you can abide by the position you mentioned. During this period, you can protect O'Hara. Then he looked at Alvia and said, residents of the island, I can only trouble you to talk about the stakes involved, and you must hide my true identity. The person on the side was stunned with a smile. Seeing that a fruit had been assigned to him inexplicably, the working emperor in the workplace immediately responded, then why don't you eat it? I won't stay on an empty island forever. Shawn felt very happy when he saw him quarrel with Akainu. Now he feels that this guy with low emotional intelligence quarrels with him, and he feels very angry. Advertisement. But he still said in a gentle tone, I've already eaten. Are your eyes growing on your butt? Didn't you see how this island got here? Didn't you hear that I just asked Zoro to stay in O'Hara? Listening to Shawn's gentle and cold words, he shuddered with a smile and immediately fell silent. And Zoro quickly said, that's fine, I also want to know what D finally represents. In this way, a few people decided O'Hara's future in just a few words. Dr. Kloba just heard Shawn say that there is a historical article, and he was also excited to interrupt, but he gave up when he saw that Shawn's expression was not very good. Now that the opportunity has come, he quickly said, then can you take me with you? I want to see the new historical article as soon as possible. Shawn also looked at Dr. Kloba with excitement. Really? Do you really want to go with me? Hearing this, Dr. Kloba was also delighted. Of course, as an archaeologist, there is nothing more exciting than exploring history. When will we set off? Unexpectedly, Shawn performed a series of face changes, from excited to stony-faced, and uttered a few words with dead fish eyes. I refuse. The joy on the face of Dr. Kroba, who was dancing happily at the side, suddenly solidified, and then he looked incredulous. What did you say? If you don't take me there, will you be able to interpret historical texts? Won't. Then you should take me there, otherwise I'm afraid that if you bring the historical text back, some environmental factors will be left behind. Looking at Dr. Kloba with a, I'm here for you, look on his face, Shawn was speechless. Sure enough, you can't be thin-skinned in this business. But he still pointed at Robin. Can't she do it? Little Robin was a little confused. She had been rejected by the doctor from joining the research team, and now she was suddenly invited to be the first to observe the historical article. Her little heart was beating with excitement. Can I really? Although it was a question, Shawn's eyes were filled with mist, as if he would cry if he was rejected. Before Shawn could speak, Dr. Kloba, who was beside him, was not happy. He walked to little Robin and squatted down. Little Robin, you are still young. The water here is too deep and you can't control it. It's better to leave it to Grandpa Kloba. After saying that, he showed a smile that he thought was sunny. Little did he know that the experience of being bullied in his early years had already made little Robin's character move in a sinister direction. So he said, okay, but Dr. Kloba, don't interrupt your sentences like this next time, otherwise Shawn will really beat you up. Advertisement. In this way, Robin drew out Shawn's anger without leaving any trace. As expected, when he heard this, Shawn was unhappy. Can you bear the long journey? It's not a boat, it's a flight. Fly like me. As he spoke, Shawn rose into the sky. It's many times faster than this speed. Can you hold on? Dr. Kloba's face was full of disdain. I once galloped on the sea. I was just flying. What can you do to me? Oh, then try it. Just try it. Shawn suddenly smiled. He didn't expect the opportunity for revenge to come so suddenly. After standing up straight on the ground, he stretched out his fingers and lifted them slightly. Dr. Kloba floated up and slowly circled around the crowd. Look, I don't feel any discomfort. Dr. Baroque looked proud, and Shawn also smiled when he saw this. Suddenly, Dr. Baroque's slowly flying speed became faster and faster, and he could hold back his silence at first. At the end of the day, the wind pressure caused by the speed caused his old face to become deformed, and he said in a trembling voice, quick, 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 be like me, come down. Shawn seemed to have not heard clearly. What? Faster. You are worthy of being the inheritor of the Tree of Omniscient, that's amazing. So the speed became faster and faster, and it was not until Kroba's mouth and nose were flying that he stopped. He is not a powerful old man like Garp Rayleigh. He is just an ordinary scholar. How powerful can he be? Seeing Dr. Kloba tremblingly wiping the saliva and nose from his face, Shawn had an idea. The corners of my mouth can't stop turning up, letting you play tricks on me. Robin on the side looked at these two people, hesitant to speak, muttering silently in his heart, they looked so difficult to get along with. So childish. Chapter 95 Robin. Although Shawn took a small revenge, he still upheld the good moral character of respecting the elderly and loving the young. He performed purification and prayer for Dr. Kloba, and he also wanted the old man to live longer. After a while, Dr. Kloba, who had regained consciousness, looked at Shawn with a resentful look on his face. Do you really not want me to go? Shawn's scalp was numb from the old man's eyes, and he quickly said, this is also a kind of training for Robin. She will go to sea in the future, and this is also a training for her. I will spend a lot of money to train Robin, and you will have to rely on her to protect you O'Hara in the future. Dr. Kloba was a little speechless. He knew Robin best. He was obviously capable of fighting back those kids of the same age who bullied her, but he didn't know how to do it. He must be a literary person at heart. But this kid has no talent for fighting. Won't this waste your time? What he was most worried about was that Robin would delay Shawn's time. Although he was slightly teased, it happened to be such a childish act of revenge that made this mature old man feel something different. Maybe he is very strong, has lofty goals, and has a bad temper, but Dr. Kloba knows that he is a good young man with a cold face and a warm heart. He even cured the minor ailments he had accumulated over many years of hard work, except for a few inconsistencies. Shawn was too lazy to talk to the old man and looked at the somewhat embarrassed little Loli. Shall we go to the side to chat? The little girl looked at her mother. Although Alvia didn't think her daughter had any talent, it would be good to be stronger to survive in this sea, so she nodded and motioned for her to follow. So little Robin followed Shawn step by step, stirring her little hands constantly, showing the little girl's uneasiness. Shawn sat directly on the floor, looked at the little Robin in front of him, and showed a smile that he always thought was warm. Don't be nervous, I just want to have a brief chat with you. What Shawn didn't know was that although his smile was beautiful, it didn't match the warmth of the sun at all. Instead, he looked scornful and cold. The little girl became even more nervous, so she stammered. Then, just say it. Advertisement. When Shawn saw this, he felt a little depressed. He had always wanted to create a sunny and positive image, but he still hit a wall repeatedly. I could only say as gently as possible, the pictures you just saw are all real. Do you know why O'Hara was destroyed in the original trajectory? Robin's initially nervous mood suddenly calmed down, with only a hint of fear. She couldn't imagine how hard it would be for her to be chased by the behemoth world government. She is a smart girl, so she said directly, because we have touched the taboos of the world government, but we have no power of our own, so we can only let others slaughter us. Little Robin is great, but even if Zoro protects you now, you will still step onto the world stage in the future, but Zoro's strength is not enough to deal with any emergencies. What should we do? Quote. Shawn looked at Robin expectantly, hoping that she would give the answer he wanted. He felt that he was good at coaxing children, but he underestimated Robin. Robin was used as a servant by relatives since he was a child, and was ostracized by children of the same age. His toys were books, his friends were all knowledgeable scholars, and his mind was already mature than the average person. Seeing Shawn coaxing a child, although he is very uncomfortable, it feels good to be coaxed like a child. So his tone became a little more excited. So you want me to be O'Hara's pillar of support? Even if there is an emergency in the future, or even exposed, I can protect O'Hara. Shawn nodded matter-of-factly. Yes, you're really smart, but the process of becoming stronger is very difficult. Can you persevere? I can do it. Then Robin hesitated. But what should I do? This is Robin's true thoughts. She really wants to become stronger and protect the people she wants to protect. She is afraid that one day she will be forced to lose everything in O'Hara. Shawn wasn't surprised by this, but he didn't plan to let Robin take the anime route. The ways Robin uses her abilities in the anime are all based on her experiences as a child, so they are all assassinations and the like, which are too unflattering. He wants to train Robin to be a tank that drives Gundam. So he said, I have a very precious medicine that can greatly improve your physical talent, but it requires you to practice hard. After all, I can't stay here for too long. By the end of the practice, you will become the entire ocean. They are all ranked strong. Advertisement. Robin understood that Shawn called him out alone because he wanted to give him the precious potion. There was some expectation and hesitation immediately. But, is it really appropriate to give it to me? According to you, even if you give this thing to a pig, it can make it stronger, right? Then you are wrong. People who do not have the heart to be strong will only waste their talents even if they take this stuff. But I am very optimistic about you. I only hope you promise me one thing. Seeing Shawn's serious expression, Robin immediately tensed up her face and asked, what's going on? That's your position in the future. If you want to stand by me, I won't force you to do things you don't like, but you must be mine. You can't betray me. Shawn thought to himself, just kidding, he doesn't have time to stay here and slowly build a bond with Robin, and he doesn't want the pig he raised to run away in the future. But Shawn didn't know that for Robin, he who saved O'Hara and her mother was the same person who gave her a second life. She was even prepared to follow Shawn's footsteps to explore history all her life. If you are prepared for the truth, how can you betray it? So the little girl said firmly, I will never betray you, absolutely. Shawn smiled. He had met so many imps so far, and the one he was most optimistic about was Robin's ability. In addition to his level of strength, Robin is undoubtedly the best subordinate because he is intellectually elegant, knowledgeable, has high emotional intelligence and understands the ways of the world. It's much better than the crazy one like Clue and the unemotional one like Yishao. So he said, are you a capable person? Hearing this, Robin's face paled. She was the one who was least willing to mention her abilities. Her childhood experience told her that she would be regarded as an alien and a monster. But under Shawn's gaze, she did not dare to lie and could only nod slightly. My ability is to make any part of the body grow like a flower on any tangible thing. But, does this have anything to do with me becoming stronger? At the end of the sentence, the little girl's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 96 Development and Application of Fruit. Yes, why do you think it's irrelevant? Shawn looked at Robin with confusion. Robin pursed his lips, a little embarrassed. Because other children call me monster and treat me as an alien, I only dare to use it secretly when doing housework. Hearing this, Shawn immediately understood that it must be the rejection of those little kids. I wonder if they will regret it when they see Robin when they grow up. Your fruit is very powerful. You're a bit wasting your ability. If you use it well, it can be one of the top fruits. Shawn looked like you were guarding the treasure mountain but didn't know it. This made Robin a little confused. Then, what should I do to become strong? Shawn looked at the sky, and the roaring in his ears gradually weakened. Drink this. As he said this, he took out the genetic potion and asked Robin to take it. Robin didn't doubt that he was there, raised his head and drank it. This thing has no side effects, but it requires you to practice constantly. People who don't know how to eat even after feeding them to their mouths deserve to starve to death. Then Shawn stood up and said, I'll talk to you about the development and application of the fruit later. I'll deal with the following things first. You must not tell anyone about this potion. Little Robin nodded obediently, but Shawn stopped talking and walked towards Dr. Kloba and others. Shawn said to everyone, I'll go down first to deal with the follow-up matters on the island, and grab some ingredients on the way. Everyone nodded. Although they didn't know what method Shawn used to make the Marine and CP members below feel stupid, they didn't dare to ask. After all, this was their trump card. Shawn flew directly to the edge of the island and looked down, only to see the warship group gradually stop firing. Because in the eyes of everyone below, the entire island was already filled with flames, as if it would sink at any time. Shawn flew directly down, using telekinesis to control the island below, breaking it in the middle. The huge cracked ravine began to seep out seawater, and gradually the seawater became surging and spread around the entire island. Advertisement. After a while, the entire island gradually sank. This scene was also clearly seen by everyone on the warship, except Shawn, as if he was a transparent person. In this way, the warship group left in a mighty manner, and Sakazuki did not kill innocent people indiscriminately in front of Kuzan. Although Kuzan was saddened by the death of his friend Zoro and also questioned the world government, he did not doubt the justice in his heart as before. It seems, I can let Mr. Huang walk around when I go back, but I have to let Yishao keep an eye on Akainu. In this way, Shawn was thinking about the next layout while catching Poseidon species in the sea. Not long after, Shawn flew towards the sky, followed by densely packed seafood. Everyone in O'Hara was dumbfounded. Shawn threw a large part of it in front of the civilians, and then took the rest directly to the direction of the Tree of Omniscientity. Sea beasts such as Poseidon's are not affordable for ordinary people. Strong men with strength disdain to sell large sea beasts, and those without strength are difficult to catch. So when they first saw these high-end ingredients, they all became excited, and their uneasiness eased. When Shawn came to the Tree of Omniscient, all the scholars were there, and he said directly, let some chefs take care of the ingredients. Oh, by the way, make this for me alone, and eat this by myself. Shawn pointed to one of the sea beasts that was twice his size. As night fell, the entire O'Hara experienced a thrilling disaster during the day. Fortunately, they were rescued. Although they were still confused about the future, in front of the delicious food, everyone still chose to have a big banquet to calm down the frightened little ones. Behind the Tree of Omniscientness, in a relatively private place, there were only Shawn, Savulo, Robin, Yishao, Albia and Dr. Baroque. The other scholars are all smart people. They all know that Shawn does not want to reveal his identity, so they consciously do not come here. After drinking and eating, Shawn sat next to Robin, lit a cigar and started puffing away. After a moment, he said, let me tell you about your fruit ability first, so that you can have an idea. Advertisement. As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of several other people, who were all curious about how to develop Robin's fruit correctly. Your fruit ability is that any part of your body can grow on tangible things like a flower. Then you have to figure out where the most advantageous part of your body is. Although Robin's future ultimate move Demon Bloom looks amazing, it is a bit fragile in front of general-level powerhouses. Now that he has genetic potions, he can completely develop into a tank. Robin thought for a moment and said, is it a bone? But I can't develop it that deeply. No, there is another place that doesn't need to be detailed to the bone. It can be controlled just like your arm. The others were thinking thoughtfully, but Robin said directly, I don't know. Shawn continued, its teeth. Our teeth are divided into 3 parts: crown, neck and root. The hardest part is the enamel on the surface of the crown. Tooth enamel contains 96% of calcium, magnesium, scale and other chemical components. It is a highly calcified tissue. Its hardness greatly exceeds iron. For example, the hardness grade of diamond is 10, while the grade of tooth enamel is 8. Ordinary iron is between grade 5.6, which is the same grade as bone. As for the steel here, I don't know much about it, but it can be roughly divided into 3 levels, 7.8.9. In other words, you can definitely realize your Gundam dream. After saying that, he looked at Robin with envy. Robin was also a little confused. After hearing so much, he only knew that the teeth were very powerful and could not understand anything else, so he asked, what is Gundam? Shawn explained. You don't have to worry about this. Think of it as a huge armor covering your whole body. Isn't it cool to control the armor to fight? Shawn's development is not at the conceptual level, but a suggestion from the aspect of feasibility. After all, Robin can even make a huge human clone. Robin, who has an incredible physique, can kill like Uchiha Madara's Gundam when he drives it. He is handsome and has high defense. Seeing that Robin still looked confused, Shawn said directly, think about it, with that hardness and domineering power, few people in the entire sea can break your defense. Even if you are really broken by someone with all your strength, but you find that your own strength is also ridiculously high, then you can taunt your opponent to your heart's content. Hey, are you surprised or surprised? Chapter 97 Landing in Burka. Everyone had a bad taste in speechless Shawn, and Robin also yearned for him. If he was really that powerful, thinking about it, Robin was also slightly excited. At this moment, Zoro, who was very knowledgeable, asked directly, what about the swordsmen who cut steel? They cut steel like tofu. Hearing this, everyone also looked at Shawn, but Shawn looked at everyone with an expression that looked like a fool. Zoro felt a little uncomfortable being seen, and said with some trepidation, I'm not wrong, there are indeed swordsmen who can cut through steel with ease. Seeing the giant squirming in front of him, Shawn only felt that it was irritating his eyes. He quickly turned his head to look at the cute little Robin and wash his eyes. Then he said angrily, are you stupid? Is the domineering power given to you? Besides, the most powerful and outstanding thing about Robin's ability is not that it can transform any part of the body. But it can continuously produce, do you understand? If the opponent's swordsmanship cannot cut through tooth enamel, which is as hard as steel, like tofu, he has lost the qualification to fight with you. Even if the first layer is broken, then what about the second floor? What about the third floor? As long as you are strong enough, no one can break your defense. This is not Shawn's whim, this can be done. For example, leaving Robin's huge tree, which skill is not layered one after another. Robin's current training conditions are much better. As expected, the smart little girl's eyes lit up, and she even raised her hand to unleash a skill on Shawn. A bunch of hair suddenly grew out of the ground and directly wrapped around Shawn's ankle. This ability made Shawn's eyes shine. He quickly asked, what is this called? Little Robin said with a proud look on his face, withering flowers and twisted binding, I derived it from wheel flower blooming. I have many ideas now and can't wait to try them. Shawn sighed, as expected of a kid who got a doctorate certification at a young age, and his brain is very good. If you cover it with domineering power, it can transform into Doflamingo's thread fruit. You must know that the weight of a hair can be 100 grams. Shawn looked at Dr. Kloba and said, Look, this is little Robin's fighting talent, but she will never attack O'Hara's people. Advertisement. Alvia on the side was happy and worried when she saw her daughter's talent, because she already knew that little Robin's childhood was not a good one. But then he also became determined. Anyway, they O'Hara scholars cannot leave the sea in the short term, so they might as well take advantage of this time to spend time with their daughters and seize the tale of their childhood. Then the banquet ended with everyone talking. The next morning, Shawn took the island early in the morning and flew in the direction pointed by the map function. The direction pointed was naturally the White Sea, which is located above the Great Channel. The buoyancy of the White Sea is enough for O'Hara to stand on it, but it cannot be too close to the Sky Islanders. They can have trade exchanges, but they cannot have frequent close contact. Because O'Hara is too sensitive, pirates will occasionally rush to Sky Islands, Kingdom of Gods. After Shawn's half-day flight, he finally reached the White Sea and threw O'Hara down without saying a word. Boom. Although the noise caused by the island frightened the residents, they still hurried to the shore to observe the sea area where they would live in the future. They already know that they will live in this sea area for a long time in the future, but most people don't think it's a big deal. Because they have lived on the island for most of their lives, and now they have just changed the environment. The island is still the same island, and the relatives around them are still the same. That is enough. After everyone in O'Hara was settled, Shawn took Yishao and Robin directly to fly to the next destination, Burka. Enel's hometown is also the location of the Thunder Fruit. This fruit is perfect for Yishao. Not only can it make up for Yishao's mobility problem, but with his ability, he will never use it as roughly as Enel. The reason why he did not bring other scholars was because the topics the three of them sometimes talked about could not be known by too many people, and the Robins were able to keep their mouths shut even with their British personalities. After flying for a while, they finally saw a small island not far away, but Yishao and Shawn felt something was wrong. Because before I even got close, I heard bursts of greasy singing. The moment the three of them stepped onto the island, Robin's eyes suddenly became blurred and he walked forward in a daze. Advertisement. Seeing Robin's abnormality, Shawn quickly picked up her collar, but instead of making Robin wake up, it made her struggle even more. The blurred eyes disappeared in an instant, and were replaced by bloodshot eyes, making Robin look quite ferocious. He roared in a low voice. Shawn, let me go quickly, I'm going to pursue this beautiful singing. It's very important to me. Hearing this, Shawn looked to the side with a nonchalant smile, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a burst of conquerors with low intensity was released, instantly shocking Robin to wake up. Robin also stopped struggling. What happened to me just now? You were just affected by the singing. You just shouted that the singing was very important to you. A smile on the side stepped forward to explain. Singing. Hearing this, Robin gradually fell into a state of confusion and kept mumbling. Shawn yelled loudly. Wake up, this is also a voice that can control people. In an instant, Robin's eyes regained clarity. Although he was lifted up and slipped into the air, he still patted his chest and said with a look of fear, it's terrible. I was controlled without knowing it. Then he looked at the two people standing aside with puzzled faces. How come you weren't affected? Shawn did not answer directly. He had already determined that this was the ability of an Esper, and he also had an idea about this fruit. He did not use purification immediately because he wanted to see the upper limit of this ability. So he asked, what now? Will you still be confused by this song? Robin frowned and felt it for a moment, then showed a look of disdain. It's such an unpleasant sound. I don't know why I don't feel that way anymore. Shawn looked over and smiled. What about you? How did you feel when you first logged in? No, if I have to say it, I just feel the emotion contained in this voice. Maybe it's because I have a strong sense of knowledge or a strong will. Shawn was noncommittal about Yishao's words, because he judged from the two people's reactions that this fruit's ability should be able to affect people's emotions, but once they wake up and know this ability, they will be immune. Just like hypnosis, once you become vigilant and don't want to be hypnosis, you won't be able to enter the state anyway. Chapter 98 Enel. There is also a theory from Yishao that it should be that his mental strength is relatively strong because of his exposure to S*X, so the impact is almost negligible. It's a bit like the fruit of encouragement of Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, in the Revolutionary Army. But this one is rather bad, it needs to be subtle, otherwise it will lose its effect just by reminding it. And whether it is ineffective on strong-willed people or ineffective on seeing, hearing, and feeling, in the end it can only be effective on the weak. I have been exposed to Haki since first was in Marine school. In New World, if you don't have Haki, you would be embarrassed to say that you are a pirate. To sum up, Shawn came to the conclusion that this is a badass ability, and thanks to him, he still had some expectations. I thought there was a better undercover fruit than the surgical fruit. Looking at this situation, someone is probably manipulating the residents of Burka. Then Shawn revealed his guess, and both Yishao and Robin looked filled with indignation. Especially when he smiled, veins popped up on his forehead. He was obviously very angry at the mastermind behind this. He would never show mercy to this kind of scum who only bullied the weak. I think we should rescue the people here as soon as possible, because just now, I sense that a large number of people went to one place. Maybe we were discovered, Yishao said worriedly. Just as Shawn was about to nod, he saw a man wearing platinum on his head, shirtless, carrying a wooden stick, and about the same height as Yishao jumped out. Shawn was stunned. He recognized who this person was in an instant. Wasn't this Enel? His outfit was exactly the same as it would be 20 years later, but, did you also show off your ribs? Maybe he is relatively poor now, the sticks are made of wood, and there are not many accessories. What makes Shawn a little unhappy is that the Enel in front of him looks like he is only 17 or 18 years old, but he is about the same height as 2.7 meters tall. It made him deeply doubt that he was only less than 2 meters tall. Is it really because of his fruit ability? Just when Shawn was in a daze, Enel picked up the stick and headed straight for Shawn, who was standing in the middle. There was no bells and whistles. He jumped up and hit Shawn with a stick. He smiled without moving. He didn't think that an attack of this level could hit Shawn. Not to mention little Robin, Shawn who saved O'Hara, Shawn who gave her the precious medicine, Shawn who is almost omnipotent in the eyes of the little girl, are all vaguely about to become her idol, so naturally he won't worry. Advertisement. But what happened next was beyond their expectations. Snap. Shawn was hit, and the stick even broke in half, which made Robin feel a sense of disillusionment. This was too hasty. The sound of broken wood brought Shawn back from his thoughts. He knew that he had been hit with a stick. It wasn't that he wasn't vigilant, but his sense of sight and danger perception told him that the person in front of him was not dangerous. Yes, he was no threat to Shawn now. Considering Shawn's caution as he only goes to sea with general-level combat power, there is no threat, so you can imagine how weak he is. So Shawn tilted his head and looked at Enel, who was a tall man to him. Are you kidding me? In an instant, Enel's hair stood up, as if he was being targeted by an ancient bloodthirsty beast, but he knew that this time he kicked an iron plate. What was staring at him was not some ferocious beast, but the man wearing a mask in front of him. Seeing the indifferent eyes through the holes in his mask, Enel secretly thought that something was going to happen. Just as he was about to retreat, Shawn pinched his wrist and threw him over his shoulder. With a bang, the thin man with ribs was smashed into the soil by Shawn, forming a human-shaped pit. Looking at Enel condescendingly, where did you get the courage to take action against me? Yes, Shawn didn't kill Enel, the future villain, because he needed a guide to explain what happened here. Secondly, the current Enel is just a street kid at best, and he has not done anything harmful to the world. Enel was lying on the ground, grinning in pain, as if all his internal organs had been displaced. Struggling to stand up, he stared at Shawn warily. Aren't you an accomplice of that B*****************? D. Enel tried to change the topic, but his little eyes kept peeking at a few people, waiting for an opportunity to attack, and finally stared at Smile. Yes, he felt that he was thrown because of his carelessness. He and Shawn were evenly matched, so he decided to kill the helper first. Before Shawn could say anything, Enel, a middle-aged teenager, walked straight away with a smile. He jumped up and hit Yishao's head with a whip kick. He was confident that this blow would definitely make the opponent lose the ability to fight. But the next scene left him stunned. Advertisement. Yishao slowly raised a hand, stretched out a finger, and touched Enel's whip leg. Then, with lightning speed, he hit Enel's head. Ah! Enel was stunned for a moment and then screamed like a slaughtering pig, holding his head and rolling on the ground. With a smile, he squatted down and said softly, young people are so irritable. It's not good, it's not good. Shawn and Robin looked on with amusement. Enel seemed to be nothing more than a little gangster at the moment. After Enel whined for a while, Shawn stepped forward and kicked him and said, okay, don't pretend to be dead, stand up like a fool, or you will really be unable to get up. Enel could only stand up reluctantly. He knew that he had really kicked the bucket this time, but they were so powerful that they should not be that guy's accomplices, Enel thought. However, he still tried hard to maintain his majesty, and asked with a stinking look on his face, what do you want to say to me? Phew. An uncontrollable laugh made Enel look a little ugly. When he lowered his head, he saw that it was a little boy laughing at him. Robin's shoulders were shaking, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter, and he said intermittently, I'm sorry, the big bump on your forehead, combined with your expression is really funny, I really can't help it. Ah ha ha. This made a few people present a little confused. The joke was quite strange. Shawn even sighed in his heart. It turns out that Robin's taste in jokes has been different from ordinary people since he was a child. He is worthy of you. In fact, Enel's expression is not that funny, at best it's a bit unmanageable. Shawn asked directly, what's going on with that B********* D you mentioned? Why do everyone on the island flock to one place? Then Shawn pointed around casually. Also, what's going on with this singing? Why do you feel that you are the only one on the entire island who has not been affected? Isn't this a good thing you did? By the end of the story, Shawn was already a little unhappy. If Enel really did something like in the original work, he would not let him go. Chapter 99 The Farmer and the Snake. Hearing this, Enel was a little disdainful, but when he saw Shawn's slightly displeased face, he was still a little frightened, but he still said with a neutral face, Humph, they are all those stupid people, obviously we are all gods. Descendants of. With Enel's narration, Shawn and others also knew what happened and what happened. It turned out that 3 years ago, residents of Burkaru's town rescued a man named Candace who claimed to be a world government official. This man said that he was swept up by the current, and all his crew members died. After that, the residents were very enthusiastic about the rare Qinghai people. They directly organized a banquet to entertain the other party. During this period, Mr. Tom, the drunken mayor, boasted to Candace that the residents of this town were all descendants of gods and that they all came here from the infinite land. Enel, who was in a corner, was also listening with longing. He didn't expect that he was so big at the beginning. Candace also listened silently, saying something from time to time. From the mayor's words, Enel also understood why they were called the descendants of gods, because the mayor found this out from the literature. They even have a technology that can convert energy, but today's residents don't have such great scientists, so they just leave it alone. Legend has it that the infinite land holds unimaginable secret treasures, and they can even use this technology to reach the infinite land. So Candace got greedy and started singing songs at the banquet. At first, he sang some cheerful songs, and everyone felt unusually happy. Enel, a middle school boy who has always been world-weary, felt something was wrong. He never felt inexplicably happy. As Candace's singing style gradually changed, it became impassioned, then exciting, and finally Enel even felt fanatical. Yes, the fanaticism towards Candace, just like this, singing step by step, spread throughout the island, slowly brainwashing the residents. It was also at this time that Enel awakened the heart network, and sensed the residents' fanatical emotions, which were directed towards Candace. He wanted to wake up the village chief and the others, but he was unable to do anything because once he stopped them from following Candace, they would glare at him. Advertisement. But this ability takes time to accumulate before people can completely fall into it, so Candace had a fight with Enel. In fact, he was beaten unilaterally and then ran away when he found an opportunity. Candace has completely become the king here, enslaving the residents here to study the ship to the infinite land for him day and night. Enel, who knew that he was a descendant of God, would never allow the residents here to blaspheme their ancestors. After trying several times to wake them up, Enel's mind became increasingly gloomy. They feel that they are not qualified to call themselves descendants of God, and want to completely destroy this place. He could feel that although the gap in strength between himself and the opponent was large, he could still gradually surpass him. After Candace dies, Enel will completely destroy Kuro. These people who have become slaves are not worthy of climbing to the top with him. This will bring shame to the god. Shawn on the side looked at Enel, who was full of murderous intent. He probably had a suppressed psychopath. Interrupting Enel's thoughts. Have you never thought that as long as you defeat the opponent, your people can recover? Ha! Enel sneered and pointed to the sky. I am a god, these fragile untouchables are not worthy of being my people. Shawn felt that the child could still be saved. Although he could not keep his original intention, he could try to save him. Have you ever thought about it? Your mayor is just bragging because he drank too much. You are not the so-called gods at all, but it may be true that you come from the infinite land. Enel, who was 14 years old at that time, had never drunk alcohol at all, and he did not know that drunk people would brag, so he was convinced that he was a descendant of God. He quickly retorted. Impossible, otherwise, how could Candace stay here and enslave them for so long? Shawn shrugged and said, didn't you just say that? You have the technology to convert energy. Maybe he wants to go to the infinite land. In fact, Shawn thought to himself, there are many ways to fly to the infinite land, as long as the air required on the way, such as the Sky Island specialty, Shell, can do it. Advertisement. So Shawn speculates that this technology is very unusual, and it may even be the key to unlocking certain ruins in the infinite land. In the comics, Enel has already flown over and discovered the indigenous people. Did you see that? Shawn pointed to the sky. The infinite land you yearn for is there, and you don't need any skills to get there. Even so, they have blasphemed the majesty of God, and they will be punished by God in the end, everyone. Yi smiled and curled his lips disdainfully, and said, does a person like you deserve to claim to be a god? Do you know how many people in Qinghai below you are stronger than you? You can't even count. A stinky rat from Candace can make you hide in Tibet for 3 years. Is this worthy of being called a god? Enel felt as if a knife had been stabbed in his heart. How could a god be chased away by a mouse? Shawn then added. Then you have also blasphemed the majesty of God. Are you going to get yourself into trouble? Robin also joined in the conversation. Yes, with his bad character, he can easily be beaten to death. He may not survive the next day in Qinghai. Hearing this, Enel staggered back and sat down, with a look of disbelief on his face, muttering, how could it be possible? How could it be possible? I am obviously a descendant of God. Shawn knew that Enel's late stage of the second-year disease had been relieved, but this was not enough. After all, at the age of the most middle-aged boy, he learned that he was a descendant of God. What middle-aged boy could withstand it? Over the past few years, his thoughts have become deeply ingrained and no one has any communication with him, making him convinced that he is a god. Shawn looked down at Enel. You claim to be a god, but will a god destroy the place where you were born and raised? Why can you say it so lightly? After talking about it, Shawn's tone became colder and colder. Seeing that Enel was still in a state of confusion, he immediately shouted angrily, you are talking. Enel was so frightened that he looked at the eyes in Shawn's mask. At this moment, he even felt that those dark and deep eyes that seemed to contain the brilliance of stars, looking down at him, were more like a god than him. Thinking of this, Enel suddenly became a little angry. He was obviously the descendant of God, How could this be D dare to look at him like this? The shame and annoyance in his heart made him forget that Shawn was a much stronger person than him. Chapter 100 Cleaning up Enel. Enel, who was staggering and struggling to stand up, wanted to attack Shawn again. Shawn saw what he was thinking, and then his feet gradually left the ground, and his eyes became more and more indifferent. In fact, Shawn was a little ashamed in his heart, but in order to save this young man who was about to go astray, he decided to use magic to defeat magic, and use secondary to defeat secondary. Enel stopped moving when he saw Shawn floating up, and stretched out his hand to give Enel a soft press. Boom. Ah. In an instant, Enel was pressed to the ground and let out a miserable scream. Enel felt as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back. He even felt like he was breathing, but even the air felt heavy. He couldn't even raise his head, but out of the corner of his eye he caught sight of a pair of floating feet slowly approaching him. Shawn looked at Enel condescendingly. With your level, I won't allow you to attack me again. Goodbye. Boom. There was another loud noise, and Enel felt that the mountain on his back became heavier, and then his whole body was embedded in the earth, dying. Shawn used telekinesis to pull Enel up and looked at Enel's level. Are you still conscious? It's really pitiful. Life force that is not commensurate with strength is sometimes a waste, right? Of course Shawn won't really kill him, he just wants to scare Enel, a terminally ill patient. Enel felt that the shackles on his body disappeared, and he raised his eyelids with difficulty to look at the other person. After seeing the indifferent eyes looking down on all living beings, his heart trembled again. There was a hint of fear in his half-open eyes, and his lips were moving to say something. But Shawn didn't give him this chance, and then mocked him. With your level, how dare you call yourself a god? And why do you call yourself a god? In Qinghai, those guys who call themselves gods are all scum and may be overthrown at any time. You are not even as good as them, so you are mentally prepared to become scum. Advertisement. I'll let you go this time. If you have a chance, go to Qinghai and see how narrow your vision is. Get to know the world and face your own insignificance. I will help you get rid of Candace. Let's go. Robin, smile. With that, Shawn asked the two of them to leave, leaving Enel lying on the ground alone, breathing heavily. Not long after Shawn and the others left, Enel suddenly noticed that a milky yellow light with a little starlight suddenly lit up on his body. After a while, Enel felt that the injury he had just suffered had been healed. Just when he was wondering what was going on, a faint voice came into his ears. Don't die, I will wait for you in Qinghai to seek my revenge. Of course it was Shawn who saved him. Enel is typically the same as Kuro, the type who can't do anything without fighting. Enel just stared blankly at Shawn and the others who were walking towards the town in the distance. To be precise, he was staring at Shawn's back. But the corners of his mouth could not stop rising, and his face even turned red with excitement. This man is so domineering. I wonder if I will have the opportunity to be as domineering, arrogant as him in the future. After thinking about it, Enel suddenly realized that God didn't seem to be that big of a deal. The residents were driven to work by one man, who even struggled with Candace for several years and still couldn't get revenge. But the man in the cloak, whose voice sounded no older than him, actually called Candace, the man who almost single-handedly brought Burkaru to ruin, a stinky rat. The gap between them is already dwarfed by comparison. In the sea area where such a character is located, there are also so-called gods. From what he said, it seems that these gods will be overthrown at any time. For those of you who have not yet become gods, it doesn't seem to be a big deal if you are bullied, right? Enel exerted Aku's spirit and after comforting himself, he suddenly had an idea and chased in the direction that Shawn and the others had just left, wanting to see how that person would deal with Candace. On the other side, Shawn and the others were walking slowly, spreading out their sights and sounds, looking for the thundering devil fruit. As Shawn walked, he thought about the feasibility of taking Enel as his subordinate. Because in Shawn's heart, Enel is a genius, but his talent is limited by his vision. Isn't the hard network that can hear other people's voices the ultimate application of knowledge? Advertisement. He who is the king of several islands like Sky Island is not powerful enough to figure out this thing by himself. If he didn't focus on the thunder fruit and ignore physical fitness, Shawn even thought that Enel could figure out the weapon color. After all, there are quite a few pirates in the New World who have naturally awakened their armaments under the guise. So Enel is definitely a top talent, even though he has a bit of a bad personality. Just when Shawn was deep in thought, he felt his cloak being pulled. Then he quickly came back to his senses and saw the densely packed residents ahead holding various weapons in their hands, staring at Shawn and others with bloodshot eyes. And further back, there was even a big stage with a piano on it and a man in a black suit sitting in front of the piano playing. At this time, if the man realized something, he turned his head and looked at the people taking care of Shawn, with a crazy smile on his lips. Somewhat fanatically shouted to Shawn and others, "Are you the ones who have not been affected since arriving on the island?" Shawn squinted at the other person, trying to see what this person wanted to say. Candace didn't care that Shawn and the others didn't respond to him, and still said to himself enthusiastically, "I also came from Qinghai to perform the mission, and you are also from Qinghai, right? Why don't you join us? Although you have resisted Lord Candace's ability, Lord Candace can rule the world in the future, and we will become the new celestial dragons." Hearing this, Yi Xiao frowned. "You are not Candace. Then where is he?" Shawn said nothing, because he had already noticed some situations, and now he could only wait quietly for the next step. Sure enough, Candace said with awe in his eyes, Candace is me, but I am not Candace. He will become the king of this world. Shawn's guess was indeed correct. The person in front of him was indeed Candace, but the side effects of his BUG-level fruit were also very obvious. Seeing that the residents looked exactly like Candace, Shawn understood the drawback of this ability, which was that it could easily turn him into his own slave. Shawn guessed that this was using sound as a medium to convey his emotions and make people infected. If you don't surrender to yourself, how can you influence others? Chapter 101 Candace. This is the same as the ability of sugar in the Don Quixote family. They are both terrifyingly powerful fruits with side effects. This makes Shawn secretly regretful. It is too useless for him. This is simply the fruit of turning himself into a puppet. Although Shawn likes to bully his subordinates, he doesn't want them to sacrifice their thoughts and become slaves to the fruits. Therefore, this Candace can be slaughtered, but although he is not sure that the other party will tell the truth, he still has to ask this person what the purpose of coming to Sky Island is. He didn't believe that the world government didn't know about the existence of Sky Island, so he was very curious as to why a piece of history was left on Guy Island. So Shawn modified his language and asked, then what does your Lord Candace want to do when he is sent to Sky Island by the world government? As expected, when he heard this, Candace became angry. What nonsense are you talking about? I was the one who was sent. Lord Candace will not be inferior to others. Really? I don't believe it. Shawn looked at the other party with a questioning look on his face. Unless you tell me the purpose of coming here. He didn't become stupid because Candace became his slave, but in order to maintain the dignity of Candace, he had no choice but to confess. HMPH. Just ask me to go to Guy Island, monitor who will see that piece of history, and then report it. Upon hearing this, Shawn frowned, wondering what the purpose of the world government was in doing this. First of all, this historical article can be taken away with the power of world government, but the purpose of staying here must be about the above content. Immediately, Shawn flipped through the comics that only he could see, and suddenly realized something on his face. That piece of history records the location of Poseidon, but Shawn understands that the ancient weapon, Poseidon, does not refer to an object, but to the mermaid who inherits the power of Poseidon. This is something that the world government cannot kill cleanly, so I guess they want to use this fishing method to catch every Poseidon. Regardless of whether the guess is correct or not, there is a direction, and it is a direction that the world government is afraid of. Just ask Yishao Mimi to take care of Mermaid Island. Advertisement. When Candace saw that Shawn was stunned after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a little angry. He angrily shouted, wearing a mask. You dare to be distracted and disrespect Lord Candace. Aren't you afraid of being punished? Lord Candace is omnipotent. Shawn looked at the man on the stage speechlessly. Although his ability was very buggy to ordinary people, in Shawn's opinion, a weak person could kill him without even using his hands. The reason why Shawn waited so late to go to sea was because he was afraid of encountering these weird and scary abilities. Ignoring Candace, he turned to look at Yishao, pointed at the stage and said, see, don't eat the fruit randomly, otherwise you will see that person is schizophrenic, it's terrible. I know, I won't make such a stupid mistake. Yishao nodded matter-of-factly. But Candace on the stage was so angry that he immediately turned around and started playing his summer bar music without saying a word. Spicy music sounded, and Shawn and the others heard anger from the sound. Sure enough, when he looked at the other residents, they all had red eyes and were breathing heavily, and their chests were rising and falling with their rapid breathing. At this time, Candace's voice sounded. These aliens have blasphemed Lord Candace, and now Lord Candace is very angry. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the residents below who were already enduring the anger in their hearts shouted angrily when they heard this. Kill them. Lord Candace is the greatest. That's right, only Lord Candace can make us happy and happy. We will never allow anyone who has provoked our king and is still alive to exist in this world. Candace smiled proudly. Naturally, he would not rush forward to fight with the opponent. Candace surrendered to himself, but he was not stupid. He did not believe that the person who could crack his ability would be weak. He wanted to let the cannon fodder test the opponent's strength. Unfortunately, his wish came true this time, and his thoughts were seen through by Shawn. Hey, why bother? Can't you just be a good boy? As he finished speaking, a scarlet red light flashed in Shawn's eyes, and a breathtaking aura burst out from his body. Advertisement. It was like a substantial momentum, carrying a gust of wind, sweeping in all directions until it enveloped the entire island. Candace woke up instantly on the stage, his body was shaking tremblingly, and his forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This person was not something he could deal with. He had to escape. Even if he didn't need the thing, he had to escape. Immediately he screamed at the top of his lungs. Hurry, Lord Candace wants you to kill these guys quickly and calm down Lord Candace's anger. However, the bodies of these residents suddenly trembled, and their thoughts and instincts over the past few years made them want to step forward and launch an attack. But their bodies were not under their control, and every resident was like Candace, with their arms and legs trembling, sweat even soaking through the clothes on their backs. When the residents at the front took the first step, holding back their fear, they stumbled and fell, and then the people behind them also fell in pieces like wheat. They were also powerless, and the fear in their bodies prevented them from taking another step forward. This is because Shawn is controlling his domineering attitude. Otherwise, it would be impossible for these people to open their eyes. Even if they open their eyes, they will only have white eyes with foaming at the mouth. He wanted these residents to see clearly Candace's final fate. Looking at Candace on the stage, who just turned around and wanted to run away, Shawn said quietly, "Your Lord Candace, does he allow you to escape?" After hearing these words that sounded like they were coming from Shinigami, the nine nether hells, Candace's body immediately stiffened. I secretly cursed these people for being such useless people who couldn't even stop them, but I had no choice but to turn around slowly and squeeze out a forced smile. After he ate this fruit, he enjoyed the pleasure of supreme power on this island. This made him reluctant to die at all. He just wanted to live well. At the worst, he would change to another island and continue to be the emperor. So Candace said in a very flattering manner, "This adult is joking. Facing a strong person like you, how can Candace be called an adult? But I have indeed researched something in the past few years. Why don't you let me dedicate it to you? Do you think that's okay?" Shawn looked at the other person with a playful expression. "Are you trying to buy your life?" Chapter 102 Thunder Fruit. Cold sweat broke out on Candace's forehead, and he was a little embarrassed, but in order to survive, he still smiled. "Ah, sir, you are joking, this is my filial piety to you. But, no matter what you want to give me, as long as I kill you, it will still be mine. You can't be so naive, right?" Shawn looked at the other person like a fool. He couldn't understand why these people could always say this and that at the end. As expected, Candace stiffened when he heard this, but he still threatened unwillingly. "If I can't survive, they can't recover either. As long as you let me go, I will recover them." This is just a desperate struggle. Not to mention the purification skills that Shawn already possesses, just saying that he can't recover this is already nonsense. He didn't believe that his ability could be bugged like this. Anyway, he had a backup plan. So he said impatiently to Yishao, "Go and deal with him." After finishing speaking, he sighed. Are the standards for recruiting talents in the world government so low now? Even such people can become agents. Yishao on the side couldn't wait to deal with this scumbag, so he slowly stepped forward. Under the glare of the dark residence, he walked up to Candace and said, "Scumbags like you deserve to die. No, don't kill me." Ah, just like that, in Candace's extreme fear, Yishao pulled out the staff knife and stabbed the opponent's heart. It wasn't that Candace didn't want to fight back, but that he felt like he couldn't move at all, as if he was being pressed down by a big mountain. In this way, Lord Candice, who had ruled Berkeloo for 3 years, opened his eyes wide and slowly lost his life with a look of unwillingness. The eyes of nearby residents with red eyes as if they were about to eat people slowly became clear, from angry to confused, and finally became angry again. They were not angry that Candace was killed, but after recovering they realized that they had been used as slaves. Although their previous thoughts had always been about Candace's fanaticism, it didn't mean that they were unaware of it. Now that Candace died, they recovered immediately. The mayor, a handsome old man with muscles all over his body and long white hair, also stepped forward at this time. Advertisement. He bent over to thank Shawn and others. "Thank you so much, otherwise we don't know how long we would have been enslaved by this ambitious B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* we were just passing by to help out. By the way, Mr. Mayor, what exactly is that research he is talking about? Hearing this, the mayor sighed and said, hey, this is a bit long to talk about. Why don't we just entertain you? You are the heroes of our town. Yes, now I really want to eat a delicious meal quickly. That's right, that beast enslaved us and didn't let us have enough to eat. It would be too easy for him to die like this. How about we have a party? Let's celebrate our new life. ... In this way, everyone set the tone of the banquet with various chatter, which made Shawn once again feel the strength of people in this world. When encountering such a thing, the first thing after recovering was to hold a banquet instead of going home to calm down. It was really arrogant. Finally, there is the entire town. Those who know how to cook put cooking tools at their doorsteps, and those who don't know how to cook take out the ingredients. They are self-sufficient here, so there is no need to worry about ingredients. The whole town has become a huge cafeteria, and everyone is eating, drinking and celebrating happily. At this time, Shawn and others were sitting together with the mayor, enjoying a feast. The chef who was responsible for cooking for them saw that his benefactor was eating so diligently. I couldn't help but feel happy, and I even worked harder to cook to catch up with their appetite. The mask was too troublesome and not very friendly to foodies, so Shawn just broke the mask in half so that it would not hinder him from enjoying the food. The banquet started in an orderly manner, and after having a good meal and wine, Shawn asked the technical question directly. After the mayor was silent for a moment, he decided to speak out because he felt that Shawn and others were different from Candace and would not hurt them. Even if they are just out of trouble. It all starts with the documents left by our ancestors. Listening to the mayor's words, Shawn and others also understood what was going on. It is nothing more than some concepts recorded in the literature, which can store energy, accumulate energy, and emit energy. Advertisement. At first Shawn felt a bit like Bae from Gaia. But the mayor told him something was different. This was a converter that could transform personal energy. Theoretically, the upper limit of power is very, very high, and it can also be regarded as a defense system to absorb damage. In short, it is a transformation system with high defense and high damage. Shawn always feels very familiar with it, but he can't think of anything familiar about it. Now their research is only less than 1/3 of the progress. After all, they have lived self-sufficiently here for so many years, so there are no scientists left. Finally, this kinetic energy conversion system has a great effect on the infinite land. What is recorded in the literature is that if you can go back one day, this will be the key to unlock something. At this point, Burkaru's secret has been revealed, but there is also a bigger mystery. Shawn suddenly felt enlightened. This was somewhat similar to the motto of Enel flying to the infinite land to open an arc. Enel used his own abilities as kinetic energy, but at that time he had no other functions at all. It seemed that professional things should only be done by professional talents, so Shawn asked the mayor for a copy. In fact, Shawn has always had a question. Vegapunk's technological methods have surpassed humans for 500 years. What is his connection with the future kingdom and the infinite land? All kinds of doubts linger in his mind, but the road is still long. Mother, come on. Shawn, who had calmed down, saw Yishao coming back. Yes, after killing Candace, he left with a smile and followed Shawn's instructions to find the thunder fruit. Have you gained anything? Shawn Gate of Opening asked straightforwardly. Yishao said nothing, but stretched out a finger. In an instant, arcs of electricity were wrapped around the finger. Crackling. Listening to the sound of the arc, the corners of Shawn's mouth curved slightly. How about it? Is this ability powerful? Yishao nodded. Logia is very powerful. I feel that it won't be long before my combat power will make a qualitative leap. The mayor on the side looked at the two people talking and felt as if he had forgotten something. Chapter 103 There's a banquet. The mayor felt that he must have forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember it. So he said to Shawn, Brother Shawn, I feel like I have forgotten something important. I need to take a walk to see if I can remember it, so I can't accompany you. Ah, that's okay. It's us who bothered you. If you have something to do, just go and do it first. Shawn waved his hand to the old man quickly. It seems that even in this world, the wine table culture still exists. Shawn and Yishao went back to get a lot of food and started the second gourmet feast. They saw that little Robin was a little embarrassed, it was so delicious. After drinking and eating, Shawn looked around and found that no one was eavesdropping, so he had a more in-depth conversation with Yishao. For example, on Fishman Island, Otahime wants to move Fishman Island to land, but this is impossible to succeed once or twice at this stage. Shawn wants Yishao to protect him after he leaves. The help of Fishman Island cannot be underestimated. It has considerable influence even in the World Conference. And then Yishao will look for an opportunity to join the Revolutionary Army. According to Shawn, we can ask for nothing after the event is completed, but we can't live without it. He also instilled many ideas into Yishao, and finally asked Yishao to take care of Baby 5. However, Shawn felt that there were still not enough manpower. He was phobic about lack of firepower, so he felt that there should be a dedicated person in charge of Doflamingo. After all, Yishao, who is about to join the Revolutionary Army, is too dangerous, and Shawn is worried that he will be ambushed. After hesitating for a moment, Shawn handed Yishao a gene potion and explained its specific effects. With a smile on his face and a dumbfounded face, he said, I hope you find a potential seed so that he can be responsible for managing the underground world. The intelligence system of the underground world will be very important in the future. The most important thing is that we can't just focus on accumulating strength during this period. We can save as many people as we can, as long as we have a clear conscience. At this moment, in the eyes of Yishao and Robin, Shawn's image was taller than ever. Although this potion has little effect on Yishao, he still puts it away carefully. Don't worry, I will find a suitable candidate for you as soon as possible. Yishao said with a serious look on his face. As if he remembered something, Shawn added, when the time comes, let him use the name of the organization, Luo, to find Doflamingo. Advertisement. It's useless to be kind to a person like him. You must make him feel afraid. He is a real hero. At this moment, residents from all directions began to make noise. Shawn vaguely heard everyone seem to be discussing Enel. By the way, where is Enel? I don't know either. Isn't he with the mayor and the others? No, I've just been cooking for the mayor and the others, and I haven't seen Enel. Yes, I just came from the east, and I heard a lot of people discussing that child. Where do you think he went? He tried so hard to save us, so he won't encounter any accidents, right? Gradually, more and more people were discussing Enel. In the end, they may have been really worried about something happening to Enel, so they spontaneously shouted Enel's name. Enel. The shouts gradually became unified, and the sound of thousands of people cheering in unison made even Shawn feel like he was back at a concert he had attended. On the other side, the mayor also thought of Enel. In their minds, the Enel who challenged Candace time and time again and was defeated again and again was also their hero. Maybe Enel used to be an arrogant street kid who accomplished nothing, but since everyone woke up, their impression of Enel has completely changed. The mayor came back to Shawn and others and asked coyly, have you ever seen a young man who likes to go shirtless, wearing bell bottoms and a headscarf? The mayor looked at Shawn and the others expectantly, fearing that he would get some bad news from them. Shawn looked at Yishao helplessly, since Enel's voice became louder and louder. They discovered Enel who was near them. Enel was hiding in a corner not far away. Seeing the expressions on the two men's faces, the mayor's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't hold it in anymore, and started to cry loudly. Advertisement. Enel, I'm sorry for you. It's all because of my kindness that this tragedy happened. The mayor thought that Shawn and the others were embarrassed to directly tell him that Enel was dead. The mayor has always felt guilty. If he hadn't rescued the person, if he hadn't lied after drinking, Enel might not die. Shawn was also a little annoyed by the mayor's crying, and said directly in one direction, if you don't come out, Lousy will break your legs. Hearing this, Enel, who was sobbing in the corner, trembled and reluctantly walked out. The mayor, who was still crying, was still wondering who was talking next door to Shawn, but to his surprise, it was Enel who came out. Suddenly all the sadness turned into unexpected surprise. He stepped forward and held Enel in his arms. He was still muttering. Great, you're fine. It's really great. Why didn't you come out earlier? Everyone is worried about you. At this time, Shawn looked at the mayor and said, Mr. Mayor, any kindness in this world is valuable. It is a language that can make both blind and deaf people feel warm. It is true that you may have saved a bad guy this time, and you feel guilty, but you don't need to correct your kindness, you just need to be a good person who does evil. Quote. The mayor was stunned. He did regret his original kindness, but he didn't expect it to be seen. At the same time, he also savored the other party's words carefully. The evil good person is to let himself be a vicious but kind-hearted person. This made the mayor seem to have opened a new door. Being evil does not mean that you are not kind, and a kind person does not mean that you are not evil. The mayor felt that he had realized this. But at this time, he just wanted to give Enel a good hug. After all, the child had suffered too much. A man wanders outside alone, challenging the devil again and again, but no one is by his side. Shawn was watching with irritated eyes. Enel didn't like wearing tops and he finally knew who he learned it from. Wasn't it the mayor who didn't like to wear clothes? This old man with muscles all over his body hugged a skinny young man, one with bronze skin and the other with white and tender skin. The two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. It was so eye-catching. Shawn even covered little Robin's eyes, not wanting this little loli to be contaminated by these things. Robin was obedient and didn't struggle. Chapter 104 The Second Grade Youth. After a long time, the two people's eye-catching hug finally broke apart. The mayor pulled Enel and started to walk him to the center of the town. But Enel looked stubborn and refused to move, which puzzled the mayor. What's wrong? Everyone is worried about you. You are our hero. Let them see you. The mayor thought Enel was being shy, so he tried to persuade Enel to face the crowd. Who knows? Suddenly Enel collapsed and shouted. Enough, really enough, I am not a hero, I never wanted to save anyone, I just wanted to kill that person. In the end, I even wanted to destroy the entire Berkeloo, because you are all bringing shame to the title of God, and I am a complete villain. What kind of hero am I? Enel, who thought the mayor would be angry, saw the mayor looking at him lovingly. My child, even so, you are the only one who is awake. At that time, you must have been helpless and in pain, right? We have also watched you challenge over and over again, and have been bruised and bruised over and over again. Over and over again, you have become a hero of unyielding resistance. Your mental journey is not important anymore, is it? What's more, you regret it too, right? Enel held his head stubbornly at a 45-degree angle, with his back to the mayor and said nothing, but his slightly trembling shoulders told of his uneasiness. At this time, Shawn, who had been watching the fun, said quietly, since you are fake now, wouldn't it be enough if you turn the fake into real? Now it's true that you haven't gone to extremes, it's true that you challenged the villains over and over again, and it's true that you persisted for 3 years. So why can't you turn the extremes you once were into false? Hearing this, Enel was stunned. He suddenly had some ideas. Yes, he still had a chance to make corrections. A smile on the side also said, many times, people only talk about deeds but not their intentions. Everyone only sees what you have done and not what you are thinking. Yes, even if you think you are a bad person, if you pretend to be a good person all your life, then you will be a good person. Little Robin on the side also expressed his opinion. Go and enjoy your moment. This is everyone's love for you after you are liberated. You can come to me when you are done. Shawn said to Enel with a mysterious smile. Yes, Shawn is really interested in recruiting Enel, not just because he is a genius. Advertisement. It's more because he has gone astray and gone to extremes. As the saying goes, it's easy to learn bad things but hard to learn well. He really feels that Enel really regrets it. Yishao's persuasion also explained the answer. His insight and color development direction is much better than Shawn in sensing emotions. Even he believed in Enel, otherwise with Yishao's character, it would be a mercy not to disgrace him on the spot. Only those who have faced the darkness and walked toward the light again will understand how valuable that ray of light is. This also made Shawn think about asking Enel to go to world government. After all, the conditions for this candidate are relatively stringent. First of all, there is the background issue. Enel is a complete novice in Qinghai, and Candace came to Burka by accident. There is no need to worry about the world government's investigation. After all, this is a self-sufficient island. Then there is the need to be arrogant enough. If you are not arrogant, how can you stand in front of the scumbags of the Tianlong people? They are not afraid of you being arrogant, they are afraid that you have no desires and desires. People like that may have more plans. Having seen darkness means that he is less likely to fall into darkness than anyone else. The most important thing is that Candace is from the world government, and I believe Enel hates them. Shawn has inquired about the function of the enhancement pool. He can even spend 100,000 plot points to purchase cards that eliminate side effects and eliminate the side effects of devil fruits for others. When the time comes, give the fruit of the operation to Enel. In this case, Enel will just follow the path of physical arts in world government in the future. The fruit of the operation will be used to slowly control those political opponents. It was even used to cooperate with Yishao to save some people who should have died with the surgical fruit. Who would have thought that if a strong physical expert cuts off a person's head, that person will not die? Then arrange for some of your own people to enter the power center. Do you think the exchange of hearts and minds as a result of the operation is a joke? If you are brave enough, you can even directly let your own people control the body of the celestial dragon. He doesn't want too many people to have the ability to be immune to seawater, because this will increase the risk of Enel being an undercover agent in the world government, so far he has not helped eliminate any side effects. Yishao provides criminals to Enel, and Enel provides talents to Yishao. Didn't these two people get promoted slowly? Now the only thing left is the underground world. Once the golden triangle is formed, there will be plenty to play with. Now we will see who Xiao will recruit in the future. In this way, Enel accepted everyone's blessings and cheers with some coyness, and he would not refuse anyone who came to drink with him. I kept grinning, laughing and crying and laughing again. Advertisement. For the first time, he felt that it felt good to be accepted. Maybe he could bear the loneliness, but he no longer liked being alone. I spent most of the night like this. Enel came to Shawn a little drunk. Why did you ask me to find you? Shawn always felt that something was wrong with Enel. How could anyone come to talk to someone in the middle of the night? But after all, he was still here and it was hard to drive someone away. So he used a purification shot on Enel, which instantly eliminated Enel's drunken state. Then the old Marine Fleet Admiral language came out. I was still shocked at Shawn's ability to help him get rid of drunkenness, but now that he suddenly heard the news, he was even more shocked from ear to ear. He really didn't expect that someone could come back to the present from the future. Sure enough, his vision was still too narrow. After a moment of silence, Shawn said, I want you to work as an undercover agent in the world government, slowly erode their internal affairs, and provide us with intelligence. I can provide you with. Before Shawn could finish his words, he was interrupted by Enel. Yes, I can go, but I want to know your purpose. Shawn didn't know how to deal with it now, so he agreed without saying the generous conditions he had prepared. He glanced at Enel suspiciously, and after finding nothing unusual, he said, my purpose is just to pull down the so-called gods because they are too annoying and too dirty. You can really do it. Oh, we are invincible in front of us. Enel's breathing was a little rapid. This was it, this was what he wanted to hear. Then he pestered Shawn and kept asking questions, but he didn't mention the real thing. He kept asking how to win, why he won, and so on, which led to Shawn's mouth constantly popping up quotes from the second grade. Enel kept shouting in his heart. Mine, everything is mine. Keep talking Chapter 105 Summary. In the end, Shawn got a little annoyed by what he said, so he gave Enel a good beating. As a result, the other party listened to Shawn's words honestly. Shawn took out the surgical fruit and gene potion and handed them to Enel, and told him that this was the only fruit with no side effects, and he must not let anyone else know about it. Remember from now on, never reveal that you are a devil fruit user. In the early stage, you mainly train your body and become a strong person in taijutsu, you know. Shawn said. Enel asked with some confusion. Since you don't let me use the fruit's ability, why do you let me eat it? Afterwards, Shawn told Enel about the abilities of the surgical fruits. He did not expect Enel to learn medical skills. That was unrealistic. Shawn even told him information about Rob Lucci and others that might be useful. After all, Lucci finally joined CP0. In the latest comic, Lucci is even directly ordered to take over Wano country if Kaido is defeated. The energy in this can be imagined. Afterwards, Enel also looked shocked. He really didn't expect that Shawn would value him so much and believe in him. With this fruit and Yishao's cooperation, his status will rise slowly. In his heart, he was silently determined to follow Shawn in the great cause of killing gods, and now he understood. How can being a god be as good as killing a god? In this way, Shawn gave all the details and told Enel everything he thought of. In the end, he even called Yishao over. Although the less people know about Enel's identity, the better, but there must always be someone who can contact him. For Yishao, Shawn trusts him. He will destroy his eyes just because he doesn't want to see the evil and filth. If you don't let him do something that goes against the moral principles in his heart, he will protect you more than anything else. Regarding the fact that the surgery results had no side effects, he smiled and didn't ask anything. After all, he was fully prepared for the mystery surrounding his boss. The few of them chatted like this until dawn, and even had some unfinished thoughts, but they had to say goodbye. Because Shawn has to go to Gaia Island, the historical article there is still needed. This can be regarded as an explanation to the O'Hara scholars. So Shawn said goodbye to everyone early in the morning and asked Enel to concentrate on training for a year and a half before going to Qinghai. Advertisement. Otherwise, with his current strength that he cannot even go down, he is afraid that he will die halfway there. Before going to Gaia Island, Shawn directly picked up a few uninhabited islands in Qinghai. Because they are probably still fighting now, they have been fighting for 400 years, even though they are tired of fighting. So Robin asked curiously, if that's the case, why can't they stop and negotiate? Shawn said with emotion. Because the Sky Island people have no land, the places where they live are island clouds, a kind of cloud that can be stepped on as if it were land. The senior officials of the so-called Kingdom of Gods on Gaia Island probably advocate the aggressive policy of the Hawks, while the Shandia family believes that this is their hometown and must expel outsiders. Having said this, Shawn turned to look at Yishao. By the way, I won't come forward this time. You just go and negotiate with them. Come to me again when you need me. What are you negotiating for? Yishao asked with some confusion. Shawn held his chin and said, I always feel that the Sky Island people have some secrets. Their buildings and methods are different from Qinghai. Of course, I want to use Sky Island as one of our bases. As for the negotiation, of course, let them stop the war. In the end, it is all because of the land issue. I just bring the land up. I'm not sure if the world government has visited the place where the historical text is located, so I can't come forward. After all, if you want to join the Revolutionary Army in the future, it's best for you to go. Yishao nodded and agreed. Then when he came to Gaia Island, Shawn stayed on the uninhabited island above his head, waiting for Yishao and Robin to come back. Shawn just lay on the grass smoking a cigar and drinking coke, feeling very comfortable. After doing the math, if you include Yishao, you already have 10 subordinates with general-level combat power. Of course, they haven't grown to that point yet, but before the Straw Hats go overseas, this potential will definitely be tapped. There is Hancock on the pirate side, and Law on the Shichibukai side. The Revolutionary Army has a Smile, and the world government has Enel. Marine has him, Ace, Kuina, Dasky, Baby 5, and Crow. Advertisement. There is Robin hiding in the dark. Now the only thing missing is the leader of the underground world. I hope Yishao can give him some help. It's not that I don't know, it's that I'm shocked. This sums up all the camps. This is a camp that can directly push Marine, but it is still far from being able to deal with the world government. Then Shawn fell asleep and Yishao and Robin didn't come back until the evening. How's it going? Have they agreed to a truce? Little Robin on the side looked excited when he heard this. The armistice has ended. I have also interpreted the historical article, but it is just an intelligence historical article. It records the ancient weapon, Poseidon. It turns out that Poseidon is not a weapon, but a kind of inheritance. Every once in a while, a mermaid princess with the power of Poseidon will appear. If my guess is correct, Poseidon is on Mermaid Island, but whether she can awaken this ability depends on her talent. After all, that's what is recorded there. The records say that this is a power that can subvert the sea. These so-called ancient weapons are really terrifying. Shawn was not surprised at all. That was an ability that even the super-large Poseidon could control. However, this also made Shawn more determined to accumulate enough power before acting. After all, in the past history, countries with such power were still defeated. It is conceivable how powerful the world government is. The status of the 5 elders alone is higher than that of the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Cyborg Kong. There is no doubt about the strength, but Marine has 3 generals, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr and various backbones, but it is still managed by Sora Kong. One can imagine how profound the foundation of world government is. Thinking of this, Shawn has a sense of urgency again. He must continue to cultivate more strong people, otherwise he will not feel safe. As for Shirahoshi, don't be ridiculous, she wasn't even born yet. Although I had thousands of thoughts in my mind, I still praised Robin. Little Robin is awesome, he actually interpreted this historical article by himself. After saying that, he raised his hand and gently rubbed Robin's little head. Although Robin thought it was childish, it felt pretty good. Chapter 106 Gilder Tezzolo. After asking Yishao and Robin about the Shandia clan and the Sky Island Aborigines this time, Shawn suddenly understood. All we need to do is place those islands there early tomorrow morning. At this time, Robin asked again. Shawn, the leaders on both sides gave us a lot of gold to thank us. Shawn slapped his forehead and almost forgot about this. It was known as the Golden Country. When talking about Qian Shaonian, he almost forgot that reform does not only rely on the strength of a few high-level officials, but also money. If you want the entire Marine to break away from the world government, you must first have money. Where will the money come from? Shawn squinted his eyes and suddenly thought of a character who has not yet turned black, or who will turn black this year. At this time, Robin stretched out his little hand and waved it in front of Shawn. Hey, Shawn, what's wrong with you? There's a lot of gold, aren't you happy? After Shawn came back to his senses, he smiled at Robin. I'm happy, I just thought of something suddenly. What's wrong? Yishao asked from the side. I just suddenly remembered that what we are going to do requires a lot of money, a very, very large amount of money, and we need to find a partner who will make money. Yi Xiao said with some confusion. I thought you were always prepared for this question, but didn't I expect that you weren't prepared? Shawn was also a little speechless for a moment and blushed slightly. After all, he thought of himself as a smart person and even thought of such a basic thing, but it was not a big problem. So I had to say stubbornly. I thought about it, but I forgot about it because I was busy, but it's still late now, so it's not a big problem. But Yi Xiao became even more confused. What kind of person can earn enough funds to overthrow the world government? Are you kidding me? Advertisement. At this point, Shawn is no longer sleepy. Others may not be able to do it, but this person can definitely do it. He will own 20% of the world's Pele in the future, and both black and white will take it all. He even established his own country and was recognized by the world government. He can also use money to control the celestial dragons. He is the real Golden Emperor who uses money to control the Dark World. Little Robin was dumbfounded when he heard this. This person must be so awesome, but it wasn't over yet. He just heard Shawn continue. If I don't save him at this time, he will even become a slave. To be honest, I admire this person very much. He loved singing when he was a child. His father was a gambler and died of illness one day. My mother also hated his singing and left him when he was 12 years old. He relied on petty theft to make a living. When he was 16 years old, he lost money in gambling and was caught and sold by human traffickers. He was beaten badly and tried his best to escape. After escaping, he met a woman named Stella in the human sales market. She thought his singing was great and they got along well. He decided to let Stella be free and never do bad things again. He worked from morning to night and forgot to eat and sleep, so he needed money to save her. Little Robin on the side couldn't help but ask, wasn't he not caught? How could he still become a slave? Shawn touched Robin's little head and continued, it's because of this year that I was arrested. This man's name is Gilder Tezzolo. Originally, he was 19 years old and had almost saved enough money to happily redeem the girl Stella. But the appearance of the celestial dragons completely shattered Tezzoro's illusions. They easily bought Tezzoro's most cherished person. Tezzolo even got angry directly at the celestial dragons, and as a result, he was caught as a slave. But when he was caught, Stella's words made Tezzoro want to cherish this girl. Having said this, Shawn paused, lit a cigar, and started puffing away, because he felt that Tezzolo's story was a waste of smoke. Robin on the side was unhappy and quickly stepped forward to shake Shawn's arm. What did she say? Please tell me quickly. After blowing out a smoke ring, Shawn continued, even if she is going to be a slave, even if she knows that her fate will be miserable, the girl Stella still said to Tezzolo with a smile, because of your existence. Makes me feel happy from the bottom of my heart. Advertisement. At this moment, Tezzolo hated that he had no money and could not buy back the tenderness in his heart. He planted a seed called money in his heart, and at the same time he became a slave, one who was not even allowed to smile without permission. At the age of 21, he even learned about the death of Stella, a kind-hearted girl, which made him feel very bad, which made him even more obsessed with money.
At the age of 26, he escaped from Mariajoya because of Tiger's slave release incident. At this time, he hated the nobles and rich people even more, and he became black. At the age of 29, at the auction venue of the Golden Fruit, held by the Quixote family, he led people there and caused a big incident and snatched away this fruit that the Quixote family did not intend to sell. At the age of 35, he has developed a stable career, has a sufficient number of subordinates, and built the giant ship Grandisuro. The power of gold that he once hated has become his own strength.
When facing rich people, he should become a richer person and let them succumb under his feet. One day, the Tianlong people will also kneel before this power. With this belief, he became completely black and became the person he once hated the most. Quote. Yi Xiao listened to so much and finally said, so, you mean that such a person has not gone to extremes yet, right? Shawn nodded and said that he had not gone to extremes yet. As long as Stella was still around, he just wanted to be a good person. This is the white moonlight in Tezzolo's heart, and it is also the cage that binds the devil. Yi Xiao said. Then do you know where he is? I am willing to save them. If possible, it is better not to let him fall into darkness. Shawn was happy. Although he knew that Yi Xiao hated sin, he never thought that he had such a sentimental side. He wanted to save people just by telling a story, without even planning it. Shawn shook his head. You can't do it. You could have easily caused trouble in the past. It's better for me to go with you. I can also control the celestial dragons when I encounter them. It's better not to have any armed conflicts at this stage. Quote. Yi Xiao thought about it and felt that it made sense. It was a good thing that he had not met the Tianlong people in the past, but he would have been exposed if he had met Tuaduo. Although Shawn has never said intuitively how strong world government is, judging from Shawn's low-key accumulation of strength, we know that it is definitely a behemoth that cannot be competed at this stage. Robin on the side raised his little hand and asked, what about me? Have you forgotten me? Chapter 107 Slave Market. Shawn gently stroked Robin's head and said with a smile, next time, Dr. Kloba and your mother are waiting for you to go back and share the harvest with them. It's not that Shawn doesn't want to take Robin there, it's that he doesn't want to let him see the ugly side of world government too early, fearing that she will be cast in a bad light. And if nothing unexpected happened, Shawn might cause a scene in the slave market, wearing a mask and using only physical skills. He didn't believe anyone could recognize him. What's more, in the original timeline, he was only 8 years old at this time. But I just want to go with Shawn and you guys, okay? Okay, Robin said coquettishly, shaking Shawn's arm. Recently, because of her mother's return and Shawn's love for her, Robin has become more cheerful and even dared to act coquettishly towards Shawn. This made Shawn feel that this is how a child of this age should behave, instead of being bitter and resentful all day long, which further strengthened his thoughts. Let Robin seize the tale of her childhood and spend these few years in O'Hara, which can give her an idea, but facing those evils too early can easily have a bad impact on a child's mind. So Shawn said, it won't work this time, because the scene may not be so beautiful. You are still too young. Wait until one day when you have learned a lesson and can fly out of O'Hara by yourself, then you can see the world again. Okay. Robin's ability is to fly. This is also the course that Shawn has set for Robin. To develop the fruitful ability, the first step is to improve his physical fitness. By the time Robin can fly, no one in Qinghai will think that she is from O'Hara. At that time, as long as she is not pursued by a general, she will not be in too much danger. Sure enough, Robin was unhappy when he heard this. He slightly pursed his lips and muttered, I'm not a child anymore, I'm mature. Shawn had no choice but to say sincerely, I want you to have a happier childhood. As for why you went out after becoming stronger, it's because it's too dangerous outside. You can ask Alvia. Robin also knew that Shawn was really good to her, and she just wanted to be willful for a rare moment. It was just a small way to make adults care. Children always want to attract attention from adults to prove that they are special. Robin, who received a gentle response, suddenly changed back to his sensible and well-behaved self. I know, Shawn, just go with peace of mind. I will wait for you to come back in O'Hara. Can you promise me one thing? Quote. Say it, I will promise you anything I can. He said this, but he didn't think there was anything he couldn't promise to the little Lolita. Little Loli suddenly became a little nervous when she heard Shawn's answer, and whispered softly, when you finish your work and before you go back to the future, can you stay in O'Hara and teach me? Shawn looked at the slightly blushing Robin and suddenly became happy. When he was a child, he liked to play with his elder sister and would blush like this. Advertisement. But this request was nothing, so he knelt down and said, okay, I promise you, but you also have to promise me to practice according to the practice course I left for you. You must wait until you have mastered the ability to fly before going to Qinghai. After all, your identity is too sensitive. Don't reveal your identity in Qinghai. Listening to Shawn's rambling instructions, Robin not only did not show a trace of impatience, but instead carefully wrote down everything he said. She had no friends since she was a child, and she cherished Shawn very much. After all, Shawn was her only friend who could be said to be of the same age. Yes, in the little Loli's mind, Shawn is the same age as her, but she hasn't grown up yet. After taking the trouble to warn Robin, Shawn asked several people to go back to the tent to rest without teleporting back to O'Hara. After all, there will be a few uninhabited islands to deal with tomorrow morning. At night, Shawn, who was resting in the tent, opened the system and checked the plot points. Plot point 739713. This much was within his expectation, and the more than 200,000 yuan had been squandered. Saved O'Hara from hiding, reversed Enel's original fate, and made him a very important boss, as well as Robin and Gaia Island. It's not surprising that there are so many plot points, and now Shawn has figured out some patterns. In addition to destroying the original work, the impact on the world will also have a lot of plot points. He wants to save up to 1 million and do 100 consecutive draws to see if there is anything good. Now that the last piece of the puzzle has been found, the next step is development. I hope that the seeds I plant now will reap fruitful fruits in the future. The future is promising. ... Early next morning. Shawn dropped several islands at a higher altitude where the islanders couldn't see them, and divided them among them according to their territory. Advertisement. The people of Shandia can also return to their hometown as they wish, and the people of Kongdao also have their own land. Shawn and the others also reserved a place for themselves as a future scientific research base. So, Robin and Yishao said goodbye to everyone and told them not to fight. Shawn first sent Robin back to O'Hara. Since he already had the coordinates, the teleportation back was quick. I spent another 50,000 to find Tezzolo, who is still a young man. Well, it was the cheapest. The most Shawn's plan is to give him a gene potion. As for using the map ability to find the golden fruit, that's not necessary. Doflamingo and the others will find him later anyway, so just let Tezzolo train well during this period. Otherwise, it would be uneconomical to invest too much. The one who invested the most was Enel, but that was because Enel was going to the dragon's den and the tiger's den. In this way, Shawn followed the map's guidance with a smile and kept flying. Finally, we came to a slave trading market and saw the young man with green hair. He was squatting next to a cage chatting with a blonde girl, and the two of them chuckled from time to time. Those who didn't know better thought they were just ordinary lovers dating. If you ignore the collar around the girl's neck. At this time, Shawn spread his knowledge to the entire island. When he sensed the despair in it, he almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and burst into rage. But he had to endure it. He could not appear until the celestial dragon appeared to crush Tezzolo's hope. Otherwise, Tezzolo, who had almost saved enough money himself, would have rashly bought Stella and said he wanted him to be his younger brother. Wouldn't that be offending someone? Shawn can't do the operation on cerebral thrombosis. At the same time, Shawn is also planning to make a big fuss here and free all the slaves here. And he still can't attract the attention of the top leaders of the world government. After all, everything is still in the early stage, and his strength is not enough to push him aside. At this moment, Yishao and Shawn heard a burst of noise high in the sky. Gradually, the noise slowly became silent. Chapter 108 The Tianlong Kamal Family. Looking in the direction where the sound became silent, I saw 3 people wearing bubble hoods and white clothes. There are 2 boys and 1 girl, so if there is no accident, this is the Kamal family. Behind them were a few men in black and some guards in armor, and in the direction they walked, people who came to buy and sell slaves all knelt down one by one. It was the first time for Shawn to see these celestial dragons in the sky. Although he could not see anything yet, he believed that the celestial dragons were definitely not that simple. So even though Shawn wants to go down and kill the other person right now, he still has to suppress his anger. He would never underestimate world government's intelligence capabilities, and he didn't want to expose the yet-to-be-formed forces now. Just when Shawn's mind was spinning 1,000 times, a Draco walked up to Tezzoro who was kneeling beside the cage. He looked at Stella with a dull expression, as if looking at a pet. Pointing to the cage where Stella was, he said, "This person has nice hair, I want her." Yes, El Saint. Tezzolo, who was kneeling aside, felt a bang in his head, as if thunder exploded in his mind. He really didn't expect that he was about to save enough money to redeem Stella, but at this juncture, it was actually bought by someone, and he was a world noble Draco. At this moment, a subtle change quietly occurred in his heart. If I had a lot of money before. But before his mentality changed, Stella, a kind-hearted woman, was restrained by chains and collars. Still looking back at Tezzolo, with a smile on his face, "Please don't be sad, because with your existence, I feel happy from the bottom of my heart." One sentence made Tezzolo sober up. Even with countless money, without the person in front of him, it would be boring. Tezzolo, who came back to his senses, quickly shouted, "No, you can't do this. I will have money to redeem Stella soon. You can't take Stella away, just let her go." Kamal Saint on the side was a little unhappy because he was almost startled by Tezzolo. He immediately pointed at Tezzolo and said, "Go and give him a good lesson. His voice is so loud that it scares me. I will make him my slave." After saying that, he didn't forget to tug the chain around Stella's neck hard. Humph, the untouchables must have the consciousness of being untouchables. Yes, El Saint. Advertisement. Even though she was treated roughly, Stella still didn't yell, but just looked at Tezzolo with a worried look. He was afraid that Tezzoro would say something outrageous again and offend this celestial dragon. Tezzoro was also shocked. He didn't expect that he would be so bold to offend the celestial dragons, and he was even prepared to be beaten half to death. After all, the other party said that he wanted to be a slave, so he probably wouldn't be killed, and he would be closer to Stella. Sure enough, several tall guards wearing armor came forward and punched and kicked Tezzolo. After a while, Tezzolo was beaten to the point of dying. But even so, through the swollen eyelids that were dripping with blood, he tried to open a gap. Seeing Kamal in front of him whipping his most beloved woman, the pain in his heart made it even harder for him to breathe. He hated these nobles so much and hated his own powerlessness. Kamal whipped Stella with a barbed whip while yelling, "You bug, you actually make people disobey the descendants of the great creator." Snapped. "Despicable ants, you should remain in awe." Snapped. Even though his head was beaten and bleeding, his beautiful golden hair was dyed red by the blood that leaked out. Stella still gritted her silver teeth and looked hard at Tezzolo, trying to squeeze out the smile he once said was his most beautiful. But she really couldn't do it. The only thing she could do was not to make a sound and endure the torture of the celestial dragon. She wanted to leave the impression of Tezzolo's sweet singing voice, not a hoarse scream of pain. This is the only tenderness she can keep. But Tezzolo now didn't even have the strength to struggle, and could only watch Stella being tortured with blood and tears in his eyes. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears. "Shatter. Kyoka Suigetsu." In an instant, in Tezzolo's sight, cracks appeared in the space, as if a mirror was broken. Boom. The mirror shattered, revealing a scene that Tezzolo would never forget. In front of him, Stella also looked at him with astonishment, but there was no trace of any scars on her body. Advertisement. This is not the point. The point is the armored guards, including Kamal Saint, the celestial dragon. They were each whipping the frightened slave market leader. But everyone around them just showed pity, including some slaves who were still in the cage and had not yet been sold. After coming back to his senses, he carefully inspected his Tezzolo and found that there was no injury on his body. He was a little surprised and couldn't figure out what happened. At this moment, the sound just now sounded again. Angry. Despair. Full of powerlessness. How much did you hate the world at that moment, Tezzolo? Who is talking? Tezzolo looked around in horror. People are full of fear of unknown things, not to mention that at this time, he also saw that someone was playing tricks on the celestial dragons. Snap. Yishao and Shawn just fell from the air in front of Tezzolo. Shawn glanced at Stella, who had a look of astonishment on her face, and slowly walked towards the ladder while wearing a collar. Under the horrified eyes of Stella and Tezzolo, they reached out and held the explosive collar. Before Tezzolo could speak, Shawn's hand holding the collar suddenly shook. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion roared. Tezzolo looked at the direction of the explosion with despair, and murmured, "Why is this happening? Aren't you here to save people?" Da da da. As the footsteps approached, Tezzolo was surprised to find Stella standing in front of him unscathed. He just looked a little confused and at a loss. And the people around them turned a blind eye to these people. I had originally guessed that the other party only influenced a few people in Kamal, but now it seems that the other party's strength is enough to influence everyone. This is too terrible. Tezzolo walked to Stella, blocked the front, and looked at the two people opposite, to be precise, the man wearing a cloak and a mask. His intuition told him that this person was more dangerous, and he didn't know what the other person wanted to do. Having been among gangsters since he was young, he would not simply believe that the other party simply wanted to save himself and Stella. Unfortunately, Tezzolo guessed wrong this time. In a sense, what Shawn wanted to do was to reform the world and liberate the slaves. Chapter 109 Invitation. Tezzolo stood in front of Stella and asked with some hesitation, "Who are you and what do you want to do to us?" Shawn looked at Tezzolo at this period and couldn't imagine that the man in front of him would be someone who enjoyed watching others break up in the future. Constantly setting up traps to make others lose the most cherished person, that somewhat psychopathic person. Now he is just a young man working hard for love. The world is really sick. After withdrawing his thoughts, Shawn slowly said, "Tell me, what do you think about everything you just experienced?" Tezzolo was a little uneasy. He couldn't figure out what the two people were thinking. He didn't know what the other person wanted to hear, and he was afraid of giving a bad answer. Stella on the side seemed to see the other party's concerns and showed a gentle smile to Tezzolo. Said, "Mr. Cloak, why don't I say it first, okay?" Although I was a little surprised that this woman would take the lead, she still nodded and agreed. Anyway, he just wanted Tezzolo to follow him willingly. This woman's answer was not important. My thought was that it was all just a dream-like illusion, and that would be great. I also think Tezzolo is impulsive, but he is my hero. After he finished speaking, he reached out and gently held Tezzolo's broad palm. This made Tezzolo blush a little. After all, he felt that he had done nothing. And the expression under Shawn's mask is as if he is wearing a mask of pain. Why do we still eat dog food in this world? Even so, this woman's words still surprised Shawn, who stared at Stella's gentle and affectionate look that didn't seem to be fake. He could only sigh slightly, which reminded him of Roman Rolland's words, "There is only one kind of heroism, and that is to still love life after recognizing the truth of life." Even if they were just surviving, it was no surprise that she felt Tezzolo was her hero. But why isn't she Tezzolo's hero? A hero who bound Tezzolo's inner demons. No more words, but turned to look at Tezzolo aside. Advertisement. Retracting the shy look on his face, Tezzolo said slowly and gloomily, "I hate them. I hate the people who made these unfair treaties. I just wanted to make a lot of money in the future to get revenge on them. Why can they abuse others' most cherished people at will? They are just a bunch of trash who only know how to eat and drink. How can they ride on the heads of those of us who are trying to survive?" The more Tezzolo spoke, the more excited he became. At the end, he even stared at the Kamal family with red eyes. The hatred and killing intent that seemed to be substantial made Stella's eyes on the side a little worried. After gently shaking the opponent's arm, Tezzolo was suddenly startled and looked at the opponent with some confusion. She was afraid that her performance would offend Stella. The latter just shook his head slightly. "Although I don't like violent people, but as long as it's you, it doesn't matter what you look like." After saying that, Stella smiled and expressed her affirmation of Tezzolo. She is kind, but she is not indifferent to right from wrong. She knows very well that Tezzolo's murderous intention is because of herself. If she denies the other party's belief at this time, then she is not worthy of being liked by Tezzolo. She is very clear about everything Tezzolo has done in the past few years. He was scarred from the beginning, from where he complained, his power fell, and where did he get the money? Later Tezzolo said that he wanted to change his mind and work hard to redeem himself. How many former gangsters can really turn back? There was no doubt that he was, and there wasn't much she could do but stand firm to express her support for him. Although Shawn felt a little uncomfortable because the two were messing around, he still had to sigh. What most people in this world want is just a room for 2 people, 3 meals a day, and 4 seasons. No matter which villain is, he has his own story and he has had good thoughts. Don't encourage others to do good without going through their suffering. He will not recruit those who have gone to extremes, because he knows very well that it is impossible. If you want to persuade others to let go, you can't say it out loud for fear of being struck by lightning. So he can only recruit some people who have not yet been swallowed by the darkness. As for those who are already in the darkness. Advertisement. Physical liberation is just fine, it's not a big problem. After a moment of pretentiousness, Shawn said directly to the gate of opening, "I would like to invite you to join us and work together to overthrow the world government." Now it was the turn of the 2 young lovers to be confused. They thought about many possibilities, but they did not expect that the other party had this purpose. World government, that is the hegemonic force in this world, a dictatorial force, how dare they set this goal? It was Stella who reacted first. The person you want to recruit is Tezzolo, right? She didn't think that she had anything that would be noticed by the other party, so she just sang better. Well, I'm here for Tezzolo. Even if he refuses, it doesn't matter. I will still send you away. This is an invitation, not a condition. Hearing this, Stella also breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that the other party would use her to threaten Tezzolo. Now it seemed that the other party was not a bad person, so he held Tezzolo's generous palm tightly. Use silent actions to prove that you will support him, even if the other person wants to be an enemy of the world, this man deserves to be treated with all your tenderness. After coming back to his senses, Tezzolo also fell into deep thought. He believed that he must have something that the other party liked. He is considering whether to return to the ordinary life in the fields with his lover or accept the other party's invitation and embark on a vigorous road. But if you really accept the invitation, it means you have to hide, and you have to separate from Stella. He didn't want to leave Stella, but he also wanted to swing his sword at God. He believed that the other party had this strength, otherwise who would dare to offend the Tianlong people? So he said, although I don't know what you like about me, I have to say that I am really moved. I really don't want to experience the powerless feeling just now, and I don't want anyone to experience it again, but it will be very dangerous. In this case, Stella can't be with me, right, but I really don't want to be separated from her. Hearing this, Stella was also a little happy, because it showed that she was really important in the other person's mind. But he still shook his head. It doesn't matter. No matter what you do, I will support you. I will wait for you at the back and wait for you to come back, so, do what you want to do. Shawn's mask of pain is becoming more and more distorted. Why does Lousy, so handsome, still want to eat your dog food? These two people are so disgusting. So sour, so sour. Chapter 110 Stella. ... Although he was roaring in his heart, he still resisted the urge to beat the two of them in order to maintain his cold personality. Yishao on the side could feel Shawn's jealousy, and he was also speechless. There is no woman in his heart. Didn't you say this sentence of the god of nature, draw your sword? As the two of them kept pulling each other, various words like, you go ahead, I don't want it, I will wait for you, and, I can't bear to leave you, kept coming out. Why are you putting on a Chongyao drama here? Shawn, who couldn't bear it anymore, shouted angrily. That's enough, you guys, stop showing affection in front of Lousy, be careful if you show affection, you will die quickly. Shawn cast a vicious curse, and upon hearing this, the two of them felt a little embarrassed. After pondering for a moment, Shawn made a decision, looked at Stella and said, do you have the perseverance to become stronger, or do you have the determination to stand by his side? Yes, Shawn decided to give the other party the genetic medicine, but only if the other party was willing to become stronger, otherwise he would not waste it. Even if it is not expensive for him now, even Tezzolo's contribution is more than enough, and even this is a continuing income. Stella was a little confused when she saw the question thrown back at her, and stammered, can I become stronger too? Yes, I can make you stronger. The premise is that you want to become stronger. You have to become stronger, because becoming stronger requires hardship. You have to think clearly. I don't want to waste my precious quota. Shawn said nonchalantly, even lifting the lower half of his mask, lighting a cigar and puffing away. After Stella pondered for a moment, she said firmly, I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger. I don't want others to control my destiny anymore. I want to stand beside Tezzolo and fight with him. No matter how hard it is, I will persist. Please give me your precious spot, I will cherish it. When Tezzolo on the side heard this, his face was full of madness, and he was dizzy with joy. What was originally a catastrophic day seemed to have turned into a lucky day with a twist of fate. She has a goal to strive for, her lover is willing to stay with her, and she may even have a chance to become stronger. In this sea, your fist is the benchmark for living freely. Shawn wants to set fire to the two of them again, just make up your mind. Why do you have to involve each other in everything? However, after feeling the other party's determination, Shawn was also a little relieved that he had one more tool man. Advertisement. It is true that genetic medicine can create a lot of high-end combat power for him, but he cannot give it to people casually. The most important thing is the issue of loyalty, and Tezzolo no longer has to worry about it. Because Tezzolo's mentality in the original work is to let others taste the pain of losing his beloved. Now that he has not lost Stella, he does not want others to experience the pain of losing his beloved. And this kind-hearted girl is also a character who repays kindness. Then he said, we will talk about the rest later. Before that, let's solve everything here. After saying that, everyone felt the overwhelming evil energy from the two small holes on the mask. Then he looked at Tezzoro and said, just go and beat those celestial dragon scum and immune to death, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to help but kill them. Hearing this, Tezzolo was shocked again, thinking that this person wanted to push him to die, right? But then I thought about it, and it seemed wrong. I had already joined the camp that was against the world government, so what else was there to be afraid of? Is there anything more terrifying than losing Stella? Then he walked towards the Kamale family with a ferocious face and started a brutal and inhumane beating and kicking. Later, under the influence of Shawn's Kyoka Suigetsu, the family returned to their ship in embarrassment with the, only, two guards in black. As he left, he even cursed and said he would call Marine to sink the island. This is all within Shawn's plan. All he has to do is save the people who are treated as goods. What does the rest have to do with him? No vendor here is innocent. What the Kamale family saw was that Tezzolo and his wife were beaten to death by them. The owner of the slave shop was not happy and contradicted them a few words. Then a conflict broke out, and the surrounding slaves rioted. They all wanted to die together with the other party regardless of the risk of the collar exploding. In the chaos, the Kamale family was affected by the crazy people, and the powerful guards around them could not withstand so many suicide attacks. In the end, they could only leave in embarrassment, and some slaves also took advantage of the chaos to escape. Shawn looked at Yishao and said, "Use your ability to release everyone on this island." Yi smiled and nodded, and in an instant a dense electrical grid appeared in the sky, covering the entire island. Advertisement. Under the horrified gazes of the Tezzolo couple, thunder and lightning continued to strike. This is a smile that matches his knowledge and color, splitting open those imprisoned people, because emotions do not lie, and he can find these people very accurately under various numb and desperate emotions. Immediately, Shawn also spread his knowledge to the entire island, using his ability to fly everyone to the open space in front of him. Thousands of civilians were densely packed with empty eyes. However, they were still immersed in the illusion created by Shawn. They took advantage of the chaos to escape, but in the end they were swallowed by a super large Poseidon. After all, Shawn didn't have that much energy to take care of them, so in the end he could only find an uninhabited island with abundant supplies and put them down. They should be able to go home eventually, as long as they guide Marine there with a smile. Then Shawn asked the three of them to search for all the money here, mainly Yishao, because his lightning was so convenient. As long as there is a conductive place, he can go there at a speed that is close to teleportation, but he is much more skilled in using it than Enel, and the range and power are not the same. Not long after, several people came back, and Tezzolo even brought a knife. According to him, it was placed in a safe. After Shawn looked at it carefully, he found that it was a very sharp knife and a good knife, but he didn't know what kind of knife it was. When the time comes, I can give it to Zoro, my younger brother, as a gift when I go back. So Shawn made all the treasures rise into the air, followed by all the civilians who were still in the illusion. Finally, there were Shawn and the others, all standing in the sky, looking down at the gorgeously dressed people below. Shawn stretched out his hand and shook it slightly, and all the places on the island that had been struck by lightning were erased by Shawn's telekinesis. Other places were in dilapidated condition under the influence of various forces, and even the celestial dragon guards were directly killed by Shawn using his abilities. It looked like someone had pierced the heart directly. As for the remaining businessmen, sorry, let's wait for their Tianlong father to take revenge on them. After erasing all traces, Shawn took everyone away. Chapter 111 Tezzolo wants to change jobs. Then Shawn and the others took these civilians to an uninhabited island with abundant supplies, and then returned to the island that Kongdao and the others had designated as their base. Tezzolo was just surprised along the way. He did not expect that the masked man in front of him was so powerful. It was actually possible to take a few of them to such a distant place in an instant. At the same time, I was also a little lucky. If I hadn't been able to play a role, the end would have been as miserable as that dream. After stopping, Shawn took out 2 genetic potions and handed them to Stella and Tezzolo. Drink it. This is a potion that can improve your quality and talent. It has no side effects. If you insist on it, you just need to develop it yourself. Seeing that Tezzolo was hesitant, Stella drank it first without hesitation. She knew what Tezzolo was thinking. I just wonder how a small potion can have such a powerful effect. Stella is a person who knows what is good and what is good. After all, everyone has been saved by the other party. If you really want to harm yourself, don't go to so much trouble, right? Then Tezzolo also drank it, but he didn't feel any changes. Seeing the doubts of the two people, Shawn said bluntly, "This is to increase your upper limit, not to improve your strength. The real strong people come out step by step, otherwise they will just be the moon in the mirror." Quote. Hearing this, Stella nodded gently and asked softly, "Well, can I ask who you are? And, what exactly do you need Tezzolo to do for you?" After Shawn and Yishao looked at each other, they slowly took off their masks. Only then did they realize that their leader was so young. It seems that he is not much different from himself. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shawn. I'm from. Then came the same old rhetoric, the future Marine Fleet Admiral. There is no way, this is his last stubbornness. Regardless of whether the other party believes it or not, he has come back from the future. Advertisement. After explaining, under the horrified expression of the other party, he continued to say slowly, "The original trajectory is that you will be a pervert who likes to get pleasure from watching life and death." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the young couple changed, especially Tezzolo, who couldn't hide the embarrassment between his brows. Because he felt that what the other party said was true. If he lost Stella, he would turn into a devil. Feeling Tezzolo's emotions, Stella pulled the other person's hand to show comfort. Seeing this, Shawn could only roll his eyes. His tone became slightly more serious, but that is not the case anymore. "I am interested in your ability to move among various forces and your unparalleled business talent. I want you to become the true ruler of the underground world. If nothing unexpected happens, with Stella's help, no force on the surface of the sea can really threaten you." He was a little thirsty after talking. Seeing that the two of them were still confused, he took out a cigar and coke and shared it with Yishao. Yishao originally only loved soba noodles, but he was assimilated by Shawn and also fell in love with cigars. No way, smoking a cigar is so powerful. When Tezzolo came back to his senses, his face was a little bitter. He never expected that the other party would think so highly of him. Thinking left and right, hesitating, unable to speak. Finally, he sighed and said directly, "You think too highly of me. Isn't this something you can do if you have the strength? And aren't you Marine Fleet Admiral? Are you going to do those criminal activities too?" Shawn looked at Yishao and motioned for Yishao to explain, just in time to see if Yishao understood his thoughts. Yishao organized some words and said, "There will be members of the organization to help you, and they are not doing these dark things, but helping us to secretly eliminate these criminal activities." Eliminating criminal activity. So what is our purpose? Accumulating money and wealth is essential in the process of overthrowing the world government. What Shawn values is your ability to make money. You want to become the richest person. Tezzolo is a little confused. The money he has saved for several years is not enough to redeem an ordinary human girl. Is it okay to set this goal for him at the beginning? Seeing this, Shawn on the side added, "Don't belittle yourself, you have this talent. In the year 1510 of the Hainan calendar, you can go to the Don Quixote family and ask him to give you a devil fruit called the Jinjin fruit." Advertisement. Although I don't know how you can use that thing to become the richest person, but I believe you can do it. Tezzolo felt a little bitter. He had no clue now. This goal was too exaggerated. He could only bite the bullet and said, "According to you, that will be a devil fruit that is very helpful for wealth accumulation. Why would the other party give it to us?" "I'll give it to you," Shawn said nonchalantly, "to deal with people from this family, as long as they are strong enough to make him fear them." Then he looked at Yishao and said, "Don Quixote will be left to you before the two of them take the stage. If they are obedient, it wouldn't be a bad idea to give Doflamingo a genetic potion." Yes, Shawn wants to completely muddy the waters now. As for Doflamingo's rebellion. Just kidding, what kind of tricks can he make by himself? Any kid around him can match his combat power. Even if it is given to him, it will not be given to him in the early stage. If he really helps Yishao, Tezzolo and others, then he will not be stingy if he is hungry. No matter how ambitious he is, it doesn't matter. Even if a bad person pretends to be a good person all his life, he will be judged as a good person. After all, even if you suppress the opponent with force, there will always be a day when the string is broken. Loosening and tightening is the way to fish. And Tezzolo, even after hearing what the two said, was still a little embarrassed, so he could only ask weakly, "Can you give me another task? I'm really afraid that I can't do it." Before Shawn could speak, he smiled and replied expressionlessly, "Okay, are you sure?" Hearing this, Tezzolo was delighted. "Really? What other tasks can you give me?" Yishao rubbed the beard on his chin, pondered for a moment and then said, Or do you want to be an undercover agent and lurk in world government? But the target is a senior government official, whose status cannot be lower than a general. Of course, I will do the same. Help you." The joy on Tezzolo's face froze, and he hesitated and said, "Then, what else is there? Are you not satisfied?" Yishao waved his hand nonchalantly. "Then you can take over and organize a revolutionary army to openly fight against the world government." Tezzolo's heart went cold. He never expected that this thick-browed smile would actually play tricks on him. After talking for a long time, accumulating wealth is the simplest task. At most, it is just killing some rats hiding in the dark. Chapter 112 Shawn is back. Whether it was lurking or confronting him head-on, the difficulty was not comparable to his original mission. This made the 19-year-old Tezzolo very sad. He was afraid that he would live up to this expectation and trust. Seeing this, Stella on the side ignored Shawn's bloodshot eyes and held the other person's hand tightly. "It doesn't matter. No matter what, I will be by your side. I also believe you can do it. Just believe in yourself, okay, Tezzolo." Hearing this, Tezzolo came back to life as if he had been injected with chicken blood. As long as Stella is by his side, what's so scary? Shawn on the side actually knew very well that Tezzolo did not have the same fear of world government as Enel, because Enel was ignorant and fearless. Tezzolo, on the other hand, is just the opposite. He has to survive alone at the age of 12 and has a clear understanding of the rules of survival in the current world. Naturally, he didn't dare to make random promises, which was why Shawn felt more at ease with him at this time. The 19-year-old Tezzolo was not of the same species as the 29-year-old who had experienced slavery. But it doesn't matter, there is time for him to prepare. So Shawn said, "You don't have to worry too much. You have 10 years. During these 10 years, you can develop your own potential and think about what to do. 10 years is enough time for you two to become one of the top powers in this ocean. In 10 years, you will be active in this chaotic stage." Hearing this, the young couple became even more happy because Tezzolo had time for him to think about what to do. Stella is much simpler. She feels that she is very satisfied with 10 years of ordinary life. Then Yishao told the Tezzolo couple some plans, causing them to exclaim again and again. This becomes a closed loop. The world government orders some talents to be hunted down, the revolutionary army goes to accept the talents, and the underground world provides the materials for scum who fake death. The final result is that the one in the world government has been promoted, the one in the revolutionary army has attracted more of his own people, and the one in the underground world has become even more prestigious. While they were talking, Shawn left and went directly to O'Hara to find Robin. At this moment, she was nestling in Alvia's arms, and the mother and daughter were talking quietly. Advertisement. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the two of them, and the breeze blew slowly, ruffling their hair. The peaceful scene of the years has strengthened Shawn's determination to overthrow the world government. Seeing Shawn coming, Robin immediately wanted to run over with his short legs, but seemed to remember his mother's teachings and slowed down. He walked up to Shawn, raised his head and asked, "Are you done?" Shawn squatted down, rubbed the other person's head gently and said, "Yes, they are over at Sky Island. I will teach you how to practice in the next time, okay?" The little loli nodded obediently, and Nuo responded, "Okay. I will be very careful." Alvia also knew that Shawn would be leaving soon, and Robin would definitely benefit a lot from being taught by him. Even for a long time to come, O'Hara scholars will not be able to delve into new historical texts. That's okay, since Robin came back and told all the scholars from the Tree of All-Knowing, Shawn really knew about the existence of this historical text. They dispelled their doubts. For scholars, boring waiting has long become a trivial matter in their lives, and they are all looking forward to the future. Shawn said hello to Alvia, then took Robin's little hand and left. Seeing her daughter's heartfelt smile and cheerfulness, Alvia also had a smile on her lips. By the way, he and Robin are in the same year, right? Time went on in such an orderly manner. During this period, Shawn and Yishao trained the three of them together, but only Robin and Stella never complained and persisted with gritted teeth. Shawn's customized training intensity is no joke. Even during meal and rest breaks, it feels like he is carrying a huge mountain on his back. Tezzolo also complained a lot at the beginning, but when he saw Stella's strong appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed, and he stopped complaining and was no longer lazy. During this period, Shawn not only helped them with physical training, but also taught them how to use the robin fruit. As for whether Stella has any fruit, that's none of his business. He's not a nanny. Let Tezzolo help him. On this day, Shawn knew that he was going back, and he had no regrets. After all, he went back in the blink of an eye, and it would not be difficult to contact them after he returned. In the end, Shawn also asked Yishao to go to Wano country to have a look, and to help if he could without affecting the layout. Advertisement. The country of Wano is the origin of Halu Stone and has unparalleled skills in forging various weapons. Information such as Kanjuro in the 9 Heroes of Red Shao being an undercover agent of the Kurozumi family was informed to the other party. There was no way, who told Oda not to finish the painting earlier. He could only tell the other party what he knew. After returning, the world will be turned upside down, and Oda no longer understands One Piece. I want to plan more things, but the current combat power is only a smile. Then let it go. Anyway, I have informed the other party of all kinds of important information. A blue light gradually lit up on Shawn's body, and slowly disappeared from his feet. Little Robin pursed his lips, his big eyes filled with mist, and stubbornly refused to cry. Just staring closely at the man who changed her life. Taking advantage of the last moment, Shawn quickly rubbed the little loli's head angrily. Don't be like this, I will wait for you in the future Alabasta, but you must become stronger. The little loli responded with a face full of reluctance. I will find you in Alabasta. Shawn looked around. Dr. Kloba, Alvia, Zoro, Yishao, Stella, Tezzolo, and little Robin all looked at him with some reluctance. Everyone, I look forward to meeting you in the future. Call out. After a chuckle, he left only one sentence and disappeared completely. After Shawn left, Robin couldn't hold it in any longer. The tears in Kazilan's big eyes fell down. Seeing this, Alvia knelt down and gently hugged her daughter, and said softly, didn't Shawn say that? Every farewell is for a better encounter next time, so you can meet again in the future. Quote. I know everything, but I couldn't help it. It's been too long, more than 10 years, it's been too long. Robin choked with sobs. Alvia sighed in her heart and continued to comfort. Then you have to use this time to become better. When you meet again, you will no longer be a child. Sure enough, no matter how mature he is still a child. After the topic was brought up, Robin became a little excited. Although she enjoyed Shawn's pampering, she wanted to get along with him as a peer, and Robin burst into tears thinking about it. Chapter 113 Daily Life. After Shawn left, nothing in O'Hara seemed to have changed, but something seemed different. Scholars are still studying knowledge every day for 10 years. Except for some residents on the island who have the habit of going to sea, the rest have returned to peace after the initial hesitation. To say what is different, it seems that there is a little figure doing morning exercises every morning. The little figure sweating freely on the island is no longer rejected by the children of the same age on the island. Because their adults all know that whether they can reappear on the sea in the future depends on this little girl who they used to treat as a monster. But at this time, little Robin has experienced O'Hara's loss and recovery, and has become mature like the original. Even though she is still a child, she no longer has anything to talk about with other children of the same age. From the beginning, because they were expecting Robin to lead them back to Qinghai, later everyone was impressed by this stubborn little figure. Her strong, Self-disciplined and gentle character makes all the residents ashamed. This is obviously an outstanding child from someone else's family, and they are so envious of Albia. So they went home and beat up their children who were playing in the mud in the yard. 2 years later, Enel, who had become a junior officer in the CP organization of world government, looked at Rob Lucci, who was only in his teens. I thought this was the person who warned me. This was taken directly by him using his small privilege, even though he once received training at a world government training institution. There are some small talents, but that's all. They are not yet the killing weapons in the future. Looking at the cold and aloof eyes of the other party, Enel was not unhappy, but instead became more excited. He seemed to feel the way Shawn looked at him. Even though he was so weak, he still looked like he was the boss and I was the second child. It should be fun to teach a lesson, right? So Enel pretended to take out a cigar and smoked it, and said as calmly as possible, I heard you are very strong. Hearing this, Lucci, who had no wave in his eyes, became a little more emotional, and replied with some pride, Sir, I am the number one in our issue. Are you proud? Advertisement. This left Lucci not knowing how to answer. The only thing he had been taught since childhood was to obey orders. He didn't understand the world at all, so he could only follow his inner will. Yes, I am very proud. Whoosh. A scent broke through the air, and Lucci's pupils shrank. Before he could react, Enel's voice sounded behind him. What is there to be proud of? You are so weak, but I ask you, are you willing to follow me? Lucci looked confused. He didn't know what the other party meant, but he had received obedience education. His voice was emotionless and he answered in a routine manner. Sir, I will obey the order. Hearing this, Enel also sighed slightly. It seemed that he was too weak. The child's head was probably not working well. Then he used the iron fist of love on Lucci and said while hitting him, follow or not. Boom. Are you going to follow or not? Boom. Lucci, who was beaten inexplicably, was a little confused. He didn't know what he had done wrong, so he was beaten by the superior. But the human instinct of survival still made him shout, I will follow. I will follow. Hearing this, Enel stopped his fist and looked at the opponent with satisfaction, thinking that this trick is really useful. I did it this way back then. It feels so good. Lucci touched his swollen cheek and asked inarticulately, what do you want me to tell you? Hearing this, Enel's expression froze, and he didn't know how to answer. Do you want the gate of opening to tell you straight away that you want to FK your immediate boss? Cerebral thrombosis wouldn't say that on the first meeting. Lucci also sighed slightly when he saw this, and thought to himself, how did this person become a commander if his brain is not very good? As a leader in an intelligence agency, you may not be strong enough, but your brain must be flexible. So Lucci, who has been smart since he was a child, seemed to have figured out something and asked cautiously, do you want me to bear the mark of your faction? Yes, that's right, that's it. Enel was very satisfied with this guy, he looked very smart. Hey, it's true, this officer has no brains, but why did he choose himself? The young Lucci is very sad, but he has no choice now. Advertisement. In this way, Enel and Lucci began to work together as a duo. If Shawn knew what was going on here, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. He knew that Enel had a problem with his brain circuit. But I have never known that this person has no political skills at all, so why can't he use a gentle policy towards Lucci? If he is cold, you will be hot. So Enel started his lucky promotion journey while getting along with Lucci. On a certain island, Yishao sat opposite a man with a tattoo of slipper prints on his face. At this time, the tattooed man was a little confused. He couldn't figure out why the big man opposite would invite him to create a revolutionary army together. Because he had already been preparing for this, he had to consider whether his thoughts and goals were discovered by his words and deeds. But after the conversation that followed, he completely agreed with what the man named Yishao said. He even felt that this was the best partner given to him by God, so he agreed straight away, even confessing some of his own thoughts and plans. A few years later, a certain town in South Blue. In the church, many prominent and wealthy businessmen from the town were sitting below. They all came to watch the ceremony and send blessings. A couple was reading their vows, and the newlyweds were Tezzolo and Stella. And after he finished his salute, he was in a house. Stella snuggled into Tezzolo's arms. Look, you have become the richest person here, even if you don't have the devil fruit. Tezzolo was also quite emotional. Yeah, I didn't expect it either, but from today on, we will fight for the leader's goal. Well, I can hold an ordinary wedding with you. My biggest wish in this life has been realized. I am very happy. Stella looked at her husband with love in her eyes. Then he added seriously, our new students today are all thanks to the leader. You must help him properly, you know. Hearing this, Tezzolo hugged his wife tightly. Don't worry, we can just work hard together, even though we don't want children now. But we will still have children in the future. I hope our children will be born in a new era. Husband, wife. Chapter 114 Goodbye Robin. Time goes back to 1514. Alabasta. Rainy ground. In a shady place, a distorted halo of light flashed past. I saw Shawn waking up leisurely in the dream pillow. Shawn was a little confused when he woke up, but then memories came to his mind and he understood in an instant. It seems that there will be more fun next time. I wonder how Enel is doing in world government. Shawn muttered. After standing up and stretching his body, Shawn looked towards the rainy land not far away. If nothing unexpected happens, this sand crocodile will be here. But before Shawn's knowledge spread, he heard an intellectual voice ringing in his ears. Finally found you, Shawn. Hearing this, Shawn turned his head and looked at the place where the sound came from. After seeing the person clearly, Shawn immediately grinned. He has a tall figure of 1.8 meters, fair and smooth skin, rather exotic three-dimensional facial features, and dark green eyes. Who is this intellectual woman in front of me if not the little Robin Lolita who had dark skin but loved to read? Shawn raised his hand and said hello. It must be a long time no see for you, right? Well, I'm not a brat anymore. Robin, who was like a close sister, winked his left eye playfully, but also had a unique style. But for Shawn, a person who just wants to do his career, he completely ignored it. So he sighed with emotion. Yes, in my place, you were just a little kid not long ago, but now you are so mature and generous, tisk. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to make a gesture. Advertisement. He was really surprised at how fast people in this world grew. Some were less than 1 meter tall when they were in their teens, but ended up being 2 or 3 meters tall when they were 16 or 7 years old. Although Shawn didn't understand the charm, Robin still looked at the former gently. I came to see you as promised. Shawn didn't think much about it and just thought that the other party was here to read a historical article. Okay, I'll take you there in a minute. I'll go see if Crocodile is in Udi first. Hearing this, Robin glanced at Shawn rather resentfully, but then smiled. Okay, then I'll go with you. By the way, what are you looking for that crocodile? It is said that he is the heroic pirate of this country. Do you want to deal with him? Shawn took Robin towards the casino in Rainland and said as he walked. Ah, his purpose is to plan the political power of this country. I don't know where he knew that this country has the historical text of Pluton. But Shawn is also a little confused. Will he still plan Pluton without Robin? Robin kept looking at Shawn's side face and said nonchalantly, well, that's quite troublesome. Sensing the absent-mindedness in Robin's words, Shawn looked at the other person, only to find that the other person had been staring at him. He asked in confusion, what's wrong? Why are you staring at me all the time? No, I just suddenly realized that you are good-looking, Shawn. You won't be shy, right? Hearing this, Shawn was stunned and couldn't help but smile. He thought, what would be the interesting reaction if the other party knew that he was once a Poseidon in a sense? It's not that Shawn is straight, it's that he doesn't think that the other person will fall in love with him at first sight. As for meeting him when he was a child. Just kidding, what kind of love was that when I was young, and it's been so many years. So he also joked. Yeah, I didn't expect that little kid to grow up to be a tall and graceful girl. Isn't it normal to be shy when being stared at by a beautiful girl? But there was no shyness on Shawn's face. Instead, he looked at Robin playfully. Robin's crystal white earlobes were slightly red, but it was covered up by the tips of her hair, so Shawn couldn't notice it. The defeated Robin stared straight ahead and said softly, Crocodile is a Shichibukai. It's not convenient for you to deal with him directly, right? After hearing this, Shawn slapped his forehead. That's right. My plan is for the entire Marine. It's really not cost-effective to break up now. Then the site was released, and Robin looked carefully, and he was suddenly a little surprised. Hey, it seems that you have practiced well over the years. I feel that your strength is also very strong, and you must have suffered a lot. Advertisement. Hearing Shawn's praise, Robin pulled back the ends of her hair that were ruffled by the breeze, smiled softly and said, well, after all, this is our agreement. I have to be strong to protect O'Hara. I added in my heart. It's also because you said that only those with enough strength can come to Qinghai to find you. Finally, he added, by the way, does Crocodile need us to deal with it? Hearing this, Shawn suddenly realized. No wonder Robin looked absent-minded towards Crocodile just now. It turned out that he didn't pay attention to him at all. This is the vision brought by strength. Even though he was ridiculed as Crow's 50-50 in the original work, in the eyes of people at their level of strength, he was still pitifully weak. But Shawn was a little suspicious. Aren't you O'Hara people hiding in secret? Shawn made it very clear at the beginning that O'Hara's people would not walk around at will, after all, it would bring them devastating disaster. Don't worry, we will always remember your words, especially as time goes by, everything that happens on the sea is as you expected, and everyone is more convinced. It's Tezzolo and the others. Tezzolo has now submitted an application to the world government to be recognized by the world government. Hearing this, Shawn was a little surprised. So fast. Even with my information, it will only be 4 years before he gets the golden fruit, right? Robin nodded gently. He and Stella have been practicing their business talents in various sea areas since earlier. They got married in the early years, and then went to a very, very poor but populous country on the Grand Line. He used his personal connections to bring that country up. Nowadays, it is a leading trading power, and it is also an entertainment power that even the Tianlong people are reluctant to leave. Quote. This made Shawn a little confused. It was not surprising that they would get married, but what was surprising was how could it be possible so soon? And since Robin would say that Tezzolo is still one of his own, then if he had not changed, he would not have been able to engage in the career in the original work, so why? So he subconsciously asked. Then no one will cause trouble for him. Robin chuckled and said. Yes, in the early years when he first appeared on the stage, many people made trouble for him, but the strength of their couple is too strong. Coupled with Doflamingo's relationship, he worked with Yishao and other members of the Revolutionary Army to clean up the underground world, and everyone who had bad ideas would not end well. He quickly established a foothold in this world, and even if some celestial dragons left, they would not be too presumptuous. Quote. Look at the back, don't rush to spray. Chapter 115 King Cobra. After hearing this, Shawn understood. As for what Robin said, the Draconians would not be too presumptuous. That's easy to understand. It's one thing if the system is bad. It's not a big problem if they have no brains. But the people above them have brains, even if they are taken individually, they may be worse than the four emperors. But they are definitely top powerhouses at the same level. How many celestial dragons in the original book would challenge those top pirates? This is not possible, and besides, Tezzolo's country is only here to make money, so the service must be leveraged. For various reasons, it is not surprising that he has a good reputation among the Tianlong people. After all, people without any capital are too embarrassed to visit him. So Shawn continued to ask, what about that smile? How is he doing now, and where is Wano country? Mr. Yishao, he is also living a good life, but he is also very worried that he is too famous now. Too famous. Yes, he. Before Robin could finish speaking, he was suddenly interrupted by a commotion, and the two of them followed the sound. Ah, it's King Cobra. What's the reason for him coming to our place? I don't know, maybe I'm here to see Mr. Crocodile. But Mr. Crocodile isn't here. No, King Cobra is going to attend the World Conference. He is probably passing by, right? Sure enough, the two saw King Cobra and his daughter Princess Vivi, accompanied by a group of accompanying guards. It seems that his popularity is really high, and he was already deeply loved by the people before he was fooled by Crocodile. But from people nearby, it seems Crocodile is not there. King Cobra on the other side also saw Shawn, and he quickly walked up enthusiastically and said to himself. Are you Lieutenant General Shawn? Did you come here specially to pick me up? I'm so sorry to bother you. Advertisement. Oh, by the way, this is my daughter Vivi. Vivi, come and say hello to Lieutenant General Shawn. After all, someone else came specially to pick us up. He said and pointed to Vivi, a 10-year-old loli beside him. Vivi was 10 years old at this time, and they were only 16 when they met Luffy. To be honest, I was confused too. Vivi was indeed worthy of her status as a princess, and she greeted her generously at a young age. Mr. Lieutenant General, I'm sorry to trouble you during the next escort. Shawn just said hello dully. Hello, you guys, you're welcome. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't expect that he just threw Crow at the port because he didn't want to take care of things. In fact, for the escort mission, even if he knew the person, he still had to go through some tedious procedures. This was one of the important reasons why Shawn slipped out alone. It was a big headache to meet such an old and irreverent king. Although he had a good impression of this king, it didn't stop Shawn from despising him. So I could only bite the bullet and said in a far-fetched way, why don't we board my warship first and then talk? I don't have any documents with me. That's it, that's fine. Actually, it doesn't matter to me. It's just that my escort adjutant is more cautious. King Cobra shrugged and looked at the man wearing a green cloak. Yaka said seriously. Sorry, His Majesty the King, this is all for your safety. Then he looked at Shawn. Lieutenant General Shawn, for the safety of our king, please take us to the port to complete the handover. Shawn knew this Yaka. He was another ability user who had eaten the dog fruit, he was just one of the weaker ones. Looking at the dark guards behind him, he is also a little numb. Why are you not so suspicious of Crocodile? On the contrary, I have doubts about Laozi, the legitimate Marine Lieutenant General. If you are not usurped, there will be trouble. But he didn't reach out to hit the smiling man, so he smiled and said, okay, then you all can go with me. My adjutant is also at the port. Immediately, Shawn looked in the direction of Robin and saw that Robin's face had changed for some reason and became more ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes and hairstyle hadn't been changed, he would have really thought that the other party had left. I have to sigh with emotion, Robin's talent is really good, I just casually said that I can try to develop disguise. Unexpectedly, the other party actually did it. He immediately stopped talking and walked back with everyone. Robin also followed behind. Although it was a little strange, King Cobra and others didn't say anything. On the other hand, Princess Vivi looked at Robin and Shawn curiously, or to be precise, at Shawn. As a princess of a country, of course she has to keep up with current affairs, so she is also very familiar with all kinds of news on the sea. Advertisement. Shawn's name is now well known, and the G5 branch is now known as an ironclad marine base. No pirate dares to go to that sea area at all, because they usually don't end well. It is said that his subordinate Crow is also one of the current marine supernovas. He plots against various big pirates and puts them in jail. The current checks and balances among the four emperors in the New World must be due to him, right? What little Lolita doesn't know is that this year's New World pattern will also be 4 points with or without Crow. It's just that Crow sped up a little bit in order to retaliate, but the difference is not big. It is inevitable for the pirates to compete. Crow was just following the trend. As for Kuro's name, it was also wildly called Big Kuro by some failed and unwilling pirates. It's because he doesn't want to lose too ugly, and most importantly, he wants to arouse the resonance of other pirates, and then attack them in groups to kill this despicable villain. In this way, the group of people arrived near the warship in the port soon, and then saw a scene that made them look a little strange. It was a man wearing a suit, glasses, and a slicked back hair. He should be dressed elegantly, but instead he was drawing and playing among a group of kung fu manatees, looking like a mentally retarded graffiti. Yes, he was holding a black pen and helping them draw their suits among the kung fu manatees. He was the Bazi Crow whom Vivi was just a little curious about. He also didn't think about the fact that the manatees would be soaked in the sea and lose their color these days. Looking at this cerebral thrombosis operation, Shawn's scalp was numb. How could this thing be compared with Ben Beckman? So he quickly stepped forward and patted Kuro on the forehead, asking in a low voice under Kuro's resentful eyes, "You shameful thing, what are you doing here?" "Draw, I'm asking you why you are painting suits for these kung fu manatees." "Because they also want to wear my suit." Shawn's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you a chance to reorganize your language." Seeing that the stingy boss seemed to be angry, he didn't dare to be angry, so he could only say resentfully, "It's all because of you." Chapter 116 Princess Vivi. This is something Shawn can't handle. What does it have to do with lousy if you are here to pretend to be mentally retarded? Seeing this, Kuro continued, "You didn't let me leave, and they pestered me to teach them training, but what should I do if I don't understand the language? I had no choice but to show off my hardened armor and plan to end it hastily. Who knew these guys thought it was my black suit and pestered me to give it to them? They almost took off my suit. Seeing how pitiful they looked, I didn't beat them up. I could only paint them on." After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, and they all sighed in their hearts that Marine is really a kind-hearted person, even small animals are so patient. Anyone else would have had the heart to kill these troublesome kung fu manatees. But Shawn was the only one with a dull face, and he was the only one who knew the truth, because he wanted to see what these kung fu manatees would look like when they went to sea in the future. So he ordered Kuro not to torture or kill them, otherwise he would be in trouble. My heart went back and forth 1,000 times, but I didn't want to expose the cloak of mentally retarded crows, hundreds of tricks in front of outsiders. Then he said, "You go and hand over to King Cobra's escorts. We will leave for the Holy Land Mary Joa soon." Hearing this, Kuro also sighed, but still went to hand over the hand obediently. Life is not easy, Kuro sighed. During this period, Shawn suddenly came up with an idea. What would happen if Robin accepted Vivi as his disciple? Let Vivi save the country in the future and clean up Shichibukai Crocodile. Not to mention the plot points, it is not simple just to talk about the secret of their identities. Naferulita. This is the surname of one of the 20 royal families who founded the world government. However, their ancestors did not settle in the holy land of Mariehoya, but chose to stay and rule Alabasta. And protect the ancient weapon, Pluton, which is unknown to the people in the world government, and they also sent people to find it on the 7 islands of water. Advertisement. If there are any specific conditions required to activate Pluton, Cobra must know it. Even without Pluton's relationship, Cobra and his daughter are very good people, so it's not a big problem to help. After all, this is a king who frequently opposes the nobles at world government meetings and is one of the few kings who advocates the concept that the country is the people. When they were handing over, Shawn called Robin aside and said, "Robin, why don't you teach Princess Vivi how to use her own power to save her country?" Robin was also a little confused. Why did he decide to become a teacher? What about you? Why can't you train her yourself? This should be familiar to you, right? After saying that, he also gave Shawn a meaningful look. Shawn is also bitter. He always feels that the world is not friendly to him. He often encounters the little Lolita from the original novel, and then has the idea of cultivating them. Therefore, in order to break this curse, Robin must take on this responsibility, but he must not say this. So Shawn slowly took out the cigar and began to puff away the smoke rather sentimentally. After a long time, a sigh sounded in Robin's ears. Hey, instead of saying that he is a descendant of one of the 20 royal families who founded the world government, let's say that I am Lieutenant General Marine, and I teach the princess of a kingdom. What does it look like? We, Marine, are an absolutely neutral force among various countries. If we don't help her, her country will be destroyed by Crocodile. A very kind little girl. In the end, she had to lurk beside Crocodile all by herself, and collected evidence of the crime cautiously. In the end, she died without being able to do anything. All this is for her country. She loves her country deeply. Do you think we should help them? This is one of the few countries that I recognize. Robin simply ignored Shawn's childish tone and expression. He didn't think so when he was a child, but now he feels that Shawn is actually cute. He obviously won't lie, but he always talks nonsense seriously, and all kinds of loopholes cannot be ignored. Robin, who was thinking of teasing Shawn, nodded slightly. Indeed, why not let Yishao and the others come over and deal with Crocodile directly? This will also help them. Shawn was dumbfounded. He had indeed ignored this problem. In the past, he had to think carefully every time he performed, but this time it seemed that he couldn't do it on the spot. Advertisement. So sloppy. Let Vivi save her country by herself. This plot point will definitely be rich, although the purpose is the same. But teaching a man how to fish is worse than teaching him how to fish, right? And there is no point in not using a plot point that is earned in vain. So he continued. So this time we saved their country, what about the next time? What about the next time? We can't always be around them, right? Besides, this country has a rich history. With their long heritage, there are probably a lot of documents. Don't you want to take a look? Once you become Vivi's teacher, you become one of our own, and they won't be stingy. Watching Shawn explain in a serious manner, Robin felt that the man in front of him was really kind. So he said softly, yes, I can agree to whatever you want, Shawn, but how do you make him willing to learn from me? And Crocodile is a hero of their country. Hearing this, Shawn was delighted, nice. He glanced at Vivi who was looking at her cutely not far away, they will be willing. Don't forget, no matter how kind Cobra is, he is still the leader of a country. As long as we directly show him Crocodile's plan, he will plant the seeds in his heart. Preparing for a rainy day is an essential quality for every outstanding person in power. Besides, we are not doing anything to Vivi, we are just teaching Vivi to practice. Robin also looked at Vivi, but she is a princess after all. Can she endure hardship? Robin knows very well how much effort it takes to become stronger, and how physical fatigue affects the mind. It would be difficult for an average child to bear it, not to mention the fact that she had taken Shawn's genetic medicine. Shawn also saw Robin's worry and took out a gene potion and handed it to Robin. Don't underestimate her, she has a very tough character. She was able to lurk in the criminal company Baroque works for the country and become a cadre at the age of 10. This is enough to show her strength. Even if she fails in the end, she is definitely not the kind of delicate princess, but a girl with big spirit. With this potion, I believe you can cultivate her in the shortest time. Quote.